in order to become the strongest pupil master. He didn't choose the top profession. But he chose a useless job that even dogs would not look down on, lighthouse lookout. Just because he is bound to the god-level pupil system. Since then, he has become a god-level pupil magician. Just one glance is enough to suppress all worlds. And he only needs to sign in every day to gain a pupil skill ability. The 10 kinds of pupil techniques can be combined into a new pupil technique. The higher the pupil skill level, the greater the probability of integrating powerful pupil techniques. At this moment, the system sounded, "Congratulations to the host, you have collected 10 white pupil techniques. Do you want to merge? Fusion." Then he glanced at the 2-hour progress bar on the panel. He rubbed his face and planned to go to school first. 1 hour later. Jiangnan Middle School. The best middle school in Jiangzhou City, Yishao was admitted with the top 3 grades in the grade, and ended up awakening the profession of lookout. As soon as he walked into the classroom, 40 pairs of eyes fell on him. "Am I late?" Yishao asked the head teacher at the podium with a confused look on his face. "No, go back to your seat." Tang Yun glanced at him helplessly. Alas! What a pity. Such a talented young man has to choose a third-rate profession like awakening. I guess he didn't sleep well last night. It's understandable that anyone would feel this sense of disappointment. "Yishao, did you sleep through your sleep?" The principal just said that at the flag-raising ceremony yesterday. Today, a member of the Golden Snake cult will be executed in front of the entire school. We can go and watch. This is my first time to come into close contact with the dark cult. Su Hao said excitedly to his friends sitting next to him. It seems so. The so-called dark cult is a group of humans who dedicate their souls to gods, believe in gods, and gain the power of gods. They worship evil gods and do things that are against humanity. A traitor to humanity, active around the world. Anyone can punish him. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's gather together. Tang Yin clapped his hands and spoke softly. Everyone stood up and walked out of the classroom. Yishao was walking at the back of the team and heard 2 girls talking excitedly. "Have you heard? That believer is trapped in the binding energy chain." The principal said that. "We students can go in and fight the god's followers. Gain combat experience. Come on. Ordinary students like us should just sit there and watch quietly. Everyone knows. This opportunity is reserved for the top 3 students in the grade. The top 3 in the grade are, first place goes to Jiang Ro, an elementalist, second place goes to Xiao Hongchen, a swordsman, and third place goes to Yishao. Forget it. What does a lookout do? Stare at your opponent to see whose eyes tire first? Hey, 2 beauties, are you talking about me?" At this moment, Yishao suddenly turned his head and smiled brightly at them. The 2 rolled their eyes. Ignore him. Yishao was not angry either. Just speaking casually. Students should dress conservatively. Black lace isn't very appropriate. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and ran to the front of the team. The 2 girls were left standing there with red faces, looking like they had seen a ghost. Several senior high school classes are already in place on the playground. In the very center, there is a huge cage. Inside was an object covered by a black cloth. "Okay, everyone's here." Principal Tang Qingsong scanned the audience. "We're all high school seniors, and the college entrance exam is just 2 weeks away. I won't waste your time, so let's get straight to the point." After saying that, he pressed a red button on the iron cage. The black cloth rose, revealing the figure underneath. It was a monster with a snake's head and a human body. Its hands stretched out like a python's tail, and it was spitting out its tongue, looking extremely ferocious. Around his neck, he wore a glowing silver ring, which was the so-called energy binding lock. The moment they saw the snake man, many students couldn't help but take a step back, and some girls even made vomiting sounds. His appearance is really creepy. Humph. You're all future human warriors. Why are you all such cowards? Tang Qingsong snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped the snake man on the head. The snake man woke up in pain and saw the young students outside the cage, and let out a deafening roar. "Come on up. The 3 of you." Tang Qingsong spoke to the crowd, and everyone knew who Tang Qingsong was talking about. A girl in a corseted miniskirt and a high ponytail walked out of the crowd. She has a delicate little face, as delicate as white jade, fair skin, a well-proportioned figure, and straight long legs wrapped in white over the knee socks, looking extremely pure. There was also a young man with ordinary appearance, a resolute face, and an iron sword on his back who came out. They are the first and second in the grade. Elementalist Jiang Ro, sword practitioner Xiao Hongchen. And the last person. Yi Xiao. The moment Yi Xiao appeared, all the students present sighed in disdain. Everyone knows now that this third-grade genius has awakened to a career as a lookout. Principal. You let Yi Xiao in so that he can kill the snake man with his eyes? No, no. Let him and the snake man stare each other down. Let's see who gets cramped first. Such ridicule even broke out in the crowd. Yi Xiao didn't say anything, because now, the 10 major pupil techniques in his mind have been integrated. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the purple eye technique. Golden flame eye. Golden flame eyes, the power of the pupil technique that controls golden flames. Wherever the eyes look, golden flames devour everything. Yi Xiao was shocked. Could he be the lucky one? 10 white pupil techniques combined to form a purple pupil technique. He guessed at a 0.1% probability? Just when all the students were teasing Yi Xiao, a burly young man with a crew cut walked out from the crowd. Principal. Yi Xiao's awakened lookout is just a useless profession. He has no combat capabilities. I don't think he should be given this opportunity. The speaker was Zhang Hong, who was 4th in the grade. He had awakened to the profession of a warrior. He had strong blood and a body as strong as a bear, and could attack and defend. Tang Qingsong looked at Zhang Hong deeply. Student Zhang, you're right. Student Ye's profession isn't suitable for combat, so if he wants to quit, I can give you this opportunity. This matter still depends on Mr. Ye's own opinion. After Tang Qingsong finished speaking, he calmly closed his eyes. Yi Xiao. Give me this opportunity. It would be a waste if you go. Zheng Hong spoke to Yi Xiao in a muffled voice. Yi Xiao glanced at him and shook his head slightly. No. You. Zheng Hong was furious. What's the point of taking it? You're not even a combat class. You're a useless class. What can you do? Can you beat a snake man? None of your business. Yi Xiao responded coldly. Zheng Hong glared at Yi Xiao with flaming eyes. He walked closer to Yi Xiao and spoke in a low voice. 200,000. I'll buy you this opportunity. Zheng Hong's uncle is the school's principal, and he had heard the news a long time ago. The principal intends to conduct special training for the 3 best students in the school. Xiao Hongchen and Zhang Ro were the chosen candidates. He had to get the 3rd spot no matter what. He couldn't let that loser Yi Xiao get it easily. However, roll. After saying that, Yi Xiao took 2 steps back. Principal, I won't give up this position. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Qingsong's eyes. Are you sure? If anything goes wrong, you will bear all the consequences yourself. Yi Xiao nodded. Well, that's courageous. Just because of Yi Xiao's courage, Tang Qingsong is willing to give Yi Xiao this chance. Zheng Hong stood aside with his fists clenched, his face changing and looking very ugly. Yi Xiao, you really don't know how to live or die. He murmured viciously, wishing he could torture Yi Xiao to death. Yi Xiao is so brave. He's really not afraid of death. I can't imagine how he's going to deal with the snake people with that profession. He's deliberately trying to disgust Zheng Hong. What a mean guy. What a wasted opportunity. Many students also whispered. Class teacher Tang Yan looked at Yi Xiao standing at the front of the crowd, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. From her point of view, she didn't want Yi Xiao to deal with the snake people. It's too dangerous. If he could awaken a profession with a little combat power, Tang Yun would not be so resistant. But Yi Xiao is a lookout. The door opened, and Zhang Ro walked into the cage with a calm expression and brisk steps. Zhang Xiaohua has taken action. Zhang Xiaohua has awakened the elementalist class, known for its strong offensive attributes. I wonder what attribute she chose. Looking forward to it. Those long legs of Zhang Xiaohua. So aggressive. I can lick them for a whole year. Is this what you were expecting? But be sure to take me with you when you lick me. Seeing someone coming in, the snake man's ferocity was immediately aroused. He roared at Zhang Ro and swung his whip-like arm towards her. Although this snake man has 90% of his combat power restrained, his physical strength alone is comparable to that of a 2nd-level transcendent. I wonder how many of this girl's attacks he can withstand. Several people in the school's upper echelons were whispering to each other. Then, Zhang Ro stretched out her slender jade hand and spoke softly. Ice spikes. The water droplets in the air condensed, and countless ice spikes emerged in the air, shooting towards the snake man. Its ice attribute. So powerful. As expected of the Zhang school beauty. There was a roar from the crowd. The ice spikes hit the snake man with a loud bang, and trickles of blood flew out. But the snake man seemed to be unaware of the pain and rushed straight towards Zhang Ro. Ice spikes. Zhang Ro waved her hand again, and a larger ice cone appeared and rushed towards the snake man. So powerful. She just awakened. Has school beauty Jiang mastered the power of ice to this extent? There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. She's truly the Jiang family's proud daughter. She's already reached the 2nd level of Transcendent Realm after just 1 day of awakening. Old man Jiang has given birth to a wonderful daughter. Tang Qingsong also nodded in approval. Finally, after Jiang Ro and the snake man fought for 20 moves, their attribute power was exhausted and the battle ended. After Jiang Ro came out, Xiao Hongchen entered the cage holding an iron sword. From the fight just now, we can see that the snake man's physical strength is very strong. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's attribute power, he only lasted 20 moves. Xiao Hongchen is a sword cultivator. Although sword cultivators have strong attack power, he has only just awakened. Apart from his improved proficiency in swordsmanship, he has no other advantages. I think he can only last 10 moves at most. I also think that without a good sword technique and relying on physical combat, Xiao Hongchen really can't hold on for long. The result was shocking. This Xiao Hongchen actually relied on the basic footwork and basic sword techniques that were circulated on the internet, supplemented by the Tai Chi sword that the old men in the park used to exercise, using the opponent's force to counterattack, dodging left and right, and entangled with the snake man for 25 moves. If he hadn't been exhausted at the end, he might have been able to hold on. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Hongchen. Kendo genius. This is an unparalleled kendo genius, born for the sword. Died for the sword. Tang Qingsong was also very satisfied. Xiao Hongchen's performance was indeed beyond his imagination. I heard that Xiao Hongchen is an orphan and has no background. It can be seen that his current strength is achieved through his own hard work. The battle between the two ended, and the snake man's bloodiness had been completely aroused. A pair of scarlet pupils stared at the people outside, full of bloodthirsty light. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiao appeared on the stage. He stood outside the cage and looked at the snake man. Killing and greed burst out from the snake man's eyes. He wished he could tear Yi Xiao to death right there. Yi Xiao remained calm. He opened the cage and stepped inside. Zhang Rou and the other one had just fought, and he was already familiar with the use of the golden flame pupil. Yi Xiao is coming. Guess how many moves Yi Xiao can block from the snake man? 3 moves. TSK. You guys are overestimating the lookouts. Don't you see that after the previous 2 battles, the snake people's bloodthirstiness has been aroused? I think Yi Xiao will be killed. Instantly. Ha 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 ha. I think so too. I bet on a set of Teacher Tsong's photo albums. Yi Xiao was killed. Instantly. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the snake man roared at the top of his lungs and pounced towards Yi Xiao. Tang Qingxong's eyes focused, and he was ready to rescue Yi Xiao at any time. Tang Yun also looked nervous. Everyone was staring at Yi Xiao intently. Some were worried about him, some wanted to see him make a fool of himself, and some even wished he would die. The snake man kicked with both feet, creating a big hole in the ground. Then it roared and leaped up, pounced towards Yi Xiao, opened its bloody mouth and bit his neck. At that moment, golden candlelight suddenly bloomed in Yi Xiao's pupils. Golden flames ignited deep in his eyes, and then danced like starlight. As his eyes moved, a sizzling sound was heard in the air around him. At this moment, even the air was ignited by him. Look! What happened to Yi Xiao? It's so weird. Look! Yi Xiao's eyes. They're glowing. No, they're burning. Hiss. His eyes are burning. Golden flames. How is that possible? He's so handsome. He looks like he has golden eyes. Oh my god. Who the hell told me he was a lookout? Have you ever seen a lookout with eyes that glowed with fire? And golden light? Tai pants are hot. They are just like the king who rules the world. Such domineering pupils. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Even the 2 geniuses Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongqian had a glint of surprise in their eyes. Yi Xiao, who was looked down upon by everyone, seemed to show his extraordinary side at this moment. What kind of ability is this? Could it be that he has awakened a hidden profession? Tang Qingxong also murmured to himself in surprise. No wonder Yi Xiao is so confident, it turns out he has something to rely on. Yi Xiao stood there with his hands in his pockets, golden flames dancing in his eyes. He walked slowly towards the snake man, and the golden flames in his eyes became more and more terrifying. The golden light illuminated the void, and the raging flames evaporated the air. As he took a step forward, the golden flame bloomed in his pupils like a lotus. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The snake man's body suddenly froze in midair. Then he let out a painful roar and fell heavily from midair. The snake man rolled wildly on the ground, tearing his body apart with all his might, making it bleed profusely. He looked as miserable as if he was being roasted on a stake. What on earth just happened? Is it Yi Xiao's pupil technique? Why are snake people in so much pain? What on earth did Yi Xiao do? He's so good at pretending. And he's so mysterious. Super Divine Eye Master, he's way too confident. Who gave him that confidence? Fish Liang? Some were amazed, some were dissatisfied, and some were jealous. The sounds came one after another. At this moment, an explosion sounded from the snake man's body. Immediately afterwards, golden flames shot up into the sky and gushed out from his body. It's like a dazzling golden fire lotus blooming in the air. In this blazing golden lotus, the snake man turned into nothingness. Only the silver energy binding chain remained, lying in the black ashes. The whole audience was silent. Everyone gasped. A pupil magician, it's actually a pupil magician. But, does a pupil magician have this kind of combat power? Tang Qingxong exclaimed in amazement. The power of the golden lotus that just exploded was so terrifying that it had reached the 3rd level of extraordinary power. Moreover, it suddenly appeared and exploded from the snake man's body. Even a 4th level extraordinary being would die if suddenly hit by such a bullet. I have never seen such a powerful eye technique. Tang Qingxong was extremely shocked. When Yi Xiao walked out of the cage, everyone looked at him without any sarcasm. Only surprise, admiration, shock, and jealousy. Zheng Hong stared at Yi Xiao intently, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. One could imagine how angry he was. But Yi Xiao has already proved his strength, and no matter how unwilling he is, he can do nothing. Can I just watch the spot being taken by Yi Xiao? Zheng Hong was almost going crazy. I declare this execution over. After school, Zhang Rou, Xiao Hongqian, and Yi Xiao come to my office. At this time, Tang Qingxong announced loudly. Then he looked at Yi Xiao deeply, walked to his side and patted Yi Xiao on the shoulder. I'm optimistic about you, keep working hard. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have vindicated the profession of pupil magician. You have received the pupil magic reward. The clone eye. Yi Xiao opened the introduction panel, and the copy eye turned out to be a golden pupil technique. The introduction is also simple and crude. Copy eye, to a certain extent, it can copy the abilities and skills of others. However, please do it within your ability and do not open your eyes to people who are much stronger than you. Yi Xiao was immediately ecstatic. Another powerful skill that is like a cheat. At noon, while eating in the cafeteria. Yi Xiao. You've really made a name for yourself this time. From now on, I'll be relying on you for support. Su Hao danced with excitement. As a brother, I don't have anything to show you. My family is so poor, all we have left is money. This is the blood potion my father bought for me, I'm giving it to you. As he spoke, Su Hao placed a small bottle on the table. The small bottle contained half a bottle of blood red liquid. Blood chi potion is most suitable for professionals like them who have just awakened. Any profession needs a strong physique to support its performance in the early stages. Blood potion can temper the professional's body very well, and it is very expensive. Such a small bottle is worth 10 dabneu. Thank you, Su Hao. Yi Xiao patted his shoulder and said that he really needed a strong physique to support the use of pupil skills. Although the golden flame pupil is powerful, he will be in trouble if the enemy gets close to him. Hey, we're all brothers. What's there to thank me for? But, Yi Xiao, I still have something to tell you. Be careful of Zhang Hong. He's a vindictive man. You've offended him this time, and he won't let you go. And his uncle is the school's dean of students. You have to be careful of him playing dirty tricks. Don't worry, I will. Yi Xiao nodded. In the afternoon, after school, Yi Xiao carried his bag and walked towards the principal's office. Oh, they're all here. I saw two other geniuses standing outside the principal's office. Xiao Hongchen has a paralyzed face, and Zhang Rou has an icy face. Zhang Rou glanced at Yi Xiao without saying a word. She tossed her high ponytail and pushed the door open. Xiao Hongchen followed. The price of becoming a genius is to lose social skills. TSK TSK TSK. If that's the case, I'd rather not be a genius. Yi Xiao, stop being so rude. Come in quickly. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the office. Yi Xiao was startled and then walked in. Teacher Tang, why are you here? Seeing the head teacher Tang Yun and the principal Tang Qingsong drinking tea in harmony, Yi Xiao was slightly stunned. Are the relationships between teachers and principals so good these days? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. The principal's surname is Tang, and Tang Yun's surname is also Tang. Thinking of this, hiss. No wonder Tang Yun, a teacher who just graduated from university, can come to the best high school in Zhangzhou to teach. And he's the homeroom teacher. He's a relative of mine. Tang Yun seemed to see what Yi Xiao was thinking. She gave him a reproachful look. Yi Xiao, don't overthink it. After all, I graduated from Jinshin University. Tang Qingsong smiled. Okay, the reason I called you all here this time is mainly because I have something to inform you. You all know that Jiangnan Middle School is the best high school in Jiangzhou City. But now, for 4 consecutive years, no one from Jiangnan University has been admitted to Jinshin University. This matter makes me, the principal, very worried and bitter. Tang Qingsong said with an unwilling look on his face. I'll tell you a secret. The person who got into Jinshin University 4 years ago was me. Tang Yun on the side chuckled at Yi Xiao and the others. The corner of Yi Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he was proud of you. Jinshin Middle School is the best vocational university in Daxia. It has trained countless super professionals and is well known in the area. Many students who graduated from Jinshin University were extremely outstanding professionals, some of whom had killed gods. They had also jointly destroyed many dark cults that operated in the dark. Of course, the admission requirements are extremely strict. Among them, the difficulty of special admissions is 1 level higher. First of all, it must be a combat profession. Secondly, the level cannot be lower than the 4th level of extraordinary. Finally, only the top 30 people from each province will be selected. You know, Daxia's awakening ceremony is held after the age of 18, about half a month before the college entrance examination. In just half a month, one must raise their level to the 4th level of transcendence. This difficulty is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Only a genius among geniuses can do it. At least Yi Xiao reached the 1st level of extraordinary realm after awakening the golden flame. Pupil. Yi Xiao was silent, and Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongchen remained silent as usual. So, this time, I want the 3 of you to go to the provincial capital to take the special entrance exam for Jinshin University. Compete for those 30 spots and make Jiangnan Middle School famous. Tang Qingsong clapped his hands and said, you don't need to take the regular college entrance exam, just take the special entrance exam for Jinshin University. Yuner will give you special training for the next half month. I guarantee that your realm will be raised to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm. But after that, it depends on your own efforts. I heard that a lot of geniuses emerged during this special recruitment, especially in the provincial capital. Someone even awakened a magician and summoner dual class. It's outrageous. So, even if you're at the 4th level of transcendent, that's just a threshold. Of course, after passing the special recruitment, the rewards you receive will be very generous. And I'm also representing Jiangnan Middle School. I'll reward you with a blue skill scroll and a Xian level weapon. Tang Qingsong said this. Yi Xiao finally spoke. Principal, you are right, but the original god. Oh, no, that's right. Oh. Yes, if we don't pass the special admissions exam and don't take the college entrance exam, then we won't be able to go to university, right? Principal, we are all your excellent students. You can't cheat us like this. Tang Qingsong's face darkened. Look at you. You're such a slacker, you have no ambition at all. You haven't even taken the exam yet, and you're already thinking about failure? How can you succeed with that mentality? He looked very disappointed with his friend. Principal, please don't change the subject. Answer my question first. Yi Xiao looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Hey, I've already prepared for you. I have a friend who's a teacher at Magic City Vocational University. If you don't pass the special admissions exam, I can introduce you to Magic City Vocational University. That's also a key point. How about that? I don't think this is unfair to you. Right? Yi Xiao nodded. That's more like it. So, you agree? Tang Qingsong asked expectantly. My goal is to be admitted to Jinshin University. I agree to participate in the special recruitment. Jiang Ro said calmly. I agree. There are seniors I respect at Jinshin University. I must go. Xiao Hongqian also nodded. Tang Qingsong was very satisfied with the answers from the two. You're the only one left, Yi Xiao, what do you think? Can I go directly to Magic City Vocational University? You agree, right? That's great. Let's happily settle it. Principal, I mean. That's good that you agreed. Next, let Yuner take you to special training. Tang Qingsong waved his hand and turned his head away, deliberately avoiding looking at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao couldn't help but secretly complain. You old fellow. You have no respect for human rights at all, do you? He secretly activated his X-ray vision. You're already old. And still wearing bright red underwear? This is your zodiac year, right? I'm going to embarrass you. Yi Xiao, what are you mumbling about? Are you dissatisfied with something? Tang Qingsong asked with a frown. No complaints, I just remembered that the cat is going to have a second baby, so I'll go back. First. Bye, principal, and goodbye, teacher Tang. Yi Xiao put his school bag on his back and walked towards the door. Before leaving, he turned back and said something. Principal. Red panties look great, but they don't suit you. They look great on you, so don't wear them next time. After saying that, he rushed out of the door. After a while, Tang Yin spoke softly. Dad, how about I prepare a red string for you to wear on your wrist? Although it is your zodiac year, red underwear is not suitable for you. She couldn't help laughing. I really can't hold it anymore. Her words made Tang Qingsong so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Turning around, I saw that even Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongqian, who were usually serious, were trying to hold back their laughter. He became even angrier. You're such a jerk, Yi Xiao. You're using pupil magic on me, right? That's sheer treason. And you? What are you laughing at? Get out of here. Tang Qingsong gritted his teeth and slammed the table. After leaving school, Yi Xiao went straight home. He took out the qi and blood tonic that Su Hao had given him and drank it in one gulp. Then powerful energy began to flow through his body, transforming Yi Xiao's body. After a moment, he got up from the bed, casually broke off a corner of the cabinet, and squeezed it hard. The corner of the cabinet turned into wood chips in his hand. With this strength, I feel like I can kill 8 Tyson with one punch. Yi Xiao chuckled. Then he began to study his clone eye. By the way, I wonder if this clone eye will work for online videos. He turned on his computer and searched the internet. I found a video of an extraordinary 9th level expert fighting against demons. The profession of this extraordinary 9th level strongman is a swordsman. The demon opposite him was a 3-meter tall silver wolf with dark red flames on its 4 legs. And a cluster of sparks on its head. Dark Fire Wolf, a 1st level demon. At this moment, the giant silver wolf opened its bloody mouth and shot fireballs towards the swordsman. The swordsman lowered his voice, and then his eyes flashed as he murmured softly. Draw your sword. Cut. His body turned into a stream of light, easily dodging the giant wolf's fireball, and appeared in front of it in the blink of an eye. He swung a knife, and the giant wolf let out a howl, and its limbs were directly cut off by him. Then he drew his sword again. Ghost blade flash. The blade flashed, and this knife actually cut the giant wolf in 2 from the waist. This is where the video ends. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Xiao was breathing heavily, and his vision went dark as he almost fell to the ground. This clone eye is not easy to use. But at least I learned it. Yi Xiao lay on the sofa, closed his eyes to rest, and recalled the 2 skills of the swordsman. Ghost blade flash attack and sword draw slash. Just talking about theory without doing practical work is just a waste of time. Yi Xiao did what he said. He picked up the fruit knife at home and rushed out of the apartment. Came to a nearby garbage dump. Yi Xiao closed his eyes, recalling the swordsman's sword-drawing movements, and then the fruit knife suddenly came out. He cut a bunch of weeds in the distance at the waist. The cut was extremely smooth, and every weed was cut at the same height. Ghost blade flash. Yi Xiao closed his eyes again, and then the fruit knife in his hand drew a strange arc. Quick. Dodge. Weird. The knife is like a ghost. With one cut, he actually cut open the scrapped car next to him. Yi Xiao was ecstatic, even though he was not a swordsman and did not have the bonus of professional attributes, and the power of his skills was not as strong as that of a pure swordsman. But this also gave him an additional means of fighting. At least he was no longer at a disadvantage in close combat. The most important thing is, if he uses the clone eye to copy more skills, he might be able to use all the skills of all classes. Just think how terrifying that would be. The swordsman's attack. The sword cultivator's sharpness. The warrior's blood and energy. The spiritual master's control. It's a true all-around talent. No wonder this clone eye is rated as high as gold. There's a reason for it. It's still early, let's practice some more. Yi Xiao made up his mind to master these 2 skills. He looks nonchalant, but he knows better than anyone that if he travels to such a dangerous world, he will either be an ordinary person and wait for the death that may come at any time. Or just sing your heart out. Become the strongest. Suppress all the factors that are unfavorable to you. Reach the top of the world. There is no third way. Stopping means death. Especially when you have already made a name for yourself, you can't stop. As the first hint of dawn appeared in the sky, a ray of golden sunlight fell on Yi Xiao's face. A drop of crystal clear sweat dripped from his forehead. Yi Xiao practiced swordsmanship in this garbage dump all night. It seems like there's going to be special training today. Yi Xiao put away the fruit knife and walked towards home. Pack up your things and go to school. After practicing swordsmanship for a whole night, he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt even more excited. When he arrived at school, Yi Xiao learned that they had to gather at the school playground. He held a few buns in his hand and took bites of them, his mouth full of oil. Yi Xiao. We've all been waiting for you. Why are you so slow? Tang Yun saw Yi Xiao coming and waved at him. It's time for breakfast. Teacher Tang, have you had breakfast? These buns are so big and juicy. Do you want one? Tang Yun smiled and shook his head. Eat it yourself, we've all had breakfast. On the side, Xiao Hongchen was dozing off with a sword in his arms, while Zhang Ro was fiddling with her hair. Oh, how boring, the expressionless face and the icy face. Yi Xiao shook his head and finished the last bite of breakfast. At this time, a sarcastic voice was heard. Everyone is waiting for you, don't you have any sense of shame? Yi Xiao. As a student of Jiangnan Middle School, you have no sense of time at all. I saw the tall and strong Zhang Hong walking over from the side. Yi Xiao glanced at him indifferently. None of your business. You. Zhang Hong was furious. Yi Xiao didn't play by the rules and was full of swear words. You're full of foul language, you don't act like a student at all. You have no manners at all. He said coldly. None of your business. Teacher Tang's assigned time is 8:30, and it's only 8:29. I'm not late. If I'm not late, then why are you still barking like a dog? You. Yi Xiao. Zhang Hong clenched his fists tightly. All right. Stop arguing. Yi Xiao wasn't late, it was us who came early. Tang Yun glanced at Zhang Hong indifferently, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Today's training camp was originally for only Yi Xiao, Xiao Hongchen, and Zhang Ro. Zhang Hong was inserted temporarily. I heard that after they left yesterday, Zhang Hong's uncle, the school's principal, went to Tang Jingsang's office and begged with tears and snot, which finally got this opportunity for Zhang Hong. Tang Yun has never had a good impression of students who use backdoors like this. Just then, the sound of propellers turning was heard in the sky, and then Yi Xiao and others saw a helicopter slowly descending. Wow! Helicopter, where is this going? Yi Xiao said in surprise. The training location is not in Jiangzhou City, but in a demon forest outside of Jiangzhou City. Tang Yun said as he brushed away his hair that was blown by the wind. Okay, stop wasting time. Let's go. Several people boarded the helicopter one after another. Then the plane carrying several people disappeared over Jiangnan Middle School. An hour later. This is the demon forest. There are many demons in it, but their levels are not high, no more than the extraordinary level. But you must not let your guard down. In the deepest part of the forest, there are powerful demons of the 8th and 9th levels. So you must be extremely careful. This special training is very simple. I customized it specifically for the assessment of Jinshin University. You all know that the students admitted by Jinshin University are the elite of the elite. In the future, they will definitely be on the front lines of humanity fighting against gods and demons. So, the first thing Jinshin University has to do is eliminate those greenhouse flowers. Students who have talent but are afraid of fighting are not within their consideration range. So my special training is very simple. Within 14 days, you must do everything you can to hunt down 50 transcendent 4th level demons for me. Don't worry about food. The supplies you need will be sent down via airdrop. Do you understand? Xiao Hongchen nodded expressionlessly. Zhang Hong clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a strong fighting spirit. Zhang Ro bit the hair tie in her mouth and put her high ponytail up. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was sitting on a big rock and taking a nap. I didn't sleep all night and I'm really a little sleepy. Okay, that's it. You can go into the forest on your own. Remember, don't go too deep. Tang Yun warned. Several people nodded, and then each chose a direction to walk. Teacher Tang, has the special training started? Yi Xiao opened his eyes and saw a delicate little face the size of a palm. Yi Xiao, can I take you in? Tang Yun smiled gently. Yi Xiao nodded reflexively. Okay. Tang Yun narrowed his eyes and his smile became even brighter. Yi Xiao suddenly had a bad feeling. The next second, his body floated up, then turned into a parabola and plunged into the forest. Only then did he remember. This Tang Yun was a spiritual master. Yi Xiao fell heavily to the ground from midair. He adjusted his body in time and was able to land smoothly. Teacher Tang has such a bad temper. She'll never find a boyfriend again. Yi Xiao waved the smoke and dust and muttered to himself. At this moment, his eyes fixed. This was because there was a small lake in front of him, and beside the lake there was a group of demon wolves drinking water. At a rough glance, there are no less than 30 of them. The levels range from extraordinary level 1 to level 3. Hearing the sound, they all widened their eyes and stared at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao grinned slowly. Good morning, have you had breakfast? If not, you can have it in your next life. In the forest, a huge explosion was heard and flames shot into the sky. Outside, Tang Yun was sitting on a big tree, swinging his legs, watching the scene with great interest. Yi Xiao, your pupil technique is indeed powerful, but in the demon forest, excessive movement will only attract more demons. If you don't know this, Yi Xiao, you will suffer a great loss. Tang Yun whispered. But what he didn't know was that Yi Xiao had gone crazy with killing Just as Tang Rou expected, the huge explosion attracted many demons. But this is exactly what Yi Xiao wants. He held the knife in one hand, flashing among the demons like a phantom, and every time he raised the knife, he would take a life. Moreover, as Yi Xiao continued to use the golden flame pupil, his proficiency in this pupil technique became higher and higher. Now it is possible to directly ignite all the demons within the field of vision. When he looked over, he saw 7 or 8 demons burn to ashes. Tang Rou said that it would take half a month to complete the task of killing 50 extraordinary 4th level monsters, but he could do it within 3 days. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I blossom amidst the carnage. This is more exciting than playing games. Come on, come on. Bring me more demons to kill. Yi Xiao was even more surprised to find that as he continued to kill, some kind of power in the demon's body was actually nourishing his pupils. It's like Yi Xiao has unlimited pupil power to consume. The golden flame eyes were open almost the entire time, never stopping for a moment. 5 days later. With a loud bang, the head of a giant bear was smashed directly. Humph. They probably don't know it yet. I've already reached the 3rd level of Transcendent Realm. And the 4th level isn't far away. Zheng Hong walked up to the giant bear with a smug look on his face, raised his hand and pulled off a piece of its fur. As a warrior, he had powerful chi and blood. Relying on the strength of his body, he fought with this extraordinary 4th level demon for half an hour and finally succeeded in killing it. Yi Xiao. You'd better be glad that I didn't run into you. No one will save you this time. I will definitely give you a good beating. Zheng Hong left with a sneer. To be honest, the task assigned by Tang Yun is actually difficult. Judging from the battle with the snake people a few days ago, none of them are stronger than the 2nd level of extraordinary. And to reach the 4th level of transcendence within 14 days and kill 54th level transcendence monsters is even more difficult. However, what she didn't know was that no genius could fully reveal himself to the world of others. There must be something hidden. 16. Xiao Hongchen casually cut off the tusk of a wild boar and walked into the forest without looking back. Teacher, how many did you say to kill? 50? No, that can't be that few. It should be 100. Forget it, let's just stick to this standard. Jiang Rou stopped in front of a silver wolf that had turned into ice crystals, raised her hand and broke off its tail. Another 3 days later. Boring, just some extraordinary level 2 or 3 monsters. So boring. Why not go deeper into the forest? It was still next to the same lake, the only difference was that the originally pure lake water had turned into deep red blood, like a strange river of blood. Next to the lake, on a small hill formed by the corpses of demons, Yi Xiao sat quietly, skewering a piece of wild boar meat with a fruit knife and slowly roasting it with the flame of the golden flame eye. After a crazy fight, Yi Xiao's level has been raised to the 2nd level of extraordinary. Now he is more adept at killing monsters, and can even kill them with his eyes closed. Just do it. After tearing off the wild boar meat in a few bites, Yi Xiao suddenly jumped down from the pile of corpses. Then he walked deeper into the forest. A moment later, a tall figure arrived here. He looked at the pile of corpses and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Could he be the person that Master mentioned, the one who can help me achieve great success in the way of the sword? Xiao Hongchen stayed for a moment, then walked towards the direction where Yi Xiao disappeared. At this time, Yi Xiao had already reached the middle layer of the forest. Similarly, Zheng Hong also came to this location. There's a demon? Yi Xiao suddenly stopped and fixed his eyes. The next second, a black tiger suddenly jumped out from the grass nearby. Golden flame eyes, burn. Yi Xiao activated his golden flame pupil, and the black tiger was burned to ashes. Then a figure jumped out from the grass. Seeing the tiger turned into ashes, his eyes turned red. You're such a jerk, Yi Xiao. I didn't even look for you. How dare you come and steal my prey? Zheng Hong stared at Yi Xiao fiercely and slowly clenched his fists. He had long wanted to teach Yi Xiao a lesson, and now it seemed that there was no better opportunity than now. Whoever kills it owns it. Or did you give birth to this tiger? Why don't you make him call you Daddy? Yi Xiao glanced at Zheng Hong indifferently. In his eyes, this guy is just a fool with muscles in his head that will explode at any time. Zheng Hong was so angry that he jumped up and down. I've been burned to death by you. What the hell? You sharp-tongued fellow. But in this forest, no one can protect you. There was a crackling sound of bones breaking all over Zheng Hong's body. Yi Xiao, I will repay you double for the humiliation you inflicted on me. Zheng Hong roared angrily and rushed towards Yi Xiao with his fists clenched. At this moment, something strange happened. A figure jumped out from the bushes. It was Xiao Hongchen. There was a hint of panic on his cold face, which had never changed for thousands of years. Hurry! There's a powerful demon. As soon as the words fell, a deafening roar came from not far away. Hearing the terrifying roar, Yi Xiao's face changed. He activated his X-ray vision and saw a giant snake several tens of meters long swaying and rushing towards him a few hundred meters away. It must be at least the 5th level of the extraordinary level. Fuck you. You're such a jerk with a paralyzed face. Why would you mess with this ancestor for? No reason? Yi Xiao was frightened and ran away. Zheng Hong also hurried to follow. I won't fight anymore. Saving my life is the most important thing. What did you do? How did you provoke such a powerful demon? Zheng Hong cursed at Xiao Hongchen. I took a piece of sword heartgrass from his mouth. Xiao Hongchen said lightly. Just for a piece of sword heartgrass? Are you crazy about money, poor bastard? Zheng Hong's face was full of disbelief. A mere piece of sword heartgrass costs no more than 3,000 yuan on the market. It's only useful for sword cultivators. There's a 5% chance of increasing your comprehension of the sword, but the increase is still minimal. Of course not everyone is as rich and powerful as Uncle Zhang's family. If you had such resources, even a pig could fly to the sky. Why would you need to use the back door? Yi Xiao spoke jokingly. Yi Xiao. You. Zheng Hong was furious and his face turned red. Okay, stop arguing. He's coming after us. Xiao Hongchen spoke expressionlessly. He ignored Zhang Hong's ridicule from beginning to end, and his attention was all on the monster behind him. It's the golden feathered serpent, a top-tier demon among the fifth order extraordinary beings. Xiao Hongchen said in a calm voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hong's speed suddenly soared. Yi Xiao, you're right. I won't argue anymore, so I'll trouble you to block it for me. I'm leaving. First. Zheng Hong is a warrior, and he is stronger than Yi Xiao and the others in both physical strength and endurance. So he ran fast. He left Yi Xiao and the others far behind. Yi Xiao didn't say anything, but calmly took out his cell phone and took a picture of Zheng Hong running away frantically. Then he stopped. Hey, friend, are you interested in killing a 5th-level transcendental demon for fun? Xiao Hongchen glanced at him. That's exactly what I meant. Almost at the same time, the two of them rolled to the sides. Xiao Hongchen took out the iron sword from behind him, and Yi Xiao also took out a fruit knife. There was a violent tremor, and several tall trees were knocked aside. A giant snake more than 10 meters long and covered with golden patterns rushed out. Superior. Yi Xiao called out and directly activated the golden flame eye. A golden lotus blossomed from the giant snake's body. The level is too low. The damage cannot be covered to the entire body. Yi Xiao frowned. He is only at the 2nd level of the extraordinary level, and compared with the giant snake of the 5th level of the extraordinary level, the gap in strength is huge. Yi Xiao did not hesitate, launched a sword drawing slash, and appeared directly at the vital point of the giant snake. At this time, Xiao Hongchen also appeared at that location. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part, you know what I mean? Yi Xiao chuckled. Xiao Hongchen said nothing, and the two of them swung their weapons at the same time and chopped down fiercely. A crisp sound was heard. Yi Xiao's fruit knife broke. Damn, the quality is terrible. Yi Xiao complained, and at this time, Xiao Hongchen silently pulled out the sword that was stuck in the flesh of the giant snake. Handed it to Yi Xiao. You are very fast and your swordsmanship is sharp. You come and split his body open. Yi Xiao nodded. But at this moment, the golden feathered snake, feeling pain, swung its tail and swung towards the two of them. Golden flame eyes. Explode. Yi Xiao shouted coldly. The snake's tail exploded, leaving a bloody mess. Now. Yi Xiao mobilized the strength of all the muscles in his body, launched a ghostly attack, and slashed the giant snake's vital point with a sword like a ghost. The giant snake roared in pain, and a section of its body broke off. Then Yi Xiao swung his sword again and cut off the giant snake's head with one sword. The huge demon fell to the ground with a loud bang. It's a bit hard. Yi Xiao touched the sweat on his forehead. You are very strong. Xiao Hongchen took the iron sword from Yi Xiao's hand. Yi Xiao smiled but said nothing. Compared to someone who doesn't use his full strength, he's naturally stronger. Xiao Hongchen was stunned. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. That sword strike just now was enough to split the giant snake's body in two. You held back. Didn't you, Xiao Hongchen? Xiao Hongchen was silent for a moment and nodded. Yes, but how did you know that? Guess. It's always written like this in novels. Cold characters usually have a hidden hand. They test the protagonist's strength, either becoming a friend or an enemy. Do you think you are the protagonist? Otherwise. Yi Xiao curled his lips. The time traveler's halo, the system, and the gold medal driver in the previous life, when these elements are combined, isn't that the perfect template for the protagonist? So, do you want to be my friend or my enemy? Yi Xiao asked. Be friends. Because. Don't tell me yet. Let me guess. Someone like you, with your expressionless face, is a swordsman. You must live and die for the sword. Maybe you even have some kind of innate swordsmanship. Hey, do you think I can help you achieve great success in the way of the sword? Xiao Hongchen's expression changed completely. Besides being surprised, I was also a little shocked and a little puzzled. You. Is your profession a prophet? You're good at telling jokes, but don't tell them next time. Xiao Hongchen was silent. Do you really believe that I can help you achieve great success in swordsmanship? Believe. Why? My master would never lie to me. Your master? I understand. I guess your master said he would wait for you at Jinshin University? Xiao Hongchen. Your profession must be a prophet. Let's go and explore the deeper parts of the forest. I'm tired. Yi Xiao shook his head and walked towards the depths of the dense forest. At this moment, in the deepest part of the dense forest, a golden pupil suddenly opened. Then an atmosphere of tyranny filled the air. The golden pupils flickered for a moment and then returned to calm. Click. A 7 or 8 meter long poisonous frog turned into ice crystals and fell to the ground. Jiang Ro calmly broke off a piece of ice crystal from it. Snap. Applause was heard. Jiang Ro looked back and saw Yi Xiao and the other man walking out from the bushes. Amazing, awesome. Jiang Ro glanced at them indifferently without saying anything. Well, another ice cube. Yi Xiao was speechless. He nudged Xiao Hongchen beside him with his elbow. Do you want a girlfriend? I think ice cubes and facial paralysis are great. Xiao Hongqian shook his head. Why? Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. Let's go, I'm really tired. Jiang Ro was in front, and Yi Xiao and Xiao Hongqian followed her more than 10 meters. Behind. All three of them are super geniuses, and they can kill any monsters they encounter along the way in seconds. At this moment, the forest suddenly shook violently. That kind of fluctuation was definitely not something that could be produced by ordinary things. It was like an earthquake, shaking the earth and mountains. Countless trees fell down with a loud bang. Help! Help! Save me! In front of us, Zheng Hong was running towards us in a panic like a dog. Behind him, there was an extremely huge monster, which was countless times larger than the giant snake that Yi Xiao and his friends had just killed. It was a giant snake with white wings and golden flame-like patterns all over its body. It's so big. Like a small mountain. It is 100 meters long. Hey! What's going on, Dad? They're still in special training. Tang Yun, who was waiting outside the dense forest, answered the call from Tang Xingson. Hurry up and get them out of the forest. An anxious tone came from the other end of the phone. Why? Tang Yun frowned and asked back. Tang Xingsan's tone was too excited. I don't have time to explain too much to you. There are signs of the gods reviving in this forest. What did you say? Tang Yun's expression also changed drastically. At this moment, a loud bang was heard from the depths of the dense forest. Tang Yun saw the giant monster that was 100 meters tall. I saw it. Tang Yun put down his phone in a daze. No, I have to save them. Tang Yun leaped up from the trees, and his mental power carried him towards the giant snake. Yuner, calm down first. Listen to me. The god that has been revived this time is codenamed Quetzalcoatl, and he's a terrifying god. His power is the golden flames that erupt from his pupils. His destructive power is extremely powerful. That's right. It's an ability very similar to Yi Zhao's. So I think it must be Yi Zhao's pupil technique that attracted him here. Now the mayor of Zhengzhou and I are on the way. Delay as much as you can. The levels of gods are divided from weak to strong into dangerous level, horror level, nightmare level, purgatory level, disaster level, despair level, destruction level, and world destroying level. But even the lowest level dangerous gods are comparable to level 2 professionals. Level 1, Transcendence, Level 2, Transformation, Level 3, Manipulation, Level 4, Control. Level 5, Perfection, Level 6, Domain, Level 7, Natural Disaster, Level 8, Rules, Level 9. Authority. As a graduate of Jinshin University, Tang Yun possesses manipulator level strength. But gods can fight against opponents of higher levels. This terrifying Quetzalcoatl's strength is definitely far beyond that of ordinary manipulator level professionals. I understand. I will do my best to protect them. Tang Yun used telekinesis to drag himself and leap between the trees. Damn it. What the hell is this monster? It's totally on a different level than the previous one. Yi Xiao felt the terrifying aura from the other party and his face changed drastically. If I'm not mistaken, this particular wave of energy doesn't mean this guy is a demon. He's a god. Jiang Ro said with a serious expression. What? God. Me. What kind of luck am I? I encountered a god during training. Yi Zhao's face turned bitter. Run away. He turned and ran away. What a joke. A divine being, is this something a junior professional like him can block? Jiang Ro and the other person were also very self-aware and quickly followed Yi Xiao. Hey. Why are you running? Save me. I don't want to die. Only Zheng Hong was left standing in the distance, begging desperately. The Quetzalcoatl was very close to him. Bah. You were so cheerful when you weren't running just now. Yi Xiao said coldly. This is how fortune changes. Quetzalcoatl's narrow golden pupils stared at Yi Xiao closely. There was a wave in Yi Xiao's body that attracted him. The aura that comes from the same source as his ability. Quetzalcoatl lowered his head slightly and looked at Zheng Hong, who was closest to him, with disgust flashing in his eyes. Damn little reptile, get out of the way. The golden pupils were glowing, and a ball of fire fell from the sky, burning Zheng Hong into ashes. Not a single scream was heard. That kind of attack. Yi Xiao suddenly felt his eyes burning. The golden flame eye is actually moving? Ding. The golden flame eye meets the advancement requirements. Fusion with the twin pupils of Quetzalcoatl, advancing to the eternal burning sovereign flame eye, red. Rewarding the host with one opportunity to experience the eternal burning sovereign flame eye. A string of question marks appeared in Yi Zhao's mind. Okay. This is how we play, right? The eternal flame eyes of the Lord sound awesome, but isn't fusing the eyes of Quetzalcoatl harder than ascending to heaven? Get out of the way. The gods are about to attack. Jiang Ro's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xiao suddenly dodged to the side. A piece of land in front was completely evaporated by the golden flames. A huge deep pit more than 10 meters deep emerged. The three people's path was completely blocked. This is going to be trouble. Yi Xiao said with a wry smile. Just then, a voice was heard. Yi Xiao. Tang Yun's figure suddenly fell from the sky. Hurry up. The principal and the mayor are on their way. Tang Yun spoke out. I'll block it here. His black hair moved without wind, and an invisible wave blocked Quetzalcoatl like a wall. This is the power of a spiritualist? Yi Xiao activated the clone eye reflexively. In just a few seconds, he mastered some of the psychics methods. Telekinesis. It should be the same thing as my pupil power. You can give it a try. Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and his body began to float. Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongqian on the side looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Walk. Yi Xiao didn't explain much, and directly used his pupil power to drag the two of them towards the distance. When Quetzalcoatl saw Yi Xiao trying to escape, he let out a deafening roar. Between his pupils, terrifying golden flames gushed out, and a large area of space was evaporated into vapor. Tang Rou's mental power transformed into a wall to block it tightly. Out. She took out a small cloth bag from her body, and when she opened it, countless small silver swords flew out and hovered in the air. Go! The small sword broke through the air and shot towards Quetzalcoatl. On the other side, Yi Xiao and the other two fled wildly. However, because of Quetzalcoatl's wrath, all the demons in the dense forest were alarmed. The gods control the demons. This is trouble. Zhang Rou spoke. All the demons in the dense forest will come to intercept them. No need to bother. Just fight your way out. Yi Xiao grinned. Golden flames burned in his pupils. I'll lead the way, you guys follow. The golden flame pupils began to burn, and the dozen or so demons blocking the way ahead were directly burned into ashes. I'll help you. Zhang Rou also took action. Xiao Hongqian drew out the iron sword, and at this moment he seemed like a different person. The sword was struck with extreme sharpness. One move at a time. Fight your way out. Yi Xiao could feel that his eyes were nourished after killing the demon. In addition, there is another part of the power that is gathering into his body. After a while, Yi Xiao felt that the power of his golden flame pupil had increased again. His level has been raised to the 3rd level of extraordinary. Luckily, this place isn't in the deepest part of the jungle, otherwise if a demon above the 5th level appeared, I'd be in big trouble. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The three of them joined forces and seemed to have turned into a ruthless demon-killing machine. After pushing through all the way, there is not much distance left to get out of the dense forest. Snap. As expected of one of Jiangnan Middle School's 3 greatest talents this year. Their abilities are truly astonishing. At this time, a burst of applause came from a distance. A figure appeared from the darkness in front of Yi Xiao and the other two. The moment they saw him, Yi Xiao and the other two's expressions turned ugly. Teacher Gao, why is it you? The person who came was Zhang Hong's uncle, the principal of Jiangnan Middle School. Are you behind this? Teacher Gao, it was you who resurrected Quetzalcoatl. Zhang Rou asked coldly. But the other party just laughed. Now that things have come to this, do you still think I am your teacher, Gao? That's really disrespectful of me. He said coldly. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. No, he is not teacher Gao. It's a puppet. His profession should be a puppeteer. Yi Xiao's eyes of perspective allowed him to see through the special energy substances stuck on the other person's body at a glance. This is remote control. It seems that teacher Gao has already fallen into his hands and has been transformed into a puppet. Yi Xiao analyzed. Ha, so smart, worthy of being a super divine pupil master, really awesome. Instead of getting angry, the other party laughed and even clapped his hands at Yi Xiao, but it seemed full of sarcasm. Ha, I just love to hear nice things. Let me guess again. You are a member of the dark cult. Right? Yi Xiao sneered again. The snake man that the principal and his team caught earlier must be from the same place as you. The other party was silent for a moment. That's my brother. We are members of the divine order, and the divine we believe in is. His eyes looked towards the distant sky, at the flickering golden flames. Lord Quetzalcoatl. He pulled open his sleeves, revealing a soaring golden pattern. Now everything is clear. If the revival of the gods was accidental, then the emergence of the dark cult was inevitable. This training itself is an assassination attempt on Jiangnan Middle School and its most outstanding talents. It's revenge from the dark cult. You know, our principal and the mayor of Jiangzhou are already on their way here. Yi Xiao said calmly. Our principal is a 9th-level professional. Your gods can't stop him. As long as I can kill you, that's enough. The other party said calmly. So that's how it is. You can even sacrifice the things you believe in? Ha, with all this, you're still worthy of being called believers? Yi Xiao sneered. Boy, don't waste time here. It's meaningless. This is just one of my puppets. I won't feel sorry. Even if I abandon it here. The other party was not moved at all. My faith is gone, I can just replace it with another one. My brother is really gone. You killed my brother. No matter what, I will kill you. After saying that, he jumped out like a tiger and raised his hand to grab Yi Xiao's neck. Be careful. Teacher Gao is a martial artist like Zheng Hong. He has great physical strength. Zhang Rou hurriedly reminded him. Yi Xiao activated his pupil power and imitated Tang Yun to create an invisible wall in front of him. Then the golden flame eyes activated. The golden flame burned directly from the opponent's body. But it was useless. Relying on that terrifying body, he actually suppressed the golden flames. This puppet's physical strength is very strong. Your attack is still too weak. The other party sneered and reached out to Yi Xiao again. Xiao Hongqian flashed out from the side and suddenly drew his sword. His current state was very strange, his eyes were dull, as if he had lost consciousness, and he was swinging the sword only by instinct. The sword moves with your heart, truly amazing. In time, you might even become the second sword god of the human race. You absolutely cannot be allowed to stay here. A sinister look flashed in the other person's eyes. He raised his hand and slapped Xiao Hongqian's sword. Xiao Hongqian's iron sword was directly broken into 2 pieces, and his body flew backwards into the distance. Although this puppet has only a few combat methods, its physical strength alone is equivalent to that of an 8th level transcendent. The gap between me and the three of them is too big. Zhang Rou's ice control could only restrain it for a short time. Okay, you're forcing me to show off my power. Yi Xiao spoke in a cold voice. I didn't want to use this trick, but I'll break my vow today. Look here, let me teach you what a super divine eye master is. The golden flame pupils burst out, and Yi Xiao muttered silently in his heart. Eternally burning monarch flame eyes. Use in trial mode. Golden flames emerged from Yi Xiao's pupils, turning into patterns that intertwined in the air. And finally transformed into a golden robe woven from flames. Yi Xiao was born from the fire, his golden robe burning with flames. It is extremely domineering and seems indescribably expensive. Xiao Hongchen and Zhang Rou were stunned for a moment. This power is too strong. Yi Xiao was also quite shocked. The power of the eternal flame eyes was simply outrageous. He could feel an endless amount of pupil power flowing through his pupils. Although this purely offensive eye technique is not as practical as the copy eye, it is far superior. In terms of combat effectiveness, the game is over. Turn into ashes. In front of my pupil technique. The golden robe fluttered. Two flames suddenly burst into Yi Xiao's eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The golden flames from all directions directly enveloped the other party. And inside the puppet's body, a cluster of flames also began to burn. An attack that combines both internal and external forces. In addition, there is also flame transformation. The golden flames in the sky turned into swords, spears, swords, halberds and various weapons. In mid-air. Even though he was a warrior and had a strong body, he was covered with wounds under this terrifying attack. He half knelt on the ground and couldn't get up again. But at this moment, he actually let out a low laugh. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. Boy, I underestimated you. But don't forget. I'm just a puppet. A puppet without any sense of pain. Unless you can kill me. Completely with one strike. Otherwise, I still have the ability to fight again. Until my body is completely reduced to ashes. The other party actually stood up like this, unaware of the pain, and rushed towards Yi Xiao. Again tirelessly. Careful. Zhang Rou and the other person's expressions changed drastically. He can still stand up despite such injuries. They ignored the fact that he was a puppet. However, Yi Xiao sneered. He stood there, not moving an inch. Turn into ashes? Great. The third ability of my pupil technique is eternal burning. A flame that never goes out. As long as life continues, the flame will not go out. Clusters of golden flames burned from his body again, and his flesh and blood evaporated at an extremely fast speed. How is it possible? The flame that never goes out. How could there be such an outrageous ability in this world? Aren't you a pupil magician? He roared in disbelief. His hands gradually turned into ashes under the burning flames. Then the legs, body, and head turned into ashes one by one. Yes, I am a pupil master, but I am an all-powerful pupil master. Go with peace of mind. As soon as the words fell, only a pile of black ash was left on the ground. Yi Xiao took a deep breath. The experience mode ends here. Host, please quickly fuse the eyes of Quetzalcoatl to upgrade your pupil technique. I know, you talk too much nonsense. The blessing effect of the Yongran Zhenyantong dissipated, and Yi Xiao felt exhausted all over. And almost fell to the ground. Are you okay? Zhang Rou, who was standing by, hurried forward and helped him up. It's okay. It's okay. Yi Xiao stretched out his hand and waved. I felt like I bumped into something? Something soft? He squeezed it hard. Zhang Rou, who was standing by, let out a shy moan. Fuck. Yi Xiao suddenly withdrew his hand. Is this a breast attack? What kind of treatment is this for a novel protagonist? When I looked up, I saw Zhang Rou's flushed face. Yi Xiao touched his nose, looking a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Zhang Rou's shy expression only lasted for a moment before she returned to normal. Are you alright? At this time, a familiar voice was heard. Two figures fell from the sky. One of them is the principal of Jiangnan Middle School. There was another person Yi Xiao had seen on TV before. Mayor of Jiangzhou, Zhang Mian. Most importantly, he is Zhang Rou's father. Principal. Why are you here at this hour? I'm almost dying. When Yi Xiao saw Tang Qingsong arrive, he held his waist and complained. Tang Qingsong glared at him. I see you're still alive and kicking, you don't look dead at all. Yi Xiao chuckled. Principal, your special training almost killed us. You don't know how dangerous the situation was just now. If it weren't for teacher Tang Yun coming, we would have. Alright, I'll make it up to you guys later. Tang Qingsong said helplessly. Yi Xiao's calculations could be heard throughout the magic city. Anything? Yes. As long as it's not outrageous, anything is fine. That's good. Yi Xiao suddenly stood up, not looking weak at all. Are you okay, Rower? Jiangzhou Mayor Zhang Mian, who was standing nearby, also asked. He is the head of the Zhang family and also Zhang Rou's father. Zhang Rou shook her head. It's okay, luckily Yi Xiao is here. Zhang Mian looked at Yi Xiao deeply and nodded thoughtfully. Alright. Old Tang, stop wasting time here. Let's go help Xiao Yun first. She probably won't be able to hold on for much longer with this terrifying level deity. Good. When I come back, you can explain to us what happened. Tang Qingsong spoke to Yi Xiao and the other two. After saying that, he and Zhang Mian took off into the air together. Zhang Mian, like Zhang Rou, is an elementalist who controls the element of gold and is good at killing. Tang Qingsong is a summoner, which is also a super powerful profession. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Yi Xiao greeted the two of them. Not long after Yi Xiao and others left here, a shocking explosion was heard from deep in the forest. The three of them looked back and saw a giant Genjin man shaped like a Gundam roaring to the sky. There was also an extremely huge golden lion fighting with the Quetzalcoatl, and the scene was earth-shattering. What a horrible world. Yi Xiao felt a chill. In this dangerous world, if he didn't have strong power, he didn't know when he would die. The battle between Quetzalcoatl and the two big guys lasted for a long time. This forest was almost destroyed, and this battle also attracted the attention of many people in Jiangzhou City. This is a premeditated revenge. These guys from the Quetzalcoatl cult really don't know how to live or die. In the president's office of Jiangnan University, Tang Qingsong threw a stack of investigation records to the ground with anger on his face. He felt deeply scared. If he had gone any later, things would have been truly irreversible. Not only are his three rising stars of Jiangnan Middle School going to fall, but even his own precious daughter is going to be in danger. Dad, calm down. Tang Yun, standing aside, had a helpless look on her face. One of her arms was wrapped in gauze, and there were scratches on other parts of her body. Fortunately, the psychic master has a strong ability to delay. If it were a warrior of the same level, he would probably have been crushed to pieces by Quetzalcoatl. I can't calm down. Damn the Quetzalcoatl order. These traitors to humanity. What's the news from Zhangmian? No problem, Quetzalcoatl has been killed. We have already locked down the location of the Quetzalcoatl cult through the blood of the gods. They can't escape. That's good. Tang Qingsong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned his gaze to Yi Xiao and the other two sitting beside him. Kid, I checked it out. The guy who blocked your way is the leader of the Quetzalcoatl cult, a 7th level transformation puppeteer. I find it strange that he was controlling Teacher Gao, who is also a 3rd level transformation warrior. His physical strength alone is comparable to that of a transcendent 8th level. How did you kill him? As he spoke, Tang Qingsong recalled the black ashes he saw on the ground when they arrived. He looked at Yi Xiao deeply. Yi Xiao scratched his hair. Principal, when will you give me the compensation you promised? Tang Qingsong was silent. He knew Yi Xiao didn't want to say anything. Just thinking about compensation. Tell me, what do you want? Tang Qingsong didn't care. Who doesn't have some hidden cards these days? If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. I want a skill scroll. I want Bingpa Heart. I want the Eye of Quetzalcoatl. Tang Qingsong frowned. The first two are still normal, but what the hell is this thing that wants Quetzalcoatl's eye? What do you want that for? Decorate. You kid, if you don't want to tell the truth, just say it. Hey, principal, you said I can ask for anything I want. Is it really that difficult for me to ask for a pair of eyes? Okay, I'll send it to you later. Coming out of the principal's office, Yi Xiao saw what was being broadcast on the big screen on campus. Today, Mr. Tang Qingsong, the principal of Jiangnan Middle School, and Jiangmian Market have killed a god and uncovered the dark cult lurking in human society. Teacher Tang, do you want to continue the special training? At this time, Jiang Rou asked Tang Yun, who was wearing bandages. Tang Yun smiled and shook his head. No need for that. You are already strong enough to reach the 4th level of transcendence. On the way to the forest, she saw the corpses of many slain extraordinary 4th level demons. And even saw a hill of corpses. It was obvious that their talents and abilities were beyond her imagination. Especially Yi Xiao, no one can figure out the foundation of his strength now. These three little guys are many times more evil than I used to be. I think with your current abilities, getting into Jinshin University shouldn't be difficult. However, I hope you can achieve a good ranking in the special recruitment exam. If you can place in the top 3, Jinshin University will offer special rewards that are so rich you can hardly imagine. I remember that in my class, the top-ranked student in the special recruitment exam reached the level of a transformation level professional just 1 month after entering school. Now that he's graduated, he's formed his own God Hunter team called Black Sunday. I reckon his strength is almost reaching the perfect level. Tang Yun's face was full of emotion. Jiangzhou City is destined to be a small place. Only by going out can you see the vastness and breadth of the world. This world is full of many crises, but also many opportunities. The era of universal employment is a transformation and a disaster. We have lost too many compatriots. And too much land. If one day one of you can reach the pinnacle of professionalism, I hope you can take back the land and homes lost by humanity, and then drive all these abominations out of the blue planet. Tang Yun said seriously. After returning to the rental house, Yi Xiao changed his usual playful attitude and began to seriously review the battle situation. My current level is the 3rd level of the extraordinary. The power of the golden flame eye is enough to allow me to jump 2 levels in battle. Combined with the methods and swordsmanship of the spiritualist, I can kill the 6th level of the extraordinary. I wonder how strong I will be after fusing the eternal burning sovereign flame eye. Recalling the previous scene of using the eternal burning flame eye, Yi Xiao was extremely looking forward to it. It's so cool. A golden flame robe that increases defense. A golden flame attack that combines internal and external forces. There are also 2 characteristics, shapeshifting and eternal extinction. It can be said that in front of this Pupil technique, all fire-attributed elementalists in the extraordinary level will be beaten by Yi Xiao. Bite. Hello? Your delivery. There was the sound of a courier being delivered outside the door. Here I come. Yi Xiao's face became excited. It must be the eye of Quetzalcoatl sent by Tang Xingson. He walked towards the door and was about to open it. At this moment, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Something's wrong. Yi Xiao activated his X-ray vision. Sure enough, the person outside was not a courier at all. He immediately saw the golden snake tattoo under the other person's clothes. The remnants of the Quetzalcoatl cult. Yi Xiao took a step back. Just then, a huge explosion was heard. A terrible impact force rushed towards Yi Xiao through the door. Block it. He mobilized his mental power to condense a wall in front of him. Then his body retreated backwards. The remnants of the Quetzalcoatl cult. Yi Xiao said coldly. In the thick smoke, a figure suddenly pounced towards Yi Xiao. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. The Quetzalcoatl order is finished. The leader has given the order. You must be killed. The man in black robe rushed towards Yi Xiao from the billowing smoke. Superb level 6. Assassin. Feeling his profession, Yi Xiao's face was slightly surprised. No wonder he was able to escape from the encirclement. A pitch-black blade appeared in the opponent's hand, and he slashed towards Yi Xiao like a shadow. Golden flame eyes. Burn. One place was directly set on fire by Yi Xiao. But the opponent's speed was too fast, and it was difficult for Jin Yentong to lock his position in a short time. What the hell does your extermination have to do with me? Come to me for anything. Yi Xiao's face was full of depression. The other party said nothing, but swung the blade in his hand faster. I'm so annoyed. I can't even take a good rest. You bugs from the dark cult are really annoying. Yi Xiao was so angry at him. Hold on. He used his mental power to condense an invisible net in front of him. As soon as the opponent hit the net, Yi Xiao hurriedly controlled him firmly. Then, the golden flame burned. Burn it for me. The flame shot up into the sky and burned a big hole in the ceiling of the rental house. The other party was naturally burned to ashes. Looking at such a messy house, Yi Xiao smiled bitterly. This place is really uninhabitable now. Just then, another voice was heard. Your delivery. A figure stepped into the room. Damn it. It's never going to end, is it? Yi Xiao picked up the blade on the ground and slashed at the opponent with his backhand. Alas. The other party let out a scream of fear and quickly held the package in front of him. The package was cut open with a knife, revealing the exquisitely packed wooden box inside. Ah. Are you really a courier? The other person nodded with a look of fear. Ah, this. I'm sorry. Yi Xiao's face was full of embarrassment. Thank you. You've worked so hard. After the courier left, Yi Xiao picked up the wooden box on the ground and opened it. There were 2 golden gems inside, sparkling with strange patterns, which were indeed the eyes of Quetzalcoatl. I've got the stuff, but I've got nowhere to live. The landlord is going to kill me. Yi Xiao looked helpless. He took out his cell phone and called Tang Yun. What? The remnants of the cult? Okay, I'll be right there. Not long after, Tang Yun arrived at Yi Xiao's home. How did it become like this? Tang Yun looked at the ruined house in surprise. A 6th-level transcendent assassin, extremely good at dodging. It took a long time to kill him. Yi Xiao touched his head and sat down on the broken sofa. Little did he know that a storm had already begun to stir in Tang Yun's heart. Transcendent level 6? You killed him? Yi Xiao nodded casually. Oh, what a waste of my house. Teacher Tang, can you find me a place? A cheaper one would be fine. I don't have much money. Seeing that Tang Yun did not respond, Yi Xiao stretched out his hand and waved in front of Tang Yun. Oh. Tang Yun then realized that there was something wrong with the way he looked at Yi Xiao. It was as if he was looking at some national treasure. If I remember correctly, you are only at the 3rd level of Transcendent. Yi Xiao nodded calmly. Tang Yun took a breath of cold air. Anyone who can fight 1 level higher is already a genius, and anyone who can fight 2 levels higher is a genius among geniuses. People like Yi Xiao, who have jumped 3 levels, would be considered top students in Xunshin University. And this is probably not his full strength. Tang Yun even suspected that he had killed the extraordinary 8th level puppet alone. Tang Yun's eyes became extremely hot when he looked at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao couldn't help but tighten his clothes. Why do I feel so chilly? Yi Xiao, since your house is destroyed, you can stay at my place temporarily. Is it convenient? For a single man and a single woman? No problem, I'm not living alone anyway. Let's go now. See if there's any luggage you need to take with you. If the remnants of the dark cult target you again, you'll be in trouble. Stay with me and I can protect you closely. Close protection. This is not good. Yi Xiao glanced at Tang Yun's huge and surging weapon. What are you looking at? You little rascal. I'm your teacher. Tang Yun glared at him with shame and anger. With Tang Yun's help, Yi Xiao completed the compensation to the landlord. Following Tang Yun out of the rental house, the car circled the street and finally stopped in a luxurious villa area. You can stay here for the next few days. In front of Yi Xiao was a luxurious villa. It is 3 stories high and also comes with a private garden. So rich. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. He had never lived in a villa of this size, either in his past life or in this life. Teacher Tang, I need to go to the bathroom. Where is it? It's the 3rd room on the left after entering the door. Okay. Yi Xiao ran over excitedly. At this moment, Tang Yun was shocked. That's it. I forgot to tell him. As soon as he finished speaking, a scream that pierced the sky was heard coming from the villa. Then a flash of fire exploded directly through the house. Fuck! Teacher Tang, I've been attacked. Yi Xiao untied half of his belt and ran out of the villa in a hurry. Behind him followed a woman wrapped in a bath towel, holding a long sword and chasing him. With flaming eyes. The pair of weapons that could hold everything in their grasp trembled. Ru watching. Don't be impulsive. Tang Yun hurriedly stood in front of the woman. Yun, don't stop me. I'm going to kill this little scoundrel today. Bai Ruwatching stared at Yi Xiao with flaming eyes. She had been a virgin for more than 20 years, but today she was seen naked by this little hooligan. Teacher Tang, why didn't you tell me that someone was taking a shower in the bathroom? I was so scared. Yi Xiao hid behind Tang Yun and said helplessly. He had half of his pants taken off when the bathroom door suddenly opened and a naked, stunningly beautiful woman walked out. The beauty came out of the bath, like a lotus emerging from the water, and he was stunned for a moment. As a result, the other party reacted and threw a fireball without saying a word, almost killing him. Alright. Ru watching. I made a mistake. I apologize. Tang Yin tried to comfort Bai Ruwatching with a helpless look on his face, and the other party reluctantly gave up. It's cold outside. Don't run around in a towel. Put on some clothes. Bai Ruwatching glared at Yi Xiao fiercely, then twisted her waist and walked into the villa with a swaying step. Sorry. Yi Xiao, Ruwatching has been staying at my house recently. I forgot to tell you that she has the habit of taking a shower after getting up. Your room is on the second floor, and there is a separate toilet there. Tang Yun said apologetically. Yeah, Teacher Tang, your bestie has a bad temper. It's like she's eaten gunpowder. I guess no man will dare to marry her in the future. Yi Xiao said while shaking his head. Tang Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You little brat, you still have the time to worry about others? Don't worry, Ruwatching is a lady from a wealthy family, and her suitors can circle around Jiangnan Middle School. When they entered the villa, they saw Bai Ruwatching lying lazily on the sofa, with her legs crossed, watching TV, with potato chips and cola next to her. Yi Xiao glanced at Tang Yun, as if saying, Is this the lady you mentioned? Tang Yun coughed dryly. Ruwatching, let me introduce you. This is my student, Yi Xiao. He will be staying at my house for the next few days. He will then go to the provincial capital to take the special entrance exam for Jinshin University. This is Bai Ruwatching, from the provincial capital, my best friend and also my classmate. Bai Ruwatching was like a proud swan, with her neck raised, revealing her white collarbone. Well, the special recruitment exam for Jinshin University. This is not easy. Little brother, you are only at the 3rd level of transcendence now. It will be difficult to pass the special recruitment exam. Bai Ruwatching looked gloating. But if you call me sister and take good care of me these few days, I can secretly tell you the content of the special recruitment exam. A hint of cunning flashed in Bai Ruwatching's eyes. Yi Xiao glanced at him indifferently. Teacher Tang, I'm going upstairs to rest first. As he said that, he dragged his luggage upstairs. Wow. You're quite a gutsy kid. But guts alone won't get you through the special recruitment exam. Bai Ruwatching wanted to say something else. But Tang Yun was pulling her arm with an embarrassed look on his face. Okay, Ruwatching, stop talking. What's wrong, Yun? Bai Ruwatching looked at Tang Yun with confusion. Yi Xiao just killed a professional from the dark cult, a 6th level transcendent assassin. Bai Ruwatching was petrified. She pointed at Yi Xiao with surprise on her face. A 3rd level extraordinary person killed a 6th level one? What's your profession? Bai Ruwatching opened her mouth so wide that it seemed like a whole egg could be stuffed in. Look out. Yi Xiao replied indifferently and walked up the stairs. What the hell is a lookout? Which lookout can fight above level 3? Yun, tell me, where did you find this little monster? Bai Ruwatching grabbed Tang Yun's arm and spoke excitedly. Here's what happened. After returning to the room and putting away his luggage, Yi Xiao took out the eyes of Quetzalcoatl. Ding. Quetzalcoatl size detected. Golden flame eyes meet the upgrade requirements. Upgrade to eternal flame eyes. Upgrade. Yi Xiao spoke lightly. The next second, the 2 golden gems shattered into starlight all over the sky and directly penetrated into Yi Xiao's eyes. Yi Xiao suddenly felt as if magma was surging in his eyes. A strong burning sensation came. An uncontrollable terrifying force was emerging. The air around them made a crackling sound as if it was ignited. Strange, why did the villa suddenly become hot? Tang Yun downstairs looked confused. Such a strong fire element. My coke is about to boil. Bai Ruwatching was also shocked. The smell is coming from upstairs. It must be that rascal. The two looked at each other, then rushed to the 2nd floor at the same time. In the room. Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. I saw 2 red lotus flowers constantly spinning in that pair of dazzling golden pupils. Like a pair of divine pupils. How terrifying. I feel like my strength has improved significantly. After the advancement, the eternal flame eye of the Lord turned into area damage. As long as he activated the eye technique, he could turn an area into a sea of fire. As expected of a red level pupil technique, it's ridiculously powerful. Yi Xiao's face was full of joy. Just then, the door was kicked open. Tang Yun and Bai Ruwatching rushed in together. But after a while, their faces flushed again and they turned away. What's wrong, Teacher Tang? Yi Xiao was completely confused. Yi Xiao, put on your clothes first. Tang Yun said shyly. Bah! You filthy scoundrel. By rewatching also cursed. Yi Xiao was completely confused. He looked down reflexively. Oh my god, my clothes were burned. A strange smile appeared on Yi Xiao's face, and he slowly took out his underwear and put it on. While speaking slowly. Sisters, I'm in my room. It's okay for me to be naked, right? But you're breaking into my room without my permission. You're damaging my innocence. Both of their faces darkened. This little devil. He is deliberately seeking revenge. Yi Xiao, are you dressed? Tang Yun asked anxiously. No. I can't find my underwear. Let me look for it. It seems to be here. As he spoke, Yi Xiao gradually approached the two of them. You rascal. Don't come over here. By rewatching felt as if a thorn was on her back and couldn't help screaming. I'm not interested in you. You're talking like a gun. Yi Xiao curled his lips. I've already put it on. The two of them turned around, and by rewatching looked at Yi Xiao with gritted teeth. Yi Xiao, what on earth just happened? Why is there such a strong fluctuation of the fire element? Tang Yun asked seriously. Nothing, I just accidentally evolved my pupil technique a bit. Yi Xiao curled his lips. A careless. Evolved a bit. Tang Yun froze in place. How do you feel? He seems to be in Versailles? Yun. I finally see it. You're not only a little rascal, but also a show-off. By rewatching said bitterly. Are you showing off already? Isn't it just about advancing abilities? No way, there won't be someone whose abilities can't be advanced. Yi Xiao spoke in a sarcastic tone. By rewatching was so angry that she almost bit her back teeth to pieces. It was because her level and ability had reached a bottleneck during this period and she had been unable to break through that she traveled thousands of miles from the provincial capital to Jiangzhou City to relax and look for an opportunity for a breakthrough. Tang Yun touched his forehead and felt helpless. The relationship between Yi Xiao and By rewatching probably won't ease. Just then, he received a call. Yun, bring Yi Xiao to school. Tang Xingsan's low voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, okay. Tang Yun nodded, a hint of doubt flashed across his face. Tang Xingsan's tone seemed a little strange. Rewatching, Yi Xiao and I have to go to school for something, so you stay home. I know. Go ahead. By rewatching waved her hands impatiently. It's better not to bring this little rascal back. The two left the villa, and Tang Yun drove all the way to Jiangnan Middle School. As soon as I walked into the principal's office, I saw Tang Xingsong sitting at the desk with a serious face. Xiao Hongchen and Zhang Ro were also there. Hey. They're all here. Yi Xiao spoke with a smile. With a crisp sound, a middle-aged man in a suit slammed the table and stood up. Are you Yi Xiao? He stared at Yi Xiao coldly and asked. Yes, who are you? My name is Zhang Gang, Zhang Hong's father. I'm asking you, Yi Xiao, during the special training. Did you abandon my son and run away by yourself? You were classmates. Yet, you left him to run for his life in a critical moment. You're not worthy of being a student. You killed Honger, did you know that? He should have had a bright future. Zhang Gang yelled angrily. All right. Tang Xingsong's majestic voice sounded. Mr. Zhang, don't jump to conclusions before the matter is thoroughly investigated. Principal Tang. My son is dead. And my brother-in-law too. Shouldn't Jiangnan Middle School bear full responsibility for this matter? Zhang Gang continued. But you have no evidence to prove that Yi Xiao abandoned Zhang Hong and escaped alone. How can there be no evidence? Zhang Hong told me a long time ago that Yi Xiao stole his chance. Why wasn't Zhang Hong among the three of them who escaped together? They must have abandoned Zhang Hong on purpose. Ask him yourself. Tang Xingsong sighed. Yi Xiao, is this true? Yi Xiao nodded calmly. Tang Xingsong's expression changed slightly. Tang Yun on the side also looked at him in surprise. Look at this. Principal Tang. This is the quality of your students. What else do you have to say? After getting the confirmation, Zhang Gang became even more confident. However, Yi Xiao seemed very calm. Before that, everyone, take a look at this. As he spoke, Yi Xiao handed the phone to Tang Xingsong. In the picture, a figure is fleeing in panic towards the distance, and looking back frequently. When we encountered the fifth-order extraordinary golden-feathered snake, Zhang Hong abandoned Xiao Hongchen and me and ran away. Yi Xiao said calmly. I can testify that this is true. Xiao Hongchen also spoke. Just the fifth-order transcendent golden-feathered snake scared Zhang Hong so much he was at a loss for words, but in the end, Xiao Hongchen and I killed it. At that time, the one chasing Zhang Hong was the powerful Quetzalcoatl. Facing a being of that level, what else could we do except run away? Should we turn around and confront it head on? Yi Xiao looked straight at Zhang Gang and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Is it Quetzalcoatl that is chasing Zhang Hong? Tang Xingsong frowned. Yi Xiao nodded. I can testify to this, I was there at the time. Zhang Ro also spoke. Tang Xingsong's expression softened. Did you hear that, Mr. Zhang? It was your son who abandoned his teammates first. A mere fifth-order demon was enough to scare your timid son away, and now facing a divine being. You're asking our students to rescue him? You can't be so hypocritical. Or do you want all the hopes of Jiangnan Middle School to perish in the snake's belly? Tang Xingsong slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Mr. Zhang, this is how people behave. Tang Xingsong's powerful aura was so majestic that Zhang Gang was shocked and speechless. Me. Tang Qingsong waved his hand. I'm very sad about Zhang Han's death, but this incident has nothing to do with Yi Xiao. You must apologize to him. You've wronged our students. Tang Qingsong's voice was resounding and full of unquestionable decisiveness. Zhang Gang's expression changed, and after a while he spoke reluctantly. I apologize, classmate Yi, I wronged you. He lowered his head, but his pupils were filled with deep resentment. Why should he apologize? He's also a victim. His son died. Look up. Yi Xiao's voice rang out. Zhang Gang looked up reflexively when he heard that. But he was met with a pair of golden eyes, which were as awe-inspiring as the eyes of a god. And there were 2 red lotuses spinning in the pupils. You may not be aware of the whole story. He joined the special training through a back door. And even tried to attack me during the training. He also abandoned his teammates. Therefore, his death was his own fault. Do you understand? The red lotus in Yi Xiao's eyes suddenly began to spin, and a terrifying force pressed on Zhang Gang's nerves. He was so scared that he trembled all over. I understand. I understand. Zhang Gang kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He had never seen such terrifying eyes. I understand. I understand. He staggered out of the office, still muttering in a panic all the way. A clown. Yi Xiao snorted coldly. Zhang Hong's ability is due to his uncle. His father is just an ordinary businessman who is not presentable. Alright, it's just a small incident. Don't let it ruin your mood. Go back and rest. The special recruitment exam will begin soon. Tang Qingsong waved his hand and said lightly. It was just a small incident, and the next few days passed quickly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for collecting the 10 pupil techniques. They can be fused. Yi Xiao successfully signed up for 10 more pupil techniques. It is worth mentioning that the quality is much higher than the first time. There are actually 4 types of green pupil techniques. There's even a blue pupil technique. Laser pupil. But it's useless. The killing power is far less than that of Yongren Junyantong. For Yi Xiao, only pupil techniques above purple can help him now. The time it takes for the pupil technique to merge is very quick and it passes in a flash. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the martial spirit pupil, purple. Wu Lingtong, the host's physical strength increases 5-fold. Melee combat ability increases by 200%. Yi Xiao was stunned. Are they going to train him to be a battle mage? Fusion. Yi Xiao's mind moved, and Wu Lingtong immediately merged with his own pupil. Suddenly, Yi Xiao felt a powerful force flowing from his pupils to every part of his body. A powerful force spread throughout his body. Yi Xiao punched out, creating a deep hole in the ground. This power. Ordinary 3rd or 4th level warriors can't beat me. Yi Xiao once again picked up a kitchen knife and launched a ghost knife flash attack. A huge rock that was 3 people tall was split in half by his sword. Wow. Now I am at the 6th level of the Transcendent. I am at the 7th level of the Transcendent. I am at the 8th level of the Transcendent. I am at the 9th level of the Transcendent. I've got the top spot in Jinshin University's special recruitment this time. A hint of confidence flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Invincible in both close combat and ranged attacks. He made up for the biggest weakness of the Pupil Magician. Ding. The Martial Spiritual Eye triggers the evolution path. Martial Spiritual Eye, purple. Martial God Eye, orange. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, gold. Yi Xiao was extremely shocked. It can even be advanced. The highest level is the legendary martial arts Heavenly Eye. Isn't this the most powerful skill of the warrior profession? System, your pupil master is just a gimmick. You want to train me to be an almighty king? Yi Xiao complained. The system actually replied to him after a long time. A high-end pupil magician should be a hexagonal warrior. Yi Xiao, we're ready to go. Have you prepared your things? At this time, Tang Yin pushed the door open and walked in. Yi Xiao nodded. Hey. Why do I feel like you're a little different? Tang Yin looked at Yi Xiao in surprise. What's different? Yi Xiao chuckled and asked back. Do you think you've become more handsome? Tang Yin shook his head. I can't say. Teacher Tang, it's just your illusion. Really? Hey, Yi Xiao, don't call me Teacher Tang anymore, just call me Sister Yun. Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Sister Yun. Tang Yin smiled with relief. After leaving the villa, Tang Yin took him to Jiangnan Middle School. There are special cars to pick you up, and you can go to the provincial capital via the official road built by Daxia. Ha. You didn't expect that. I'm here too. I'm going with you. As soon as he arrived at Jiangnan Middle School, Yi Xiao saw Bai Ruoqing dragging a pink suitcase and greeting him. Yi Xiao curled his lips. Bad luck. What did you say? Bai Ruoqing's originally sweet smile instantly turned into an angry little tiger. Yi Xiao. You're so unlovable. Be careful you won't find a girlfriend when you go to college. Yi Xiao curled his lips in disdain. He glanced at Xiao Hongchen and then spoke seriously. Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. You're a pupil magician. Why are you drawing a sword? Yi Xiao chuckled. I don't understand. She doesn't understand. I'm a high-end pupil magician. Maybe I'll learn swordsmanship someday. Alright. Yi Xiao, stop talking nonsense. I won't be accompanying you to the provincial capital. This time. Ruoqing will go back with you. Tang Yun walked over with enchanting steps. Let me remind you first that the special recruitment exam at Jinshin Middle School has a relatively high degree of freedom, so you must cooperate well. Among them, Jiang Ro is an elementalist, and you are a pupil master. You both have long range attack professions. Hong Chen is a swordsman, responsible for protecting you closely. Yi Xiao, I want to warn you not to rely on your powerful pupil technique and rush too far ahead. If you encounter close combat warriors, sword cultivators, or knife masters, you will be in trouble. Do you understand? Yi Xiao nodded. Xiao Hongchen looked at him strangely. Is the pupil magician a long-range attacker? You know, during the special training in the forest, the tricky strike by Yi Xiao when he used his sword to kill the golden-feathered snake was not inferior to any other sword cultivator or swordsman. Thank you, Sister Yun, for the reminder. Yi Xiao smiled. At this time, Principal Tang Qingson came over. Ha ha ha, the day has finally arrived. Are you nervous? He asked the three of them with a smile. Yi Xiao curled his lips. Xiao Hongchen silently wiped the iron sword in his hand. Jiang Ro stroked her hair. Seeing no one answered, Tang Qingson coughed awkwardly. Yi Xiao, you three are the best students at Jiangnan Middle School. I have absolute confidence in you. You will definitely be admitted to Jinshin University. By the way, the junior students have prepared some blessings for you before the exam. Tang Qingson turned around and pointed. I saw a banner floating down from the sky above the teaching building. Special recruitment will win. Jiangnan is magnificent. So, do you have anything to say to your fellow students? Tang Qingson asked with a smile. Keep a calm mind, study hard, and then you'll find that as long as you awaken to a non-combat profession, you'll have a good chance of getting a job as a factory screwdriver. Yi Xiao spoke calmly. Tang Qingson was stunned. The students in the first and second year of high school were also dumbfounded. That's a good point, don't say it next time. Tang Qingson said with a dark face. The special car took the three of them and by watching away together. Tang Qingson looked at the special car gradually disappearing from his sight, feeling extremely tired. Yun. This class of students is hard to lead, he said quietly. Especially Yi Xiao, he is so mean. Tang Yun was silent. Compared with Yi Xiao, she was just a good kid when she was an energetic student. The school bus carried the three people away. After going up the official road, the road became wider and the rows of tall buildings disappeared. Instead, there were patches of desolate wasteland. Yi Xiao even saw a group of demons running rampant in the wasteland. These wastelands are lands that were once lost to humanity. Now they have completely become a paradise for demons. Bai Ruoqing looked at everything outside the car and said quietly. If a powerful 8th level formation master hadn't built official roads between the cities, human transportation would have been completely destroyed. After hearing Bai Ruoqing's words, Yi Xiao also activated his X-ray vision. Sure enough, he could see strong energy fluctuations above the official road, as well as golden lines spread across the void. A great catastrophe has ushered in a new era, but where will humanity's fate lie in this era? In recent years, demons have become increasingly rampant, many powerful gods have gradually revived, and humanity's demand for powerful professionals is also increasing. This has also led to many students from Jinshin Middle School heading off to the wasteland to hunt demons in their senior year. You are the hope of humanity's future, so you must grow up quickly. Bai Ruoqing spoke seriously, which was rare. She looked at the three of them, especially Yi Xiao. I wonder if her words can make Yi Xiao feel a certain sense of crisis. It's not good to be so careless all the time. Don't worry, humans will be safe. Yi Xiao said lightly while chewing gum. He looked up at the sky, golden lines interweaving in his pupils. In such an era, people are always needed to end it. Isn't it? The special car drove smoothly on the official road. Bai Ruoqing held her chin and looked out the window. You have to pay attention, this exam is not easy. There are only 30 places in a province. In previous years, a 4th level transcendent would have been enough, but now, it's still very difficult to get a 4th level transcendent. The image of that arrogant girl appeared in Bai Ruoqing's mind. Yi Xiao, if possible, I would like to ask you to do me a favor. Hey! Miss Bai also needs my help with something? Yi Xiao teased. This time, Bai Ruoqing did not retort to him. Well, if you can meet someone named Bai Ruoyu in the special recruitment, I hope you can teach her a lesson. That's interesting, Bai Ruoyu. Judging from the name, is she your sister? Bai Ruoqing nodded. Oh. I've seen Sister Bodhisattva, but I've never seen Sister Yama. Bai Ruoqing, you're so mean. Yi Xiao sighed. I couldn't help but mourn for Bai Ruoyu, whom I had never met. She was so pitiful that even her own sister was targeting her. Bai Ruoyu. If I'm not mistaken, is this the genius girl from the provincial capital who is said to be rare once in a century? Jiang Ro, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. I heard that she awakened the dual professions of summoner and magician. Bai Ruoqing nodded helplessly. Yes. Ruoyu is my biological sister. She has been arrogant since she was a child. Now that she has awakened her dual professions, she has become even more arrogant. She has become so arrogant that she doesn't even take her peers seriously. I'm afraid that this mentality will cause her great harm in the future. Bai Ruoyu's life has been too smooth. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a little princess who was held in the hands for fear of dropping her and held in the mouth for fear of melting her. Everything has been smooth sailing without any setbacks, which has also cultivated her arrogant character. Afterwards, she awakened dual professions and was called a rare genius girl in a century. Even Jinshin University made an exception and gave her a direct admission quota. This made her even more proud. Ruoyu didn't need to participate in this special recruitment. Jinshin University has already given out direct recruitment quotas, but she insisted on participating. In her words, she wanted to see the level of her future classmates. She even wanted to choose them herself. When these words were spoken, the three of them were a little shocked. Could it be that she wants to choose the 30 candidates herself? Zhang Ro looked surprised. Ah, this is really interesting. By rewatching, your sister's personality is even worse than yours. I don't know why, but I already want to give her a good beating before I even meet her. I'll take your commission. I'll beat her so hard her mother won't even recognize her. Yi Xiao rubbed his fists and said viciously. This is not necessary. By rewatching's face darkened. Also, Yi Xiao, Ruoyu can easily deal with multiple Transcendent Level 6 professionals when she is at the Transcendent Level 3. She can even try to fight against those at the Level 7. You must be careful and don't underestimate the enemy. In Bai Ruoqing's heart, she still prefers Bai Ruoyu. Because she had seen Bai Ruoyu's fighting power with her own eyes. With the summoned beasts in magic, one person is like a team, which can be called a cheating fighting method. As for Yi Xiao, she had only heard of his battle record from Tangyun and did not know much about Yi Xiao's true strength. Don't worry, I just love teaching Pu Xinnu a lesson. Yi Xiao made an okay gesture. Bai Ruoqing was speechless. It's the same thing, no one should blame anyone else, you are also an ordinary man. The straight line distance of the official road is relatively short, and they arrived at the provincial capital 3 hours later. You can stay at my house today, and we can go to the exam together tomorrow. Bai Ruoqing said with a smile. The three nodded. The special car drove towards the Bai family. The Bai family is also a big family in the provincial capital. Bai Ruoqing's father, Bai Xianqing, is a 6th level gunner. I told you, I'm allergic to peanuts. What's the difference between peanut butter and peanuts? Steak has to be medium rare. Does yours meet that standard? I don't eat onions. Pick out every onion from this bowl of wontons. Strawberry? I don't want strawberry seeds, help me pick them out. Now I'm going to take a bath. The water is 40 degrees, not even 1 degree higher. And with the roses I picked this morning. Before entering the villa, Yi Xiao and others heard a high-handed and crisp voice. Bai Ruoqing sighed. She's being naughty again. Ruoyu isn't usually like this. Bai Ruoqing spread her hands and explained to Yi Xiao and the other two. What a good young lady. Yi Xiao sneered. As an orphan without parents, he couldn't stand these rich kids with princess syndrome. Zhang Ro also comes from a wealthy family, but I have never seen her develop such bad habits. Come on, let's go in first. Bai Ruoqing sighed and took Yi Xiao and the other two into the villa. As soon as I saw it, I saw a figure looking arrogant towards a group of servants. The other person was wearing a white long dress, and her face was so delicate that it seemed as if it was carved by God's hand. Her soft black hair fell naturally, exuding a black luster. She was holding a kitten in her arms and yawning lazily. Flat-chested, Sundara, 1.5 meters tall. As soon as Yi Xiao saw her, he slapped a few tags on her. Ruoyu, stop throwing a tantrum. You have an exam tomorrow. Eat early and go to bed. Bai Ruoqing walked forward helplessly and gave instructions to Bai Ruoyu. Ah. Sister. You're back. As soon as Bai Ruoyu saw Bai Ruoqing, a sweet smile appeared on her annoyed face. Well, I'm back. Let me introduce you. These are the people from Zhengzhou City who participated in. But before Bai Ruoqing could finish, Bai Ruoyu interrupted her and spoke in a coquettish manner. Sister, we haven't taken a bath together for a long time. Let's do it tonight. He never even looked at Ji Xiao and the other two during the whole process. Ruoyu, listen to me obediently. These three are students of your sister Tangyun. They will take the special recruitment exam with you tomorrow. You can get to know them. Bai Ruoyu turned around reluctantly, but her gaze towards Ji Xiao and the other two was still filled with condescending arrogance. I see. You're asking me to help you pass the exam? No problem. All you have to do tomorrow is follow me around and serve me tea and water. Oh. And hold an umbrella for me too. I guarantee you'll all pass the special recruitment. Bai Ruoyu said arrogantly. Even the usually indifferent Xiao Hongqian frowned at the tone. Zhang Ro was even worse. She also came from a wealthy family and had been the center of attention since she was a child. If it weren't for Bai Ruoqing's sake, she would have slammed the door and left. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Yi Zhao's harsh sneer sounded in the hall. Little sister, how old are you this year? Have you fully developed yet? Why do you always speak like an adult? After saying that, Yi Zhao's gaze fell on Bai Ruoyu's chest. If Bai Ruoqing is all embracing, Bai Ruoyu is flat and simple, the two form a sharp contrast. You. What did you say? You lecher. Noticing Yi Zhao's gaze, Bai Ruoyu hugged the cat tighter, her face flushed as she cursed shrilly. Sister, where on earth did you find someone like this? How rude. Rude. I laughed. Is there anyone more rude than you? How can you look down on people with your nose when you're only 1.5 meters tall? Yi Xiao said sarcastically. Zhang Ro, who was standing aside, was watching the show leisurely with her arms crossed. Xiao Hongqian stroked his nose, looking like he was enjoying the show. Bai Ruoyu was so angry at the attitude of the three people that she trembled all over. Ali. Bite him to death. She patted the black cat's head with her little hand, and the black cat reluctantly made a lazy cry. Then he shot out like a sharp arrow. His whole body was emitting a dark black light, and he raised his claws to strike Yi Xiao. Only then did Yi Xiao and the others discover that the black cat had 3 tails. This is Nine-tailed civet cat? A look of surprise appeared on Zhang Rou's face. The nine-tailed spirit cat is a high-level summoned beast. An adult nine-tailed spirit cat is comparable to a control-level professional. Yi Xiao, be careful. Zhang Rou hurriedly reminded him. The summoned beasts have strong melee capabilities. Interesting. Yi Xiao looked at the nine-tailed spirit cat pouncing towards him without changing his expression. Wuling Tong, activate. He murmured softly. Physical strength soared 5-fold. Melee lethality increased by 200%. Yi Xiao casually pulled out the iron sword from Xiao Hongchen's back. Draw your sword. Cut. A sword, like a meteor in lightning, chopped off the head of the nine-tailed spirit cat. The civet cat was chopped off by his sword and flew more than 10 meters away. It hit the dining table in the villa hard and its breath suddenly weakened. Ali. Bai Ruoyu let out a cry of distress. He trotted over and picked up the civet cat. You're going too far. Why did you hurt it? She glared at Yi Xiao with flaming eyes. Why, it's only allowed to attack me, but I can't hurt it. Not killing it is already giving Bai Ru watching face. Yi Xiao said coldly. You. Bai Ruoyu was so angry that she couldn't utter a word. I will be the first one to eliminate you from this special recruitment exam. She pointed at Yi Xiao and the other two and said angrily. Haha, interesting. Is this a declaration of war? If so, I accept it. Yi Xiao sneered. Bai Ru watching, I'm leaving first. As for your sister, hee, if she doesn't change her bad temper, she'll be beaten to death one day. After saying that, he turned and left. Bai Ru watching was silent. Although Yi Xiao's words were unpleasant to hear, they were not wrong. With Bai Ruoyu's personality, it would be really easy for something to get into trouble in the future. Wait a moment. Bai Ruoyu suddenly spoke. Your name is Yi Xiao, right? I'll remember you. During the exam tomorrow, I'll make you regret offending me, Bai Ruoyu. The girl spread her legs, put one hand on her waist, pointed at Yi Xiao and shouted coldly. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed, and then he let out a scornful laugh. She's just a little girl whose hair hasn't even grown out yet. Bai Ruoyu's face turned red instantly. At that moment, she felt her body go cold, as if she was standing naked in front of Yi Xiao without any clothes on. Alas! She quickly covered her body, and the feeling subsided. Ruoyu, you shouldn't be so willful. After Yi Xiao and the other two left, Bai Ruoching spoke with a wry smile. Yi Xiao is an excellent pupil magician with great abilities. He can kill a 6th-level transcendent dark cultist at the 3rd level. You should make friends with him. When I was at the 3rd level of transcendent, I was 100 times stronger than him. Bai Ruoyu curled her lips. Sister, please stop talking. I can't stand the fact that he dared to hurt Ali. I'm going to teach him a lesson during the special recruitment exam tomorrow. Bai Ruoyu said firmly. After leaving the villa, Yi Xiao and his friends originally planned to find a hotel for themselves. However, they learned halfway that Bai Ruoching had already booked a hotel for them and apologized to Yi Xiao and others. After checking into the hotel, the night passed quickly without any conversation. The next day, it was dawn and the sun was shining on us. Sign in. Ding. The host successfully signed in to glaucoma, white. I remember it seemed to be an eye disease? System, host, you are mistaken. This is white pupil technique, glaucoma, the effect is night vision. After breakfast, when we came out of the hotel, Bai Ruoching's car was already parked outside. Snort. Bai Ruoyu, who was 1.5 meters tall, was also there, still holding the black cat. She snorted coldly and gave Yi Xiao a slap on the back of his head. The nine-tailed civet cat looked at Yi Xiao with a hint of fear in its eyes. Yi Xiao and the other two got in the car and rushed towards the examination room. The examination venue was in the largest square in the provincial capital, where they would be teleported to the wilderness by a powerful magician. That's right, the assessment location is the wilderness occupied by demons. The powerful professionals among humans have taken action, cordoned off an area in the wilderness, and expelled all the demons above the extraordinary level. This assessment is very simple. You will hunt demons in the wilderness. The scorers in your hands will tally the points you get for killing demons. Those below the 3rd level of Transcendent will not be counted. Starting from the 3rd level, the score is 5 points, 10 points, and so on. The final result will be the 30 people with the highest scores. In the square, a middle-aged man in a suit who looked extremely serious spoke to a group of students taking the exam. He is a gold medal tutor at Jinshin University, with level 6, domain level strength. Now, all students taking the test, enter the teleportation formation. He raised his hand and pointed at a huge magic circle not far away. A group of students walked into the magic circle one after another. Yi Xiao saw Bai Ruoyu in the crowd, and she made a beheading gesture towards him. Yi Xiao sneered. Once they get to the wilderness, this arrogant girl will be at his mercy. There are more than 300 people taking the exam this time, but Jinshin University will only recruit 30 people. The 15 provinces of Daxia have specially recruited 450 students. The remaining places will be decided from the college entrance examination. A group of students rushed into the teleportation formation. What is strange is that Bai Ruoyu has been surrounded by 29 young people with outstanding talents and extraordinary bearing. These are my personal guards, who I personally selected. They will all pass this special recruitment. Yi Xiao. Stop wasting your time, you three. There's no place for you. If you don't want to be Hunted in the wilderness, apologize to me now while I'm in a good mood. I have to say, Miss Bairuoyu, I was wrong. I, Yishao, am a despicable person, worse than pigs. And dogs. I am willing to be your slave and serve you tea and water. The corners of Yi Zhao's mouth twitched. Little sister, you are far inferior to your sister. Your broad mind has no room for others. Yi Zhao spread his hands and teased. You. Yi Zhao. You're done. I can never stand with you. Bairuoyu was so angry that he cursed loudly and walked directly into the formation without looking back. Let's go, we've reserved the top 3 for this special recruitment. Yi Zhao turned around and said to the 2 of them, then entered the formation. After entering the formation, the scene in front of me changed. When I came to my senses, I found myself in a red world. There was red soil everywhere, and the air was filled with an uncomfortable evil spirit. This place was once the soil where humans lived. Countless people have lived on this land, leaving behind their beautiful memories and endless laughter. Yi Zhao squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. A tingling sensation came from his skin. The soil in this land had long been unsuitable for human survival and was full of corrosiveness. Yi Zhao, the demon has appeared. At this time, Xiao Hongqian spoke up to remind. Yi Zhao stood up and looked up, only to see a group of humanoid creatures resembling zombies walking towards him. Yi Zhao activated the identification eye. Corpse, Transcendent Level 3. After a human dies, their body decays and turns into a rotten corpse. Their resentment lingers here for years. Oh, bury him. Golden flames ignited in Yi Zhao's eyes. Golden lotuses bloomed all over the sky in the void. In the blink of an eye, the corpses danced in the flames and then turned into ashes. The number on Yi Zhao's scoreboard soared. Let's move on. We only have 2 goals for this assessment, to get into the top 3 and then teach that arrogant little girl a lesson. Yi Zhao rubbed his eyebrows and said, open your eyes of perception. Each area is filled with colorful colors. Green means no danger. Red is high risk. Yi Zhao led the 2 of them directly towards the red area. The other side. Listen up. Your goal is to prevent Yi Zhao and the other 2 from passing this special recruitment exam. If you encounter them, notify me immediately. Got it? Bairuoyu stood on a big tree, with her hands on her hips, and gave orders to the people below. Yes. Several people shouted eagerly. Okay. Now let's get some points. Bairuoyu was seen writing and drawing in the air with one hand. Then a rune was attached to the tree. With my magic, all the monsters will run over here obediently. There's no need to deliberately look for monsters. It's so easy. Under the blessing of her magic, the tree was like a fragrant cake, continuously emitting fragrance in all directions. Attract countless demons and monsters, and then kill them together as a group. If they do this a few more times, their scores will be far ahead of others. The earth shook with a loud bang. Bairuoyu's move really worked. All kinds of demons from the sky, on the ground, and even underground rushed towards her. Summoning. Come out. Da hey. A summoning circle appeared, and then an extremely huge arm stretched out from the circle. The arm fell down like a mountain. The demon that was rushing towards them was frightened silly. Then he was slapped into a bloody mist. Da hey is very strong. Unless you are at the 9th level of Transcendent Realm, you are no match for him. Bairuoyu chuckled. Dong dong. A figure walked out of the summoning circle, revealing his complete appearance. It was a dragon man with a pitch-black body and a pair of huge wings on its back. Once spread, they could cover the sky. Da hey. Clear the area. Bairuoyu stood on the dragon man's back, pointing his finger forward. The dragon man roared, spread his huge wings, and soared into the sky, ejecting countless fireballs from the sky, bombarding the group of demons. Master Bai, your daughter's strength is truly incredible. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, he's only at the 5th level of Transcendental Realm. He's already contracted a dragon man and a 9-tailed spirit cat. These are all summoned beasts with great potential. In the spectator seats, someone looked at this scene in surprise and spoke to Bai Xiancheng. Beside him. Well, I'm just a little arrogant. Bai Xiancheng shook his head helplessly. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong with being arrogant? Prodigies should be proud. They have the capital to be proud. Ha 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 ha. The other party was unmoved and instead burst into laughter. On the other hand, Bairuoyu said nothing. She is a little worried about Yi Zhao now. My sister is only using the summoner's skills now, and the magician's profession is not used yet. Can Yi Zhao really beat her? Bairuoyu felt a little worried. Bairuoyu is such a rough girl when she fights, I hope nothing happens to her. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain it to Tang Yun. What the hell is going on over there? There's so much gunfire. Yi Zhao and the other 2 looked a little surprised as they looked at the flames rising into the sky from the forest not far away. Most people can't pull this off. Yi Zhao activated his pupil technique. Ha, it's that little girl who's gathering monsters. She's quite skilled and gets everything without any effort. Let's go find her. Yi Zhao sneered, and the 3 of them rushed away together. Kill. Kill. Kill them. I am the commander. You are all soldiers under my command. Bairuoyu stood alone on the dragon man's back and gave orders to the people below. A group of professionals were fighting against a large group of monsters, and their scores were soaring. On the score screen outside, Bairuoyu was ranked first and remained at the top. From 2nd to 30th place were all her subordinates. Does this girl treat the special recruitment exam as her own game? Bai Xianqing covered his forehead with his hands, looking helpless. Bai Xianqing looked at the gold medal tutor from Jinshin University next to him and found that the other person's expression had not changed significantly. As long as it is within the rules, Jinshin University will not interfere with any means. Even if it is by Ruoyu's 20 or so men who get the spots in the end, we can only blame the others for being too incompetent. Jinshin University doesn't need incompetent trash. It's really that little girl, she's gone crazy with killing. Yi Xiao and the other two rushed to Bai Ruoyu's vicinity and watched secretly. Do you want to take action, Yi Xiao? Jiang Ro asked. No, wait a minute. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fishermen will benefit. Then our class can just grab their score counters. That's easier. Anyway, the rules don't say we can't grab them. Yi Xiao smiled evilly. Jiang Ro looked strange. He silently gave Yi Xiao a thumbs up. Black-bellied. So bad. But it's a good method indeed. Yi Xiao hid nearby and watched, waiting for Bai Ruoyu and his group to kill monsters crazily. A moment later. Almost there. Let's go. As soon as he waved his hand, the three of them rushed towards the big tree. Bai Ruoyu looked down from above and saw Yi Xiao and the other two at a glance. We've found Yi Xiao. Capture them quickly. Tie them up. Ali. Go. Attack with all your might. Don't hold back. The nine-tailed cat suddenly jumped out of Bai Ruoyu's arms. Its body gradually grew larger, and finally became a giant cat of 4 or 5 meters, with 3 agile tails swaying in the wind. Ouch. Ali waved his sharp claws and smashed all the demons that blocked his way into pieces. In the battle with Yi Xiao yesterday, it underestimated the enemy and did not fight with all its strength, which is why it was injured by Yi Xiao. Today, it wants to avenge its previous defeat. Interesting. Yi Xiao opened his golden flame pupils. The demons that blocked his way were roasted into charcoal by him. Bai Ruoyu. Is your summoned beast looking for death? Yi Xiao pulled out his long sword from a candidate nearby. Draw your sword and slash. Yi Xiao transformed into a streak of black lightning and slashed towards the nine-tailed spirit cat. The nine-tailed spirit cat swung its claws to block Yi Xiao's blade, and the two collided, sending lasers flying everywhere. Good guy. That's some strength. Yi Xiao shook his numb hands. Martial Spirit Eye. Activate. Ghost Blade Flash. Yi Xiao quickly drew his sword, and bursts of sword light broke through the air. Brilliant sparks exploded wildly in the air. The battle between Yi Xiao and the nine-tailed spirit cat was so noisy that it was difficult for ordinary people to get close. This nine-tailed spirit cat has extremely strong melee combat capabilities and is also very fast. Comparable to the level of the 6th or 7th extraordinary level. Is this young man a swordsman? His swordsmanship is amazing. Someone in the spectator seats exclaimed in amazement. His swordsmanship is so fast. He can even keep up with the speed of the nine-tailed spirit cat. It must be a swordsman. I wouldn't believe this kind of swordsmanship if it wasn't for a swordsman. Only by rewatching had a dazed look on her face. Didn't Yunyun say that Yi Xiao's close combat ability is a weakness? Is this a weakness? Others' strengths can't even compare to his weaknesses. Fuck. At this moment, someone exclaimed. He was holding Yi Xiao's information sheet. This young man is actually a pupil magician. What? Everyone was stunned. Pupil master. How is this possible? Pupil masters have always been weak in close combat. How? Could he be so strong? That's right. The Eye Mage is a complete slave class. Melee combat is rubbish. Support is useless. The only ranged combat he has is no match for the magician, elementalist, and gunner. This is a fake pupil magician. A group of people were doubting the authenticity of Yi Xiao's information. Is this melee ability really something a pupil master can display? Even if Yi Xiao's swordsmanship can keep up. Could his body keep up? This kind of high-intensity sword swings and collisions would shatter even the knuckles and arms of swordsmen whose physiques weren't particularly impressive. Oh my god. Look at his level. He's only at the 4th level of Transcendence. Everyone screamed in surprise again. Holy crap. Transcendent level 4. This nine-tailed spirit cat's combat power is comparable to Transcendent level 7. Is he fighting across level 3? This guy is a genius. A top-notch genius. Transcendent level 4? He's broken through again? By rewatching was shocked again. At this time, someone else spoke quietly. His pupil technique hasn't been used yet. Everyone was silent. Yes. The pupil technique is not used yet. If he uses pupil technique, can his strength be further improved? Transcendent 8th level? Or perhaps everyone was a little hesitant to guess. Even in Jinshin University, there has never been a professional who can fight above the 5th level. Even Bai Ruoyu, a dual professional genius, can't do it. It's over, silly cat, you're no longer worth playing with. Golden Flame Eye. Activate. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed. A golden lotus burst out from the body of the nine-tailed spirit cat. Ouch. The civet cat let out a scream and fell miserably to the ground with large areas of burns on its body. Can't rise again. Ali. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed. Yi Xiao. I won't forgive you. She commanded the dragon people to rush towards Yi Xiao. Da hey. Attack him. At a command, the red flame in the dragon man's mouth began to condense. Bai Ruoyu. Is this all you have? That's too weak. Yi Xiao sneered. He directly activated the spiritualist's method to float himself up. If that's all, then the game is over. Eternal burning. Jun Yen Tong. Wow. In Yi Xiao's pupils, golden flames turned into silk threads that wrapped around his body. After a moment, a golden scarlet flame lotus robe took shape. Ever burn. Burn. Flames appeared in the sky and pressed towards the dragon man. The golden flames transformed into 18 kinds of weapons in midair, such as swords, spears, and halberds, which blocked the dragon man like a hornet's nest. What? Everyone fighting below was shocked. This is astonishing. Yi Xiao's skills. Is he really a pupil magician? Even a magician's level is only this high. There it is again. His unquenchable flame. Zhang Ruyu waved her hand, and a group of demons turned into ice crystals in front of her. She looked at Yi Xiao's body covered in the golden flame robe, and a look of shock flashed across her face, sweeping away everything in its path. Xiao Hongchen used his powerful sword skills to kill several demons. Sure enough. He must be the one who can help me reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Yi Xiao was wearing a golden flame robe and was floating in the air. Bai Ruoyu, do you have any other tricks? If not, then it's time to end the game. Yi Xiao's calm voice sounded. Bai Ruoyu looked at his godlike majestic eyes and gritted her teeth. Go! Yi Xiao waved his hand, and the weapon burning with golden flame slashed towards the dragon man. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon man roared in pain. Once it comes into contact with Yi Xiao's flame, the flame will never stop unless Yi Xiao calls for it to stop. Da Hei. Bai Ruoyu cried out in pain. Yi Xiao. You let Da Hei go. Yi Xiao. Let him go immediately. Bai Ruoyu shouted to Yi Xiao anxiously. Yi Xiao said nothing, he wanted to teach this girl a lesson. Let her know that not everyone in this world should revolve around her, Bai Ruoyu. Yi Xiao. You forced me to do this. Bai Ruoyu's face darkened completely. Magic. Fire dragon. Breath. She clasped her hands in front of her and murmured softly. A red flame rose from her body like a mad dragon. Fire dragon breath. The flame turned into a huge fire dragon, which roared in the sky and rushed towards Yi Xiao. With terrifying momentum. The power of this attack has reached the limit of what the extraordinary level can achieve. Dragon? Interesting. Yi Xiao's copy eyes flashed. Bai Ruoyu, if this is your trump card, then I can only say, you underestimate me, Yi Xiao. Magic. Fire dragon breath. An astonishing flame also rose from Yi Xiao's body. The golden flames formed a sharp contrast with Bai Ruoyu's red flames. How is that possible? Bai Ruoyu was stunned. This is the powerful magic recorded on the purple scroll. Even she practiced for a full half-month before she mastered it completely. How could Yi Xiao learn it just by looking at it? What kind of monster is he? This must be fake. The young people of this generation are a bit outrageous. The people in the spectator seats also began to discuss one by one. This Yi Xiao is not a magician. How can he use the same method as Bai Ruoyu? If I remember correctly, that's the flame dragon breath recorded on the purple scroll. Even a transformation level professional needs a certain amount of time to master this skill. It's amazing that Bai Ruoyu can master it at only the transcendent level. What the hell is this Yi Xiao? He can learn it just by looking at it? Could his pupil technique be some kind of copying? How is this possible? Where in the world can such a heaven-defying pupil technique come from? If there really were clone eyes, Yi Xiao would have become a universal professional. Someone teased. The golden flames rose up and turned into a golden fiery dragon, facing Bai Ruoyu's fire dragon. From a distance. Yi Xiao. Bai Ruoyu's back teeth were about to break from biting. Girl, apologize to me now and say, handsome Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I, Bai Ruoyu, am a scumbag, worse than pigs and dogs. I am willing to be your slave and serve you tea and water. I will forgive you. Bai Ruoyu clenched her fists tightly. This is a familiar rhetoric. Yi Xiao is waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on her. I will never beg for mercy from you. Oh, that can't be helped. Yi Xiao spread his hands. Go. At his command, the golden fire dragon roared and rushed towards Bai Ruoyu. Flame dragon. Go. Bai Ruoyu waved her hand, and the red fire dragon roared and rushed over. The two huge fire dragons evaporated all the surrounding air, turning it into a vast vacuum. They collided with each other the next second. Yi Xiao's golden flame is much more powerful than Bai Ruoyu's ordinary flame. Sizzle. The golden flames were like snakes clinging to the bones, tightly wrapping around the red flames and devouring them bit by bit. After completely devouring the red flame, the power of the golden flame suddenly increased by 1 dimension, and the golden dragon became a circle larger. Then he opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Bai Ruoyu with a deafening sound. Ah! Bai Ruoyu turned pale with fright. Don't come over. I was wrong. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Yi Xiao, I'll tell you. The dragon stopped in front of her. She covered her eyes, looking like she was about to cry. His nose was twitching and he looked pitiful. I apologize to you. Yi Xiao, handsome guy. I am Bai Ruoyu. It's a pig and a dog. Worse than pigs and dogs. Halfway through her words, Bai Ruoyu bit her lips tightly with her pearly teeth, feeling so embarrassed that she was about to cry. She really couldn't say this. Only when it was my turn to speak did I realize how shameful it was. And the most outrageous thing is, this scene was even broadcast live. Everyone outside could see it. I'm willing to be your Scribe. The sound is as light as a mosquito. Slave what? I didn't hear you clearly, speak louder. Slave. Slave. Slave, are you alright? Do you understand now? Bai Ruoyu shouted with her eyes closed. Woo woo woo. Yi Xiao, you are bullying me. Her eyes were red and she looked like she would cry at any second. But Yi Xiao was not moved at all. If you do something wrong, you should pay the price. This is the self-knowledge that an adult should have. And, continue. Yi Xiao said calmly. Woo woo woo. Tang Ruoyu spoke while crying. I am willing to be your slave and serve you tea and water. Okay. The contract is established. From now on you are my slave. Yi Xiao smiled evilly. Bai Ruoyu looked at his sinister expression and couldn't help but cover her chest. You. What are you doing? Like a frightened little white rabbit. The relationship between master and slave, what do you want to do? A frivolous expression appeared on Yi Xiao's face. Bai Ruoyu's face turned pale instantly. Woo woo woo. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. Forgive me, I'm still a child. My development hasn't finished yet. My hair hasn't even grown out yet. Go find my sister. My sister is much older than me. Bai Ruoyu said with tears in her eyes. Bai Ru watching outside was confused. She is indeed a good sister, she sold her own sister right away. Bai Shenqing looked at his daughter in such an embarrassing state, and his face did not look good. Father, I know Yi Zhao's character. He's pretty good. He was probably just teasing Ruoyu. Bai Ru watching spoke. Well, I know, but Ru watching, you Yun student, how should I put it, her personality is really. It took Bai Shenqing a long time to utter a few words. That's so mean. In the wilderness. Okay, since you admit defeat, just hand over your points. Oh, and those little brothers of yours, hand them over. These are our spoils. Yi Xiao collected the spoils with a smile. Soon their points jumped into the top 3. This Yi Xiao is not simple. Yeah. He's the biggest dark horse in this special recruitment. Not only Yi Xiao, the other 2 are also very impressive. That girl is an elementalist, and her control over the ice attribute has reached perfection. Moreover, she has a powerful force hidden within her body that has never been released. And that young man with a sword on his back, he's extremely pure, with a clear sword mind. Very similar to the sword god of my great Xia. He's a natural swordsman. Add Bai Ruoyu to the mix, wow. Our southern province is going to be famous this time. This source of students is top-notch in the entire country. The bigwigs in these provincial capitals seemed very happy that a genius had emerged from their province. How can I not be happy about this? Time flies, and 3 or 4 days have passed. Because his points had been maxed out, Yi Xiao spent his days leisurely in the wilderness, as if he was on vacation. And Bai Ruoyu really became a maid who served him tea and water. Yi Xiao even got a maid outfit from somewhere and forced her to put it on. Okay, the assessment will be over tomorrow. Looking at the setting sun, Yi Xiao was in a good mood. What lies before him is a road to the future, on which there are countless dangers but also countless opportunities. After coming to this world, from being a waste, she became the top student in the special recruitment. Now, Yi Xiao is going to college. Jinshin University, the most advanced university in Daxia. This is the holy land that all professionals dream of, and he has almost stepped into it with both feet. At this moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky in the wilderness. The alarm outside sounded immediately. Divine spiritual fluctuations occur. Divine spirits resurrect. All the big shots couldn't sit still anymore. On the screen, a giant with blue skin was standing on the red wasteland, roaring to the sky, his voice shaking the sky. That is. The gods are resurrected. Damn it. Why did a god appear in the test area? Is this a plan by demons and gods to hunt down the geniuses of our human race? What kind of spirit is that? Check the files immediately. As soon as the god appeared, the gold medal mentor could no longer sit still. His body turned into a stream of light and rushed out directly. Following closely behind is Bai Shenqing, who was also at the domain level. The 2 rushed into the formation and wanted to activate it, but found that the formation was destroyed. Where's the formation master? Gu Tianming, the gold medal tutor of Jinshin University, asked with a cold face. Array. Formation master. Disappeared. Someone answered timidly. Gu Tianming's expression changed completely. This was a premeditated attack. Destroy the formation and revive the gods. This is an assassination from demons and gods. The purpose is to completely bury the most outstanding genius of their human race in the hope for the future in the wilderness. Demons. Gods. You deserve to die. Gu Tianming roared to the sky in anger. I've found out. Codename, Giant Spirit. It's a nightmare-level deity. At this time, someone opened the book, pointed to that page and spoke tremblingly. This deity resurrected 30 years ago in the northwest. Injured by a master-level warrior, it vanished from view. Its defining characteristic is immense strength. Strength powerful enough to move mountains and fill seas. And the ability to regenerate even severed limbs. What? Everyone was shocked. This is a nightmare-level deity. Its combat power rivals that of a top-tier mastery level. Professional. It is 2 levels stronger than the feathered serpent that Yi Xiao and his friends encountered in Jiangzhou City. Damn it. Gu Tianming looked at the blue giant on the screen, his lips trembling with anger. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. What did you say? The examination halls of the 15 provinces of Daxia have all experienced the resurrection of the gods. How is that possible? Gu Tianming's face was full of horror. Come prepared. Could it be that the gods and demons have already infiltrated the human race? Latest report. All candidates from Beiyuan province have died. All candidates from Shandong province were killed. All candidates from Linhai province were killed. Candidates from 3 major provinces were wiped out by the resurrected gods. The big guys present all looked pale. This is a big event. A big event without any warning. There must be a traitor among the human race's high-ranking officials. Otherwise, the attacks of gods and demons would never be so simple and easy. Everyone, hurry to the wilderness. No matter what. Nothing must happen to the candidates. This is the cornerstone of our great Xia's future. Gu Tianming yelled. The domain is unfolding. The undestroying sword realm. Gu Tianming's clothes fluttered, and a dark magic knife appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and tore through the void with a knife. He took a step forward, and his figure, wrapped in black knife light, appeared thousands of meters away. The field expands. Super energy light world. A cool-looking pistol appeared in by Xuanqing's hand, and the whole person disappeared on the spot. Several other big guys also used their powerful methods and rushed out of the wilderness. However, without a teleportation formation, even if they were as fast as they could, it would still take several minutes to reach the wilderness. These few minutes were enough for the giant spirit to kill the students back and forth 100 times. Imperial capital, Jinshin University. In a simple secret room, a middle-aged figure in white suddenly opened his eyes. You fallen gods, you filthy bugs, you bully the people of Great Xia. You bully the pride of Great Xia. You really don't know how to live or die. A sharp sword was coiled on his knees, making a buzzing sound. Old friend, thank you for your hard work. Please accompany me again. Kill a god once. A long, fiery rainbow rose up, and the figure instantly disappeared into the secret room. Today, the sword god of Daxia, holding a sword, went into the wilderness alone. Now that he's gone, we can wrap up today. Ha, those fallen angels really underestimated our Daxia. They don't even know that fortune teller like you exists in Daxia. In an office, 2 figures were drinking tea together. A man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. If someone were here, they would recognize him at a glance. He is the president of Jinshin University, Ning Zhao. He is also one of the top leaders of Daxia. An 8th-level professional. The other man was wearing a Taoist robe, his clothes were simple, even a little messy, but his eyes were as bright as the stars, as if he could see through everything, past, present and future. Has the flower of time been planted? Well, the flowers of time have been planted in all 15 examination halls, and the fallen angels' methods have been rendered ineffective. That's good. The old man in Taoist robe chuckled. This fallen angel attack is a good opportunity. What do you mean? Perhaps, these children will give us an unexpected surprise. The old man in Taoist robe smiled lightly. Look forward to it. The flower of time, one of Daxia's treasures, is powerful enough to reverse the time of space-time to a certain extent, resurrect the dead, and eliminate disasters. The gods thought they had killed the geniuses of Daxia and cut off the foundation of the human race, but they didn't know that their actions had been expected. The only question now is who is behind this incident and who is helping these gods. Who is the traitor among the top leaders of Daxia? Boom! The giant spirit has a huge body, more than 100 meters tall, like a towering mountain. He walked in the wilderness, and with every step he took, 100 meters of land cracked. The huge roar was like a heavy hammer from heaven and earth hitting everyone's heart. What's that noise? Yi Zhao's expression changed. He could feel an extremely terrifying force approaching from a distance. It was terrifying. Compared to that power, the Quetzalcoatl of Jiangzhou City was weaker than an ant. Could it be? The gods are resurrecting. Yi Zhao exclaimed. Such a terrifying aura can only be explained by the revival of the gods. What? The gods are resurrecting. Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongchen's expressions changed. Why do gods appear even in the examination hall? Zhang Rou frowned and said. What are you talking about? Bai Ruoyu still had the dazed look on her face, staring at them in confusion while holding the kitten. I can't be wrong about this aura. It's definitely the revival of a god. Go! Just as Yi Zhao finished speaking, a mountain in the distance collapsed with a loud bang. A blue, ferocious face appeared in front of them. With a green face and fangs, he looks like an evil ghost. Damn it! It's a god. Run! Yi Zhao's face turned green. What luck! I've encountered gods twice in just half a month. Does he have the physique to attract gods? This is too easy to die. Where do you want to go, little reptiles of the human race? A strange smile appeared on the ferocious face of the giant spirit. He stretched out his arms, which were as huge as mountains, and grabbed Yi Zhao and the others. Ah! How terrible! What is this? Is there anyone coming to rescue us? No. I don't want to die. Where are the instructors at Jinshin University? Why didn't anyone come to save us? The candidates screamed in fear and fled in all directions. The god looked at the candidates who were fleeing like reptiles and smiled with great satisfaction. Is this the hope for Daxia's future? They're even weaker than ants. The future of Daxia will actually rely on these ants. It's simply laughable. Daxia. Blue Star. The human race. They are destined to become our meal. The blue arm fell down and directly killed dozens of candidates. Ha 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 ha. The feeling of hunting down a genius is so awesome. The giant spirit roared towards the sky, and the sound was like thunder exploding above the heads of Yi Xiao and others. The shock made them dizzy. Come on. Let me have my fun. I want to see your faces of fear. At this moment, the giant spirit's eyes condensed slightly. Hey. I didn't notice just now, there are a few stronger ants hiding here. His eyes, as big as copper bells, moved and fell on Yi Xiao, Jiang Rou, Xiao Hongchen, and Bai Ruoyu. The giant spirit reached out to grab Yi Xiao and the other three. Damn it. Yi Xiao's face became extremely ugly. They were already low-key enough, concealing their aura and hiding among the crowd, but they were still noticed by the giant spirit. Run. Yi Xiao called out, and Yongran Zhenyan Pupil completely erupted, and his golden flame robe fluttered in the air. Light it up for me. Golden flames burst out all over the sky, and Yi Xiao's pupils flashed with golden light, like an ancient god walking out of the human world. The golden flames transformed into a huge bronze bell in the void and crashed into the giant spirit's fist. Don't try to hide your abilities. Hold on for as long as you can. Otherwise, you'll all die. Yi Xiao greeted a few people. Sword Heart, slash the sky. Xiao Hongchen held the iron sword in his hand and entered a state of clear sword heart. He slowly raised the sword. At this moment, it seemed as if there was a peerless sword immortal, swinging his sword to cut the sky. Who are you, little boy, the heaven-slaying sword intention of the great Xia sword god? When he felt the sword intent, the giant spirit's face darkened. Over the years, the sword god of great Xia has leveled the sky with one sword, blocked the wilderness, and killed countless gods with his sword-cutting technique. In the entire Daxia, the person they want to kill the most is this sword god. You ant are actually related to the great Xia sword god. Fine, fine. I can't deal with the great Xia sword god. Why would I be afraid of a little extraordinary brat like you? The giant spirit stretched out his palm and turned it into a fist, smashing down directly. Magic. Fire Dragon Breath. Double Ultimate. Bai Ruoyu manipulated fire magic and summoned two huge red fire dragons. Jiang Rou's eyes narrowed slightly and her red lips parted slightly. Purple lightning shining in the sky. A noble purple lightning suddenly burst out from her body, and a brilliant lightning pattern appeared between her eyebrows. That's right, Jiang Rou is a dual attribute elementalist. The ice attribute is just a way for her to hide herself. Her real trump card is the thunder attribute. A dazzling purple lightning shot towards the giant spirit. Golden flame bronze bell, two flaming dragons, sky slashing sword intent, and purple lightning. These four attacks burst out at the same time, and even a transformation level professional would be blown into pieces. But in front of the nightmare level god giant spirit, it really seems too insignificant. His huge fist fell, and these attacks could not be blocked for a moment, and exploded into a sky full of sparks in midair. Then, the huge fist continued to fall towards the four people. The four of them turned extremely pale in an instant. You guys? Back off. Yi Xiao shouted loudly. Then he took a step forward and rushed towards the giant god's fist. Now if we want to break the deadlock, there is only one way. Bet. Yi Xiao bet that the system would not watch him die like this. Martial Spirit Eye. Open. With the two extraordinary pupil techniques fully activated, Yi Xiao reached the pinnacle of combat power. Now, he has truly broken through the realm of the extraordinary level and entered the realm of transformation. But in front of this god who is comparable to the perfect level, he is still as fragile as an ant. It also deepened the giant spirit's murderous intent towards him. A genius like you has appeared in Daxia again. Is it possible that Daxia's lifeline must be extinguished? The giant spirit looked at Yi Xiao, who was surrounded by golden flames, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He was extremely grateful that he had come today, otherwise if Yi Xiao had grown up, he would have become the second great Xia sword god in time. There must never be another figure like the sword god in Daxia. Die. Great Xia's pride. I can only say that you were born in a hopeless era. A time when you were unable to grow and would perish prematurely. The giant spirit's fist covered the sky, like a heavy hammer from heaven that completely enveloped Yi Xiao. Ding. Host's life or death crisis detected. Super pupil mode activated. Martial Spirit Eye upgrades to Martial Heavenly Eye. Usage time is 1 minute. A smile appeared on Yi Xiao's lips. It worked. This system is still very protective. Great system, I love you so much. Yi Xiao suddenly became confident. Host, please don't be so self-righteous. Super pupil mode is a built-in function of the system. It can be activated once a month. The host has committed suicide twice in 1 month, so the system can only reluctantly replace him with a new host. At this time, the giant spirit's fist had already hit Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. Jiang Rou and the others' expressions changed drastically. Bai Ruoyu even started crying. She really didn't expect that at this critical moment, Yi Xiao would actually sacrifice himself to save them. It turns out that she had always misunderstood Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao is a very good person. He is a great sage. Woo woo woo. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone against you. On your death anniversary next year, I will definitely burn for you 10 or 8 beautiful women with figures like my sister. Yi Xiao almost couldn't breathe when he heard Bai Ruoyu's words. I'm not even dead yet. You're just cursing me. Xiao Hongchen also clenched the sword in his hand. Jiang Rou's eyes were red. A seed of hatred has been planted in their hearts. Just then, a loud voice rang out. The eyes of heaven see the past and present. One of the giant spirit's arms exploded directly in the void. A golden light shot up into the sky, penetrated the sky, and shot towards the boundless void. What? The giant spirit felt pain and took 2 steps back. He looked at the void with shock. Yi Xiao was seen wearing a golden flame robe, floating in the air, with a dark golden vertical mark opening between his eyebrows. Dark golden ancient patterns float around his body, and that ancient vertical eye seemed to penetrate the heavens for eternity. Vast ancient history. What kind of eyes are these? The moment he saw those eyes, the giant spirit felt his heart tremble. A great terror arose spontaneously. Why do you have the aura of the end of the road? The voice of the giant spirit sounded like a huge bell. Only those who have reached the end of a career path can possess that aura, which is an existence above the 9th level, a power beyond authority. A field that no one can touch except the person who created the profession. This field is called End of the Road. At this moment, Yi Xiao exuded the aura of a martial arts master. He was a pupil magician, yet he exuded the aura of a warrior at the end of his profession. The giant spirit couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. I don't know what the end of the road is, I only know that you are going to die now. The eye of heaven reverses eternity. Ancient patterns intertwined, an endless murderous light burst out from Yi Xiao's vertical pupils. At this moment, the giant spirit seemed to see a back. He stood alone at the end of the road. Standing in front of him were countless figures with terrifying auras, any one of whom was a super being that could kill him instantly. And the figure just spoke softly. The eye of heaven defies eternity. Endless killing light emerged, the galaxy flowed backwards. The heavens dimmed. Stars exploded in front of the killing light that penetrated everything. Those terrifying figures roared in anger, struggling and roaring as they launched extremely powerful attacks. However, they were still helpless and were killed one after another in the boundless void. The figure turned his head slightly, and the dark golden eyes between his eyebrows shone, seeing through everything, exactly the same as Yi Xiao's vertical pupils. No! 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 Little devil! Who the hell are you? The giant spirit roared like crazy. I can't keep you here. I absolutely can't keep you here. His broken arm actually grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he put his hands together and smashed towards Yi Xiao. Giant force. A huge pressure emerged, and before the huge fist fell, the wasteland began to crack and sink. The earth shook, as if the world was ending. Under the eyes of heaven, there is no life. The gods become mortal. Yi Xiao opened his martial arts eye, and the eye appeared, with murderous light rising into the sky. The golden beam evaporated the air and illuminated the whole world. At the first encounter, the giant god's hands evaporated into the air. How can he be so strong? He's just a little brat. Immediately afterwards, a golden beam of light, like a sharp arrow from a god, directly broke through the clouds and penetrated the boundless void. Under this invincible golden light, the giant spirit had no resistance and turned directly into ashes. Ding! The host killed the giant spirit god. The conditions for the martial spirit eye, purple, to advance have been met. Advance to the martial god eye, orange. Martial god eye, under this eye technique, your physical strength increases tenfold. Your melee ability increases by 500%. You can summon a golden martial god phantom to fight your enemies. Time goes back 1 minute. That is. What? After expanding the domain and rushing forward frantically, Gu Tianming and Bai Xiancheng both arrived in the wilderness in just 3 minutes. When they set foot on the Red Land, they saw a scene that they would never forget. It was a beam of golden light that penetrated the sky and brought down countless killing lights. Every ray of killing light made people tremble, feel palpitations, and fear. Accompanied by the terrified roar of the powerful god Zhu Lingshan, the two men began to tremble uncontrollably. Could it be that some top professionals have already arrived at the scene before we did? The two looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. No matter what, the giant spirit god must have been killed. I could hear that shrill roar even from such a distance. Gu Tianming nodded. I hope the casualties this time won't be too great. He sighed deeply. I really don't know how to report this to the higher-ups. Let's go. Speed up. If that top expert hasn't left yet, maybe we can get to know him if we're lucky. The two of them expanded their domain again and shot away into the distance. Leave. Yi Xiao Yu. After killing the giant spirit, Yi Xiao switched off the sky eye mode and slowly descended from the sky. Bai Ruoyu looked at him, seeming a little scared and terrified. Woo woo woo. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. Don't kill me. I didn't expect you to be so hidden. You're a master. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. Do you think it's fun to bully a little girl like me? She held her head and wailed. The corners of Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. Does Bai Ruoyu really think that he is some big shot? Yi Xiao deliberately frowned. Now you know how powerful I am? Are you still being stubborn? To be honest, my true identity is the vice president of Jinshin University. Even the great Xia Sword God calls me his brother. I'm hiding my identity to test the basic qualities of this class of students. It's obvious that you, Bai Ruoyu, are unqualified. I declare that you are disqualified from admission. Yi Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Bai Ruoyu just stood there, her face pale and tears welling up in her eyes. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. I was wrong. Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? Please don't deprive me of my admission. Whoa whoa. I am already your slave. You can't do this to me. Bai Ruoyu was holding the civet cat, looking pitiful. Yi Xiao couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Okay, he lied to you. Zhang Ro held back her laughter and patted Bai Ruoyu's shoulder. Ah. Bai Ruoyu was stunned, her face puffed up and she looked angry. Yi Xiao, you are so insidious. You are so evil. I will bite you to death. She pounced on Yi Xiao with her teeth bared. Yi Xiao casually reached out his hand and pressed his head. Bai Ruoyu waved her hands but couldn't even touch Yi Xiao's clothes. With your height of 1.5 meters. Yi Xiao chuckled and shook his head, his face full of disdain. After a long time of trouble, Bai Ruoyu finally calmed down. She sniffed and held out her hand. I apologize to you. My attitude was bad before. I admit that I was wrong. I'm sorry. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Bai Ruoyu, a professional magician and summoner. Zhang Ro smiled and stretched out her hand. Zhang Ro, a professional elementalist, please keep the matter of the lightning element a secret. For me. Xiao Hongchen, my profession is swordsmanship. Please keep the matter of the heaven slaying sword intention a secret for me. Yi Xiao touched his nose. Yi Xiao, a professional pupil magician, good slave, you must keep it a secret for your master. Bai Ruoyu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared at the scene. Are you all okay? It's Gu Tianming. Fine. Yi Xiao and others shook their heads. Hey! Where's that strong man? Is he gone? Gu Tianming asked in surprise. What strong man? There is no strong man here. Woo woo woo. Bai Ruoyu was halfway through her words when Yi Xiao covered her mouth. Let's go. That strong man is too strong. He killed the giant spirit with one move and left here. Senior, do you know who he is? He saved all of our lives, and we want to thank him properly. Yi Xiao said politely. Alas. I don't know either. Since that powerful man doesn't want others to know who he is, there's no need for us to bother him. Yi Xiao nodded in approval. Alas, what a pity. Soon, Bai Xianqing also arrived here. Ruoyu. Are you okay? Dad. I'm fine. Bai Ruoyu shook her head and gave Yi Xiao a provocative look. It's like saying, my dad is here. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Yi Xiao sneered, took out his cell phone, put it to Bai Ruoyu's ear, and turned on the recording. Function. The voice rang out and fell into Bai Ruoyu's ears, and her face turned pale. The look he gave Yi Xiao suddenly had a hint of pleading in it. This sinister, cunning, despicable man actually recorded it. It's too embarrassing. It's all right, it's all right. Bai Xianqing smiled and then turned his gaze to Yi Xiao. Young man, you have good skills. Not many people have been able to make my precious daughter suffer in these years. Yi Xiao bowed neither humbly nor arrogantly. Thank you for your compliment, senior. I'm just better at dealing with children. This made Bai Ruoyu glare at him fiercely again. Bai Xianqing didn't care. Young man, you are truly remarkable. You have come this far with a profession that is not outstanding, that of a pupil master. You have reason to be proud of yourself. As he said this, he turned his gaze to Gu Tianming. Teacher Gu, the number of places for this special recruitment should be confirmed. Gu Tianming nodded. Well, I will announce the rankings when I return to the provincial capital. It's just that these dead candidates. Alas, these are all the hopes for the future of Daxia. Damn the gods. Just then, Gu Tianming's cell phone suddenly rang. This is a call from the imperial capital. He was slightly startled and quickly picked up the phone. Teacher Gu, please go to XX location immediately to start collecting the flower of time. After the call was hung up, Gu Tianming looked shocked. What's wrong, Instructor Gu? Bai Xianqing asked doubtfully. Gu Tianming spoke blankly. My great Xia Tianjiu is safe and sound. This is Principal Ning's plan. The gods have entered the game, the sword god will slay the gods. God bless my great Xia. Gu Tianming was ecstatic. I'll go collect the flower of time first. Then you'll all return to the provincial capital with me. Together, we'll watch the grand spectacle of the great Xia sword god slaying the gods, demons, and monsters. This is the best moment to boost the morale of my great Xia. After saying that, Gu Tianming rushed in a certain direction. Looking at how excited Instructor Gu is, I'm sure the Daxia leaders have already figured out a solution to this problem. As expected, the ideas of those bigwigs are definitely beyond our expectations. Bai Xianqing smiled and shook his head. Let's go, the rest of the candidates. I will escort you back to the provincial capital. As he spoke, Bai Xianqing directly expanded his domain, engulfing all the candidates and disappearing on the spot. Yi Xiao and others returned to the provincial capital. Not long after, Gu Tianming also came back with dozens of students, all of whom were candidates who had been killed by the giant spirit in the wilderness. Teacher Gu. All these big guys exclaimed in surprise. Can the dead be resurrected? The methods used in the imperial capital are not worth mentioning. Ha 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 ha. Gu Tianming laughed. Has the live broadcast started yet? Here we go. A figure in white clothes and holding a sword appeared on the big screen in the provincial capital. This live broadcast is jointly broadcast by the 15 provinces of Daxia. This can be considered as the sword god's blessing to you all on the eve of the martial arts exam. I saw a figure in white standing on the boundless red soil with an expressionless face. The long sword in his hand was surrounded by bursts of swordlight, which seemed to be buzzing and whistling. How many years has it been since we last saw the sword god take action? It's been about 10 years now. I remember that 10 years ago, a destructive level dark god revived and wreaked havoc on Daxia. He was killed by the sword god with a single strike. Since then, the sword god has never taken action again. Ah. I still remember that time. I was just a young boy just starting out back then. The sword. God was simply my faith. Yes. After 10 years, I have the chance to see the sword god in action again. I am so excited that I can't help myself. At this moment, the scene on the screen suddenly changed. Buzz. The sword god pointed with one hand. A huge silver sword blade appeared behind him. That is the rule of the sword controlled by the sword god. Sword. Fall. Call out. The Jinghong sword in his hand turned into a flying dragon and flew out of the air. The terrifying sword energy was like the roar of a group of dragons, and it went straight to the depths of the wilderness to kill. The silent wilderness erupted like a revived volcano. A deafening roar sounded. Su Changhen. You're going too far. A dark giant hand stretched out from the ground, and an extremely vast black fog covered the wilderness sky for dozens of miles. You are a bunch of fallen angels who can't stand the sun. How dare you attack my great Xia? Tenjio. Today I will kill 3 of your gods. As a warning to others. You are the first one. Cut the sky. Swordsmanship. The sword god shouted coldly. The Jinghong sword was flying, and the sword god controlled the sword with 2 fingers. When he slashed with one finger, the sound of the Jinghong sword was endless. A clear sword energy flashed, and with this sword, even the sky seemed to be split in half. With one sword strike, the black fog dissipated. Su Changhen. Do you really have to tear your face off with us? You fallen angels and my great Xia have long been at war to the death. Cut. The sword god shouted, and the Jinghong sword fell again. Don't think I can't recognize you just because you don't reveal your true form. Back then, the twin netherworld demon gods were ranked as destruction-level fallen angels. I killed the netherworld god. Where can you, the netherworld demon god, escape to? Die. Clang. The huge sword light was so bright that it illuminated the wasteland. The whole world seemed dim under the sword light. Ah. Su Changhen. You deserve to die. A figure was directly pierced out from the ground by the sword energy. It was a body covered by black fog, nailed to death in the void by the Jinghong sword energy. There are many people who want to kill me, and you, the dark demon god, are not even on the list, so just go and die. As the Jinghong sword turned, the body of the dark demon god exploded in the void. Su Changhen's white clothes fluttered, and the Jinghong sword fell into his hand again. He raised his sword and pointed it at the wilderness once again. That's enough. Su Changhen. Isn't a destructive level god enough for you to vent your anger? There were voices of dissatisfaction. At the end of the wilderness, a figure with 6 arms, loose white hair, and wearing golden armor walked towards them. Ancient Shura god. Su Changhen stared at him and spoke coldly. Su Changhen, I'll kill your human pride, and you'll kill one of our gods. This deal is fair, and it's time to end it. The ancient god Shura raised his head slightly and stared at Su Changhen. Trade? Fair? I, Xia Tianjiao, have never been a bargaining chip. I, Su Changhen, have said, I will slay 3 of your gods. Not one less. I will not return this sword until it is stained with divine blood. The Jinghong sword pointed directly at the ancient god Shura. Well done, Su Changhen. You are indeed the sword god of Great Xia, so courageous. But what if you, the sword god of Great Xia, died in this wilderness? What a huge blow it would be to you, the human race. And to Great Xia. I can't wait to see it. The ancient god Shura soared into the air, his long white hair dancing wildly and his golden armor rustling. The ancient god Shura is not as good as the previous dark demon god. The dark demon god and the dark Hades god working together are called destruction-level gods. Any one of them is far inferior to the destruction-level gods. The ancient god Shura is different. He was a true destruction-level god. And he was also one of the first gods to be revived. Extremely powerful. You're the second one. Su Changhen said lightly. The silver sword blade behind him, which was manifested by the rules of the sword, trembled wildly, and then it was covered with cracks. The next second, the cracks exploded, revealing one of the blood-red swords. Second rule. Blood slaughter sword. The Jinghong sword in his hand was suddenly covered with a layer of blood. Blood slaughter and eternal hate technique. Buzz buzz buzz. The Jinghong sword began to tremble violently as if it had gone mad. An incomparably huge blood-red sword energy shot out, enough to create the world. Blood-slaughtering sword world. The sword brings destruction and destruction. Eternal hatred. The huge sword energy actually turned into countless small sword energies, revealing a blood-colored sword realm, trapping the ancient god Shura inside. Su Changhen. You actually want to transform the 2 major rules into the authority of the sword. You are worthy of being the most amazing sword god in Daxia. In time, you will become an extremely powerful figure. I can't let you stay today. God comes to help. The ancient god Shura's voice exploded like thunder. The wasteland trembled, and a large, bright red hand emerged from the ground. A 10,000-foot-tall figure crawled out from the cracks in the earth. His entire body was red, and he had 2 horns on his head, looking like an evil ghost. Its bloody mouth is wide enough to swallow the sky. Red Devil. Su Changhen spoke word by word. And me. A sinister voice sounded from behind Su Changhen. Su Changhen turned his palm and blocked the Jinghong sword in front of him. Blocked a magic blade that emerged from the void. Shadow Hunter. 2 destructive level gods. Plus an ancient Shura god. Su Changhen has to fight against 3 gods of the same level alone. People in the 15 provinces of Dasha were all worried. The great Xia sword god is well known, but the three gods are not weaklings either. The Red Devil destroys cities and mountains with immense power. The Shadow Hunter's hunting skills are unique. The fighting power of the ancient god Shura is earth-shaking. Three gods. Any one of them is enough to give a rule-level professional a hard time. But the sword god of Dasha has to face three of them at the same time. The passionate young people watching the battle were eager to rush up and fight against the three evil gods on behalf of the great Xia sword god. Master. Xiao Hongchen looked at the man in white on the screen and seemed a little worried. Is he the teacher you mentioned who has been teaching you swordsmanship? Yi Xiao nudged Xiao Hongchen with his elbow. Xiao Hongchen nodded. Master taught me a lot. He taught me how to use a sword, the character of a swordsman, and the principles of being a human being. No wonder there was news earlier that the great Xia sword god suddenly disappeared for a year. It turns out he was with you the whole time. The great Xia sword god doesn't have any disciples. If people knew you were his disciple, all the big families in the world would flock to you to curry your favor. Even goddesses and school beauties would have to climb into your bed obediently. Colored Sword Realm, trapping the ancient god Shura inside. Su Changhen. You actually want to transform the two major rules into the authority of the sword. You are worthy of being the most amazing sword god in Dasha. In time, you will become an extremely powerful figure. I can't let you stay today. God comes to help. The ancient god Shura's voice exploded like thunder. The wasteland trembled, and a large, bright red hand emerged from the ground. A 10,000-foot-tall figure crawled out from the cracks in the earth. His entire body was red, and he had two horns on his head, looking like an evil ghost. Its bloody mouth is wide enough to swallow the sky. Red Devil. Su Changhen spoke word by word. And me. A sinister voice sounded from behind Su Changhen. Su Changhen turned his palm and blocked the Jinghong sword in front of him. Blocked a magic blade that emerged from the void. Shadow Hunter. Two destructive level gods. Plus an ancient Shura god. Su Changhen has to fight against three gods of the same level alone. People in the 15 provinces of Dasha were all worried. The great Xia sword god is well known, but the three gods are not weaklings either. The Red Devil destroys cities and mountains with immense power. The Shadow Hunter's hunting skills are unique. The fighting power of the ancient god Shura is earth-shaking. Three gods. Any one of them is enough to give a rule-level professional a hard time. But the sword god of Dasha has to face three of them at the same time. The passionate young people watching the battle were eager to rush up and fight against the three evil gods on behalf of the great Xia sword god. Master. Xiao Hongchen looked at the man in white on the screen and seemed a little worried. Is he the teacher you mentioned who has been teaching you swordsmanship? Yi Xiao nudged Xiao Hongchen with his elbow. Xiao Hongchen nodded. Master taught me a lot. He taught me how to use a sword, the character of a swordsman, and the principles of being a human being. No wonder there was news earlier that the great Xia sword god suddenly disappeared for a year. It turns out he was with you the whole time. The great Xia sword god doesn't have any disciples. If people knew you were his disciple, all the big families in the world would flock to you to curry your favor. Even goddesses and school beauties would have to climb into your bed obediently. Yi Xiao gave him a look that said, you understand, I understand too. Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. You are a stubborn guy, aren't you? At this moment, in the picture, Su Changhen, who was facing three destructive level gods alone, just slowly raised the sword in his hand. I believe Master will not be defeated. Master once said that as long as he has a sword in his hand, there is nothing in this world that he cannot cut. Xiao Hongchen said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Changhen's aura suddenly changed. Sword Realm. Life. The sword realm that enveloped the ancient god Shura suddenly expanded, pulling the four of them in. Su Changhen. You are too confident. The ancient god Shura sneered. Did the great Xia sword god really think he was invincible? He actually wanted to fight the three of them alone. He stomped his foot, and the golden armor rustled. Six-armed heavenly king. Shura fist. Buzz. A giant golden figure appeared behind the ancient god Shura. The figure raised 6 arms high. And a red gold light flowed all over his body. It was like a god overlooking the world and suppressing the sky. Shura fist. 6 arms stretched out at the same time, and punched at the same time. The terrifying golden fist force waves blasted towards the sword realm of the great Xia sword god. Double increase. Triple increase. Quadruple increase. The power of the Shura fist performed by the 6 arms increased 6-fold. Su Changhen's sword realm was shaking wildly under the force of the punch. He. Su Changhen, just go die. The body of the Shadow Hunter was hiding in the void, and slight ripples appeared in the space. The next second, countless sharp blades slashed across Su Changhen's body. He dodged to the side and had a strand of his hair cut off. The red demon roared and rushed straight towards him. He punched Su Changhen head on. He blocked it with his sword in one hand. At this time, the sword world was already full of cracks. Su Changhen. You're finished. The ancient god Shura sneered. Just when everyone was sweating for the sword god, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I pulled you into my sword realm not to trap you, but to prevent this land from being completely destroyed by me. You fallen angels, you are too self-righteous. Su Changhen's black hair danced wildly in the air, and then turned into long silver hair all over the sky. Jinghong sword. Blood-slaughtering sword. He turned his hands into sword fingers and crossed them over his chest. The silver sword and the blood-red sword were suspended at the same time behind him. Combine. At his command, the two swords merged together. A terrifying wave swept through the sword world. The ancient god Shura widened his eyes. This is the fluctuation of authority. Su Changhen. Have you already mastered the power of the sword? No, that's not right. This is just the embryonic form of power. Damn it. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. The ancient god Shura's expression was uncertain. 10 years ago, Su Changhen stepped into the 8th level, the rule level, and killed the dark god with a single sword strike. 10 years later, he used the dual sword rules to transform the authority of the sword, and was about to step into the 9th level. This great Xia sword god is truly the most amazing person in the world in decades. Therefore, we can't keep him here. Attack together. Kill Su Changhen. We must not let him live. The ancient god Shura knew that if he couldn't kill Su Changhen today, the future would be even more difficult. Shura fist. The golden shadow swung its fist directly towards Su Changhen. At the same time, the other two destruction level gods also attacked like crazy. But at some point, Su Changhen had already grasped another sword in his hand. It was a sword as thin as a cicada's wing, full of ancient charm. It is not as sharp as the Jinghong sword, nor as violent as the Shualu sword. It's like it represents the most fundamental aura of kendo. When I was 16, holding the sword tightly in my hand, I believed that I would become the #1 swordsman in Daxia. Untouchable by anyone. It's not arrogance. It's self-confidence. You must remember, in this world, only those who understand the sword's heart can wield the power of the sword. Under the sword's way, everything else is nothing. After saying that, Su Changhen raised his hand and slashed at the three opposing gods with a sword. Buzz buzz buzz. An extreme killing light burst out from the power of swordsmanship, and a snow-white sword blade turned into an endless river in the sky, like a Milky Way hanging high in the sky, illuminating the wilderness and purifying this disaster land. Fall. The sword river fell, and the boundless sword energy immediately swallowed up the three gods. Horrible. Horrible. So horrible. The three gods were completely annihilated into nothingness at the first encounter. Not even a single slag was left. Su Changhen picked up the long sword again, turned it with one hand, and carved a series of large characters in the red wilderness. Congratulations. Great luck to the candidates of Daxia. Good luck in martial arts. Then, he left. Oh ha. Earth-shaking roars erupted across the country of Daxia. The legend of the great Xia sword god once again swept thousands of families. It has become the pride of many young people. I heard that the great Xia sword god is serving as a guest scholar at Xinshin University. I must be admitted to Xinshin University. I want to be the great Xia sword god's apprentice. #1 in swordsmanship, he killed 3 great gods with one sword. So cool. We should be like the sword god of great Xia. If I can't achieve great feats like the sword god in this life, I might as well die. Marry the sword god. Young people all over the country were furious as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Southern Province. That was what your master said to you just now, right? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Xiao Hongchen nodded. Yes. Master once said that, besides himself, I am the second person in the world who has a clear understanding of the sword. Very good, very good. It seems that he is very concerned about you as his disciple. The best swordsman in Daxia, Xiao Hongchen? I look forward to the day when you become the best swordsman in Daxia. You must surpass your master. Yi Xiao encouraged. Xiao Hongchen nodded seriously. What about you, Yi Xiao? If I become the sword master of Great Xia, what about you? What do you mean by I? I don't use a sword, and the title of Great Xia sword master won't satisfy me. Then what will satisfy you? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment, looking into the distance with a faint gaze. Just like Sister Yun said, completely expel them from this planet. Xiao Hongchen was shocked. If that's the case, then you are the savior, Yi Xiao. Savior? No, that title doesn't sound good. You can call me the Terminator. I want to be the one who ends this era. Some people are born with responsibilities and destiny. It is a mark engraved in the deepest part of life, an unavoidable mark. Compared to his previous life where he wasted half his life and did nothing, Yi Xiao wanted to achieve something in this world. Okay, next, I will announce the rankings for this special recruitment exam. Just as everyone was immersed in the charm of the great Xia sword god for a long time, Gu Tianming's voice rang out. He held a booklet in his hand and looked at the candidates below with a serious look. First place in the special recruitment exam. Yi Xiao. 3,700 points. Second place. Xiao Hongchen. 3,242 points. Third place. Zhang Rou, 3,239 points. Fourth place. Bai Ruoyu, 2,145 points. Fifth. Unsurprisingly, Yi Xiao and his two companions occupied the top 3 spots. Bai Ruoyu could only rank 4th because most of his points were snatched away by Yi Xiao and others. Gu Tianming read out the names one by one, and read out a total of 30 names. The above 30 people. They are the students admitted to Xinshin University's special recruitment exam. Report to the imperial capital in 1 month. Gu Tianming glanced at the crowd. There were more than 300 students, some were happy and some were worried. Yi Xiao and the other two looked as calm as ever. With their level, it would be difficult for them not to get into the top 3. You 3, come up here. Then, Gu Tianming spoke to Yi Xiao and the other two. This is the reward for the top 3 in the special recruitment exam. As he said this, he handed 3 watches to the 3 people. Yi Xiao and the other two looked at the watch, a hint of doubt flashing across their faces. All of Jinshin University's resources are priced in points. The first place in the provinces. Special recruitment exam will be awarded 3,000 points. The second place will receive 2,000 points, and so on. Gu Tianming explained. Yi Xiao, don't underestimate the points at Jinshin University. As far as I know, many seniors nowadays can't even afford 2,000 points. This is a great thing. In school, there are even people who buy a few points for 1,000 great xia coins. Bai Ruoqing twisted her waist and walked forward and said. Yi Xiao was a little surprised. So his 3,000 points were equivalent to 3 million daxia coins? When did money become so easy to make? Senior Bai, can I really use daxia coins to purchase points? At this time, Jiang Ro suddenly spoke. She looked a little moved. It is true that the Jiang family is wealthy and powerful in Jiangzhou City, and Jiang Mian is the mayor of Jiangzhou. Jiang Ro's family has nothing but a lot of money. Senior Bai, could you please contact me? I'm planning to spend 5 million great xia coins to buy the points. Jiang Ro said seriously. The corner of Yi Zhao's mouth twitched. Is this the power of money? It's so terrifying. Bai Ruoqing's face was full of embarrassment. Little girl, don't think too much. At this time, Gu Tianming coughed and spoke. Although the market price is 1,000 to 1, under normal circumstances, not many students would choose to exchange their points for money. Students who are admitted to Jinshin University are all extraordinary. They either have prominent family backgrounds or are extremely talented, and they are not short of money. All right. Jiang Ro looked a little regretful. That's enough. You rich ladies, how can a poor kid like me survive? Yi Xiao pulled his chest and complained. Yi Xiao, you're not poor at all. With your current potential, as soon as you graduate from university, every faction will be vying for you. If you're willing to come and help my father establish his position after graduation, my Jiang family is willing to offer you an annual salary of over 8 million. Jiang Ro said seriously. My Bai family will contribute 10 million. Bai Ruoyu also raised her little hand high. Even after she raised her hand, it was at most as tall as Jiang Ro. Alright. You guys keep bidding here. I, Yi Xiao, am not an auction item. Yi Xiao pulled the corner of his mouth and said helplessly. You guys should take a picture of this, Xiao Hongchen. He has great potential. Thank you so much. Afterwards, Gu Tianming returned to the imperial capital with the results of the assessment. The Bai family hosted a banquet and treated Yi Xiao and the other two to a meal. Then, they planned to return directly to Jiangzhou City the next day. Yi Xiao. I want to go to Jiangzhou with you. At the banquet, Bai Ruoyu suddenly raised her hand and said. Why are you going there? Isn't it good to be a lady here? Yi Xiao said while gnawing on a koan leg. I don't want to. It's much more fun to be with you guys. Bai Ruoyu curled her lips. Father plans to find a flower arrangement teacher for Ruoyu to help her develop her ladylike temperament before school starts. Bai Ruoqing secretly approached Yi Xiao and said. Oh. Yi Xiao understood. Sure, you can go, but you have to listen to me. If I tell you to go west, you can't go east. Yeah. I promise to do whatever you say. Bai Ruoyu nodded faster than a pile driver. Dad, how about this? Yi Xiao and the others are going to Jiangzhou for 2 days. I promise to be a good boy. Bai Ruoyu smiled sweetly. Well. Bai Shenqing sighed and could only nod. Be obedient and don't cause trouble for Mr. Yi. Then he turned to Yi Xiao. Friend Yi, thank you for your help. There's 1 million in this card, which is my daughter's activity fund. If she doesn't obey, you can just impose financial sanctions on her. I'll give this card to you, friend Yi, for safekeeping. You can use it as you please. The corner of Yi Zhao's mouth twitched. What kind of family is this? The activity budget is in the millions? The next day, Yi Xiao and others took the same car they came in and returned to Jiangzhou City via the official road. This time, it can be said that he returned home in glory. It takes about 3 or 4 hours to get back to Jiangzhou from the provincial capital. Tang Qingsong, the principal of Jiangnan Middle School, was waiting for them on the official road early in the morning. Oh. The pride of Jiangnan Middle School is back. Seeing a black SUV approaching, Tang Qingsong and Tang Yan went forward to greet it with a smile on their faces. Hi. Old Tang. I'm back. Yi Xiao greeted Tang Qingsong from the car window. Tang Qingsong's smile froze slightly. Good boy, Yi Xiao. You called me Principal Tang when we first met. Now you're just calling me Old Tang, right? Yi Xiao curled his lips in disdain. What's wrong with Old Tang? Doesn't it sound good? Maybe one day when I become the strongest person in Daxia, I'll change my name to Tanzi. Tang Qingsong's old face twitched when he heard this. You sly fellow. I won't tell you any of this nonsense. No one can beat Yi Xiao in an argument with his mouth. Talking too much will only make you angry. Seeing that Tang Qingsong ignored him and instead asked Zhang Ro and the other two about their well-being, Yi Xiao curled his lips indifferently. Sister Yun. Long time no see. Give me a hug. He walked towards Tang Yun with a smile. Tang Yun smiled and hugged Yi Xiao, but they separated immediately. It's only been a few days, how can it be like we haven't seen each other for a long time? Sister Tang. Long time no see. Bai Ruoyu got out of the car holding the civet cat. Ruoyu, you're here too? Tang Yun seemed a little surprised. Why are you with Yi Xiao and the others? Based on Tang Yun's previous understanding of Bai Ruoyu, she was a proud person and theoretically looked down on Yi Xiao and others. Sister Yun, she is my slave now. Yi Xiao reached out and rubbed Tang Ruoyu's hair. This made her roll her eyes. Ah? Slaves? Yi Xiao, are you young people so good at playing around? Tang Yun was stunned. No. No, Sister Yun, it's not the kind of slave you think it is. I'm the kind who does whatever he tells me to do. Bai Ruoyu waved her hands and explained with a blushing face. Ah? Tang Yun was stunned. Okay, stop explaining. It's just making things worse. Yi Xiao said speechlessly. Afterwards, Tang Qingsan hosted a banquet to entertain Yi Xiao and others. Yi Xiao, the martial arts exam is the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I plan to have you return to Jiangnan Middle School to share some experience with the candidates who are about to step onto the battlefield. Yi Xiao agreed immediately. In 4 years, Jiangnan Middle School hadn't had a single student admitted to Jinshan University, but this year, 3 had arrived. And they were the top 3 in the special recruitment. Tang Qingsan was so happy. On a whim, he drank 3 pounds of white wine. He didn't even use his abilities to sober up. He just fell down in the box and couldn't get up again. Sorry, Yi Xiao, my dad is drunk. I'll take him home. You guys can eat slowly. Tang Yun helped Tang Qingsan up from the ground with an apologetic look on his face. Go, Sister Yun, take good care of Lao Dang. Yi Xiao waved his hand. After Tang Yun and the other left, Yi Xiao took out his cell phone. It has been a while since I last saw Su Hao. After all, he is his good brother. Yi Xiao wants to ask Su Hao out for a good reunion. After all, they will have less time to spend together after going to college. Hey. How's he? Where are you? I'm back in Jiangzhou. Come back and get together. Yes, Jiangzhou Hotel. Box 302, okay, I'll wait for you. Yi Xiao hung up the phone. A good friend called over to get together. He explained to Zhang Rou and others. A moment later, the door of the box opened and a figure walked in. Rat. Come here. Yi Xiao pulled Su Hao to sit down. Pour him a glass of wine. Yi Xiao, congratulations. I've heard you're ranked first in the special recruitment. That's really impressive. As he said this, he raised his glass. Congratulations to Miss Zhang and Xiao, you are both the pride of Jiangnan Middle School. He drank it all in one gulp. What's wrong, Haozi? Why are you speaking so lyrically today? After not seeing each other for a few days, Yi Xiao felt that Su Hao had indeed changed. He is no longer as carefree as before, and looks much more mature and decadent. Yi Xiao, actually, I came here this time because I have something else I want to tell you. Su Hao clenched his fists, but then relaxed. I'm leaving now. Where are you going? I'm leaving Jiangzhou City. I don't know where to go for now, so I'll just take it one step at a time. He laughed at himself. Yi Xiao frowned and asked back. What about the martial arts exam? You're not taking it? Forget it, it's all meaningless. Su Hao's face was full of bitterness. Tell me what happened. Forget it. I don't want to implicate you. Yi Xiao, you should have a bright future. Su Hao shook his head. What are you talking about? We've been classmates for 3 years. You gave me the blood potion without even saying a word. Now that you're in trouble, how can I not help you? Explain. Under Yi Xiao's strong request, Su Hao had no choice but to tell him everything. It turned out that he had a girlfriend who was a student at Qingchuan Middle School, which was next to Jiangnan Middle School. Then, there was a rich second generation who had been pursuing his girlfriend. The family of that rich second generation was very powerful in Jiangzhou City. At least they are more powerful than Su Hao's family. Most importantly, that rich second generation has someone behind him, who is the secretary of a big shot in the power center of Jiangzhou City. Because the other party had stolen Su Hao's girl, Su Hao was so angry that he beat the other party and sent him to the hospital. This was a big problem, just like stirring up a hornet's nest. The other party's father launched a full-scale attack on Su Hao's family business, and finally, with the help of the secretary, he devoured all of Su Hao's family assets and ordered them to get out of Jiangzhou City within 3 days, otherwise Su Hao's entire family would be thrown into the pond to feed the fish. Xiaohu. Documents are protected from piracy. For book search robots, choose Xiaohu, which is stable and reliable, and you won't step into traps. I'm sincere to Zhang Yu. During the years we've been together, I've never treated her unfairly. I'll buy her anything she wants. I've even thought about asking my dad to buy her a house so I can marry her after she graduates from university. But I never thought she would betray me. Su Hao drank the whole liquor in one gulp, his face full of helplessness and bitterness. The Wang Tsong family has a powerful background. The secretary of that important figure can mobilize powerful professionals at will. My family really can't beat him. We have no choice but to run, otherwise we won't even be able to save our lives. I can't let my parents get into trouble because of my own troubles. This experience made Su Hao transform a lot from a playboy and mature a lot, but it was too late now. At this moment, the door of the private room was kicked open. A young man wearing sunglasses and with a bandage on his head walked in with a woman who was scantily clad and looked quite alluring. Su Hao. My dad has already ordered you to get out of Jiangzhou City within 3 days. How? Can you still have the leisure to drink here? The young man simply ignored Yi Xiao and the others, walked up to Su Hao arrogantly, and mocked him condescendingly. Wang Jue, don't worry. There are still 2 hours until the 3-day appointment. We will leave. On time. Su Hao clenched his fists and stared at him with red eyes. Especially when he saw the woman nestled in Wang Zue's arms, Su Hao's expression became even more painful. Su Hao, what are you looking at? Yeah, is my woman now. Wang Zue laughed disdainfully, then leaned over and kissed Zhang Yu hard on the lips. And the loud sound of boo is intentional. Su Hao was so angry that he almost picked up the wine bottle. Zhang Yu, I'm about to leave Jiangzhou City. Before I leave, I want to ask you a question. Haven't I been good enough to you in the past 2 years? Why did you betray me? Su Hao asked with a cold face. But Zhang Yu had no idea what shame was and leaned her head into Wang Zue's arms. Su Hao, I have a combat profession, and you only have a lowly livelihood profession. Young. Master Wang said that as long as I stay with him, he can send me to a martial arts university in the imperial capital. Can you do that, Su Hao? Let's not talk about your family not being as wealthy as young Master Wang's. Even if they were, in this world, a powerful professional is always nobler than a businessman. Scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, you are at the lowest level. And I want to be a powerful professional at the highest level. We are no longer from the same world. Zhang Yu said with disdain. Su Hao closed his eyes in pain. Okay. Just think of it as me, Su Hao, being the wrong person all these years. I fell for a snob like you. Su Hao seemed to be heartbroken as he staggered out of the box. Wait. At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly grabbed his arm. You're just going to leave like that after being wronged? This is not like a brother like me, Yi Xiao. I'm going to get you back today, brother. Yi Xiao looked at the two of them coldly. Finally, his gaze fell on Wang Zue. Brother, do you like second-hand goods? What did you say? Wang Zue frowned. Who are you calling second-hand goods? Zhang Yu in his arms suddenly realized that Yi Xiao was talking about her. Isn't it second-hand? Did I say something wrong? As he spoke, Yi Xiao suddenly turned his head. Su Hao, you've been dating her for 2 years and you haven't slept with her yet? How is that possible? Su Hao rolled his eyes. Then how many times have you slept with him? Su Hao thought for a while. At least twice a week, and for a while almost 2 or 3 times a day, probably 1 or 200 times. No wonder you've been dozing off in class every day for a while. You're so weak. Yi Xiao joked. Did you hear that? 1 or 200 times, and that's not considered second-hand? Yi Xiao said with a sneer on his face. No matter how shameless Zhang Yu was, she was so angry at Yi Xiao's words that her face turned pale. Wang Zue also looked like he had eaten shit. Although I know that Zhang Yu and Su Hao had sex quite a few times, in fact, he was the one who stole Su Hao's woman and cheated on him. Why did it come out of Yi Xiao's mouth as if he had picked up someone else's unwanted garbage? Where are you from, kid? You want to stand up for this little jerk? Wang Zue pointed at Yi Xiao and said viciously. I usually don't help others. Yi Xiao said lightly. A look of disappointment flashed across Su Hao's face. But Wang Zue became proud. Humph. Coward, I tell you. But before he could finish his words, he heard Yi Xiao say disdainfully. I usually just get straight to the point. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao slammed Wang Zue against the wall with a big punch. Ah. Young Master Wang. Are you okay? Zhang Yu screamed and rushed towards Wang Zue. Yi Xiao's slap was so strong that Wang Zue was embedded in the wall and couldn't be pulled out. You're done. Boy. You dare to hit me. You're dead. Do you know who I am? I swear, your fate will be worse than Su Hao's. I'm going to throw your whole family into the river to feed the fish. Wang Zue struggled to climb down from the wall. So arrogant? You always send people to the river to feed the fish? Who's behind you? Yi Xiao asked curiously. Oof, boy, listen up. The person behind me is the secretary of the mayor of Jiangzhou. Secretary Chen, Master Chen. Are you scared? You've offended me. There's no place for you in the entire Jiangzhou city. Even Mayor Jiang won't let you go. Wang Zue said viciously. If you're scared now, then apologize to me, kowtow 200 times, and then send those 2 beauties to my bed. I'll consider sparing your life. Otherwise, no one can save you. However, Yi Xiao smiled, and smiled happily. His gaze turned to Zhang Ro. Now you know what to do? Zhang Ro nodded. She took out her cell phone and made a call. Simply explain the matter. Don't forget to make up for it after you finish. He even said he wanted your daughter to sleep with him. Then he hung up the phone. Seeing the scene, Wang Zue sneered. Calling for help? Who doesn't have some backers? In Jiangzhou City, there's no one that I, Wang Zue, can't mess with. He stood up with Zhang Yu's help. I'll show you what connections are. As he spoke, he made a phone call. Dad. I was beaten. Right here at the Jiangzhou hotel. They even insulted Secretary Chan and told him you were a piece of shit. You better come and deal with this. Okay. I'm hanging up first. Wang Zue hung up the phone. My dad will be here soon. You're done. If you know what's good for you, apologize to me right now. The request I just made still stands. Yi Xiao, hurry up and leave. The Wang Zue family is very powerful, you can't afford to offend them. Few people in Jiangzhou can afford to offend them. Su Hao pulled Yi Xiao's arm and advised. He still doesn't know Jiang Ro's true identity and only thinks he is some rich kid. But even if he is a rich kid, there is still a huge gap between him and Wang Zue. Ordinary rich kids can't beat him. The person standing behind him was the secretary of Jiangzhou Market. He could even call the mayor of Jiangzhou. He was a figure who had absolute power over Jiangzhou. A moment later, the door was kicked open. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a big belly walked in. Xiao Kong, who is bullying you? Hello, Uncle Wang. Seeing Wang Jue's father Wang Yuan come in, she called out respectfully. Wang Yuan nodded. Tell me, Xiao Kong, who bullied you? Dad. It's those little bastards. They're in cahoots with Su Hao. When Wang Jue saw his father coming, he immediately became proud. He pointed at Yi Xiao in a timid manner. He also said you're nothing. Secretary Chen isn't even worth a fart. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's face changed drastically. Whose kid is this? He's talking nonsense and has no manners at all. Wang Yuan glared at Yi Xiao fiercely. If there's no one at home to teach you how to speak, then let me teach you how to behave in your parents' place. Yi Xiao's face darkened. Say what you just said again if you have the guts. A ball of light was flashing in Yi Xiao's hand. So you're a combat professional. Humph. Boy. Is this what you're so proud of? Wang Yuan crossed his arms across his chest, a look of disdain on his face. Although he is not a combat profession, the people behind him can mobilize combat. Professionals. A student. He naturally doesn't take it seriously. Kid, I advise you to respect me. Secretary Chen will be here soon. If you dare to attack me, don't blame me for having him deprive you of your qualification to take the college entrance examination. Dad, why hasn't Secretary Chen come yet? Wang Jue asked. He was eager to see Yi Xiao and the others kneeling in front of him with fear on their faces, and then he would play with the two beautiful girls in front of them. Don't worry. Secretary Chen will be here soon. And there will be an important person coming. With him. That important person in Jiangzhou City is this. Wang Yuan gave a thumbs up. Could it be? Wang Jue's face lit up. Great, great. Even that adult is here. They're completely finished. No matter what backing they have, it's useless. Wang Kong was ecstatic. Boy. You're done. And you too. Su Hao, I gave you a way to survive, letting you leave Jiangzhou City. You refused, and now you can't leave. You're all going to feed the fish in the river. Together. Su Hao's face turned even paler. Wang Jue was so excited that his whole body was shaking, as if he had forgotten the pain in his body. Young Master Wang is awesome. So domineering. Zheng Yu clapped her hands with a smile on her face, feeling even more fortunate that she had chosen Wang Jue. Obviously, my choice was not wrong. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open again. A majestic figure walked in. Following behind him was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a suit and tie, but acting timidly. Secretary Chen. The moment they saw the man with glasses, Wang Yuan and his son's eyes suddenly lit up. They hurried to meet him. Then he knelt down in front of the majestic man in front of Secretary Chen. Mayor Jiang. I've long heard of you. Hello? Hello? Mayor Jiang is so busy with all sorts of things. How could such a small matter be worth Mayor Jiang making a special trip? He. Wang Yuan bent his body, no longer showing his previous timid look, but humbly extended his hands to shake hands with Zhang Mian. Zhang Mian simply ignored him. Explain what's going on, he said lightly. Secretary Chen bent over and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Mayor, this is all. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Mian. I'm asking these two Mr. Ones to explain. Wang Yuan and his son were stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. This is Mayor Jiang standing up for himself. So they started to exaggerate and throw all kinds of dirty words at Yi Xiao and his friends. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his saliva was flying everywhere. They completely ignored the pale-faced Secretary Chen's eye hints at them. Secretary Chen was now so frightened that his legs were shaking and he couldn't even stand steadily. I almost passed out. So that's how it is. After they finished speaking, Zhang Mian nodded thoughtfully. Mayor Jiang, please help us. Severely punish these students with low moral standards. That's right. Mayor Jiang. Su Hao couldn't stop molesting my girlfriend, so he hit me with a wine bottle. This guy, too, stood up for Su Hao and injured me. He truly disregards the laws of Jiangzhou City. I hope Mayor Jiang will help me. Wang Jue acted like a victim and spoke pitifully. Zheng Yu standing by also showed her excellent acting skills, crying like a tearful pear blossom. It was as if he had really suffered some great injustice. Mr. Mayor. If my boyfriend hadn't arrived in time, I would have been ruined by Su Hao. Yi Xiao and the others folded their arms across their chests, watching the scene leisurely. Only Su Hao was kept in the dark, and his lips were trembling with anger. This is too much. This is too much. I've never seen such bullying. Wang Jue. Zheng Yu. If you have any problems, come to me. Let my classmates go. Su Hao, do you still think you have the final say now? Wang Jue glanced at him with disdain. Okay, I understand this matter too. At this time, Zhang Mian waved his hand. Now let me ask some of the kids here. After saying that, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Mian's lips. His gaze turned to Zhang Ro. Is it like he said, roar? Roar? Wang Jue and the other two were stunned. Such an intimate way of addressing them? Mayor Jiang is so approachable. But the next second, Zhang Ro's crisp reply was heard. Dad, you really believe them? Dad? Oh, do young people these days like to get close to you so much? But even if you call me dad, it's no use. Mayor Jiang wouldn't forgive you so easily. Fuck. The two of them suddenly reacted. They looked at Jiang Ro as if they had seen a ghost. You. Wang Jue pointed at Jiang Ro and was speechless for a long time. Jiang Ro smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Ro, and this is my father Jiang Mian. The two of them just stayed where they were. Su Hao was also stunned. Then, Yi Xiao and others also spoke. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Xiao, and I was ranked first in the special enrollment of Jinshan University in Southern Province. Xiao Hongchen, second in the special recruitment of Jinshan University in Southern Province. By Ruayu, ranked fourth in the special recruitment of Jinshan University in Southern Province, but my father is by Xianqing from the provincial capital. The little girl curled her lips and said cunningly. She loves this kind of pretentious scene the most. Especially the way Wang Yuan and his son were jumping up and down just now, they looked like clowns. Hearing Bai Ruayu's words, even Jiang Mian looked at her in surprise. The Bai family was a big family in the provincial capital. They were much more powerful than his Jiang family. I'm so. Wang Jue and his son almost couldn't breathe. What kind of big guys are here today? If you had revealed your name earlier, we wouldn't be so jumpy. What is the value of getting first place in Jinshan University's special recruitment exam? You know, in the past 4 years, not a single student from Jiangnan Middle School has been admitted to Jinshan University. Now that these few have finally appeared, Tang Qingsong regards them as more important than his own life. Tang Qingsong's status in Jiangzhou is no less than Jiang Mian. This means that Tang Qingsong is standing behind Yi Xiao and the others. And Jiang Ro is Jiang Mian's daughter. This has offended the two top bosses in Jiangzhou City. Mayor. I was wrong. They forced me to do this. The Wang family father and son forced me to do this. At this time, Secretary Chen finally had the chance to speak. He knelt down in front of Jiang Mian with a plop. Jiang Mian said with a forced smile. My dear Secretary Chen, is there anyone in Jiangzhou who can force you? You're so powerful. Always telling people to get out of Jiangzhou or throw them into the river to feed the fish. You're really so powerful. Now why don't you throw me, Jiang Mian, into the river? 2. No. Mayor. Even if you give me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do that. Secretary Chen lay on the ground, shivering, with cold sweat dripping down his face. Snort. Jiang Mian snorted coldly. I don't know if you dare or not, but you are really brave. From today on, you are no longer my secretary. I will immediately send someone to investigate your financial situation over the years. If any problems are found, you will spend the rest of your life in jail. No. Mr. Mayor. Please spare my life. Secretary Chen was so frightened that his face turned pale. Have I already given you a chance, or does Secretary Chen want me to shoot you on the spot? As the mayor of Jiangzhou, Jiang Mian has the power of life and death. Me. Secretary Chen collapsed on the ground in fear. His face was ashen. His life is over. It's completely over. Even Secretary Chen was like this, so Wang Yuan and his son were even more scared. Too cruel. Shooting people to death at the drop of a hat. Thump. The father and son knelt down on the ground. My body was shaking all over. Hey, why aren't you two acting up anymore? Just now I saw you with your necks raised high. Like fighting cocks. What's wrong now? Are you feeling weak? Yi Xiao smiled and walked over to the two of them. The two men knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Leave. Friend Yi, we just didn't recognize the real man. It's our fault, and we're willing to compensate. Whatever you want is fine. Please spare our lives. Wang Yuan said tremblingly. Really? Absolutely true. Okay, then I want all your Wang family's assets. Wang Yuan's body trembled. He didn't expect Yi Xiao to be so cruel and ruthless. But the current situation does not allow him to hesitate. Okay, I'll give it to you. Well, then you and your son will have to go into the river to feed the fish. Mayor Jiang, what do you think of my decision? Yi Xiao looked at Jiang Mian with a smile. Jiang Mian nodded. This is what should be done for the pests in Jiangzhou City. Okay. Yi Xiao chuckled. How's it going, Su Hao? I've solved your problem, brother. I've got your property back. You don't have to leave, just take the college entrance exam tomorrow. Su Hao's face was like a roller coaster, changing from red to white. Finally it turned into a sentence. Thanks, brother. At this moment, Xingyu rushed to Su Hao like a madman. She held his arm and pleaded with tears in her eyes. Hubby. I was wrong. He forced me to do this. He and I have nothing. He's not moving. Yi Xiao stepped forward jokingly. Oh, right. It's just China Unicom, not China Mobile. Guess whether I believe it or not. If not, just call China Telecom, right? A look of annoyance flashed across Su Hao's face. He threw Zhang Yu away and slapped her in the face. Get out. Bitch. Let's go to another place and continue drinking. Yi Xiao smiled. Mayor Jiang, we'll take our leave first. Jiang Mian nodded. Go have fun, I'll take care of this. Then Yi Xiao and his group left the private room. Jiang Mian's expression suddenly turned cold. He grabbed Wang Jue by the collar. Wang Jue trembled with fear. No one in this world can bully my daughter, Jiang Mian. You are very good. Really very good. Come on. Break off their limbs. Throw them into the river to feed the fish. All three of them. Oh, and tie a big rock to them to prevent them from floating up. This is the world of professionals. There are not so many rules and regulations. If you have strong strength, you have absolute say. At a barbecue stall in the night market. That's good now. Now that those cone-shaped father and son are gone, you better work harder for the college entrance exam tomorrow. Yi Xiao picked up the beer bottle and walked away with Su Hao. Conical father and son? Yi Xiao, why do you call them that? Bai Ruoyu asked hesitantly while chewing on the lamb skewers, her mouth full of oil. One of them is called Wang Cone and the other is called Wang Yuan, which means cone. Right? Yi Xiao curled his lips. I really don't know what's wrong with your head. Snort. Bai Ruoyu hummed softly and continued to gnaw on her lamb skewers. Brother, I have to be honest with you. I don't really have high hopes for passing the college entrance examination. Su Hao said bitterly after taking a sip of beer. You, classmate Xiao, and Miss Jiang both awakened combat professions. You're destined to be influential figures in the future. As for me, I awakened to a life profession, blacksmithing. What's the point? My future is almost clear at a glance. It's better to stay in Jiangzhou and help my dad. Su Hao was helpless. He came from a well-off family, and if he had awakened a profession with even a little combat capability, he wouldn't have been so desperate. But he happened to be a blacksmith, just like Yi Xiao's previous lookout. Achievements in this life are almost locked in. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. Su Hao, since we are brothers, I have to say something. Go out and have a look. If you stay in Jiangzhou City all the time, your horizons will be limited. Why don't you go to university and stay away for 4 years? If it really doesn't work out, you can always come back. Besides, even if you're just a blacksmith, you can't say you're not capable of anything. You could try learning the skills of a forger. Yi Xiao, you should know better than me how fantastic it is to learn skills across professions. Yi Xiao was silent, then he suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled out the iron sword from Xiao Hongchen's back. It's difficult to learn skills across professions, but it's definitely not impossible. Su Hao, you see. Clearly. Yi Xiao suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashed, a black light flashed, and a gully suddenly appeared on the ground more than 10 meters away. This is the swordsman's skill, ghost blade flash attack? Su Hao's eyes widened. Even Xiao Hongchen, Zhang Rou, and Bai Ruoyu were stunned. What Yi Xiao has been using all along is actually the skills of a swordsman. That's right, this is the swordsman's ghostly blade flash attack. Not only that, I can also draw my sword and slash. So, Su Hao, I want to say that nothing is impossible in this world. Everything depends on human effort. Yi Xiao pressed his shoulder and spoke firmly. After hearing Yi Xiao's words, a spark of hope ignited in Su Hao's eyes. Also, the difference between the professions of blacksmith and forger isn't so huge as to be unimaginable. There are still some similarities between the two. Yi Xiao comforted again. Su Hao clenched his fists. Yi Xiao, maybe you're right. Backing down without even trying is a cowardly act. Thank you, Yi Xiao. You've enlightened me. I still have a lot of time in my life, and I have the time and money to try. The uneasiness and hesitation in Su Hao's eyes turned into determination. Yi Xiao smiled. Let's go. He did not tell Su Hao that his professional skills came from the copy eye, because he did not want Su Hao to be completely disappointed and then despair. Just give him some motivation. Only in this way can he continue to move forward. Only when people move forward can they find new hope. This can be considered as Yi Xiao's white lie. This world is too cruel. A person's life is determined by his career. If Su Hao could really walk an unusual path on his own and change his destiny, it would be equivalent to opening the door to another world for all the professionals in the world. By then, his achievements will even be recorded in the history of Daxia and passed down through the ages. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Yi Xiao and the other two went to their alma mater, Jiangnan Middle School. One was to receive the graduation certificate, and the other was to promise Tang Qingsong to give pre-exam encouragement to the candidates. After receiving the certificates, Yi Xiao and the other two moved to the playground. Now the three of them are famous in the entire Jiangnan Middle School. The top 3 in Southern Province's special recruitment. This title is even more impressive than the top scorer in the Southern Province's college entrance examination. After all, they are the top 3 selected from the 300 most elite candidates in the entire province. Even the dual professionals, which are rarely seen in a century, are inferior to them. Ah. It's Senior Yi Xiao. And Senior Xiao. Senior Jiang Rou. Senior Yi Xiao, please sign an autograph for me. A girl in the second year of high school mustered up her courage and trotted in front of Yi Xiao. She looked at Yi Xiao with eyes full of admiration, and her fair little face turned slightly red. Senior Yi Xiao, can you give me an autograph? As she spoke, she handed over a notebook and a pen. Yi Xiao happily took the pen from her hand. Sure, keep up the good work. Jiangnan Middle School is depending on you guys next year. Try not to make old Tang cry. After signing his name, Yi Xiao joked. Yeah. I'll definitely try my best. I want to be admitted to Jinshin University like you. My name is Lin Xinran, Senior Yi Xiao, you have to wait for me at Jinshin University. The girl smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute dimples. Yi Xiao smiled awkwardly. Okay. Then I'll be waiting for you, junior sister Xinran. He didn't think much about it. Kids of this age are generally confident and energetic. When he Was a sophomore in high school, he was even more confident than this kid. When others asked him what he wanted to be in the future, Yi Xiao directly said that he wanted to become someone who surpassed the sword god of Great Xia. At the time, it really made everyone laugh so hard that they fell over. When they arrived at the playground, all the senior high school students were already there. Lined up in neat and orderly formations, with hundreds of pairs of eyes looking eagerly at Yi Xiao and his companions. Come up, Yi Xiao. On the rostrum, Tang Xingsong waved to him. Old Tang, I have social anxiety, can you please not tell me? Suddenly the whole audience burst into laughter. Cannot. Tang Xingsong coldly rejected Yi Xiao's request. You kid, you are so disrespectful and you still want to call me Tangzi. Now I'll teach you a lesson. First. Yi Xiao walked up to the podium helplessly and took the microphone. Ha ha, ha ha. Yi Xiao laughed awkwardly twice. Just say one sentence, just one sentence. Suddenly, his demeanor changed drastically, and he even turned on special effects for the sake of performance effect. The golden flame eyes were opened. Golden flames danced in his pupils, full of majesty. I'll be waiting for you at Jinshin University. Come catch up if you're capable. After the words were spoken, there was a moment of silence below. Then all the students became excited. Good job, Yi Xiao. This is a challenge, right? Alright. I can't stand provocation in my life. Yi Xiao, wait for me to come to Jinshin University and beat you up. Yi Xiao. Just wait. We'll team up and come rob your house. For a group of young people full of vigor and vitality, nothing can inspire their fighting spirit better than the provocation of their peers. This is more effective than any chicken blood. Afterwards, the three of them went to Tang Qingsong's office together. I told you, if you can get into Jinshin University, I will give you a reward. Here, this is the reward. 3 scrolls lay before him. Phantom Eyes, Heart of Ice and Kanyun Sword Technique. This is the skill I carefully selected that's most suitable for you. Although it's only blue level, it's also the strongest skill in the blue category. Tang Qingsong said. Yi Xiao and the other two took the scroll. Ding. Detected the pupil technique of Phantom Vision, blue, the 10 pupil techniques have been collected, should we fuse them? Fusion. Yi Xiao's mind moved. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple eye. The pupil that can see through all illusions and delusions. The advancement path for the delusion breaking eye is now open. Delusion breaking eye. Purple, eye of nothingness, red, eye of punishment, black, demonic eye of illusion, gold. Fantasy demonic eyes. Another golden eye technique. Yi Xiao already knew the horror of the golden pupil technique. The golden light of the martial arts eye that could destroy the world was simply a punishment from heaven. What amazing special effects does this fantasy magic eye have? He now has 3 main pupil techniques. The red eternal flame eyes are of the offensive type and are also a frequently used eye technique in battle. The orange pupils of the god of war, an eye technique that has an extremely amazing amplification effect in close combat. He has not even used that awesome shadow of the god of war. The golden copy eye is more auxiliary, but because the copy effect is too outrageous, the level is also very high. If my level wasn't low enough, I would have copied the heaven slashing sword technique from the great Xia sword god when I watched him fight. Yi Xiao stroked his chin and thought. This is the skill scroll. As for the weapons, you can choose them yourself. Once you've made your selection, a courier will deliver it to your door. Tang Qingsong handed them a tablet that recorded the characteristics and levels of various weapons. Xiao Hongshan chose a long sword that was similar in shape to the Jinghong sword. Zhang Ro chose a blue long dress. Yi Xiao chose a black knife. Shadow knife. You kid, why would you, a pupil magician, choose a sword? Why not choose a piece of armor? Like Zhang Ro? Tang Qingsong looked at Yi Xiao with a strange expression. Only Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongshan, who knew the truth, were trying to hold back their laughter. Especially Xiao Hongshan, he was the most speechless. Yi Xiao always draws his sword directly, using it more smoothly than he does. Hurry up and send his knife away. Pick your teeth? Yi Xiao tilted his head and asked back. You brat. Picking your teeth with a Xian-level weapon. Get out of here. Tang Qingsong was so angry that he threw the tablet on the table. This kid feels uncomfortable if he doesn't make him angry for a day. Just kidding, I'm actually quite skilled with a sword. Yi Xiao touched his head and said. Ha, superb. Is your swordsmanship as good as that of other swordsmen? Yi Xiao, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Although you are a genius, you can't try to get involved in everything. You should really study your pupil technique. Don't waste your talent. Tang Qingsong said earnestly. Okay, I understand, old Tang. Yi Xiao nodded continuously. Little did they know that Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongshan were almost unable to hold back. If Tang Qingsong knew that Yi Xiao was holding a sword and fighting against the extremely fast nine-tailed cat in close combat, he would know how wrong he was. Yi Xiao's swordsmanship is indeed more sophisticated than some swordsmen. Even a fruit knife can give you the feeling of using a dragon-slaying sword. Tang Qingsong didn't know whether Yi Xiao listened or not. He sighed slightly. In addition to these things, I have prepared another opportunity for you. Do you know the God Hunters? The 3 nodded. The so-called God Hunting Team is a group of professionals from the public who unite to go deep into the wilderness to hunt demons and gods. In recent years, with the official support, the civilian hunting teams have grown rapidly like mushrooms after rain. The God Hunting Team slew demons and gods, and made indelible contributions to Daxia's recovery of occupied land. This time, I want you to join the Jiangzhou City's 100 Battles Hunting God team. There. Captain and I are acquainted, and I specifically secured this opportunity for you. An exploration unit under the 100 Battles God Hunter team discovered an abandoned village in the wilderness not far from Jiangzhou City. Beneath that village lies a small energy crystal vein. The God Hunter team will dispatch a cleanup team. Your mission this time is to follow the team and slay all the demons within the village. We will then send people to build a defense line around the village, reclaim this land from Daxia, and simultaneously mine the small energy crystal vein. This is a great opportunity. Your level is still a little lacking. Jinshin University will hold a freshman competition a month after the start of the school year. I hope you can achieve good results in the competition. I don't need to explain the effect of energy crystals. Those who understand will understand. Tang Xingsong said with a smile. Yi Xiao and the other two nodded. Energy crystal is a special crystal stone that contains powerful power and is extremely effective in increasing the level of professionals. In the resource library of Jinshin University, the price of one energy crystal is 10 points. This is indeed a good job. They join the clearing team and can eat all the energy crystals obtained during the mission. Of course. Old Tang, you're still thinking of us when you have such a good thing. Yi Xiao said with a smile. Humph. You kid, there's no gain without it. Tang Xingsong glared at him. Okay, Lao Tang, we've accepted this mission. When will the work start? I can't wait to make some money. Oh, no, I want to kill the demons and protect the mountains and rivers of Daxia. Yi Xiao rubbed his hands with a playful smile on his face. Tomorrow morning, you will report to the preparation town on the edge of Jiangzhou City. The mopping up team consists of 5 people. Including you, there will be 8 of us. The abandoned village is not big, only about 500 to 600 acres. A small energy crystal vein can only produce about 2,000 energy crystals at most. I can ignore anything under 500. Okay. Old Tang, I love you. Yi Xiao smiled happily. His level was indeed a shortcoming. He was only at the 4th level of the extraordinary stage. Xiao Hongchen and the others are not much different from me. But, can we add one more person? Who? By Ruoyu, she is a summoner and magician, she can be of great help to us, and her father is the head of the Bai family in the provincial capital. Alright. Add her in too. I'll go tell her later. Perform well. This is an opportunity one fought so hard for you. Don't embarrass me. Those guys from the God Hunter team have always looked down on the flowers in the greenhouse. Yi Xiao, give them a good slap in the face. Don't worry, pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face is my favorite. Yi Xiao smiled. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao's chosen weapon, the Shadow Blade, was delivered to Tang Yun's villa by a lightning-fast courier. Yi Xiao is the only one living in this villa for the time being. Bai Ruoyu went to Jiang Ro's house to play last night. Tang Yun is staying in school because he has to lead a team to take the college entrance examination. Yi Xiao opened the package and took out the contents. It was a pitch-black Tang sword with fine patterns and grooves on the blade. It was not light, weighing more than 30 pounds. A one-handed sword weighs more than 30 pounds, and even some swordsmen find it difficult to wield it. Yi Xiao felt tired even when lifting it under normal circumstances. A good knife, thick yet sharp. Yi Xiao flicked the blade and felt extremely satisfied. He put the shadow knife on his back and strode out of the house. This was the first time that he, as a professional, truly stepped into the dangerous wilderness. That scarlet land, thousands of miles of red earth, demons roamed everywhere. The gods were in hiding. Today is the day of the college entrance examination. The streets are very empty and there are fewer vehicles passing by than usual. Yi Xiao finally got a taxi and rushed to the previously determined meeting place. A well-maintained town on the edge of Jiangzhou City. It was a village built specifically for the God Hunters, providing professionals with equipment, supplies, and a place to recover their strength. Yi Xiao. Over here. From a distance, I saw Bai Ruoyu wearing a white dress, white stockings wrapped around her, small white legs, and small leather shoes waving at me. No, big sister, you are just wearing this? Yi Xiao walked up to her and looked at her with a dazed look on his face and asked. Yeah. Doesn't it look good? Bai Ruoyu lifted the hem of her skirt and spun around in front of Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao hooked 2 fingers and hit her head hard. Ah. Yi Xiao, what are you doing? Bai Ruoyu cried out in pain. What a sight. You're going to the wilderness to exterminate demons, not to go on vacation. Yi Xiao, you misunderstood Ruoyu. This piece of clothing is a Xian-level equipment. Seeing this, Jiang Ro stepped forward and said helplessly. Ah. Yi Xiao was stunned. Seeing Bai Ruoyu wrinkling her nose, he touched his head awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. It looks really good. Not bad, not bad. It suits you very well. Humph. Yi Xiao, you want me to fight back? Bai Ruoyu snorted coldly and raised her little fist to hit Yi Xiao. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Hey, young masters and ladies, are you all dressed up? I saw several figures walking towards me from not far away. The leader was a stern-looking young man wearing black clothes and carrying a long sword on his back. There was also a strong man holding a big sword and a shield, and a woman wearing leather clothes, with a charming figure and alluring manners. And a blue-haired woman wearing a slim long dress, holding a staff, with a proud face. The person who spoke was a yellow-haired young man wearing a suit of silver light armor and holding a knight's sword. He looked about the same age as Yi Xiao and the others. I really don't know what the captain is thinking. Sending a bunch of young men and women from ivory towers to the front lines is obviously going to cause trouble for us. Huang Mao touched his appearance, which resembled a shamat, and spoke with disdain. The captain's decision is not something you or I can question. Just follow his orders. The cold-faced young man said indifferently. Cut. Huang Mao curled his lips in disdain. 5 people came to Yi Xiao and his companions. The stern-faced young man in the lead stretched out his hand to them. Captain of the mopping-up team, Lung Hong, occupation, swordsman, first stage of transformation. Hongling, occupation, archer, extraordinary level 8. The woman in leather jacket stroked her wavy black hair. Dilly, occupation, sword and shield master, transcendent 9th level. The strong man spoke. Ling Ning, occupation, healer, extraordinary level 8. Yan Xin, occupation, knight, extraordinary level 7. Among these 5 people, the youngest Yan Xin is over 20 years old. Hello. Yi Xiao nodded. Yi Xiao, occupation, pupil magician, extraordinary 4th level. Pupil magician? Lung Hong glanced at the Tang sword on Yi Xiao's back and couldn't help feeling puzzled. The pupil magician holds a knife? Xiao Hongqian, occupation, swordsman, 4th level of transcendence. Zhang Rou, occupation, elementalist, extraordinary level 5. Bai Ruoyu, occupation, summoner and magician, extraordinary level 6. After listening to the introductions of several people, the yellow-haired Yan Xin couldn't help but snort coldly. Will the arrival of the 4th and 5th level extraordinary people be a drag? How can you help? Indeed, except for that extraordinary 6th level dual professional girl, everyone else is just a drag. Lang Ning also shook her head in disappointment. Dali and Hong Ling didn't say anything, but they must have been dissatisfied in their hearts. After all, the 5 of them can complete this clearing mission. They deliberately brought in 4 students with gilded credentials, who not only held them back, but also stole their credit. If I were you, I would have gone back to sleep. You greenhouse flowers, don't pee your pants. Just because you see a monster. Yan Xin sneered. After graduating from high school, he stopped studying and joined the God Hunters directly. He has 2 or 3 years of experience in wilderness exploration now, and he really looks down on young men and women like Yi Xiao who have no combat experience at all. Just relying on someone behind him. Come out and get gilded. It's over, just pat your butt and leave. But they have to clean up the mess for these young men and women. And give them the credit for free. Isn't this shameful? Did you see a demon pee his pants? Yi Xiao chuckled when he heard this. Not to mention demons, he has even encountered gods twice. And killed one. What are you laughing at? Have you, the flowers in the greenhouse, ever gone deep into the wilderness to kill a demon? Have you ever made any contribution to Daxia? Your understanding of demons all comes from those boring textbooks. Let me tell you, the real demons in the wilderness eat people. They are 100 times more terrifying than what you see in your textbooks. Don't be too tired to walk when you see them. We won't care about you, the burden. Yan Xin said disdainfully. Hey! You yellow-haired bastard. Speak with some respect. Bai Ruoyu couldn't stand it anymore. She was the second young lady of the Bai family. She was the only one who looked down on others. When had anyone dared to look down on her? She was defeated by Yi Xiao, so she was timid. But that doesn't mean anyone can ride on her head and shit. Even a 7th level person like Yan Xin could be burned to death with just one breath of her fire dragon. What did you say? Little girl. Yan Xin was furious. How dare you call me a little girl? Come out and challenge me, you yellow-haired bastard. Who's afraid of who? Single combat. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not Yan Xin. The two were on the verge of a fight. At this moment, Yi Xiao spoke with a sneer. Captain Lang, is this the quality of your team members? Or do you think it's reasonable to waste time bickering here? Lung Hong looked at Yi Xiao deeply. An intuition told him that Yi Xiao, the pupil master, was not as simple as he appeared. All right. Xiao Qin, stop arguing. The mission is important. He shouted to stop Yan Xin. Let's go. This mission isn't difficult. Don't be too nervous. We'll take action if we encounter any powerful monsters, he said to Yi Xiao and the others. A group of people drove 2 off-road vehicles towards the wilderness. In the wilderness, cars are consumables. It is about 7 or 8 miles away from the abandoned village. The off-road vehicle was driving in the wilderness, bumpy and shaking. Half an hour later, we arrived and the tire was broken. Even after years of changes, this small village still retains some of its original appearance. The dilapidated cement tile houses stand stubbornly in the wind and rain. It is like a group of tragic souls standing proudly on unfamiliar soil, gazing at their homeland. From afar, the village was littered with the bones and corpses of living creatures. And the various demons walking in the wilderness. A roar was heard, and a dark shadow jumped out from the side. Little demon, you're looking for death. Lung Hong snorted coldly, unsheathed the long sword behind him, and slashed with his backhand. The black shadow was split into 2 halves. It's the black lizard. Several people shook their heads. Most of these monsters were weak, but they had the advantage of being numerous. There are 9 of us. Let's split into 2 teams and advance from the eastern and westernmost parts of the village toward the center. Lung Hong suggested. I have no objection. Sure, I have no objection. However, Yi Xiao shook his head. That's not necessary. Just gather all the demons together. Humph. That's easy for you to say. This village isn't big, but it's not small either. The demons are Extremely scattered. How can you bring them all together? Yanqin spoke in a cold voice. You really take it for granted. Do you think the demons are your sons and will do whatever you tell them to do? Yi Xiao glanced at him sideways. What if it can really be done? If you can really do that, I'll call you daddy. Okay, it's a deal. By Ruoyu, did you hear that? I'll leave it to you now. No problem, leave it to me. Yi Xiao, I congratulate you in advance on finding a son. Bai Ruoyu smiled, and her eyes narrowed into two small crescents. During the special recruitment exam, she used magic to gather together demons from a radius of dozens of miles. This time, all we have to do is use the same old trick again. Buzz. A talisman appeared on Bai Ruoyu's hand. Look at my magic. She turned her head and pointed at Yanqin. A brand spread across Yanqin's body. What have you done? Yanqin looked at his body and felt that there was no change. He couldn't help but frown in panic. Humph. It's just a little magic. Once you're under my spell, your body will emit a strange fragrance that attracts demons. Humans can't smell it, but demons will flock to the source of the smell like crazy. Now you're a walking demon hormone. Just stand here and wait for the demons to come to you. Humph. Bai Ruoyu folded his arms across his chest and snorted coldly. Little girl. You. Yanqin was so angry that he almost drew the long sword from his waist. Feelings are using me as bait. Rumble. At this moment, the earth suddenly shook. Here I come. Yi Xiao touched his chin. The demon has been attracted here. You lose. Call me daddy. Yanqin's mouth almost twisted. Call. Yell. Yell later when the demon comes. Yanqin directly drew the sword from his waist. A powerful aura rushed into the void. A knight's swordsmanship emphasizes powerful force and heft. They usually wield the sword with both hands, and each strike is a powerful, sweeping blow. Jiang Rou said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanqin shouted loudly. Raikong slash. With a sweep of the sword, dozens of demons were chopped to pieces. Let's attack together. Leng Hong took out the long knife from behind. He flashed and rushed into the group of demons. The clearing has begun. Leng Hong held the knife in one hand, and countless demons could not get within a few meters of him and turned into pieces of flesh and blood. With a powerful roar, he held the sword in one hand and slashed it out. The earth broke apart. The shield was swung, and the demon's body was shattered by the impact. Homling stood in the distance and pulled up 3 arrows at the same time. A strong wind roared out and exploded among the group of demons. Lang Ning used healing light to heal the injuries of the 4 people. The 5 of them can be said to cooperate perfectly, 3 for melee output, 1 for ranged combat, and 1 for support. Humph. Now you know how powerful we are, boys. Yanqin turned around and challenged Yi Xiao and the others. Yi Xiao twitched his lips and said. You guys should also make a move, so that my good-for-nothing son can gain some experience. You. Yanqin felt like he had punched cotton. But at this moment, a figure jumped out from beside him. It's Xiao Hongqian. Sword Heart State is turned on. Remnant Cloud. Swordsmanship. At that moment, Qin, Yan and the other 4 seemed to see a cloud rising. The next second, Yunqiao was cut off by a sword light. Puff puff puff. A circle of demons turned into ghosts under his sword, at such a fast speed that it seemed like a moment. This is a 4th-level swordsman. Several people looked confused. Can a 4th-level swordsman produce such destructive power? If you say he is a 7th-level extraordinary swordsman, people will believe it. At the very least, the power of this sword is no weaker than Yanqin's attack. What? At this moment, Dolly, who was fighting against the demons, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. I saw a graceful figure falling from the sky, and then all the demons within a radius of 10 meters centered on her turned into ice. Click, click, click. Jiang Rou held an ice lotus in one hand, standing proudly in the ice sculpture like an ice saint. Jiang Rou, extraordinary 4th-level elementalist, attribute, ice. You too. Come on. Before he could take his eyes off Jiang Rou, he heard a delicate cry. Bai Ruoyu was seen standing on the back of a dragon man. The dragon man opened his mouth and spewed out terrifying fire. Many demons turned into black ashes when they saw it. There was also a 9-tailed spirit cat waving its sharp claws among the group of demons, fighting madly with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The 3 of them showed off their skills and used their achievements to block all doubts. Did-day. Then, Yi Xiao walked over slowly. Hey, kid, do you want to see the knife skills of flowers grown in a greenhouse? Yi Xiao glanced at Yanqin coldly. He was slightly stunned, and then saw Yi Xiao take off the long sword on his back, and his figure flashed and appeared in the center of a group of demons. Yi Xiao stomped his foot, and the ground collapsed. With him as the center, nearly 100 demons were blown away. Ghost knife. Blitz. The black blade light flashed across the void, and countless black lines intertwined in the air. Densely packed. Then it began to rain blood from the sky. The demon's body fell to the ground like dumplings. How is it possible? This is a swordsman's skill. Ghost blade flash attack. Long Hong was stunned. He killed nearly 100 demons with one sword. Even a professional like him at the transformation level couldn't do it. What kind of monster is this boy? And he is a pupil magician. A combat profession that focuses on support. Is his swordsmanship better than mine? Leng Hong just felt that he had lived in vain all these years. Then they saw Yi Xiao twist his neck. Okay, warm-up is over. Next, it's time to clear the field. He slowly put away his long sword. One hand covers the eyes. He spoke in a cold voice. Golden flame eyes. Activate. A golden lotus blossomed in his eyes, and a golden flame enveloped Yi Xiao, burning wildly. Around his body, extremely magnificent. How is this possible? This heat wave. Yan Qin was closest to Yi Xiao, and the sudden burst of heat from him almost set Yan Qin's yellow hair on fire. Destroy. All I heard was Yi Xiao's order. In the center of the demon group, a golden flaming lotus bloomed. Then, like erupting magma, golden flames spread in all directions. The demons fled everywhere, but in the end they were still engulfed by the golden flames. The golden flames dancing on the earth are like a totem, blooming into the most beautiful golden fire lotus. Yi Xiao curled the corners of his mouth, turned around and spread his hands. Clear the area? Seems pretty simple. Complete silence. Complete silence. Yan Qin's mouth was wide open, as if he had eaten rat poison and it was stuck in his throat. Son, how was it? Was your dad handsome just now? Yi Xiao patted his shoulder. Yan Qin's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. If they still treat Yi Xiao and the others as flowers in a greenhouse, then they are really crazy. Can an ordinary college student have such ability? Who are you? Yan Qin asked in a deep voice. We? Flowers in a greenhouse, students in an ivory tower. Yi Xiao laughed disdainfully. If I'm not mistaken, you are the geniuses who were specially recruited by Xinxiang University. In Southern Province. At this time, Leng Hong spoke. I should have thought of it earlier. Apart from the guy who ranked first in the Southern Province, no one else can have this kind of strength at this age. His face was full of bitterness. What? Xinxiang University's top recruit? Yan Qin's body swayed. He actually jumped up and down in front of such a person and made sarcastic remarks? Isn't this typical monkey behavior? Hong Ling and Lang Ning looked at them differently. Besides being amazed, I also felt a wave of embarrassment. Humph. Now you know how powerful we are. Although I am only at the 6th level of Transcendental, you who are at the 9th level of Transcendental are definitely no match for me. Bai Ruoyu said proudly with her chest puffed out. Yi Xiao is stronger than me. That yellow-haired boy, do you want to fight Yi Xiao? Yan Qin shrank his shoulders. Why don't you fulfill your promise and call me daddy? Bai Ruoyu put his hands on his chest and said fiercely. Father. Yan Qin immediately backed down and weakly called out dad. Yi Xiao shook his head and didn't feel anything. Alright, Captain Lang, now that the demons have been eliminated, let's get down to business. Business? Isn't business to eliminate demons? Long Hong said blankly. No. Yi Xiao took out a sack. The real business is collecting energy crystals. Old Tang said you can take as many energy crystals as you want. He'll make up for it when you're done. Is this what Tang Qingsong said? It seems that this is not what he said. Long Hong was stunned. He didn't believe that the old-fashioned, upright and dignified Tang Qingsong would say such a thing. Yi Xiao didn't say anything more to them. He dragged a big sack and walked away. This is the most important job. Yi Xiao turned on his X-ray vision, and everything became transparent in his eyes. The energy crystals are indeed underground, but there are also quite a few on the surface. Yi Xiao glanced over and saw a lot of energy crystals scattered on the ground. Hongchen, girl, Zhang Ro, come and help me. Yi Xiao shouted. They were busy picking up energy crystals, leaving Long Hong and the other four aside. What now? Let's notify the higher-ups first and have them send people over. The demons have been cleared out, and we can now build a defense line. Good. Hongling took out her cell phone, but at this moment, a beam of light shot out from a distance. The phone in her hand shattered. Hongling was startled. The next second, a figure flashed by. He raised his hand, grabbed Lang Ning's neck, picked her up and ran away. Ah! Brother, save me! Who is it? Long Hong shouted. Two figures appeared not far away. Energy crystals are good things, but unfortunately, you don't have a share. We, the Shadow God Cult, want this energy crystal vein. Two figures wrapped in black robes stood on a large rock in the distance, looking at Long Hong and his companions with a sneer. One of them already had one hand clasped around Lang Ning's neck. The Shadow God Cult. Lang Hong gripped the long knife behind him tightly. The Dark Cult, believers in God. It's these dirty and filthy things again. Traitor of Daxia. Let Ninger go. If you tell me to let go, I'll let go. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? The man in black robe laughed coldly. I know you're the God Hunters from Jianzhou City, but so what? In this remote wilderness, I have the final say. The black-robed man who caught Long Ning smiled. I advise you not to act rashly, or this girl will end up in a terrible situation. Look at her fair face. So delicate that it's easily broken. If I were to cut her, what would happen? Long Ning was trembling with fear. As a healer, she herself was not very powerful, and the two men in black robes were extremely powerful, on the same level as Long Hong. What do you want? Long Hong questioned. It's simple. Come out and fight us one-on-one. After saying that, another man in black robe beside him also took a step forward. He pulled out a long sword from under his black robe, which was exactly the same as Lang Hong's weapon. If you defeat him, I will release your sister. If you fail, all of you will die. Is it a deal? I swear in the name of the Shadow God. Come on then. Leng Hong drew his sword and took a fighting stance. Ha, go ahead and let him know how terrifying the power of Lord Shadow God is. The black-robed man's coat fluttered as he slashed through the air towards Leng Hong. Meteor sword technique. Leng Hong swung his sword at the speed of light, and the sword light flashed in the void, like Shooting stars passing by. The captain went all out right from the start. Yanqing clenched his fists. Captain, you must win. The two figures swung their swords and collided with each other. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew out. Something's wrong. Why is the trajectory of his sword exactly the same as the captain's? At this time, Hongling exclaimed in surprise. What? The black-robed figure turned, and two black-robed figures holding long swords appeared from his side. He can imitate the captain's swordsmanship. He can even clone himself. What kind of profession is this? Dolly said in shock. The three men in black robes swung their swords at the same time, and the three swords chopped down hard on Long Hong's long sword. Ugh! With a strong force, Long Hong couldn't help but kneel on one knee. Too weak, just like an ant. The three men in black robes spoke at the same time, laughing coldly. Get lost. The three men swung their swords again. Meteor sword technique. The triple meteor sword technique was superimposed. Long Hong's long sword was actually chopped off on the spot. Then the three of them slashed him with a knife. He flew backwards. He fell to the ground, blood gushing out like free money. Team leader. Elder brother. Lang Ning and the three team members screamed in surprise. Go! Go! Don't look back. Lang Hong pushed several team members who came to support him. Captain. Are you okay? Get out of here right now. Don't worry about this anymore. Otherwise, all of us will be wiped out. Lang Hong said with trembling lips due to excessive blood loss. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is a Kajamusha. And he's a shadow warrior blessed by the shadow god. His strength is unfathomable. Lang Hong stared at the three knife-wielding figures in fear. An ordinary shadow warrior can summon multiple clones to fight, but a shadow warrior who has been blessed will have his strength raised to a new level and can imitate his opponent's fighting methods. This is the most terrifying thing. It is equivalent to facing more than three of yourselves at the same time. How can anyone win this fight? He. His strength isn't that great, but his vision is quite good. Okay, now you lose, it's time to die. The three clones of the shadow warriors walked towards the side with swords in hand. I'll hold them off. You two take the captain and leave. Dolly's strong and sturdy body stood in front of them. He gripped his sword and shield tightly. And stared at the three black-robed figures. Ha, you're just a loser? Are you qualified to stop us? One of the shadow warriors suddenly floated out, swung his long sword, and shattered Dolly's shield with one blow, and then kicked him in the abdomen. Weaklings, incredibly weak. Your entire team, including your captain, are weaklings. Too weak. Damn it. I'm going to fight you. Yanqing, who had the hottest temper, rushed out with a sword in hand. Yanqing. Come back. Hongling screamed anxiously. Ah. I'll fight you. He raised his knight's sword and roared angrily. You are such a loser, how dare you? Yanqing was slapped in the face and flew away. Well, it's time for you to die. This energy crystal vein belongs to our shadow god cult. At this time, the black-robed man standing on the boulder and watching suddenly spoke. Anda, the women stay here. I want to have some fun. Ha ha ha. What a great idea. I also want to vent a little. His eyes, hidden under the black robe, looked at Hongling's enchanting figure wantonly. My little beauty. I will summon 5 clones to satisfy you. Hongling was so frightened that her face turned pale. What was the difference between this and a life worse than death? So, you three annoying flies, just die. They raised their knives and pointed them at Yanqing, Dolly, and Lang Hong. Just then. Captain Lang, do you have any more sacks? I have them full. Yi Xiao was seen walking towards him from a distance carrying a large sack, accompanied by Ruoyu and 3 others. The black-robed man stopped moving immediately. Yi Xiao. Hurry and leave. Lang Hong shouted while enduring the pain. They are members of the Dark Order. The Dark Order. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Who are you? The shadow warrior holding the knife questioned Yi Xiao and others. Anda, they are the top 4 students from the special recruitment of Jinshin University in Southern Province. The future prodigies of the human race. Kill them. The black-robed man standing on the boulder pulled out photos from his phone for comparison. I was originally thinking of hiring someone to assassinate you, but I didn't expect you to be delivered to my door. It really came without any effort. He said with a smile. It's over. It's completely over now. Lang Hong sighed deeply. Feeling disheartened. This time, not only their team, but also 4 geniuses with unlimited future will perish here. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm so incompetent. Lang Hong gritted his teeth. Captain. Don't move. Your wound has burst open. Hongling hurried to stop the bleeding. The shadow warrior in black robe rushed towards Yi Xiao with a knife in hand. Swordsmanship? I can do that too. Yi Xiao snorted coldly and took off the shadow knife behind him. Martial God Eye. Open. Draw your sword and slash. When Yi Xiao swung the knife, even the air around him exploded. Lang Hong widened his eyes and saw the air around him twisted. The next second, Yi Xiao's knife collided with the opponent's knife. The shadow warrior on the opposite side immediately transformed into 3 clones. 1 sword against 3 swords. Shake the knife. All 3 of them were actually bounced away by Yi Xiao. How can it be possible to have such great strength? The shadow warrior showed an incredible expression. The 3 slashes he made just now seemed to have hit black iron, and his knuckles were numb from the shock. Yi Xiao curled his lips in disdain. Are you kidding me that my physical body will increase? Tenfold? All warriors must kneel when they come. If you don't have strength, rely on technology. The three shadow warriors swung their long swords and used the meteor sword technique at the same time. The figure turned, and the knife light was sharp, like a dense woven net covering Yi Xiao. It's meteor blade technique. Be careful. Lang Hong reminded that no one knew better than him the power of his swordsmanship. As fast as a meteor. The three of them were wielding their meteor sword techniques, which was almost overwhelming. Not to mention defending, you couldn't even see where their swords were. However, in front of Yi Xiao, this is just showing off one's skills in front of an expert. Break the delusion, pupil. Open. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed white, and he saw the only fatal line in the sword net at a glance. Stop jumping up and down here. You look like a clown. Yi Xiao touched his forehead with a helpless expression. The next second, his eyes fixed. I've found your weakness. Draw your sword. Cut. Yi Xiao's figure turned into a stream of light and flashed along the line. Puff puff puff. The next second, three figures flew backwards. How is that possible? Lang Hong was so surprised that he was speechless. Finding their flaws amidst the sea of sword lights is harder than climbing to heaven. How could he be a pupil magician with such an amazing talent for swordsmanship? Is this world turned upside down? Lang Hong felt dizzy all over, not sure if it was because he was shocked by Yi Xiao or because he had lost too much blood. Damn kid. The shadow warrior's clones dispersed and he threw the knife to the ground fiercely. I admit that I underestimated you, but no matter what, you are just a 4th level transcendent. Brat. You can't turn the tables. Shadow clone technique. Swish, swish. 10 clones. 20 clones. 30 clones. Dozens of people in black robes appeared at once and surrounded Yi Xiao. Under my shadow clone technique, even if you are a master of swordsmanship, it will be useless. Now, can you find my true form? He 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 he. Dozens of men in black robes spoke at once, making a piercing sound, like the sound of a devil. Surrounding one's ears, shaking one's eardrums. What a bizarre method. It's impossible to kill all his endless clones. Lang Hong and the others looked at Yi Xiao with concern. The combat power of the shadow warrior profession itself can be said to be not strong, but their strange methods coupled with the blessing of the shadow god make them very difficult to deal with. However, this is just a small path in front of Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his delusion-breaking pupils illuminating all nothingness. He saw through the origin of all things. All the clones disappeared at that moment, and only one figure remained in front of him, showing off his power and acting like a fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. Moreover, he discovered something even more interesting. What a pathetic creature with such low self-esteem. Yi Xiao sighed. Then, walk forward. Don't be impulsive. Yi Xiao. He has countless clones, you can't kill them all. Lang Hong reminded him while enduring the pain from his injuries. Yeah. Boy, listen to the captain. He won't be wrong. This clone technique is too weird. We need to think long and hard. Yan Qin also spoke. On the contrary, Bai Ruoyu and the others never spoke a word. Having gone through numerous battles, big and small, with Yi Xiao, and having watched him turn the tide in times of crisis time and time again, he has extreme trust in Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao won't fight a battle he's not sure of winning. Xiao Hongqian spoke lightly. That's right. Although Yi Xiao usually looks careless, he is very decisive when it comes to crucial matters. Zhang Rou also agreed. Yi Xiao defeated my man. Bai Ruoyu said proudly with her head held high. You. Ugh. Lang Hong sighed helplessly. After all, they are just a group of children who lack awe of powerful professions and have mysterious self-confidence. But even so, no. I can't just watch him get into trouble. Lang Hong struggled to get up. At this moment, in his eyes, the countless black-robed men in front of him were an endless abyss. But Yi Xiao is about to step into that abyss. He must not sit idly by. Captain. You can't go. Your injuries are too severe. Hong Ling dissuaded. No. I have to go. Principal Tang entrusted them to me, I can't just watch them die. They are extremely talented. They just lack experience now. In time, they will grow into the pillars of Daxia. They cannot die. The future of Daxia cannot die. Lang Hong stood up with the knife in his hand, blood dripping onto the ground. But at this moment, a scene that surprised him happened. Yi Xiao directly passed through those dozens of clones. Then, he walked up to a man in a black robe, raised his hand and slapped him, sending him flying. How is this possible? How could you possibly see through my clone technique? The black-robed man who was blown away got up and roared in disbelief. If his clone is not seen through, it is a separate individual. Can cause substantial harm to people. But if someone sees through it, it is just an illusion and cannot cause any harm to others. Yi Xiao actually found his real body among dozens of clones at a glance. What kind of monster is this? Yi Xiao reached out with one hand and grabbed his head. You're such a pathetic fellow. You even resort to disguise to appear tall and majestic. In reality, you're just a timid, dark-minded rat who lives in a corner. After saying that, Yi Xiao swung his hand and pulled off his black robe. What surprised everyone was that the figure under the black robe turned out to be a dwarf with pockmarks all over his face, messy hair, and only 1.5 meters tall. No. No. My clothes. My clothes. He let out a cry of terror and tore at his skin exposed to the sun. He rolled and crawled towards the wide black robe, and his whole body shrank into the black robe. You're nothing but a bug that can't stand the sunlight. Strong on the outside, weak on the inside. Even if you pretend to be evil and cruel, you're nothing but a pathetic creature at heart. No. Don't say it anymore. I don't want to hear it. I won't listen, ah. The dwarf roared madly. Ah, if you won't listen, then go to hell. Yi Xiao smiled coldly, and a golden lotus appeared in his pupils. Golden flame eyes, burn. Call. A cluster of flames shot up high from the black robe, setting the dwarf on fire. Ah. I don't want to die. Ah. Ma too. Help me, ah. The dwarf rolled wildly on the ground, his whole body burned by golden flames, like a fireman. Extremely terrifying. Humph. Trash. Ma Tu cursed the black-robed man who grabbed Lang Ning, without even looking at him. The only sound echoing at the scene was the dwarf and his desperate screams. Until his body was completely burned, turned into a pile of ashes, and was blown away by the breeze. Yan Xin couldn't help but shiver, and looked at Yi Xiao with eyes filled with fear. What would happen if this fire ignited him? He couldn't imagine it. Ah, there's one left. Yi Xiao patted his head and looked at the other man in black robe. Ah, kid, you have some skills. If you are given enough time, you will be really amazing. So, I absolutely cannot let you leave here alive today. He looked down at Yi Xiao condescendingly. Let me introduce myself. I'm from the Shadow God cult, Matu. My profession is Dream Maker. Now, enter the dream I created for you. From beneath the black robe, a burst of purple arc light erupted, enveloping everyone present. Dream Maker, to put it simply, is a branch profession of illusionist. Its characteristic is that it can pull the opponent into the dream created by itself and kill the opponent silently in the dream, until none of them can wake up again. This kind of job is very rare. But it is indeed an extremely terrifying auxiliary profession. If used well, one person can destroy an entire legion. Purple arcs of light spread, and at first sight, everyone was pulled into his dream. He fell to the ground in a daze. Even Yi Xiao is no exception. Ha 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 ha. Just sink into my dream forever. He held Lang Ning's neck tightly and laughed excitedly. Long live Lord Shadow God. Little girl, I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to join my Shadow God cult, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you will be buried with them. Bah! You're dreaming. I will never join your dark cult. My brothers will definitely be able to get out of your dream. Lang Ning glared at him and said. Interesting. Since you're a healer, I wanted to give you a chance to join our Shadow God cult. Become a follower of the Shadow God, and gain eternal life. But since you're so ungrateful, I'll kill you first. After saying that, the Dream Maker began to exert force with his hands. Crunch. Crunch. Lang Ning frowned and his whole face turned pale, as if he was drowning. Ha 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 ha. The ant's final struggle. A cruel smile appeared on the face beneath the black robe. I thought you were a gentle and considerate guy, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel. Just then, a teasing voice was heard. The man in black robe was startled and almost fell off the rock. How is this possible? How are you okay? You should have entered my dream. Don't you always wake up from a dream? Everything will be fine once you wake up. Yi Xiao curled his lips. You compare the dream created by me, a professional dream maker, to sleeping? Who are you looking down on here? You are insulting my profession. In fact, Yi Xiao was indeed caught in the dream maker's dream. However, he had just fallen asleep when the delusion-breaking eyes automatically protected him and activated. And then, the dream was shattered. All I can say is, it's not that the profession of dream maker is not strong, but that the delusion breaker lacks martial ethics. Yi Xiao's ability restrained him tightly. A dream maker who has lost his dreams is just an auxiliary profession. The combat capability is extremely limited. Okay, the game is over. Yi Xiao clapped his hands and approached him step by step. Don't come over here. If you dare come over here, I will kill her. He grabbed Lang Ning's neck tightly. You kill her, and then I kill you. This way, I'm helping her get revenge. It's not that I can't afford to save her, but revenge is more cost-effective. Yi Xiao spread his hands and said. Brother, isn't my life my life? Save me, brother. Otherwise I'll cry in front of you. Ah, just kidding. Seeing the black-robed man trembling with anger and Lang Ning almost crying with fear, Yi Xiao twitched his lips. It's just a small favor. Burn. Golden flames ignited in his pupils, and the man in black robe felt a pain in his hand. It turned out that his hand was directly set on fire by Yi Xiao. Damn it. He quickly pulled his hand away. Lang Ning took the opportunity to jump off the stone. Escaped behind Yi Xiao. Damn it. Why won't this flame go out? Why? The man in black robe grabbed his hands and frantically covered them with purple energy. It's useless. My eternal flame eyes wield an inextinguishable golden flame that will not go out. Until I've completely burned you to death. Yi Xiao curled his lips. Experience the fear of waiting for death to come. This is your only chance in this lifetime. Asshole. Damn you. I won't let you off. Ma Tu roared. He raised his other palm, which was covered with purple light. Ah. He raised his sword and cut off his arm at the root. That's cruel. Yi Xiao smiled. He had the courage to cut off his own arm, which made him much more powerful than that dwarf. Snap. He raised his hands and clapped. All right, you've rested enough. Don't go back to sleep. Yi Xiao's voice seemed to have some kind of magic. In addition, Matu was seriously injured and it was difficult for him to maintain his dream, so the people who were dreaming gradually woke up. What happened? I'm still alive? Hiss. Lung Hong got up from the ground with a pale face. I'm fighting a life and death battle with millions of demons. I'm not dead? He trembled with disbelief. The other people also looked pale and dazed, and it seemed that they had experienced profound things in their dreams. Hey, Huang Mao, why are you so red? What did you dream about? At this time, Bai Ruoyu pointed at Yan Qin and shouted. Yan Qin's face changed and he hunched his body reflexively. Bai Ruoyu looked strange. He reacted after a moment, with a look of disgust on his face. Are you having a wet dream? You. What nonsense are you talking about? Yan Qin hid aside like a goose, unable to say a word. Put. Ha 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 ha. I didn't realize you were such a repressed slut, Huang Mao. You're having an erotic dream. Don't you have a girlfriend? You're such a grown-up. Ha 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 ha. Yan Qin's neck turned red. What are you laughing at? What kind of dream did you have? I dreamed of a paradise made of candy, with countless candies. They were so delicious. I want to eat them forever. Bai Ruoyu's face was full of longing. Yan Qin. Compared to hers, my dreams are indeed too. The structure of dreams varies from person to person, but whether it is sadness or joy, it has the magic to make people immerse themselves in it involuntarily. Yi Xiao, what did you dream about? Zhang Ro walked up to Yi Xiao and asked. I didn't dream. I came out right after entering. Oh, I also wanted to have a deep dream. But my pupil technique is too annoying. It pulled me out in an instant. Versailles, please go away. Thank you. I have red eyes. And you? Zhang Ro shook her head. Indicates that she doesn't want to talk. Damn you guys. Damn you guys. Do you still have time to discuss dreams? Don't you know? You are about to die? At some point, Matu, whose arm was broken, had taken off his black robe. He held a crystal ball in his only remaining arm. He was muttering to himself. Great Lord Shadow God. I use your most loyal believer as a vessel. I call upon a trace of your true spirit. Lord Shadow God, please descend here. Slay these damned blasphemers. I obey the will of heaven. I will set my soul and body ablaze. Buzz. The sky suddenly changed color, and the crystal ball in Matu's hand burst out with a brilliant black light. An ancient breath gradually revived in his body, and wisps of black mist emerged from the crystal ball. Possessed by a spirit. Lung Hong spoke with horror on his face. Who would have thought that this was just the simplest clearing mission? But the dark cult showed up halfway through, that would have been fine, but now even the possession of gods has appeared. This is outrageous. Who is calling me? Those who call my true name will see eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Immortality. Matu opened his eyes, a black mist rushed out madly, and his breath rose steadily. Death to those who blaspheme. Buried in the underworld, never to see reincarnation. Rumble. An extremely powerful aura pressed down on everyone. And it is still soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the gods have not yet completely descended. If they were to completely descend, I am afraid that this power would directly break through to the manipulation level. Damn it, it's Go Ba Shunling again. I'm going to fight him. Yi Xiao frowned. Hurry up and destroy the divine vessel. At this time, Lung Hong yelled while covering his wound. No need. Leave it to me. Yi Xiao stopped a few people. Their weak attack is meaningless. The eternal flame of the Lord opens. Yi Xiao shouted coldly. The golden flames in the sky turned into a robe covering Yi Xiao's body. The golden light is dazzling, the long robe is fluttering, he is like a god or immortal, extremely domineering. Martial God's eye. Open. Martial God's shadow. Manifest. Yi Xiao opened his eyes again, and the ancient dark golden lines in his pupils spread in the void. At this moment, everyone seemed to sense a deafening roar from a god from a distant time. A resounding bell rang out between heaven and earth. A giant figure of 100 meters tall appeared behind Yi Xiao. It was a phantom with golden light emitting from its eyes and a terrifying aura like a mountain. It was like an ancient god waking up from his slumber. Cross time and space to conquer all directions in this era. The shadow of the god of war roared, shaking the heaven and earth. The shadow of the god of war stood behind Yi Xiao, and dark golden ancient runes intertwined in the air, blocking all the black fog of the shadow god outside. Holy crap! This skill is a gold-eating beast. My mana is almost gone. As soon as the shadow of the god of war was summoned, Yi Xiao felt that 2/3 of his pupil power had been consumed. The remaining pupil power can only support the phantom to throw a punch. This is truly a life or death skill. Once you use it up, you'll be out of mana. Never use it carelessly unless it is a life or death situation. The shadow of the god of war stomped his foot on the ground, causing the earth to shake. You want to come? Who allowed you to? I don't allow it, go back to where you came from. Yi Xiao sneered. The shadow of the god of war behind him clenched his huge dark golden fist. Then he punched forward. Human ant. You're courting death. The black fog transformed into a shadow with a blurred face, standing opposite the shadow of the god of war. Ah, yes, yes. I'm looking for death. I beg you to kill me quickly. You can't do it, but you still complaining here? Now the shadow god has not yet completely arrived, and the power he unleashes is at most comparable to the 4th stage of transformation. A dark golden fist like brass blasted forward. Die. The shadow transformed from the black mist stretched out its hand to block the dark golden fist. Ah! How is that possible? As a result, at the moment of contact, the black fog was madly swallowed and expelled by a golden rune. It's actually natural restraint. A happy smile appeared on Yi Zhao's face. Originally, he was worried that the shadow of the god of war would not be able to send him away with one punch. Now that this restraint has occurred, it is almost unquestionable. The dark golden fist pierced through the black fog, and all the black fog turned into flying smoke the moment it was touched, flowing in the void. Boy! One day I will come in my true form. I will kill you 100 times. I will destroy billions of lands in Daxia. The shadow god roared angrily. How dare someone in this world stand in his way? This was simply unbearable for his noble spirit. Ah, billions of land, you really dare to brag. My great Xia sword god killed the 4 gods of destruction with his sword, why didn't you attack him? Shadow god, you have lived your whole life hiding in the shadows, right? Yi Zhao sneered. Okay, you have nothing to do next, you can go now. The fist of the martial god's shadow was blazing with light, and this punch directly drained 1/3 of Yi Zhao's remaining pupil power. Just wait. I'll remember you. The shadow god cult. And this god. We'll all remember you. Just wait. Okay, you remember me, right? Then remember to give me a present for Christmas. Now. It's none of your business, get out. The dark golden fist light penetrated the black fog and shot towards the distance. A small hill shook violently, half of it dented by the punch, leaving a conspicuous fist mark on the hill. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard. Bai Ruoyu and the other two were no longer surprised. This shadow god looks very imposing, but his actual strength is only at the 4th or 5th level. They had witnessed with their own eyes how Yi Zhao's eyes shot out a fully formed deity. A giant deity. That is truly earth-shattering, and the eyes of heaven can see through the past and present. In comparison, this was just a small scene, just a few drops of water. However, Leng Hong and the others didn't think so. They fell down with the whole piece of flax. What kind of genius is this? He is at the 4th level of transcendence and can kill the possessed god in seconds? The shock that this damn Yi Zhao brought to them today was greater than anything they had seen in the past 3 or 4 years. Especially Yin Xin, when he thought of his previous sarcasm towards Yi Zhao, he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. Fortunately, Yi Zhao didn't care, otherwise, if the golden giant punched him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it even if he had 10 lives. However, if Yi Zhao knew what he was thinking, he would probably say something. Cannons are not used to kill mosquitoes. Report today's events truthfully to the higher-ups. The Shadow God Cult's sudden attack gives us reason to believe that there are traitors among humans. Yi Zhao said to Long Hong. Combined with the previous experience in the provincial capital, there is definitely more than one traitor in Daxia, and it is likely to be a large group. That is really as poisonous as a cancer attached to the bone. But this kind of thing is not something they can control. The bigwigs of Daxia should have had a plan long ago. Don't worry, we will report the truth, but Yi Zhao, your Long Hong was a little hesitant. Since I dared to let you see it, it means I am not afraid of being known. Yi Zhao said calmly. By the way, Captain Lung, do you have a sack? Get some energy crystals, one bag isn't enough. Yi Zhao lifted the sack beside him. Long Hong's mouth twitched. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding. I'd better not embarrass old Tang. They have quite a few energy crystals in this sack, 499. Tang Qingsan's bottom line is stuck. Afterwards, Long Hong was treated with condensation release healing magic, but because his injuries were too severe and he suffered from excessive blood loss, he still needed systematic treatment. Several people got on the off-road vehicle and drove towards the town. Because of Lang Hong's report, Tang Qingsan and the captain of the 100 Battles Hunting God team were already waiting for them in the preparation town. Captain Long, are you okay? Seeing them get off the car, Tang Qingsan hurried to meet them. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Tang. I'm fine. That's good. Tang Qingsan nodded. By the way, did Ji Xiao and the others cause you any trouble or hold you back? Long Hong's mouth froze. We held him back, and we feel ashamed. Tang Qingsan was stunned and had no idea what they were talking about. Old Tang, Captain Lang is almost turning into a cold-blooded animal. His face has turned pale. Why don't you let him get some blood first? Yi Xiao said to him. Oh, yes, you should go get treatment first. Lang Hong nodded and then gave instructions to Hong Ling. Hong Ling, please report the details to Elder Tang and the captain. Yi Xiao ran to the vending machine nearby and bought a can of Coke. Can you buy me a can? A handsome young man appeared beside him and said with a smile. Good. Yi Xiao threw him a can. It still tastes the same. I haven't had it in years. The young man looked at the can of Coke, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. I like to drink more. The young man smiled but said nothing. Yi Xiao, do you know who I am? Yi Xiao nodded calmly. If I'm not mistaken, you are the captain of the 100 Battles Hunter team, right? Oh? How did you tell that? I can tell. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. He really saw it. You can tell with just a flick of your eye. Luo Qingyun, 31 years old, is the captain of the 100 Battles Hunting God team. He graduated from Jinxing University and can be considered Yi Zhao's senior. Junior, what do you think of my 100 Battles Hunting God team? It's quite powerful. Founded 7 years ago, it has penetrated deep into the wilderness and slew over 100,000 demons and 5 gods. He has made indelible contributions to Jianzhou City. You know it quite well. Luo Qingyun smiled and nodded. So, Junior, when you graduate from Jinshin University, are you interested in joining my 100 Battles God Hunter team? As long as you come, I will reserve the position of vice captain for you in advance. Luo Qingyun formally extended an olive branch to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao smiled. Senior, you really think highly of me. Of course, being the top-ranked recruit in Southern Province is a very prestigious award. I believe you'll achieve great things in the future. Consider this as my early investment, how about it? Yi Xiao threw the Coke can into the trash can. Then he shook his head. Senior Luo, you're also sure that I'll achieve great things in the future, so why don't I just start my own God Hunter team instead of being your second in command and working under you? Luo Qingyun was stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the top special recruit in Southern Province. So courageous. Honestly, Junior Yi, if you accept my invitation, I might be very happy, but it also means that you will always be inferior to me. As a professional, if you lose the courage to strive for excellence and keep moving forward, your future will be limited. You can only see the limit of your achievements at a glance. Compared to having an outstanding vice captain for my 100 Battles Hunting God team, I still prefer having a powerful hunting god team in Daxia. I respect your choice. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Luo from now on. Luo Qingyun formally extended his hand to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao chuckled. He already knew that Luo Qingyun came here specifically to test him, and now, he finally put Yi Xiao on the same level as himself. Brother Luo. Yi Xiao stretched out his hand and the two shook hands gently. Yi Xiao, I can't tell you're hiding so deeply. You told me you were using a knife to pick your teeth? You even lied to me. You haven't told a single word of truth. At the dinner table, Tang Qingsong slammed the table hard. Okay, Mr. Tang, Yi Xiao is just being modest and low-key. Modesty is a virtue. Luo Qingyun smiled. Humble? You call this kid humble? Tang Qingsong was stunned. When I asked him to come up on stage and give a speech to the candidates, he came up and said, if you have the ability, come and pursue me. You call that modesty? Everyone in the audience laughed so hard that they fell over. Yi Xiao, tell me honestly, are you a humble person? Tang Qingsong asked. Yi Xiao nodded. Of course, a humble and confident man is the most handsome. Look at this. Look at this. There's no trace of modesty here. Tang Qingsong touched his forehead. I must have been your enemy in my previous life. Yi Xiao, tell me honestly, if I ask you to take first place in the freshman competition after school starts, how confident are you that you can win? Yi Xiao raised his fist. 0? Are you kidding me? Old Tang, what I mean is that the possibility of me losing is 0. Tang Qingsong. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yi Xiao and his friends returned in a special car, and Luo Qingyun's 100 Battles Hunting God team also planned to investigate the Shadow God cult and try to find a way to catch the undercover lurking in Zhangzhou. Yi Xiao, I've also heard about the plan of the Daxia upper echelons. They're using the specially recruited students to lure out 15 gods and annihilate them all. The sword god penetrated deep into the wasteland and slew 4 destructive level gods in a row. This time, the gods are bound to suffer heavy losses. If they knew that all this was planned by the Daxia leadership, I'm sure there would be another fierce storm. Before you fully grow up, I still hope you can keep a low profile and not show off too much. You must know that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Yi Xiao nodded seriously. Don't worry, old Tang. I won't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Yi Xiao had wanted to say this line from the protagonist of a previous online novel. That's good. Tang Qingsong felt relieved. Although Yi Xiao was usually not serious, he was very decisive. When it came to serious matters, he was the type of person that people could trust. I must support you guys when you go to college. It's not easy to get out of a place. Then he said to Xiao Hongchen and others. Thank you, old Tang. Yi Xiao shook his hand solemnly. What are you doing? You're being so affectionate. Tang Qingsong felt a little uncomfortable when Yi Xiao looked at him. Yi Xiao didn't say much. He also saw how good Tang Qingsong was to him, and he always took good care of him. Perhaps it was because he saw Yi Xiao's potential, but this could not ignore his concern for Yi Xiao. Moreover, Yi Xiao and Tang Yun are now regarded as siblings. In his previous life, Yi Xiao was an orphan and had never felt any family affection, which also cultivated his heartless character. In fact, that was just a protective color of a chameleon. Deep down in his heart, Yi Xiao still longed for family affection. Yi Xiao is also an orphan in this life, but he feels a long-lost emotion in Tang Qingsong. It feels really good to have someone care about you. A few days later, the college entrance examination results came out. As expected, no one from Jiangnan Middle School was admitted to Jinshin University. But it doesn't matter. With Yi Xiao and the other two taking the top 3 spots in the special recruitment, the college entrance examination results are not that important in comparison. Jiangnan Middle School became famous because of this. It was originally the best high school in Zhangzhou City, and now it is famous throughout the entire southern province. There are even many large families from other cities and even provincial capitals who travel thousands of miles to send their children to study at Jiangnan Middle School. I heard that Tang Qingsong stayed in the office those days and didn't go home for 4 or 5 days in a row. He received endless calls every moment. He was so happy that he couldn't stop laughing. In the following days, Yi Xiao lived a particularly leisurely life. After absorbing those energy crystals, his level successfully reached the extraordinary 6th level. When I have free time, I go out with friends to drink, eat skewers and have a small gathering. Yi Xiao knew that this kind of leisurely life would become less and less common in the future. That's why we should cherish it doubly. It is worth mentioning that Su Hao, with the help of his family's superpowers, was admitted to a decent university, and that university was located in the imperial capital, which made Su Hao happy for a long time. That night was as cool as water. Yi Xiao stood on the top of a tall building. Tomorrow is the new student registration day. What are your thoughts, Yi Xiao? Zhang Rou appeared behind him and asked softly. For now, let's just win first place in the freshman competition. Spend those 3,000 points and exchange them for your own strength. And you? Hearing Yi Xiao's question, Zhang Rou was slightly stunned as she looked at the city full of neon lights in the distance. She brushed the hair away from her ear. Yi Xiao, what do you think of my father? Uncle Jiang is a very good person. He is a qualified father and a qualified mayor. He has worked diligently and made great contributions to Jiangzhou City. Zhang Rou nodded without comment. But he's not a good husband. Yi Xiao frowned slightly. Yi Xiao, we are so familiar with each other, I am not afraid to tell you that my mother is a daughter of a wealthy family in the imperial capital. Her marriage to my father was not recognized by the family, so after giving birth to me, my mother was taken back to the family. Afterwards, my family arranged a marriage for me. The other party was a young master from another big family in the imperial capital. So your goal is to go to the imperial capital and marry that young man? Yi Xiao couldn't help but ask. Zhang Rou rolled her eyes at him. Do you think I'm that kind of person? No. I went to the imperial capital on one hand to get myself the opportunity to further my studies. And on the other hand, to completely resolve this marriage. I don't want to be like my mother, with my life controlled by others. You know, Yi Xiao, my parents love each other very much, but they don't dare to see each other. Every year, I see my father locking himself in the study, caressing my mother's photo, and getting drunk. He's too timid. And too miserable. My life will never be like my father's. Zhang Rou said with a firm look. Yi Xiao was silent. It was someone else's family affair, and as an outsider, it was difficult for him to judge. But just because Jiang Mian has never dared to set foot in the imperial capital over the years, and has no courage to see his beloved woman, he feels that he is not manly enough. After so many years, you should have understood that some things cannot be diluted by time. So, in this case, as a man, shouldn't you face difficulties bravely? Yi Xiao, I don't have any other intentions in telling you this. I just want to find someone to talk to. Ruayu is heartless and Hongchen has a cold personality, so I can only find you. We're going to the capital tomorrow, and to be honest, I'm a little nervous. Zhang Rou showed a relaxed expression and smiled. She stretched out her slender hand and pointed it at the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight is so bright today. The stars are shining too. I hope the bright moon and stars can guide us. Yi Xiao, I wish us both a bright future. Daxia, the imperial capital. Today is the freshman orientation day for Jinshin University. There were countless vehicles parked at the school gate. Many young men and women with bright eyes and extraordinary demeanor got out of the vehicles, looking at the magnificent plaque of Jinshin University, eager to try. Yi Xiao, goodbye. I'm going next door first. I'll come and have a drink with you later. Su Hao got out of the car and waved goodbye to Yi Xiao. Okay. Hurry up and pick up a girl. Yi Xiao chuckled. Then he walked toward Jinshin University with a knife on his back. Hello, classmate. Are you a freshman? At this time, a young man came towards Yi Xiao. Right. Please tell me your student number here. 2265. Yi Xiao, right? Your dormitory is in building 4, room 618. Just go to the dormitory building and find the dorm manager to get the key. This is your ID card. It's very important. Don't lose it. Your identity and school points are stored on it. This is the freshman code. You can take a look at it when you have time. Many school activities are recorded in it, as well as how to use some public facilities. As he said this, he handed a booklet and a black card to Yi Xiao with a cold expression. Yi Xiao took it and tapped it on the ID card. Ding. 3,000 points remaining. The cold young man was stunned. What the hell? Something wrong with the ID card? He leaned over to look. Holy crap. That's 3,000 points. You're not seeing things. You're a freshman and you have 3,000 points. He screamed in surprise. Wait. Yi Xiao. He opened the freshman information system. Let me see. Yi Xiao. Holy crap. First place in the Southern Province Special Recruitment? He looked at Yi Xiao in amazement. Yi Xiao nodded calmly. He. Junior, how are you? The journey to Southern Province is long and tiring. You must have been tired all the way. Have a drink of water. As he said that, he handed Yi Xiao a bottle of mineral water. Yi Xiao took it silently. Took a sip. Thank you, senior. It's okay, it's just a small problem. Junior, let me take you to the dormitory. My name is Hu Han, sophomore. I'm a thief by profession. A thief? A thief could get into Jinshin University? That's not easy. Yi Xiao, occupation, pupil magician. Hello, senior. Amazing. Junior, you even managed to get first place in the special recruitment for a support profession like the pupil master. You must be a dragon among men. The future is promising. He followed Hu Han around the campus and finally stopped in front of a small red brick. Building with black tiles. Junior, your dormitory is on the 6th floor. I won't go up with you. Leave me your contact information. As he spoke, he raised his cell phone. Yi Xiao nodded and added him as a friend. Then I went to the dormitory office to collect the key. Drop. At this moment, the cell phone rang. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. Have you packed your things? Let's go out and play. It turned out to be by Ruoyu, and she tagged Yi Xiao in the group. Okay, wait. Yi Xiao smiled and then pushed the door open and walked in. The dormitory is a double room, and the decoration is quite nice. If it were outside, it would be the level of a 4-star hotel. Hello. Yi Xiao pushed open the door and saw a gentle young man sitting at the desk in the dormitory, quietly reading an ancient book. Hearing someone come in, he raised his head. He put down the book and pushed his glasses up on his nose. Hello, classmate. I'm your roommate. My name is Lin Ru, and I'm a word master by profession. Word master? Yi Xiao was slightly startled. This is a rare profession. Just like his pupil magician, both are rare professions. The only difference is that the pupil magician is relatively useless, while the speech magician is incredibly powerful. He is the kind of person who can suppress the enemy with just a few words. Used in team battles, it is a killer weapon on the battlefield. Within the range covered by the word spirit, every word can clear the area. It is worthy of being called Jinshin University. It is really full of geniuses. Yi Xiao, occupation, pupil magician. So you are Yi Xiao. Do you know me? Lin Ru smiled and nodded. Nanfang Province's top recruit, of course I know him. Then please give me more guidance in the future. Learn from each other. After leaving the dormitory, Yi Xiao took out his cell phone. Where are you? Snack Street at the North Gate. 1 minute. Then Yi Xiao looked at the map. My goodness, he is 7 or 8 kilometers away from the North Gate. Is this Jinshin University a city? Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment. This thing is way too damn big. He had no choice but to take a taxi and head straight to the North Gate. Finally, Bai Ruoyu and his friends were found at a barbecue stall. Didn't you say it would take a minute? Bai Ruoyu smiled playfully. 7 or 8 kilometers, you can get there in 1 minute. It's not that difficult as long as we can summon Daikoku. Bai Ruoyu curled her lips. Yi Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to him and just picked up a bottle of beer and drank it. I'm so thirsty. How are you guys? Have you seen your roommates? How are they? She's quite nice. She's a big sister, 1.78 meters tall. Bai Ruoyu said with a smile. Well, the mother-daughter bureau is really good. We are all fine, but Hanshin may not be so well. Jiang Ro said with a smile. What's wrong? Yi Xiao turned his gaze to Xiao Hanshin. My roommate's profession is a swordsman, and he's a fighting maniac. As soon as we met, I started fighting with him. As a result, we almost tore down the dormitory building, and then we were kicked out by the dormitory management. Xiao Hanshin took a sip of wine and said helplessly. Put. You guys are so talented. I'm dying of laughter. Yi Xiao laughed loudly and clapped his hands on the table. Let's not talk about me, how about you? He's quite good. He's a bookish fellow named Lin Ru. He has a rare profession, a word master. Lin Ru? Jiang Ro looked surprised. It's actually Lin Ru? Even Bai Ruoyu couldn't help but marvel. Why, you all know him? Xiao Hanshin also nodded. Lin Ru, the top scorer in Guangnan Province's special recruitment, codenamed Dragon Language Destroyer, is an extremely powerful word master. Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance. During the special recruitment exam, he once achieved an astonishing feat of single-handedly defeating 100 men. No one can stand where the word spirit descends. He single-handedly subdued 100 geniuses. What terrifying strength. He's a hot candidate for the freshman competition championship. Yi Xiao, your roommate is no ordinary person. He might be the biggest obstacle on your way to winning the championship. Jiang Ro also said this. Yi Xiao took a sip of beer. As expected of Jinshin University, it's filled with talented people. It makes my blood boil. Yi Xiao smiled. Just then, a sharp brake sound was heard. A red Porsche sports car stopped next to the barbecue stall. A tall, muscular young man in a suit got out of the car. Her whole body is filled with the scent of hormones. Ruoyu, why are you eating in a place like this? What if you get an upset stomach? Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. There's a dog coming. It's so annoying. Help me deal with him. Please. Bai Ruoyu pulled Yi Xiao's sleeve, pouted, and said pleadingly. Your suitor is quite good, tall, and handsome. It's a waste to be with you. Yi Xiao curled his lips. Ah. Yi Xiao. I am your slave. How can you let your slave serve other men? Do you really think this is okay? Bai Ruoyu said angrily. Yi Xiao twitched the corner of his mouth. You are really unscrupulous. Ah hey. She made a cute tilted head expression. At this time, the tall young man was already walking towards their table. Ruoyu, come with me to eat. I've booked a table at the best Western restaurant in the capital. He said with what he thought was a very charming smile. No. I'm allergic to Western food. I've heard of food allergies, but I've never heard of Western food allergies. It's okay. If you're allergic to Western food, we can go eat Chinese food. I'll treat you to the most famous specialties of the imperial capital. Sorry, I'm allergic to Porsches. Why don't you smash the Porsche? Dai Lian's face twitched. He gritted his teeth. As long as you go to dinner with me, I can smash it. I just like eating barbecue here. Bai Ruoyu curled her lips, grabbed a skewer of lamb and took a big bite. Ruoyu, this is what he just ate. He pointed at Yi Xiao. What's wrong? It's none of your business. I just like to eat imported food. I don't dislike him. Right. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao smiled helplessly. Eat slowly. Bai Ruoyu smiled brightly. Dai Lian, who was standing aside, clenched his fists and stared at Yi Xiao. Boy. Who are you? Don't you know that I'm pursuing Ruoyu? Yi Xiao slowly picked up the beer, took a sip, then picked up a peanut and ate it. Then he spoke slowly. You chase after her, it's none of my business. Even though I'm her master, I won't interfere too. Much in her private affairs, right? Yi Xiao reached out and patted her head. Bai Ruoyu laughed, shaking her head. Yes. He is my master. Owner. Dai Lian's teeth were nearly broken by the bite. His face was darker than a dark cloud. What kind of play are they playing? When Dai Lian thought that Bai Ruoyu, this cute little girl, actually had a master, he felt that the most beautiful and pure sanctuary in his heart had been violated. Anger is gradually eroding his sanity. Boy. I want to fight you in a duel. You are not worthy of Ruoyu. He pointed at Yi Xiao and said angrily. One-on-one? Are you sure? Do you know who I am? Yi Xiao asked back. I don't care who you are. I'm Dai Lian. I rank 8th in the Imperial Capital College entrance examination. Professional, holy warrior, I challenge you. If you are a man, come out and fight me fair and square. Dai Lian pointed at Yi Xiao and roared. It attracted all the attention around. Ha 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 ha. Dai Lian. How dare you challenge my master? Do you know who my master is? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. He is the top special recruit in Southern Province. What? Dai Lian showed a look of surprise. This kid who sits with his legs crossed, drinks beer, eats skewers, and acts like a street gangster is actually the top special recruit in a province. You can't judge a person by his appearance. You can't measure the depth of the ocean. Do you want to fight again? Yi Xiao asked back. Fight. Why not? He's only the top recruit in Southern Province. He's not the top recruit in the country. What's there to be afraid of? The arrow is on the string and must be shot, Dai Lian said through gritted teeth. In fact, there was still a glimmer of hope in Dai Lian's heart. There is a big gap between the geniuses in other provinces and those in the imperial capital. In previous years, the top 10 geniuses in the imperial capital were all at the level of the top scorers in the college entrance examinations in their respective provinces. If Yi Xiao, the first in the special recruitment, is not good enough, then he must be good enough. After all, he is a pupil magician, a combat profession that is more auxiliary. The gap between him and his rare profession of holy warrior is quite large. Come on, let's fight. Yi Xiao finished the skewers in his hand in one bite and stood up. It's better to do it today than today. Let's find an open space and do it. I still need to go back to sleep. I'm really sleepy. After saying that, Yi Xiao walked towards a dark alley near the snack street. Snort. Dai Lian followed with a sullen face. Yi Xiao was walking in front when Dai Lian suddenly stopped. Come on, boy, I'll tell you. Yi Xiao turned around and punched him hard in the face. Dai Lian was stunned by the punch and flew backwards, hitting the trash can in the corner, leaving his expensive suit stained. Boy. You deserve to die. Dai Lian opened his hand, and an axe blade shaped like a big sword appeared in his hand. Saint's Barrier. Buzz. With Dai Lian as the center, a golden halo enveloped them. Is this the power of a holy warrior? Yi Xiao touched his chin. He felt a force pressing down on him from all angles, trying to reduce his strength by 30%. The warrior profession is divided into two rare professions. A berserker, focused on attack and kill. Fighting like a madman. Killing 1,000 enemies. While losing 800 of their own. Even risking their own lives. The second one is the holy warrior, group battle aura. The auxiliary aura is full. Not only can you increase your own strength, but you can also increase the strength of your teammates. Most importantly, it also has healing abilities. All I can say is that both of these professions are extremely powerful and rare. Come and die. Ruoyu is mine. He stomped his foot, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Then he swung the huge axe and chopped at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao took a step back. Then he flipped his hands and the shadow knife behind him fell into his hands. I don't even need pupil techniques to deal with you. The blade was unsheathed and the black blade cut through the void. Bite. A knife struck Dai Lian's axe blade. The immense force made his arm numb. Yi Xiao swung his sword at lightning speed, slashing at Dai Lian's weapon one after another. He was so shocked that he retreated step by step. I just said Yi Xiao is fine, I don't know why you were so anxious. Outside the alley, Bai Ruoyu and the other two each held a bottle of beer and drank it in small sips. Come on, do one. The jar gave a light touch. If this kind of trash can win, then I can only suspect that Yi Xiao has been possessed by a spirit. Xiao Hongchen, the gods think that your words are impolite. Cut. Bai Ruoyu curled her lips, unmoved. She jumped up and down, waving her little fists. Master. Come on. Master. Come on. I don't know whether the owner of those soft and sticky voices cheered for Yi Xiao. But Dai Lian must have been set on fire. Listening to Bai Ruoyu's words, he felt it was extremely harsh, and the anger in his heart was growing stronger and stronger. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Great sacred blade. Earth-shattering slash. A layer of golden holy light lingered on his axe blade. Dai Lian's breath continued to rise. It soared from the original extraordinary level 6 to the critical point of extraordinary level 7. Die. The golden axe blade swept across the sky and fell as if it was the creation of the world. Double blessing. Within his barrier, the enemy's combat power is suppressed by 30%. And this skill increases his combat power by another 30%. Worthy of being a rare profession. Jiang Rou exclaimed. With the strength Dai Lian has shown so far, she will be defeated if she does not use the power of thunder. Only by leaving Jiangzhou City can you see the vastness of the world. A guy who ranked 8th in the college entrance examination in the capital city has such strength. It's unimaginable. Xiao Hongqian was also a little surprised. Including his swordsman roommate, they are all his strong rivals at this stage. It is difficult for him to defeat them without using the sword intent of cutting the sky. When in Jiangzhou, Yi Xiao was the first in the special recruitment, and they were second and third, which sounded like they were only second to Yi Xiao. But when I came to the imperial capital, I realized that the gap between the first, second and third place could still be filled with dozens of people. The battle between Yi Xiao and Dai Lian also put some pressure on Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongqian. At this rate, the gap between them and Yi Xiao will only grow wider and wider. Until they can no longer even see his back. Ha, seeing you act so impressive when you first appeared, I really thought you were that strong, but in reality, you're just this good. Yi Xiao chuckled. Too weak, so weak. You're like this, and you still have the nerve to pursue someone else? Do you deserve it? The shadow blade was swung up, and Yi Xiao launched a ghost knife flash attack. With one blow, the golden axe blade was directly deflected. Think about it carefully. You're not even strong enough to allow me to use my pupil technique. 2 black blades whizzed past, and the axe blade in Dai Lian's hand was actually bounced away. On the spot. Then Yi Xiao punched him in the face. Dai Lian hit the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then fell limply to the ground. The battle is over. Yi Xiao clapped his hands and turned to leave. Who told you it's over? It's not over yet. I said it's not over yet. Dai Lian actually got up from the ground panting. He was breathing heavily and staring at Yi Xiao with fiery eyes. I kill you. He roared, blood seeping from between his gums. Dai Lian pulled out a tube of blood-colored potion from his pocket. The needle is then inserted into the skin. That is penetrant? Is he crazy? This will overdraw his potential. Jiang Rou screamed in shock. He must be unable to accept that kind of gap. Xiao Hongqian said softly. Dai Lian was a local prodigy from the imperial capital. He had ranked 8th in the college entrance exam. From childhood on, he had been admired and respected. He had never experienced any setbacks, but today he was beaten severely by Yi Xiao in an almost humiliating way. He must be feeling very unbalanced right now. As the blood-colored potion was injected, Dai Lian roared, and the energy fluctuations around him began to vibrate wildly. Die. He picked up the weapon, finally leaped up and struck Yi Xiao on the head. Come on. Pupil magician. Show me your pupil magic. Am I worthy of your pupil magic now? Ah. Come on. Where's your pupil magic? Dai Lian roared. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed. As you wish. Wuling Tong, activate. Yi Xiao's strength suddenly increased dramatically. Then he clenched his fists. Seeing his actions, Dai Lian's eyes were bloodshot. Why? You haven't used your pupil technique yet. Use your pupil technique. I will definitely defeat you. However, Yi Xiao did not say a word. He slowly swung a punch at Dai Lian's axe blade. Sorry, this is all you deserve. Yi Xiao punched Dai Lian's weapon, and the two collided, sending a fierce gust of wind flying in all directions. Outrageous. Yi Xiao's physique doesn't even resemble that of a pupil magician. Outrageous. How could he be so strong? Is he made of iron? Bai Ruoyu covered the hem of her skirt that was blown up by the strong wind and spoke in shock. I think that might be one of his eye techniques, an eye technique that increases physical strength. Xiao Hongqian speculated. How is this possible? This kind of pupil technique is unheard of. Jiang Rou said in surprise. Have you ever seen a pupil technique that could explode a god with just one glance? Xiao Hongqian asked back. Jiang Rou was silent. Have you seen it? Unheard of. Yi Xiao has created enough miracles. Or perhaps it was a miracle that he himself was not stingy. With a crisp sound, the axe blade in Dai Lian's hand actually broke open. How is this possible? Dai Lian's eyes widened. This was a Xian-level weapon. Being beaten to pieces by a pair of bare fists? This is a ghost. You're telling me this physique belongs to a pupil master? Even a warrior can't do that. After Yi Xiao's fist shattered the weapon, it continued to hit Dai Lian's face. He flew backwards in free fall. It smashed through 3 walls and landed outside the alley. The students who were eating and the business owners who were doing business were all startled by the figure that suddenly flew out. It wasn't until someone came forward to check that they recognized who the unconscious figure was. It's actually him. Dai Lian, who ranked 8th in the Imperial Capital College entrance examination. What happened to him? How did he become so miserable? What? It's Dai Lian. The young master of the Dai family? He looks like he got beaten up. How is this possible? He's the 8th-ranked genius in the Imperial Capital College entrance examination, a professional holy warrior. How could he be beaten so badly? I know. I just saw Dai Lian follow a young man into the alley. Could he have gotten into a fight? With that young man? Just then, several figures walked out of the alley. Yi Xiao, I told you that you hit me too hard. This is disturbing the neighbors. Bai Ruoyu said angrily. There's nothing I can do. He's also on drugs. I thought he'd become very strong. I was actually a little scared. I was just trying to protect myself. Who knew he was so weak? Listen. Is this human language? Fragile? You're using that to describe a rare class of holy warrior? Are you kidding me, or am I? Kidding? Run away. Run away. Otherwise, the teachers at the academy will catch you and torture you. Yi Xiao smiled awkwardly. He walked away with his hands in his pockets. After Yi Xiao and his companions left, a student from Jinshin University in the crowd spoke in. Surprise. Is there any particularly powerful warrior among this year's freshmen? Yes, but not him. Another person replied, shaking his head. What's his profession? Dai Lian's injuries are clearly from fistfights. At this time, a young man on the other side silently put down the spoon in his hand. Yu spoke. I know him. He's from the same province as me. His name is Yi Xiao, and he's a pupil magician. They all looked at Dai Lian's distorted face and the deeply sunken fist mark. I couldn't help but have a lot of questions. Are you sure this is the damage that a pupil magician can cause? After everyone gathered again in the evening, Yi Xiao returned to the dormitory. Lin Ru is still studying. Yi Xiao, you're famous. Lin Ru took out her cell phone and showed it to Yi Xiao. Above is the forum of Jinshin University, and the most popular post at the top is a post. Shock. The holy warrior Dai Lian was knocked unconscious in the alley. The attacker turned out to be a pupil magician? Attached to it was a photo of Dai Lian with his head knocked crooked. A dark line appeared on Yi Xiao's forehead. Outrageous. He is already low-key enough. I didn't expect that I would still be in the spotlight. College students enjoy watching the fun. Lin Ru smiled. Yi Xiao, I've actually been following you for a month. The only dual professional genius in your southern province, Bai Ruoyu. She was originally the one I was focused on, but you unexpectedly showed up mid-game and defeated her. You took first place in the special recruitment, so I turned my attention to you. I have a feeling you'll be my biggest rival in the freshman competition. I'm looking forward to the day when I can fight you. Lin Ru smiled as if she were bathed in spring breeze. There's a chance. Yi Xiao smiled. The destroyer of dragon language, one person suppresses 100 people. Lin Ru's record is still amazing. Moreover, Yi Xiao felt that Lin Ru was very similar to himself. I make a living with my eyes and he makes a living with his mouth. Both of us are artists. The next day, Yi Xiao went to the cafeteria to eat. He's Yi Xiao. The guy who defeated Dai Lian. Hiss. He looks so harmless. You'd never guess he's so ruthless. Yeah. I heard Dai Lian's head was twisted by him. He's still in the hospital. He probably won't be able to participate in this freshman competition. That's awesome. Ruthless. Yi Xiao held his breakfast and ate it silently by himself. Just then, a commotion broke out in the cafeteria. Not far away, at the food pickup area, two figures were facing each other, looking tense. Yi Xiao actually knew one of them. It was Xiao Hongchen. Xiao Hongchen. I want this last braised egg. No, I came here first. The competent ones take the throne. If you have the guts, then fight me. Whoever wins gets it. Who's afraid of who? The long sword in Xiao Hongchen's hand was half unsheathed, revealing the sword edge. The other party also brought out a tang sword. Yi Xiao immediately understood. This should be Xiao Hongchen's swordsman roommate. Yi Xiao finished the bun in 2 bites. Then he put down his plate and walked towards them. Auntie, how much is the braised egg? 2. I want it. Good. Drop. After swiping the card, Yi Xiao pinched the braised egg and put it into his mouth. This braised egg is good, very flavorful. Fuck. My balls. You're eating my balls. Where did you come from? Xiao Jianfeng turned and glared at Yi Xiao. It's just an egg. It doesn't matter who eats it. Yi Xiao curled his lips. I see you guys are arguing, so I'd like to help you resolve your conflict. Isn't that a good idea? Xiao Jianfeng was trembling all over. You. Xiao Jianfeng, have never seen such a shameless person. Oh, you saw it today. Xiao Jian took out his tang sword in an angry manner. Do you dare to fight me? Yi Xiao clicked his tongue twice and glanced at Xiao Hongchen. Hongchen, does your roommate have mania? He draws his sword on everyone he sees? Xiao Hongchen was silent. After a moment, Yi Xiao, you have to compensate me for the braised eggs. No, you're going to do the same thing to me? A boiled egg is good for everyone. However, Xiao Hongchen shook his head solemnly. I can't have breakfast without boiled eggs, just like the West can't have breakfast without Jerusalem. That's right. Well said. I support you this time. Xiao Jianfeng gave Xiao Hongchen a thumbs up. Yi Xiao's face was full of astonishment. Xiao Hongchen, there's nothing more to say. Capture him and make him spit out the egg he ate. Xiao Jianfeng said coldly. You can't eat it if you spit it out. What should we do then? Go buy one outside the school. Xiao Hongchen, are you scared? I'm not scared. I'm doing this for your own good. You can't beat him. Oh, Xiao Jianfeng, have never been afraid of a fight. As a swordsman, I must have the courage to draw my sword against the gods. His name is Yi Xiao. Are you sure you want to challenge him? Sure, what do I call him? Wait a minute. What did you say? Yi Xiao? Him? Damn it. Zhou Jianfeng was stunned. Yi Xiao, who ranked first in the Southern Province Special Recruitment. The Yi Xiao who defeated Dai Lian? Yes, that's him. Do you want to fight him one-on-one? Xiao Hongchen asked back. Zhou Jianfeng touched his face. Actually, I don't really want to eat braised eggs. I'm tired of eating them every day. Let's have a poached egg today. Auntie, do you have poached eggs? How much? 2? Okay, I'll take it. This fried egg is delicious. I love it. Zhou Jianfeng looked very happy. Xiao Hongchen, it's good to change your taste occasionally. It's very good. Auntie will give Xiao Hongchen one too. Here, it's my treat, don't be polite, we're roommates after all. Brother, you're quite interesting. Yi Xiao patted his shoulder and said. Let's have a drink together sometime. I don't drink. I'm allergic to alcohol. Zhou Jianfeng smiled awkwardly. No way, as a swordsman like you, shouldn't you be drinking to your heart's content and laughing at the world? Zhou Jianfeng, prejudice. You are prejudiced. Not all swordsmen can drink. Zhou Jianfeng shouted angrily. By the way, Hongchen, what time do you have class? 7:30, what's going on? Oh, it's 8 o'clock now. Hurry and go to class. The two rushed out of the cafeteria. Yi Xiao shook his head. These two people seem to be a good match for each other. They are all funny guys. I looked at the schedule and found that he had no class today. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. Let's break into the tower. Break into the tower to get points. Someone wants to challenge you. Come to the Demon Suppression Tower. In the group, Bai Ruoyu was tagging him crazily. Yi Xiao is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Southern Province. He is Ruoyu's high school classmate and his profession is Berserker. Be careful, he has been targeting you. For a long time. Jiang Rou explained. Compared to Bai Ruoyu who looks like she is eager to create chaos in the world, Jiang Rou is much more mature. Is the Demon Suppression Tower the facility where you earn points by completing levels? Yes, simulate the wilderness through the Shumi illusion and then fight the monsters. There are rewards on each level. It's interesting. I can come and take a look. Yi Xiao smiled. The Demon Suppression Tower? He turned and walked towards the Demon Suppressing Tower. A moment later, Yi Xiao stopped in front of a magnificent and ancient tower. Over here. Yi Xiao. Bai Ruoyu and the other person waved at him. That guy has already gone in. He's already made it to the 6th floor. Bai Ruoyu pointed at the score monument below the Demon Suppression Tower and said. I saw a name appearing quickly on the list. Jin Chengning. 6th on the freshman list, this record is truly amazing. Someone spoke up. The level of Southern Province is not bad in the entire Great Xia. As the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Jin Chengning would be ranked in the top 5 even in the imperial capital. He is no less than anyone else. Jin Chengning, the top scorer in the college entrance exam, is so powerful. In comparison, the top scorer in the special recruitment exam, which should have been more valuable, is a little lacking. Those with the ability are already breaking into the tower, while those without are still content with competing with others for favors and fighting in public. This is really a disgrace to Jinshin University. Various sounds were heard around one after another. Yi Xiao, why do I feel that they have such strong malice towards you? Bai Ruoyu frowned. If you are not envied by others, you are a mediocre person. Yi Xiao spoke calmly. Yi Xiao, do you know? All those people surrounding Jin Chengning are disciples from large families. They are naturally hostile to ordinary students who have been admitted to Jinshin University through hard work and talent. You hit Dai Lian, not only hitting Dai Lian, but also hitting the faces of those disciples from the big families. Naturally, they don't like you. This class hierarchy and family background are particularly obvious in the imperial capital. Jiang Rou frowned. She and her father were all poisoned by the concept of family status, which was a cancer that spanned 2 generations. Even Jiang Rou's current marriage is affected by this, and she feels disgusted by it from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Rou, the idea of marrying someone of equal status is meant to be broken. In a world like this, your own hands are your most powerful weapons. Yi Xiao stepped out. I entered the tower for the reward, not to be angered by these clowns. Yes, to me they are just clowns, I don't care. It's fine if they don't mess with me, but if they do, no matter who they are, they will pay the price. Jiang Rou, I can show you this path. As long as you are strong enough, other problems will not be a problem. If there are still problems, it means you are not strong enough. As soon as the words fell, beep. The ID card beeps. Yi Xiao entered the tower. This guy went in too. How interesting. Did he go up against Jin Chengning? It's so funny. If he challenged Jin Chengning to a duel, I could understand it, but if he wants to compete with Jin Chengning in tower defense, he's not worthy. Yes. Jin Chengning's Berserker class becomes more and more powerful with each battle. The increasing number of demons in the tower may be a problem for us, but for him, it is not a problem at all. On the first floor of this Demon Suppression Tower, 10 demons of the same level as you will appear. The second level has 100 heads, and the third level has 1,000 heads. The fourth level is where 10 demons appear that are 1 level higher than yours. By analogy, Jin Chengning has reached the 6th level, which means he has to face 1,000 Demons that are one level higher than himself. You can imagine how difficult this is. Even in Daxia's most elite Jinxing University, only a few students can do it. What? You're saying someone can't defeat 10 monsters of the same level as themselves? Sorry, please go out and turn right. The withdrawal procedures are there. At this time, Yi Xiao appeared in the tower, and what came into his sight was a stretch of red wasteland. It's very similar. Just then, there was a commotion, accompanied by the sound of rustling breeze. Yi Xiao turned his head and saw 10 black wind wolves, 4 or 5 meters tall, walking towards him. He stared at Yi Xiao with a fierce look, wishing he could pounce on him and bite his neck to pieces. Transcendent level 6? This level of difficulty is too low. Yi Xiao shook his head and drew out his long sword. Then it flashed by. Boom boom boom. 10 black wind wolves were killed instantly by his sword. It's not difficult. Yi Xiao sheathed his sword. Drop. A glance at the ID card revealed an extra 100 points. Second floor. Yi Xiao turned and entered the teleportation entrance. The next moment he appeared on the second floor. There are 100 extraordinary 6th level black wolves on the second floor. Yi Xiao directly opened his golden flame pupils. A burst of golden flame shot up into the sky, followed by countless fireballs falling from the sky and landing among the group of demons. The black wind wolves howled as they died in groups. Yi Xiao turned around and walked towards the third floor without looking back. After clearing this level, you will get 200 points. Isn't there something more difficult? Yi Xiao killed the 1,000 heads on the third floor in seconds. Basically, for students who can be admitted to Jinshin University, the first 2 levels are not difficult, but the third level is a watershed. The watershed that separates ordinary geniuses from outstanding ones, 1,000 demons of the same level as oneself. The difficulty is even higher than the 4th level. Many students fight to exhaustion on this level, and finally end up with regret. But in front of Yi Xiao, this was no problem. When the eternal flame eye was released, it was equivalent to placing an active volcano on this level. 1,000 demons floated up and down. In the active volcano, roared, and finally turned into ashes. Yi Xiao successfully entered the 4th floor. Outside world. Nema. What the hell is this? What kind of Siberian comet speed is this? The 3rd level is instantly destroyed? This guy is invincible. He must be cheating. How could he be so fast? Even if it's a group attack, it's impossible to kill 1,000 demons in 1 second. Yeah. It took the Berserker's Jin Chengning a full half hour to kill all the enemies on this floor. With his area of effect attacks. How did he do it? Isn't the Pupil Magician a supportive combat profession? Holy crap. The 4th floor was also destroyed in seconds. 5th level. He even passed the 5th level. There are 100 demons higher than him. He's entered the 6th floor. The same floor as Jin Chengning. What a speed. How is this possible? This is too fast. Is this guy a monster? On that ranking monument, Yi Xiao's name had jumped to 7th place, closely following Jin Chengning. The 6th floor isn't easy to pass. There are 1,000 demons 1 level higher than mine. They could form a massive army. Yeah. With this level of difficulty, the first-year students can definitely surpass it with no more than 2 hands. Look. Look. At this time, someone exclaimed again. Jin Chengning passed. Oh my god. He passed the 6th level. Awesome. Oh yeah. As expected of Jin Chengning. So amazing. He should be ranked in the top 5 among freshmen. Okay. Jin Chengning is still Jin Chengning. Suppress Yi Xiao tightly. Ha 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 ha. According to the stone tablet, Jin Chengning has already rushed to 3rd place. Excluding the fact that some students did not take the exam, even so, the value of this list is still very high. The first person on the list is a guy named Wu Tongxian, who is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the imperial capital. Jinshin University implements a special recruitment system for the 15 provinces of Daxia. But there is no special recruitment in the imperial capital. Therefore, Wu Tongxian represents the best freshman in the imperial capital. Definitely one of the candidates for the freshman competition champion. Most importantly, his profession is terrifying. It is a rare profession among rare professions, and can be called a panacea for cultivators. Even the sword god of Great Xia commented that this profession is inherently invincible. Sword control, magic, and physical body are all within the scope of immortal cultivators. After reaching the transformation level, new abilities can be developed. Choose one of the 4 options: alchemy, weapon refining, formation, or talisman. There are rumors that Wu Tongxian can defeat all the candidates in the imperial capital by himself. Not on the same level as others. There are very few people who have actually fought with Wu Tongxian. When asked about his strength, they all kept it a secret, as if they had touched upon some taboo. The second one is a girl from a family of Onmyoji in Japan. She is known as an Onmyoji that is rarely seen in the family in 100 years. Her Onmyoji technique is extremely profound, and she is even said to have mastered the 9 Shikigami. Therefore, Jin Chengning is only ranked behind these 2 monsters, which is already something for him to be proud of. At this time, Yi Xiao had already reached the 6th floor. Only 1,000 points? Not enough, too little. He shook his head and looked at the 1,000 extraordinary 7th level demons in front of him. Thank you for your hard work. Try again and turn it into my points. Yi Xiao stepped towards the ocean formed by the gathering of demons. Among the demons, countless vicious beings are ready to kill Yi Xiao. But the moment Yi Xiao stepped out, golden flames filled the surrounding space, and finally, intertwined into an illusory golden robe in the void. Golden fire patterns and golden lotus flowers were spinning in Yi Xiao's pupils and then bloomed. No demon dared to look him in the eye. This is the state when his Yongran Junyan pupil is fully open. In this state, except for some extraordinary people, no extraordinary person can be his enemy. Yi Xiao's golden robe fluttered, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Transform. Burning heaven seal. A golden flame seal appeared in the void, like a sky burning with a blazing sun, suppressing all the demons and monsters and making them tremble. Town. Yi Xiao pointed with one finger, and the burning heaven seal suddenly fell down. At this moment, no matter if one is at the 6th, 7th, or 8th level, they are all treated equally. The demons turned into ashes amidst the roars of terror. Yi Xiao's golden robe fluttered like a king wielding fire, standing high above eternity. With a sound, Yi Xiao's account showed that 1,500 points had been credited. Next floor. He turned and walked out, his eternal flame eyes still burning. He was ready to sweep through the 9-story demon-suppressing tower. He's out. He's out. Jin Xingning is out. Someone shouted, and a figure walked out from the entrance of the demon-suppressing tower. He has a head of fiery red hair, walks with the gait of a dragon or a tiger, holds his head high and chest puffed out, and displays an extraordinary demeanor as he walks. Ruoyu, did you see that? I'm third on the list now. Jin Xingning's brilliant red hair danced in the wind. I earned a total of 3,600 points this time. How about I give you half? But you have to accompany me to dinner later. We are classmates and haven't seen each other for a long time, right? As he said this, he scratched his head shyly. Okay, bring it here. Bai Ruoyu took out her ID card and handed it to Jin Xingning without any hesitation. Jin Xingning was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect Bai Ruoyu to be so proactive. I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Okay, I'll give it to you. He immediately took out his ID card and allocated 2,000 points to Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu put away the ID card with satisfaction, a happy smile on her face. Then let's go, Ruoyu. As she said this, she wanted to hold Bai Ruoyu's hand but she dodged to the side. Wait a moment, my friend hasn't come out yet. At this moment, exclamations broke out from the crowd. Holy crap! He actually passed. He made it to level 6. That was so fast. How is that possible? It's only been 10 minutes. 7th level. He's reached the 7th level. Look at the rankings. Jin Xingning and Yi Xiao are tied for 3rd place. Waves of incredible exclamations rang out one after another. Jin Xingning heard the voice and looked over, seeing the name listed alongside his own, and his dissatisfaction suddenly became even stronger. Not just any cat or dog is qualified to be on par with him. Jin Xingning clenched his fists, and his teeth made a creaking sound. When he passed the 6th level, he had reached his limit and was unable to fight anymore, so he chose to retreat. And now, Yi Xiao has also come to the 7th floor. Jin Xingning prayed in his heart that Yi Xiao was in the same situation as him, and then he retreated immediately. He was looking forward to the exit, but Yi Xiao didn't come out. This made his jealousy and anger surge even more, and his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Hey, are you a mouse? Ah. Jin Xingning came back to his senses when he heard Bai Ruoyu calling him. Don't grind your teeth. The crunching sounds like a mouse, and mice make me sick. Bai Ruoyu made a vomiting gesture. Jin Xingning's face turned even darker. I'm sorry, Ruoyu. At this moment, Yi Xiao has reached the 7th floor. Damn portal, it took me 10 minutes to find it, damn it. Yi Xiao walked out of the portal cursing. That's right, the reason why he stayed on the 6th floor for 10 minutes was because he was looking for the exit to the 7th floor, not because he killed all the monsters in just 10 minutes as people outside were amazed. In fact, it took less than 30 seconds from the time Yi Xiao appeared on the 6th floor to the time he used the burning sky seal that erupted from the eternal flame eye to kill all the demons. This level seems to be filled with extraordinary 8th level demons. 10 of them is still a bit simple. Yi Xiao shook his head. With a flick of the golden robe, golden flames spread in the air. At this moment, the earth shook and demons appeared. Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment. Is there something wrong here? 10 titans as huge as mountains appeared in front of him, and every step they took shook the earth. The aura was also incredibly powerful, totally not at the level of an 8th level transcendental being. Yi Xiao threw out an identification pupil. 10 demons that have transformed to the 1st level? Did this true demon tower undergo a genetic mutation? Yi Xiao was completely confused. Why was this not according to the rules? This has messed up his mentality. But before he could think about it, one of the titans roared and punched him. Nema! Outrageous! Yi Xiao jumped sideways, and the eternally burning golden flames erupted, and a burst of flames shot up into the sky and rushed towards the other party. Golden flames exploded on the titan giant's body, and wisps of flames climbed up the titan giant's body, burning his flesh with great difficulty. The giant seemed to have no sense of pain, and just staggered back 2 steps. There's also fire resistance? What the hell? Is this hellish difficulty? Yi Xiao was dumbfounded. He waved his hand and golden flames changed in the air. Burning sword. A huge flaming sword appeared in the void and then slashed towards the opponent. A titan was killed by Yi Xiao on the spot, but before he could catch his breath, several other titans swung their fists and punched him hard. Damn it! Yi Xiao turned over to avoid it, but the titans actually formed a circle and several huge fists fell from the sky and hit Yi Xiao. You guys are addicted to it, right? In anger, the god of war's eyes flashed. Yi Xiao's strength surged, he drew out his shadow knife and chopped it upwards. The shadow knife slashed on the Titan's arm, shooting out sparks all over the sky. It's so fucking hard, my hand is numb. Yi Xiao shook his arms. I don't want to play with you anymore. He closed his eyes. The true form of the god of war. Appear. The purest and most majestic sound resounded. Between heaven and earth, and a dark golden giant appeared behind Yi Xiao. The shadow of a peerless martial god appeared here, looking more powerful than a mountain. And it could be said to be earth-shaking. Town. Yi Xiao was suspended in the void, and the shadow of the god of war stood tall and on the same level as the 9 Titan giants. Then, he clenched his fist and punched forward. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the void. The Titan roared and threw a punch, but the shadow of the god of war punched through the core of his chest. Kill. The shadow of the god of war was like a fish in water. The demon that had transformed to the first level was as weak as a chicken in his hands and was trampled on at will. It's over. Feeling the rapid dissipation of his pupil power, Yi Xiao didn't want to waste any more time. The shadow of the god of war attacked with all his strength, and with a deafening punch, he blasted all the Titans into pieces. Drop. 3,000 more points. Yi Xiao fell from midair, his head full of black lines. Damn it, there's something wrong with this level. There must be a bug in the demon. Suppression tower. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Forget it, I'm tired and don't want to fight anymore. I guess this record is about the same. Yi Xiao felt a little uneasy. He was afraid that when he reached the 8th floor, he would be given some abstract stuff again. This demon-suppressing tower does have some issues. He shook his head, and with a thought, the door to the outside world opened. At this time, in the office of the president of Jinshin University. Looking at Yi Xiao's dark face on the screen, Ning Zhao smiled and shook his head. This kid. I set the difficulty too low for him. I originally wanted to use a transformation level to give this guy a hard time, but I didn't expect to be defeated by him. However, when he recalled the strength Yi Xiao had displayed before, he couldn't help but be amazed. There are so many talented people in this class. A monstrous word master, an unprecedented immortal cultivator, and a dual professional. Genius. And the Onmyoji from Japan who was said to possess the 9 Shikigami. I didn't expect that there was a monstrous eye magician hidden here. This class is full of gems. The future of Jinshin University is promising. Ning Zhao looked very pleased. The people he valued most were Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru, and now he had to add Yi Xiao to the list. Oh, by the way, there's also a little fellow with a brilliant swordsmanship. He's Su Changhan's disciple. Wow. I'm really looking forward to seeing where Daxiao will go under their leadership. Ning Zhao couldn't help but think of his past self. At that time, he was just an ignorant young man with a passion in his heart, but now he has become the president of Jinshin University. It's really unpredictable. In the future, these children will become what they are now. At this moment, the outside world was filled with waves of exclamations, one after another, so incoherent. I'm not seeing things. This guy broke through the 7th floor. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jin Qingning was suppressed by Yi Xiao. Yes. Yi Xiao is 3rd in the standings, and Jin Qingning is only 4th. What the hell? Yi Xiao can actually fight 2 levels higher. Another dark horse. If nothing else, he's definitely in the top 10 of the freshman competition. I think it's more than that, maybe even in the top 5. It has to be a special recruitment. I said that the special recruitment is definitely better than the regular college entrance examination champion. After all, the special recruitment is the best among geniuses, while the college entrance examination champion is just the best among ordinary people. The last sentence came from the mouth of a poor disciple, and his words were a fatal blow. Directly caused 999 plus damage to Jin Qingning. It dealt real damage and broke the defense on the spot. Jin Qingning was already furious and couldn't control himself, eager to challenge Yi Xiao to a duel. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. You finally made it. 3rd place. Not bad. Seeing Yi Xiao coming out, Bai Ruoyu waved hurriedly. Here, these are the points I earned for you, 2,000 points. Here they are for you. As he said that, he took the ID card from Yi Xiao's hand and transferred the 2,000 points from his card. I'm so. Jin Qingning had a thought in his mind, fuck you, but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. He walked forward patiently. Ruoyu, these are the points I give you. Since it's a gift to me, I can do whatever I want with it. Jin Qingning was silent, then bit it and spoke with difficulty. Yes. Then I plan to give it to Yi Xiao. Is there a problem with that? Without. No problem. Jin Qingning felt as if his heart was bleeding. He felt like a boiling sheep. Okay, Yi Xiao, let's go eat together. Zhang Rou and I have been waiting for you for a long time. We are tired. Jin Qingning finally couldn't bear it anymore. Ruoyu, you said you would have dinner with me. Ah? Is that true? Of course I have. I gave you the points only because you said you'd have dinner with me. Oh. Next time, when we have time, I don't have time today. Bai Ruoyu waved casually. Jin Qingning finally couldn't bear it anymore. Bai Ruoyu, I've given in time and again, so you really think I'm a bootlicker, right? He stretched out his hand angrily to grab Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu immediately dodged sideways. Jin Qingning was furious. He couldn't do anything to Bai Ruoyu. After all, the other party was a big family in the southern province. So he vented his anger on Yi Xiao. Kid. Get out here. Let's fight one-on-one. He pointed at Yi Xiao and said viciously. Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows. He had just been cheated in the demon suppression tower and didn't earn enough points, so he felt unhappy. Is there a punching bag in his heart that he can vent his anger on? Okay, what's the bet? Jin Xingning threw his ID card on the stone table beside him. This card contains the 2,000 points I earned as the top scorer in the college entrance exam and the 1,800 points I earned by conquering the tower. If you win, all the points are yours. If you lose, stay away from Ruoyu. Don't let me see you at Jinshin University anymore. Jin Shengning's face was distorted and he spoke in a loud voice. Yi Xiao smiled brightly. I feel like falling asleep and someone sends me a pillow. That's great. I accept this challenge. As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, Jin Xingning immediately exploded. He didn't want to wait any longer. A huge blood-red broadsword appeared in his hand. Die for me. Blood explosion. The Berserker class's special skill, Blood Explosion, increases combat power by 30% in a short period of time. At the same time, healing ability and endurance are increased by 20%. It's a super powerful skill. A black blade flashed through the air and slashed towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao raised his hand and drew out the shadow knife, activated his martial arts pupil, and slashed forward. Jin Xingning is much stronger than Dai Lian. Dai Lian is relatively average in all aspects, while Jin Xingning has put all his attributes into attack. The axe was so powerful and heavy that Yi Xiao couldn't have taken it without opening his martial god eye. Yi Xiao's arm stretched out in front of the mountain like a mountain, and the huge broadsword slashed against the narrow shadow knife, but it was almost deflected. Jin Xingning staggered and took 2 steps back. Don't look down on anyone, or one day you will be beaten to death by the person you look down on the most. Yi Xiao sneered and pushed him away with one arm. Then he punched Jin Xingning in the face. This punch almost broke his nose. Breaking news. Breaking news. 2 geniuses, one ranked first in the Southern Province Special Recruitment and the other ranked first in the college entrance examination, are fighting in front of the Demon Suppression Tower. Who's stronger, the Eye Master or the Berserker? Go watch. It's an earth-shattering spectacle. Some students, eager to see the world in turmoil, ran around spreading the news. This Berserker is too brainless, all he has are muscles. He can't pose any threat to me. On the contrary, this pupil magician is. It's a bit strange. As a pupil magician, he can actually go head-to-head with a Berserker in his physical body. It's not easy. In another direction, a graceful figure was quietly watching the fight between the two. The girl was wearing a sailor suit and holding a lollipop in her mouth. It's like a beautiful two-dimensional girl walking into reality. Can the night taper enter their dreams? The girl asked softly. A low voice came from beside me. Miss, the Berserker is no problem, but the Eye Mage is a bit difficult. Really? Interesting pupil magician. I'll remember you. The girl smiled and touched her chin. Cultivator, Word Master, Eye Master, who should I choose to marry into my divine palace? Family? There was a hint of amusement in her beautiful violet eyes. Why don't we just take all 3, huh? At this moment, Jin Xingning became more and more angry and frightened as the fight went on. Yi Xiao's physical combat power was beyond his imagination. His seemingly weak body contained extremely terrifying strength. He was unable to resist her every move. This is a great shame for a Berserker who is famous for his attack power and physique. The frenzy is boiling. He directly gave himself another buff. This skill comes from a purple level scroll, which can consume some sanity and exchange it for more powerful power. If he were to be fully released, Jin Xingning would become a fool. Correspondingly, his combat power will also increase exponentially. Jin Shengning's mind was in a state of confusion. He roared like a wild beast and pounced towards Yi Xiao the next second. He let out a series of war cries, brandished his broadsword, and swung it around in the air with his sword techniques that had no rules at all. If you are accidentally hit by his swing, you will be crippled if not killed. He is simply born for killing. Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Yi Xiao. But Yi Xiao's expression remained very calm. It's over. A beast that has lost its mind is not qualified to fight me. Golden flames ignited on his body. Eternally burning monarch flame eyes. Open. Burning heaven seal. Manifest. With his body covered by a robe of golden flames, Yi Xiao's aura suddenly changed, filled with pressure. So cool. Is this the fighting form of a pupil magician? His eyes are glowing and spewing fire. Not to mention the power and effect of this ability, the transformation effect alone is enough to make him look impressive. Theirs are already handsome, and with this makeup, they're just stunning. I admit that I'm not as good as Yi Xiao in the field of showing off. A group of spectators looked at Yi Xiao with envy and jealousy. Compared to Jin Shengning's beast-like fighting form, Yi Xiao's is indeed much more domineering and majestic. Burning heaven seal. Strands of golden flames gathered in the void and finally turned into a golden seal. The next second, the seal came bearing immense force, bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds, and bearing down upon Jin Xingning. Jin Xingning roared, brandishing his weapon and smashing it towards the enormous golden seal in the sky. The two collided, and in just a moment, Jin Xingning was crushed and flew away, and the seal hit his chest hard. Woo woo. Jin Xingning suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and then was pressed to the ground by the burning heaven seal with his breath weak. He roared unwillingly, his aura burning and exploding wildly, but it was still of no use. In front of this burning heaven seal, he was like a monkey under the 5-finger mountain of Buddha. So strong. Too strong. This is simply a massacre. Yeah. They're on a completely different level. This strength is incredible. Yi Xiao was so handsome and strong in that state, he beat Jin Qingning by a mile. I think he has a chance to compete for the top 3 in this freshman competition. Hiss. Top 3. In this case, Yi Xiao is the representative of the poor disciples. Those who came from poor families looked at Yi Xiao eagerly. On the contrary, those rich kids looked at Yi Xiao with displeasure. Yi Xiao didn't care at all. He just liked the look that seemed to be displeased with him but unable to get rid of him. Comfortable. Okay, give me your ID card. When the burning heaven seal dissipated, Jin Qingning lay on the ground miserably like a dead dog. His face was covered in blood. Yi Xiao took out the ID card from his arms, but Jin Qingning held the card tightly, apparently not wanting to give it to Yi Xiao. Give it to me, and accept the loss. Yi Xiao pulled the card from his hand with force, and then transferred all the points to his own card. Now his score has reached an astonishing 13,200 points. This is a huge sum of money. Some seniors who are about to graduate don't even have this many points. Looking at the 5-digit points on Yi Xiao's ID card, everyone looked greedy and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Yi Xiao put away the ID card without any care. These guys can only watch with envy. It is impossible for them to rob the things. After all, they have neither the strength nor the courage. How should I spend more than 10,000 points? Yi Xiao was in a good mood. Let's go. Yi Xiao, let's go drink. Bai Ruoyu said happily. Okay. I'll contact Su Hao and wait until Hongchen finishes class, then I'll call him over. Let's have a good drink today. Yi Xiao chuckled. Just as they walked out of the demon-suppressing tower, a black car suddenly stopped in front of them. An old man with a white beard came out of the car. He was wearing a brown coat, leaning on a cane, with black hair, and looked energetic and extremely majestic. The moment Jiang Rou saw the old man, her expression changed. Xiao Rou, why didn't you tell Grandpa that you came to the capital? If a child in the family hadn't seen you at school, I wouldn't have known. The old man's low voice sounded. I don't think I have the obligation to report everything to the Chu family. Jiang Rou said coldly. Cousin, how do you talk to Grandpa like that? An elegant young man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses frowned and said. Jiang Rou glanced at him and ignored him. Okay, Lian Yu, be more tolerant of your cousin. The old man spoke lightly. He stared at Jiang Rou with a pair of majestic eyes. He's grown up and become beautiful. That's great. Rower, have you met Tang Xian? After all, he's your fiancé. It would be nice to find a date and hold the engagement party first. I don't have a fiancé. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression finally changed a little. Is this what Jiang Mian taught you? It seems that leaving you in Jiang Mian was a mistake. But it's not too late now. The old man pondered for a moment. Move out of the dormitory and live back at the Chu family's house. Your mother hasn't seen you in a long time and she misses you terribly. I'm sure you do too. It just so happens that Tang Xian has been at the Chu family these days, so you two can cultivate your relationship. As a girl of the Chu family, being willful is the last thing you need. Rower, you need to be more obedient and not be like your useless, cowardly father. The old man spoke calmly, but his tone was full of unquestionable tone. This is the aura and courage that only big people in high positions can possess. Jiang Rou clenched her fists tightly. Just a few words will decide his fate. The Chu family is still as domineering as it was a few years ago. She will never forget that her mother's brother, her uncle, trampled her father like garbage and took her mother away in an extremely domineering manner. It made it impossible for her parents to see each other for 10 years, and her father was immersed in grief and numbed himself with alcohol. This is how the Chu family in the imperial capital can decide life and death with just a single word. One word can change a person's life. And now, they are even trying to interfere in my life and use me as a tool for family marriage. Jiang Rou couldn't help but feel sad. In such a family, how could there be any family affection? I'm living well in the dormitory. I won't go back to the Chu family. My mother's. One day I will go and bring her back. Jiang Rou said coldly. You can go back now. The old man's face darkened. Chu Lianyu, who was standing by, saw that his grandfather looked unhappy and quickly jumped out. Cousin, no matter what, you can't change the fact that you're a Chu family member. Your profession is an elementalist, which is a powerful profession. If you were trained by the Chu family, you would definitely be the top special recruit in Southern Province. It's all because of your useless father that your talent has been wasted. Luckily, there's still a chance to make amends. Cousin, Grandpa tried to persuade you kindly. But you're so ungrateful. Just go back to the Chu family. With the help of our family's resources, you'll be able to place in the top 3 in this freshman competition. Chu Lianyu said. This is not his boast, but the Chu family does have this ability. Before the Universal Era began, the Chu family had already been a top family rooted in the imperial capital for hundreds of years, with an extremely long heritage. The Chu family now has no shortage of rule-level powerhouses, and the 3 heroes in the family are all top figures in the world. Even the great Xia sword god who killed 3 gods with 1 sword, the Chu family was not afraid of him. It is a well-deserved top family in Daxia. Even Jinshin University has to give the Chu family some face. The Tang family, which is married to the Chu family, has almost the same status. Every time old Master Chu stamps his feet, the entire imperial capital will tremble. And now he wants Jiang Rou to go back, so she has to go back even if she doesn't want to. Jinshin University will not interfere, nor is it qualified to interfere with other people's family affairs. Don't want to go back? Rower, I'll give you another chance. Don't be as stubborn as your mother was back then. Otherwise. The old man's eyes turned cold. It's like an ancient glacier, making people feel like they are falling into an ice cellar. Jiang Ro's face turned pale, he bit his lips tightly, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. The Chu family wants to take her away, and no one can stop them. Moreover, Jiang Ro's value is not so great that it would cause others to break up with the Chu family. How about otherwise? At this moment, a figure stood in front of him. Old man, what else? I'm quite curious. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Zhu Lianyu couldn't help but frown when he saw an unknown boy appear next to his cousin. Cousin, you have a fiancé, shouldn't you keep a certain distance from other men? Otherwise, what would Tang Xian think if he knew? Zhu Lianyu taught him a lesson. That's enough. If you like Tang Xian so much, why don't you marry him? Yi Xiao asked back with a sneer. I've never seen a family like yours. You're using moral blackmail right away, not considering other people's wishes at all, and you keep saying it's all for your own good. Do you want a tool? For a marriage, or a family member? You. Zhu Lianyu was unable to retort after hearing what Yi Xiao said. Young man, you have a powerful tongue. What's your name? I wonder what family you come from? Your parents and I might know each other. Zhu Shanhe narrowed his eyes and asked Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, without a father or a mother, is all alone. Yi Xiao looked indifferent. Yi Xiao? So you're the top-ranked special recruit from the southern province. Haha, how? Interesting. Zhu Shanhe stroked his beard. Young man, Jinshin University is an institution of genius, and it has no shortage of geniuses. Your reputation as the top student in the southern province special recruitment is indeed resounding in other places, and it is enough for you to be proud of. However, in front of my Chu family, it can't bring you any glory. A specially recruited top scorer means nothing to my Chu family. You may not be aware that all the graduates of Jinshin University have been vying for admission to my Chu family, and many of them are specially recruited or top scorers in the college entrance examination. And now, they all work for my Chu family obediently. When they see me, they say respectfully, "Hello, Master Chu." And what? What do you want to say? Yi Xiao smiled calmly. His current state is that he is not afraid of those wearing shoes even if he is barefoot. Anyway, he doesn't care about anything and has no weaknesses. No matter how powerful the Chu family is, what can they do to him at Jinshin University? What I'm saying is, young man, it's far from your turn to speak out in some matters. To put it bluntly, your words carry too little weight. I'm in a good mood today, so I spoke a few more words to you. Normally, you might not even be qualified to have a face-to-face conversation with me. Zhu Shanhe played with his crutch. Any smart young man would know what to do. Since ancient times, the price of trying to get ahead without matching abilities has always been extremely miserable. Unfortunately, they found the wrong person. Old man, I know your Chu family is very powerful, but what does this have to do with me? The current situation is that my friend has been bullied. As a friend, of course I have to stand up. Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows indifferently. You mean we're bullying her? What else? It's a problem that everyone can see, but you can't see it? Zhu Lianyu, who was standing by, was so angry when she saw Yi Xiao's disrespectful behavior that she almost exploded. Kid. Who do you think you are? You're just a shabby kid from a small town who's only achieved a little bit of success. What qualifications do you have to talk to my grandfather like that? Yi Xiao's gaze suddenly shifted towards him. I've been pissing you off for a long time. Why are you butting in on me when I'm talking to your grandpa? If you're brave enough, come out and fight me. Yi Xiao scolded coldly. Zhu Lianyu tugged at the tie around his collar. As the young master of the Chu family, it had been a long time since he heard someone provoke him like this. This kid is simply asking for death. You're so fucking brave. Boy, Zhu Lianyu, have been in the imperial capital for so many years. And you're the most arrogant guy I've ever seen. Come on. He walked out and glared at Yi Xiao with a vicious look on his face. Yi Xiao, be careful. Although my cousin's talent isn't great, he was admitted to Jinshin University with the support of the Chu family. He's a sophomore this year and his cultivation is at the first level of transformation. You must pay attention. Jiang Ro reminded. Don't worry, I'll beat him so badly that even his mother won't be able to recognize him. Looking at the tit-for-tat between the two, Zhu Shanhe unexpectedly did not say a word. He had a frivolous smile on his face and stood leisurely by watching the fun. Lianyu, be gentle. He's your apprentice after all. Don't let him cause trouble. Zhu Lianyu was ecstatic to get Zhu Shanhe's approval, and he showed a cruel smile. Get ready. Grandpa, don't worry. I'm just giving my junior some practical experience. I won't let anything get into trouble. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Xiao was filled with cruelty. You bastard, dare to challenge me? Once I start, I'll cripple you. I want to see what a cripple has. The qualifications to challenge me. In Zhu Lianyu's eyes, Yi Xiao was almost a dead man. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes. He possessed many kinds of pupil skills and was extremely sensitive to the hostility of others. If Zhu Lianyu wants to deal with him, then he will first destroy this guy. Yi Xiao immediately activated his eternal flame pupil, golden flames encircling his long sword. And he appeared in front of Zhu Lianyu in a flash. The golden flames rose like a cloud, piercing the void, and a dazzling golden light burst out. You're looking for death. You're just a super normal kid, and you want to fight me? What are you dreaming about? Hiss, hiss, hiss. A gust of wind appeared in Chu Lianyu's hand, and then the wind turned into sharp arrows, shooting towards Yi Xiao from all directions. Yi Xiao, be careful, his profession is a wind mage. Zhang Ro spoke. Wind mage, a not very powerful profession, whose ability is to control strong winds, which is a relatively simple method. However, the crushing advantage in terms of level was enough for Chu Lianyu to defeat Yi Xiao. He has always felt this way. The howling wind blew away the golden flames burning in the void. Boy, I want to see how you die. The arrow carried a green light like a gust of wind and actually pierced Yi Xiao's limbs. Zhang Ro's expression changed. You are going to destroy Yi Xiao. Chu Shanha's expression was calm. We are all adults and should be responsible for our words and actions. The disrespect in Yi Xiao's words had already made this old man in a high position deeply dissatisfied. Otherwise, Chu Lianyu would not dare to take action on his own behalf. Master Chu is right. Adults should be responsible for their words and actions. Zhang Ro remained silent. He knew Yi Xiao's strength, and Chu Lianyu would not let Yi Xiao suffer a loss. On the contrary, Chu Lianyu himself might be in greater danger. As expected, golden flames took shape, enveloping the shadow knife, and the blade expanded. Directly. A huge golden flame burned and tore through the raging wind. Is that all you can do? I thought you were pretty tough on the inside, but I didn't expect your mouth was the only thing that was tough on the inside of your body. The huge flaming sword fell straight towards Chu Lianyu. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he used all kinds of means. But in front of Yi Xiao's unstoppable scorching golden flames, everything was like paper. At that moment, the flaming sword had already set his hair on fire and was almost about to kill Chu Lianyu. Chu Lianyu showed a look of horror and fear. At this moment, a white hand suddenly appeared and pinched Yi Xiao's golden flame sword. That's about it. An ancient-style man with long hair and a white robe stood in front of Chu Lianyu with a warm smile. His fair arm shone with a jade-like glow, gripping Yi Xiao's long sword. The flames on the long sword spread to his palm, burning fiercely, but were offset by an unknown force. Tong Xian, you are here. Seeing the appearance of the ancient young man, Chu Lianyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Lianyu, if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, you can come to me. There is no need to do it yourself. I understand, Tong Xian, thank you. Chu Lianyu looked relieved that he had survived the disaster. He really didn't expect that Yi Xiao, a 6th-level extraordinary warrior, would be so powerful. He was almost hung up and beaten to death. If Wu Tongxian had not arrived in time, he would have had to stay in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. Yi Xiao, do you want to continue? Although we will have a battle sooner or later, I think it should not be now, but on the stage of the freshman competition. Wu Tongxian looked at Yi Xiao and said with a smile. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed. Slowly put away the long sword. The flames also dissipated. Tongxian, you are here. At this time, Chu Shanha spoke with a smile. Tongxian came late and frightened Grandpa. Chu Tongxian bowed respectfully to Chu Shanha. This isn't a shock, it's just a minor incident. Back then, a few of us old guys faced the wilderness spirits, but I was able to remain calm, let alone today. Grandpa is still going strong. Wu Tongxian complimented. Ha 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 ha. I just love your mouth, you know how to talk. Lianyu, learn more from Tongxian. You're too impulsive. I'm very disappointed with your performance today. Chu Lianyu's face turned pale. Yes, Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Chu Lianyu knew that his performance today was really bad. He was provoked and angry with just a few words, and in the end he couldn't beat Yi Xiao. He was almost hung up and beaten. If Wu Tongxian hadn't come to the rescue in time, his Chu family would have lost all face. Rower, Tongxian is my godson. He was born in an orphanage and was adopted by my Chu family when he was very young. I have always had high hopes for Tongxian, and he has indeed lived up to my expectations. He is handsome, talented, and capable. He won first place in the Imperial Capital College entrance examination, which has brought fame to my Chu family. If you have the chance, you can ask him for advice. This must be cousin Zhang Ro, right? I've always heard Grandpa mention you. If you have any trouble, you can ask me for help. Wu Tongxian chuckled. No. Zhang Ro refused coldly. She walked to Yi Xiao's side. I will not go back to the Chu family, she said with a firm look on her face. If Zhang Ro doesn't want to leave, no one can take her away. Yi Xiao also expressed his opinion. That's right. And me too. Bai Ruoyu, who had been watching the game without being able to say anything, also spoke up. At the right time. I, Yi Xiao, am putting this on hold today. If I want to take Zhang Ro away, I don't mind having him withdraw from the freshman competition early. Yi Xiao's gaze fell on Wu Tongxian. The profession of immortal cultivator is indeed very powerful. In his previous life, he had read many fantasy novels about cultivating immortals, in which the cultivators were all powerful and had boundless strength. But so what? Among his peers, Yi Xiao has never been afraid of anyone. He even hoped that Wu Tongxian would fight him quickly so that he could take this opportunity to copy the immortal cultivator's methods. Isn't it beautiful? But Wu Tongxian didn't seem to have this idea. He looked at Chu Shanha's gloomy face, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Grandpa, can you listen to me for a few words? Okay, go ahead. Chu Shanha would still respect the opinions of this extremely outstanding godson. Thank you, Grandpa. Wu Tongxian pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. Grandpa also wants you, cousin Zhang Ro, to return to the family so you can receive better Resources, improve your strength, and achieve a better ranking in the freshman convention. Since you don't want to go back, why not demonstrate your abilities? If you can make it into the top 10 in the freshman convention, it will prove that your persistence is right. Grandpa won't force you to go back. If you can't make the top 10, it means your abilities are limited. In that case, just listen to Grandpa and go back. If you don't even agree to this, cousin Zhang Ro, then I will take you back today no matter who stops me. Wu Tongxian's deep eyes fell on Yi Xiao. Zhang Ro, follow your own ideas. If you don't agree, no one can take you away. A mere Wu Tongxian can't stop me. Yi Xiao placed a hand on Zhang Ro's shoulder to comfort her. Yes. Sister Zhang Ro, we will definitely help you. Bai Ruoyu also comforted her. I have 2 professions. I will kill anyone who tries to catch you. Bai Ruoyu waved his fist. And me, we all came from Jiangzhou, how can I be missing? A figure carrying a sword came from a distance. Red dust. Looking at the faces of several people, Zhang Ro's eyes became a little blurry. Maybe. It's touching. Over the years, although she was a flower on the mountaintop that others could admire from afar but not touch, she had to bear the heavy responsibility and pain alone. Who could understand the pain hidden in her heart? No matter how strong Zhang Ro is, she is just an 18-year-old girl. But now it's different. She has a group of friends gathered around her. They have experienced life and death together, shared hardships, and shared life and death together. With their support, Zhang Ro suddenly felt that the Chu family was not an insurmountable mountain. It's not that scary. She wiped her face. Okay, I agree. I will enter the top 10 in the freshman competition. I will prove to you that even without the Chu family, I, Zhang Ro, am still not inferior to others. She said it in a resounding voice. I hope so. Chu Shanha glanced at him indifferently, turned and walked towards the business Mercedes Benz. Before getting on the car, he turned around and looked at Yi Xiao deeply. Young man, you are the most courageous young man I have ever met. I hope your strength can be as tough as your words. Don't worry, old man. The person who can defeat me, Yi Xiao, has not been born yet. Humph. You young brat. Chu Shanha snorted coldly and got into the car. The Mercedes-Benz drove away with the 2 people. Yi Xiao, I'm looking forward to fighting you at the freshman meeting, and of course, Lin Ruiz. Well. Wu Tongxian smiled at Yi Xiao. Then he floated away, his white robe dancing in the wind, with a hint of the otherworldly aura of an immortal. This Wu Tongxian is quite interesting. Yi Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. The imperial capital is such a great place, full of strong people and geniuses, it never makes people feel bored. Okay, stop thinking about it and go drink. Yi Xiao put his arm around Xiao Hongchen's shoulders and said. Maybe not. Xiao Hongchen hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? Yi Xiao asked with a frown. Actually, my roommate was caught soliciting prostitution. He asked me to redeem him. Xiao Hongchen said awkwardly. What is the law of prostitution? Yi Xiao was completely bewildered. That seemingly honest swordsman, Xiao Jianfeng, actually went to solicit a prostitute. This was a disgrace to their Jinshin University. What's going on? Xiao Hongchen shook his head. During class, he suddenly raised his hand to the teacher and said he needed to go to the bathroom. He left and didn't come back until the end of the class. I thought he had diarrhea from eating too many fried eggs that morning, but he called me after class and said he'd been caught soliciting prostitution and didn't dare tell his teacher or his parents, so he wanted me to redeem him. Yi Xiao was stunned. This young man is so extravagant. Let's go and take a look. That guy looks pretty stupid. He doesn't look like someone who would do that kind of thing. Yi Xiao said helplessly. Is something wrong? Zhang Ro and the others asked curiously. Well, Hongchen's roommate, PC was caught. PC? What's that? Zhang Ro frowned, looking puzzled. Oh. It's prostitution. Zhang Ro, you don't even know this. Bai Ruoyu interrupted with a smile on her face. Zhang Ro's face turned red instantly. She is a young girl, unlike Bai Ruoyu who is carefree and would browse some websites whenever she has time. Her knowledge of the matters between men and women is really just from textbooks. Yi Xiao. Don't ever go to PC again. Otherwise, if you get caught, we won't care about you. At this time, Bai Ruoyu suddenly hummed. If I get caught, I'll say you're my wife and make you embarrassed along with me. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. You. Yi Xiao. You have no shame. These words made Bai Ruoyu tremble all over with anger, and her slender white fingers pointed at Yi Xiao and trembled slightly. You really want to go to PC? With a youthful and invincible beauty like me here, how can you still be interested in those rouge and powder? Bai Ruoyu put her hands on her hips and made a charming and seductive pose. It's still an airport, but I'm a master of the game. Yi Xiao curled his lips and raised his hand to embrace Xiao Hongchen. Hongchen's chest muscles are more developed than yours. This made Bai Ruoyu furious, and she pounced towards Yi Xiao like a mad white cat. I'll bite you to death, you big rascal. 15 minutes later. The two came to the police station near Jinshin University. Outside the police station, Xiao Jianfeng was carrying a long sword on his back and had a sad face. In front of him, an uncle who looked about 34 years old was teaching him a lesson with a serious face. Not far away, there was a girl in a sailor uniform standing there with a look of grievance on her face, her pair of violet eyes revealing timidity and fear. Xiao Hongchen. You're finally here. Come and save me. Xiao Jianfeng, who had a sad face, suddenly became happy the moment he saw Xiao Hongchen. You must be his classmates, right? Let's forget about this time. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. If it happens again, I will definitely punish you severely. The uncle looked at Yi Xiao and the others and said seriously. You're so young and an outstanding student at Jinshin University. Why did you choose PC? Look at how beautiful these two girls are. If you want a girlfriend, just go after them. Don't take shortcuts. If you do that again, I'll tell your teachers and your parents. The uncle scolded Xiao Jianfeng sternly. He lowered his head and dared not utter a word. Okay, just sign your name, show your ID, and you can go. The police handed over a notebook. Little girl, come sign your name too. Don't do this kind of thing again. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us. Don't take any more crooked paths. The girl in the sailor uniform gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and took the ballpoint pen to write her name. Jingu Niniko. Looking at the name, Bai Ruoyu was slightly stunned. The name looked strangely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Hey. It's still a little day. My Japanese sister is living a good life. The uncle braked suddenly and changed the subject. Uncle, there's no need. I know you want to scold us Japanese. Although I am Japanese, I grew up in Daxia. Jingu Ningningsi said lightly. The uncle touched his head embarrassedly. Ha 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 ha. Little girl, don't misunderstand. As long as you are in Daxia, no matter what country you are from, we in Daxia treat everyone equally. There is no such thing as discrimination. However, since you are from Japan, you must not do such things. Although this is a legal and compliant traditional industry in Japan, it is absolutely forbidden in our great Xia. Yi Xiao actually looked at this uncle twice more. It can be seen that this uncle has a very rich private life after get off work. Okay, let's go. The uncle waved his hand, indicating that Yi Xiao and the others could take Qiu Jianfeng away. Boy, this is Qiu Jianfeng, right? I'll remember you. I hope we won't meet behind bars next time. Uncle said meaningfully. Qiu Jianfeng's face immediately fell. Yi Xiao and his companions left the police station and headed towards Jinshin University. Jingu Ningningsi followed them all the time. Hey. I'm talking to Xiaori. Miss Jingu Ningningsi, you're living a good life. Why are you following us? Is it to promote yourself? Yi Xiao suddenly stopped and asked back. Jingu Ningningsi curled her lips. I'm from the same direction as you. I'm also a student at Jinshin University. She spoke calmly. Oh. I remember now. Bai Ruoyu suddenly slapped his head. There is indeed a Japanese new student this year. She's the little princess of the Donyin Jingu family. Her profession is onmyoji, a tradition passed down through generations in her family. She's the one who holds the record for second place in the Demon Suppression Tower, claiming to control the 9 great Shikigami. Bai Ruoyu looked at Shingong Ningningsi and exclaimed in surprise. What? Several people were shocked. He looked at the girl in the sailor uniform with a little more caution. The Jingu family is also a big family in Japan. Its status is not inferior to that of the Chu family in Daxia. Is it necessary for a girl from such a top family to sell silver? There is definitely something complicated going on here. Hey. Did anything happen between you and her? Yi Xiao suddenly grabbed Qiu Jianfeng's collar and asked. No. No. I don't know what happened. I went to the bathroom during class and then I got a call. I didn't know anything after that. When I came to my senses, someone said I was suspected of PC, and then I was arrested. Qiu Jianfeng scratched his head. Have I been deceived? Uncle wouldn't lie to me, right? He scratched his head, looking confused. Yi Xiao slapped his forehead helplessly. College students are so stupid it's crystal clear. It's not me who's lying to you, it's her who's lying to you. Hey. Jean Gubalabula. You kidnapped Qiu Jianfa and tricked us out. What on earth is your purpose? Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Shingong Ningningsi. Jingu Ningningsi changed her pitiful look from before. She stroked her slightly upturned bright red lips with her delicate hand, and a devilish smile flashed across her face. Yi Xiao, can you be my husband? Several people greeted each other at the same time. What the hell? Husband? As expected of Xiaori. The Japanese who live a good life are so open-minded. Courtship in public. I'm your husband? Are you crazy? Yi Xiao looked up and down at Shingong Ningningsi. She was wearing a black sailor suit commonly seen in Japanese comics. She had an almost perfect figure without a trace of fat. Her legs were straight and slender, wrapped in a pair of black pantyhose, which were no less long than Zhang Rou's. Most importantly, she is big. Not to mention by Ruoyu, the washboard, even Zhang Rou looked smaller in front of Jingu Ningningsi. My preliminary estimate is C. I can only say that it has developed very well. Needless to say, her face was white and translucent without a trace of impurities, her black hair fell like a waterfall, and her violet eyes sparkled. She is simply the ideal and perfect 2D girlfriend. There should be no man who doesn't like Jingu Ningxi. Yi Xiao. You can't like her. Bai Ruoyu saw Yi Xiao looking the other person up and down and immediately became anxious. He stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Why? Are you my mom or my dad? Do you have to control who I like? Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked. I want to take care of it. I will help my sister take good care of you. And. Bai Ruoyu's face flushed red and she was so anxious that she couldn't speak. Moreover, you are the pride of Dacia, the treasure of Dacia. You cannot be deceived into going to Japan. These were not said by Ruoyu. Instead, it was Jiang Ro, who had been silent all this time, who spoke. Several people were stunned for a moment. Right, Ruoyu. Jiang Ro smoothed her hair across her forehead and said. Ruoyu reacted immediately. That's right. That's right. For the sake of the country, you can't marry a Japanese woman. That's right. She put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, though no matter how hard she tried, it still didn't work, and swore. Yi Xiao was completely confused. Why are you more anxious than me? Jingu Naniko just chuckled. Yi Xiao, why are they more anxious than you? She walked up to Yi Xiao with a cat-like gait. The breath is as fragrant as orchid. Yi Xiao, you are an excellent pupil magician, and I am an yin-yang master who carries the most powerful bloodline in the ancient Jingu family. If we combine our powers, we will definitely give birth to an invincible child. I chose you among the three of you at first sight. Jingu Ningxi stuck out her pink tongue and licked Yi Xiao's earlobe gently like a kitten. Then he jumped away. She put her hands behind her back and looked extremely relaxed. As long as you marry into my Shingon family, we will fully provide you with abundant resources to help you grow. In just a few years, you will become a figure like the sword god of Dacia. Moreover, you will be respected by millions of people in Dacia and Japan. And I, the most beautiful woman in the Shingon family and the most gifted Shingon Ningxi in history, will also become your wife. You can do whatever you want to me. Are you really not moved, Yi Xiao? Jingu Naniko stroked her red lips with her fingers. If you mind my relationship with that man, don't worry. I just used the yin-yang master's method to confuse him. She hasn't even touched my hand. Everything about me is pure and belongs to you. Jingun Ningxi is extremely beautiful, and most importantly, she is more feminine than the childish Bai Ruoyu and the cold Jiang Ro, and can better arouse men's hormones. Bai Ruoyu was staring at her intently, gritting his teeth like a furry kitten. Even Jiang Ro looked wary. Their intuition told them that this woman was extremely scary. It's so scary to be proactive. Yi Xiao pursed his lips. Any normal man would not refuse this kind of temptation, but before that, I want to ask you. Why you chose me? Of course, as my future husband, you have the right to know. Jingu Ningxi smiled softly. Actually, my initial target was 3 people, you as a pupil magician, Lin Ru as a word spirit master, and Wu Tongxian. But from my observation, Wu Tongxian has the Chu family's backing, so he can be considered half a Chu family member. He has no shortage of our Shingon family's resources, and it's unrealistic to expect him to marry into the Shingon family. Lin Ru's personality is too cold and he's too much of a homebody. He just stays in his dorm all day long studying. It's completely impossible to tell that he has a normal sexual orientation. Compared to that, you meet my expectations in every aspect. You are powerful, have a quirky personality, and you also come from a commoner background. I believe you will also need a lot of resources to rise to prominence. That's why I chose you. Well, I'll be honest. Jingu Ningxi said with a smile. Yi Xiao nodded. Very honest, I am very satisfied with this answer. So, you agree to marry into the Jingu family and marry me? Jingu Ningxi was slightly delighted. You're overthinking it. Yi Xiao curled his lips lightly. He held up 3 fingers. First of all, I, Yi Xiao, am not anyone's substitute, nor am I your second best choice. Second, I, Yi Xiao, am from Dacia, and it's impossible for me to marry into a family in Japan. Third, I don't accept a relationship with only sex and no love, nor do I want to be a tool for reproduction. The above is what I want to say to you. After saying that, Yi Xiao turned around. Let's go and have a drink with Su Hao. Jiang Ro smiled sweetly upon hearing this and followed Yi Xiao without saying a word. Bai Ruoyu's face was also full of joy. She made a face at Jingu Ningxi and even grabbed Yi Xiao's arm in revenge. Jingu Ningxi narrowed her eyes slightly. Yi Xiao, it's a pity that you may not be able to drink this wine today. I have also thought of a second backup plan, which is the rice is cooked. Buzz. A talisman suddenly appeared in Jingu Ningxi's hand. I give the gods my command with my blood. All those who are about to fight will form a battle array before me. Buzz. She formed a seal with one hand. Golden talisman light appeared in the void, and a huge formation emerged behind Shingon. Ningxi. Tang snake. Hide. A huge white snake shaped like a jiao and a dragon rushed out from the magic circle. Soaring high in the sky, riding on the clouds. It's a dragon. Bai Ruoyu screamed. It's not a dragon. It's a tang snake. One of the 12 Shikigami of Abe no Haruaki, the ancestor of the Japanese Onmyoji. Jiang Ro said solemnly. The profession of Onmyoji is extremely rare in other countries, but in Japan it is one of the national professions, and is known as the 3 major professions in Japan together with samurai and ninja. Onmyoji can use talismans and summon Shikigami to fight, and their methods are strange and varied. Among them, the Onmyoji trained by the East Jingu, one of the 2 East and West clans of Onmyoji, are of particularly astonishing strength. The most outstanding Onmyoji genius of this generation, Jingu Naniko, inherited the 6 Shikigami of the Onmyoji ancestor, Abe Haruaki, who is known as the strongest Onmyoji. Her talent surpasses all other Onmyojis and she is the jewel of the Jingu family. Countless young talents in Japan want to marry her. Unfortunately, almost no one could catch her eye, so Shingon Ningxi traveled across the ocean to Dacia to find a husband who could satisfy her. Give birth to the best offspring for the Jingu family. Yi Xiao, I won't let you go. She held the golden talisman in her hand and waved it gently. Wow. The Tang snake in the sky roared and rushed towards Yi Xiao and others. Yi Xiao's hand fell on the knife behind him. But he was stopped by Ruoyu at the critical moment. Yi Xiao. Leave this little life to me. I've put up with her for so long. Ruoyu said angrily. Ali. Da hey. Come out. She put her hands together and a summoning circle appeared behind her. The nine-tailed civet cat, as big as a hill, shook its 3 tails and bared its teeth at the charging Tongue snake. The dragon man also stared at Tongue snake with scorching eyes and let out a deafening roar. The 2 summoned beasts charged directly towards the Tang snake. The terrifying attacks collided in mid-air, and the surrounding air was violently stirred. Hee, you are so weak. You will only drag Yi Xiao down. Jingdong Ningxi smiled contemptuously, and a Tang snake directly suppressed by Ruoyu's 2 summoned beasts. The Tang snake rolled its body and lashed out with its tail. The 9-tailed cat was directly thrown to the ground. Then he opened his bloody mouth and bit towards the dragon man. 1 against 2 is more than enough. Ruoyu. Be careful. This Tang snake is Abe Haruaki's Shikigami after all. Even if Jingu Ningxi cannot unleash its full strength now, its foundation lies here, and it must not be underestimated. Jiang Ro reminded. Don't worry, I know. Watch me, fire dragon breath. Ruoyu opened her eyes slightly, and a burning breath burst out from the cute little loli. A cluster of flames shot up into the sky and turned into a long flaming dragon, roaring and fighting towards Tongue snake. I have 2 professions. If your summoned beasts don't work, then try my magic. Ruoyu sneered. Seeing the blazing fire dragon, a hint of amusement flashed in Jingu Ningxi's eyes. You have some strength, but unfortunately, you are still not worthy of Yi Xiao. Moreover, compared with my Lord Ning Ningxi of the Divine Palace, you are still far behind. Those who are about to fight will all line up in front. Yin Yang close. Jingu Ningxi's hands moved rapidly, and a red light burst out from her whole body. It just so happens that Tingsha is also a fire-attributed Shikigami, so let me play with you, little girl whose gender is unknown. Jingu Niniko sneered. It was impossible to tell the gender of the thing, and it was poking directly at Ruoyu's sensitive spot. What's so great about having 2 balls hanging? Look, I'll knock them down for you. Ruoyu said hatefully. The power of the fire dragon suddenly increased, and it roared as if it was going to destroy Jingu Ningxi and the Shikigami together. But at this moment, Tang snake suddenly rushed into the sky. The pure white body glowed with red flames. The Tang snake drilled directly into the body of the Divine Palace Ning Ningxi. A long crimson battlesuit concealed his perfect figure, and a blooming golden lotus on his chest seemed to support 2 perfect mountain peaks. The flames transformed into a long silk ribbon that surrounded her body, making her look like a Valkyrie. Incomparably oppressive, incomparably stunning. This is my yin-yang robe, Honglian. Jingu Ningxi stroked the fire silk around her body and laughed softly. This is the ability of the Onmyoji. The Onmyoji and the Shikigami become one, their minds are connected, and finally a fighting state of unity between man and god is formed. This is the yin-yang clothes. A long fiery silk shot out and wrapped around the fire dragon. The fire dragon was hooked tightly on its huge head, and was entangled in the void, unable to move. Hellfire cage. Jingu Ningxi squatted down and reached out to touch the ground. Whereby Ruoyu was standing, fire cages appeared from all directions, trapping her inside. It's over, game. Facts have proven that I am the one worthy of Yi Xiao. Jingu Ningxi pulled hard, and the fire dragon was torn apart in the sky by the red silk. The 2 summoned beasts were also wrapped up by her with fire silk. Ruoyu was imprisoned and had lost his means of fighting. He could only grit his teeth and watch Jingu Ningxi show off in front of him in a condescending manner. Day. Jingu Ningxi walked towards Yi Xiao gently, wearing fiery red high heels. Let's make love, husband, and give me a perfect child. She pouted her red lips and showed a charming expression, which was simply charming. Jiang Ro looked at her warily. Ruoyu was trapped in the hell of fire and was so anxious that she was about to cry. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes. Let her go. Well. Jingu Niniko blinked her big eyes. I don't like disobedient women, and there are some things I don't want to say a second time. If you continue to push your luck, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Xiao stared at the Divine Palace Ning Ningxi. Golden lotuses had already begun to bloom in his pupils, and powerful fire elements were jumping and dancing around him. Master, be careful, his flames are extremely powerful. The yin-yang clothes flashed, and Jingu Ningxi knew that it was her Shikigami Tingsha who was reminding her. Tingsha is a fire-attributed combat god, and even he thinks Yi Xiao's flames are powerful. How terrifying is Yi Xiao? Thinking of this, Jingu Ningxi pondered for a moment. She stretched out her jade hand and waved gently. The hellfire cage suddenly disappeared. Jingu Ningxi looked at Ruoyu with a cold expression. Then he spoke to Yi Xiao. Actually, at first I just wanted to find a husband and have a child, but now I'm really interested in you, Yi Xiao. She touched her red lips. Well, there's no need to rush this matter. Besides, if the person you like hates you, it will be more trouble than it's worth. After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked towards the distance in her high heels. Goodbye, my future husband. The red lotus yin-yang robe faded away, and Tang Snake turned into a piece of paper in her hand again. Wait a moment. At this time, Ruoyu shouted. Jingu Ningxi paused slightly. I just heard her ask. You'll be participating in the freshman competition, right? Jingu Niniko nodded. Very good, then, I will defeat you in the freshman meeting. To avenge my previous defeat. Bai Ruoyu put her hands on her hips, her face full of seriousness. Jin Duningzi was amused and laughed. Ha ha. Interesting. Okay, I accept this challenge. Jin Duningzi took out a lollipop from somewhere, put it in her mouth, and left happily. Now, one of you has to break into the top 10, and the other has to fight someone one-on-one. The difficulty has increased immediately. Yi Xiao spread his hands. I just can't stand her being a hooligan. Bai Ruoyu said anxiously. Are you afraid that she'll play tricks on me? I'm almost playing tricks on her. Yi Xiao disdainfully responded. No. No way. You can't be rude to her. Bai Ruoyu waved her little hands. Who am I to do to you then? You? What rogue of you can you play on me? Yi Xiao's gaze fell on her flush washboard. Woo. I'm still young, I can still grow. I'm the type that develops later in life. Bai Ruoyu explained while covering her chest. Hey, idiot, do you really want me to be a hooligan to you? Yi Xiao touched his chin. You don't like me. Several pairs of eyes fell on Bai Ruoyu. She was so frightened that she couldn't speak, and her face turned redder than an apple. Hey, do you really like me? Yi Xiao asked again. Zhang Rou, Xiao Hongchen and others also cast puzzled glances. Hey. Who likes you? How could I possibly like a big scoundrel like you? Bai Ruoyu turned her head and waved her hands rapidly. Well, if you don't like me, that's fine. I don't like washboards either. Yi Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Let's go drink. Then he pulled Xiao Hongchen and Xiao Jianfang and walked towards the distance. Ah. I can't drink. Xiao Jianfang's terrified cry was heard. If you don't know how, you can learn. Just blow into the bottle twice and you'll be able to do it. Yi Xiao responded indifferently. Bai Ruoyu walked behind with a depressed look on her face, her eyes were wet, like a wilted eggplant, extremely depressed. Ruoyu, you can't be really in love with Yi Xiao, right? Zhang Rou looked at her uninterested look and asked. I don't know either. Bai Ruoyu pouted. Only. It's just that when we walk together, my eyes will involuntarily fall on him. When I see him defeat his enemies, I will be happy and cheer. When he gets too close to other women, I will feel a tightness in my chest. And more. I used to really hate his dirty jokes, but now, I still think they're quite funny. He. Is this considered love? I don't know either. Looking at Bai Ruoyu's silly smile, Zhang Rou was speechless. The little girl looks carefree, but she is actually still a child at heart and she cannot see her own feelings clearly. But how can others not see it? There is no doubt that Bai Ruoyu definitely likes Yi Xiao. With her family background and talent, she is worthy of Yi Xiao. The two of them are naturally suitable for each other, like a pair of bickering lovers. But what about myself? Zhang Rou stroked her chest and asked herself. Where should I go when my heart has nowhere to go? She looked at the profile of the figure in the distance, slightly dazed. Since when, Yi Xiao seemed to become more and more eye-catching, so bright that she could see him at a glance in the crowd, and so bright that she could recognize him even from a distance. When did it start? Was it when he rushed towards the giant spirit alone? Was it when he faced the shadow god cult alone? Or, when facing the behemoth Chu family, he stood in front of her without hesitation? Hey! What are you doing? Go! Yi Xiao's voice came from a distance. Oh! Here it comes. The two hurried to catch up. Well, it's good like this now. It is just a breeze borrowed from heaven. Even if it blows up fireworks for a moment, it does not belong to him. He will eventually return to heaven. Before that, being able to watch silently is already a good omen. Here they come. Ruoyu, let's hurry up and follow them. Zhang Rou pulled by Ruoyu, and two figures, one big and one small, followed the footsteps in front. It's over. I drank too much. I'm going to be late. Last night, Yi Xiao and a few of them got drunk. So I didn't try to sober myself up. After drinking, I didn't go back to the dormitory. I just found a chain hotel and stayed there for the night. When I woke up, most of the first class had already started. It's okay. The teacher didn't recognize me during the first 2 days of school. I just need to pretend and get by. Yi Xiao glanced at the time on his mobile phone and hurried towards the school. When he arrived at the classroom, Yi Xiao saw Xiao Hongchen and Bai Ruoyu at a glance. He happened to be taking the same class with them today. Xiao Hongchen saw Yi Xiao and winked at him frantically. Bai Ruoyu covered her mouth with her hands, looking as if she was gloating. Cut. Yi Xiao curled his lips with a look of disdain. He mouthed. Look at what I'm doing. As a result, Xiao Hongchen's reaction became even more intense, while Bai Ruoyu was laughing. While holding her stomach, Yi Xiao was so angry that he wanted to hit her on the head twice. Report. Teacher, I have a stomachache and am late. Sorry. He rushed into the classroom and said it openly. He had used this trick many times when he was in college in his previous life, and it worked very well. Generally, teachers will not bother you with these small problems. However, today, it turns out you have diarrhea. The teacher slowly raised his head. The moment he saw that delicate face, Yi Xiao froze. Yesterday Ruoyu said you were drunk and would probably skip class today. Turns out you just had diarrhea. So, Ruoyu was wrong? The teacher looked at Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu shook her little head like a rattle. No, sister. No, Mr. Bai, I didn't lie. That's Yi Xiao lying. Cheating the teacher is a serious crime. You have to stand in this class. After class, lie down in my office. Looking at Yishao, he looked like he had eaten shit. Bai Ruoqing was delighted. You kid will also have a day when you will be humiliated. Who told you to act like a hooligan to me before? She calmly lowered the corners of her mouth that were curled up. Then he spoke loudly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Ruoqing. I also graduated from Jinshin University. I can be considered your senior. Now I am a new teacher at Jinshin University. I am responsible. 4. Yishao was standing alone at the back, and he finally understood why Xiao Hongchen winked at him. And why was Bai Ruoyu gloating over someone else's misfortune? It's really unpredictable. He never expected that his new teacher would be Bai Ruoqing. This big cow is definitely suspected of taking revenge for personal reasons. A class passed just like that. After class, Yishao walked towards Bai Ruoqing's office with his head down. Ha 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 ha. Yishao, you have come to this day. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but now it's turned into a shock. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ruoyu came to Yishao holding her belly and laughed at him unscrupulously. As a result, he got a stick from Yishao. Yishao, go ahead. Let's go together. Jiang Ro is on her way here. Teacher Bai asked us to go together. I think it must be something important. Yeah, I see. When he heard the serious business, Yi Zhao's expression became serious. The four of them came to Bai Ruoqing's office. She was staring at the lesson plan intently, putting mouthfuls of food into her tender red lips. Tell me, was your mother malnourished when she gave birth to you? How can there be such a big difference between you two, even though you were born from the same mother? Looking at the huge creature wrapped in the white shirt, which was trembling as Bai Ruoqing moved, Yi Xiao was amazed. I have to say that the sisters Bai Ruoqing and Bai Ruoyu really look like mother and daughter. Bai Ruoqing has a broad mind and is 1.78 meters tall. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings are extremely aggressive, and she has grasped the fetish of those who play with their legs perfectly. A mature lady with infinite charm. Bai Ruoyu is 1.5 meters tall, with a flat chest, a pair of chubby legs wrapped in white stockings, and a chubby face that looks as red as an apple. She looks like a little lowly. He doesn't look like a college student at all, and people would believe him even if he dressed up as a junior high school student. Yi Xiao, stop acting like a hooligan outside and come in. Bai Ruoqing raised her head and said helplessly. After spending so much time together, she has become accustomed to Yi Xiao's playful personality. Hi. Hello, Teacher Bai. Yi Xiao greeted him and walked in with a grin on his face. What are you eating, Mr. Bai? Are you so busy? Bai Ruoqing crossed her legs and glanced at Yi Xiao with a reproachful look. It's okay for you to treat us like this, but when you go out, don't go up to every girl and act like a hooligan. How is that possible? I, Yi Xiao, am a gentleman. Yi Xiao curled his lips in disdain. Loquacious. Okay, actually, the main reason I called you here is for this matter. As she spoke, Bai Ruoqing placed a stack of documents in front of Yi Xiao and the others. Yesterday, the freshman competition at Magic City Vocational University ended. Then, a teacher from Magic City University brought the top 5 students to our imperial capital. They said they wanted to consult with us at Dasha First Vocational University to see the gaps between the two sides and promote friendly development between the two schools. Yi Xiao took the document. That sounds nice, but you're just looking for trouble. What's the matter? Are you tired of being the perennial runner-up at Shanghai Vocational University and want to move up? Bai Ruoqing nodded. That's the thing. Everyone knows what's in Sima Zhao's mind. I heard that Magic City Vocational University has produced several outstanding students this year, so they must have become inflated. One student in particular is Tang Hao, the top freshman at Magic City Vocational University. He's a dragon warrior with a companion dragon, and his strength is astonishing. I heard he's from the imperial capital and went there specifically to enroll at Magic City Vocational University. His brother is Tang Xian, from the imperial capital Tang family, who topped the imperial capital college entrance exam 4 years ago. Tang Xian? When this name was mentioned, Jiang Ro's face turned a little ugly. Yi Xiao glanced at her. Jiang Ro responded with a calm smile. Oh, I know Tang Xian. He's the type of guy who likes young girls. An old cow eats young grass? Bai Ruoqing was slightly stunned. Don't mind, Mr. Bai, please continue. Bai Ruoqing nodded. Well, this time, Tang Hao specifically asked you to be the receptionist. The school has also agreed. Calculating the time, they will be here this afternoon. We go to receive them? Teacher Bai, do you think this is reasonable? He wants us to receive the guests from the Demon University? Yi Xiao asked back. I also think it's not very reasonable, but this is what Principal Ning meant, and a hint of hesitation flashed across Bai Ruoqing's eyes. And what? Yi Xiao asked back. Actually, I didn't want to tell you, but after thinking about it, I realized that you, Yi Xiao, are not someone who would tolerate being bullied. Principal Ning specifically instructed that if they go too far, you don't have to be patient. No need to be patient? Yi Xiao's eyes lit up slightly. Did the principal really say that? Of course, Demon University and us have been at odds for years, and the competition for students has become increasingly fierce. For example, Tang Hao was supposed to come to our Jinshin University, but Demon University poached him by hook or by crook. I heard they assigned him 5 beautiful senior students as study companions. It's simply immoral. Since They're so unscrupulous and don't give us face, why should we indulge them? Bai Ruoqing said angrily. The Shanghai Vocational University has changed its president in recent years, and its methods of doing things have become more and more radical. In order to compete for students, it will do anything. Last year, I heard that a young instructor at the Magic University gave himself away for free to a candidate. If it weren't for their Jinqing University's quick response this year, Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru would have been poached. Okay, Mr. Bai, leave this matter to us. Yi Xiao agreed immediately. By the way, I heard that Tang Hao is lustful by nature. You two girls should protect yourselves. Well. Bai Ruoqing mentioned it again. Don't worry, I will protect them well. Yi Xiao patted his chest and made the promise. Bai Ruoqing was still a little worried. Yi Xiao, be careful and don't be too harsh. The Tang family is very powerful. If a fight really breaks out, don't leave Tang Hao with any irreversible injuries. She warned again. Don't worry, I'll be very measured. Hearing this, the three people behind twitched their lips. He does know his limits. Dai Lian and Jin Xingning are still in the ICU. It's hard to say whether it will come out this month. After leaving Bai Ruoqing's office, Yi Xiao was in a good mood. Zhang Ro, then Tang Xian must be the fiancé that old man arranged for you. Zhang Ro nodded. Tang Xian is very powerful. After only 1 year of graduation, he has already reached the 5th perfect level. He controls a hunting team that is even more powerful than Zhangzhou's 100 battles hunting team. He is the most outstanding young man in the Tang family. As Tang Xian's younger brother, Tang Hao often trains with Tang Xian's god hunters. He has extensive combat experience and has even seen real gods. He's much stronger than Dai Lian and Jin Xingning and can truly be called a young prodigy. The stronger the better. Don't be soft-hearted when fighting. Yi Xiao rubbed his hands together, smiling. Xiao Hongchen mentioned it weakly. Yi Xiao, Teacher Bai said that we don't need to be patient when the other party goes too far. It's impossible not to go too far. Just look at him. Isn't Tang Hao a lecher? I bet when he sees Bai Ruoyu, he'll pounce on her like a mouse seeing rice. I know this kind of person very well. After all, in his previous life, Yi Xiao was a otaku in college. He would stay in his dorm room and read novels every day. He was very familiar with this kind of plot. When he arrived at the pickup point, Yi Xiao spotted several people from Magic City University in the crowd at a glance. A middle-aged man in a golden suit walked towards them with a smile on his face. Behind him were 5 high-spirited men and women wearing the uniforms of the Magic University. They all looked like thorns. The more Yi Xiao watched, the happier he became. Hi. Classmates. Are you students from Jinshin University? The teacher in the golden suit waved his hand. Hello, teacher. Yi Xiao said obediently. Thank you for your hard work, teacher, and all the students. My name is Yi Xiao, a freshman at Jinshin University. I'll be in charge of welcoming you all. This time. These are my classmates, Zhang Ro, Bai Ruoyu, and Xiao Hongchen. Yi Xiao changed his usual behavior and looked very honest, which was in sharp contrast to the rising students of the Demon University. But Xiao Hongchen and the others knew that Yi Xiao's honest appearance just proved that he was about to burst out with anger. After hearing Yi Xiao's self-introduction, a young man in the crowd raised his eyes. He was a young man of ordinary appearance, and could not be found in a crowd. The only difference is that his eyes are very bright and he is very arrogant to the extreme. He looks down on everyone. That kind of arrogance is just as if the words "I am better than you" are written on his face. Students from Magic City Vocational University, please come this way. Yi Xiao invited. We have arranged a banquet at Xiayun Tower. Well, classmate Yi Xiao has a very good attitude. The hospitality of Jinshin University is quite good. The teacher in the golden suit turned around and spoke to a few students. That attitude is like facing a waiter. Yi Xiao still maintained a bright smile. Several people got into a business car one after another. Sister-in-law, come and have dinner with us. There's no need to hang out with these people. Before getting in the car, Tang Hao turned around and said something. Zhang Ro was slightly stunned. Yi Xiao still had a smile on his face. He turned around and gave Xiao Hongchen a look. It's like saying, wait, don't stop me. The corners of Xiao Hongchen's mouth twitched, and he mourned for Tang Hao in his heart for a second. And Bai Ruoyu, you're quite cute, let's have dinner together. He spoke to Bai Ruoyu again. The greedy possessiveness in his eyes was not concealed at all. Zhang Ro is his sister-in-law, so he naturally can't do anything to her, but Bai Ruoyu is different. Besides, he has never played something so pure. Several students from the Magic University were playing with their mobile phones, and even the tutor kept smiling. It seemed like he had gotten used to Tang Hao's behavior. Everyone go ahead, we'll be there later. Yi Xiao said with a smile. I'm not talking to you, why are you butting in? Tang Hao turned around and scolded Yi Xiao coldly. Is this the way Jinshin University treats guests? It seems that I made the right choice in choosing Demon University. The service attitude of the 5 senior students there is extremely good. Yi Xiao smiled even more brightly. The more Tang Hao jumped up and down, the more he would enjoy the fight. Bai Ruoyu, I'm asking you again, will you come to dinner with us? I'm telling you, I'm from the Tang family of the imperial capital. You know the Tang family, right? If you follow me, my family will cover all the training resources for your 4 years of college. You don't need to worry about what happens at Jinshin University with my Tang family. Here, you can completely quit Jinshin and join our Demon University. Tang Hao said proudly. The instructor in the golden suit also took out a tablet and swiped it with a smile on his face. Bai Ruoyu is also very talented. He has dual professions as a summoner and a magician. If he is willing to join our magic university, that would be great. We will provide you with the following resources. Blah blah, he said a lot in a row. Yi Xiao still kept smiling, but his smile became colder and colder. He poached students from Jinshin University in public. He really thought that he could do whatever he wanted since the school tutor was not here, right? Bai Ruoyu blinked her big eyes. I'm not very clear. And I'll have to ask my boyfriend. As she spoke, a cunning look flashed in her eyes, and she directly grabbed Yi Xiao's arm. The smile was very bright. Boyfriend. Tang Hao's face turned ugly. At this time, a male classmate whispered a few words to him. Tang Hao suddenly changed his usual behavior. It's me who lost my composure. Forget it, I have a boyfriend. Sister-in-law, do you want to go with us? Jiang Rou shook her head. We'll take another car later. The car window slowly rolled up, and the car carrying several people disappeared at the end of the road. This guy is really looking for death unscrupulously. Let's go and see what big move he has in store. Yi Xiao sneered, stopped a car and rushed towards Jie Yinlu. In the car. Tang Hao, you can have fun, but you are a student of Jinshin University after all, so don't make a big deal out of it. The instructor warned. Don't worry, with my Tang family here, we can easily control a family in a provincial capital. Tang Hao looked through Bai Ruoyu's data and information with disdain. I think this young man named Yi Xiao is quite extraordinary. At this time, a female student spoke up. Look, since he enrolled, he's injured Dailian and Jin Qingning in quick succession, both severely. He was incredibly ruthless, but his behavior today was completely different from what was recorded in the documentation. He seemed far too cowardly. The female student analyzed it carefully. Suya, you think too much. He's just a loser who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Isn't it an insult to Tang Hao to compare him with the two losers he injured? The young man who had just whispered in Tang Hao's ear said. That's right. Knowing Tang Hao's strength, he can only keep his tail between his legs. Another male student echoed. Ha, first place in the Southern Province special recruitment, what a joke. Tang Hao became more and more proud under the flattery of everyone. He threw the tablet away. Tonight, I want him to obediently send his girlfriend to my room. That way, it will be more fun. Right? Suya frowned slightly but said nothing. Tang Hao is very powerful and the Tang family is also very influential. In such a circle, it is very rare to be able to stay out of trouble. Suya, do you want to play together tonight? Tang Hao shifted his shining gaze to Suya. Forget it, I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. Suya turned her head. Tang Hao's burning gaze made her very uncomfortable. This time when I go back, I'd better keep some distance from them. Suya sighed, otherwise she would not be able to save herself. Forget it, Wang Shuer, do you want to join us? Tang Hao said to another girl who was dressed brightly and was playing with her cell phone. Okay. Wang Shuer readily agreed, since she had already taken on Tang Hao's shape. But, this handsome guy, I kind of like him. She stroked Xiao Hongchen's sharp face on the data board and said. Like it? If you like it, I'll let Gao Jia get it for you later. Tang Hao said indifferently. Wang Shuer's profession is a seduction master. This profession is quite special and has alternative ways of upgrading. As long as she has intercourse with men and absorbs young energy, her strength can be improved. During the period of school opening, she had slept with at least 80 male students at Shanghai University. I heard that not a single one of them changes overnight. Thank you, Tang Hao. Wang Shuer smiled, crawled to Tang Hao's side, and kissed him lightly on the lips. Tang Hao put his arms around Wang Shuer's slender waist and began to caress it gently, with an indifferent look on his face. Honestly, this Shinshin University is just SOSO. The only people I can take seriously are Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian. The others are just ants. This time when he came to Jinshin University, his goal was very clear, to step on Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru to get to the top, and then play with the women of Jinshin University by the way. Actually, Jiang Rou is not bad either, but it's a pity that she's my brother's fiancé, alas. Tang Hao's face was full of regret. Zayunla is a more business-oriented restaurant, mostly used to entertain guests. Not long after Tang Hao and others arrived, Yi Xiao and others also arrived. Please, everyone. Led by the waiter, they entered the restaurant together. On the way, Tang Hao's eyes repeatedly fell on Bai Ruoyu, and his eyes looking at Yi Xiao also revealed a malicious smile. Yi Xiao noticed that Tang Hao was looking at him, and turned around and gave him a bright smile. Tang Hao grinned wickedly. This kid doesn't know what's going to happen next. When he thought of the plot of his husband's previous crime, Tang Hao couldn't suppress the smile. Quack quack quack. Sister-in-law, you haven't met my brother yet, right? I think you two can go out together. My brother happens to be on vacation right now, so you can have a good and in-depth chat. After all, we will be a family in the future. Tang Hao was extremely particular about the word deepen. Sorry, I'm very busy lately. Jiang Rou took a sip of the drink calmly. Tang Hao smiled awkwardly, then he picked up 2 wine glasses and walked towards Yi Xiao. Oh. Brother. I'm so sorry for offending you just now. Let me toast you a glass. After saying that, he drank up the wine in the glass in public. Actually, I have heard of your brother's name a long time ago. He is the #1 in the special recruitment of Southern Province. Less than half a month after the school started, he got angry and beat up the 2 geniuses, Dailian and Jin Qingning. Your Excellency. Really makes me admire you. Let's have a drink. As he said this, he handed another glass of wine to Yi Xiao, and then took another glass for himself. Yi Xiao glanced at the swaying wine indifferently. Sure enough, there was a problem. Tang Hao had put drugs in his wine. It is also a special effect knockout drug. Even a transformation level professional will sleep like a dead pig after drinking it. Yi Xiao grinned and took the wine calmly. No problem, Magic City Vocational University and Jinshin University are brothers. I'll drink this cup. Brother Tang, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, Yi Xiao drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Good wine. Yi Xiao wiped his chin with a look of satisfaction on his face. Tang Hao's smile grew wider. He was counting 3, 2, 1 in his mind. However, after half an hour, Yi Xiao was fine. Tang Hao was confused. Could it be that the dosage was too small? He turned his eyes to Wang Shuer in confusion. He got the drug from her. She often used this drug to pick up young boys in bars. But Wang Shuer was almost sticking to Xiao Hongchen, staring at him with infatuation on her face, completely ignoring Tang Hao's gaze. Tang Hao was so angry that he secretly cursed her as a bitch. Then he turned his gaze to Gao Jia, who quickly reacted. He took 2 more glasses of wine and walked towards Yi Xiao and the others. Brother, you can drink. I want to drink with you too. My name is Gao Jia. As he said this, he gave the drug wine to Yi Xiao. It doesn't matter what it's called. Yi Xiao took the wine glass with a calm expression. Yes. It doesn't matter. After this drink, we are still brothers. Gao Jia replied with a smile. Yi Xiao had a faint smile on his face. It really didn't matter what he was called. He would all become sandbags soon, so it wouldn't make any difference. Yi Xiao drank it all again, but still nothing happened. With the blessing of the martial goddess Ai, his physical fitness became 10 times stronger. Not to mention the small amount added to the wine, even if he drank a whole bottle of medicine, he would still be fine. It is decomposed as soon as it enters the stomach. The 2 men fed Yi Xiao wine crazily, but Yi Xiao was fine. Gao Jia and Tang Hao were both stunned. Stop feeding him alcohol. Yi Xiao will go crazy when he's drunk. At this time, Jiang Ro said helplessly. Drunken? Gao Jia was stunned for a moment, and the next second a fist as big as a sandbag flew out. Yi Xiao punched Gao Jia hard in the eye, leaving him with panda eyes. You pig-shaped demon. How dare you sneak into the territory of our great Xia people? Wait, I will kill you. Yi Xiao casually drew the shadow knife he was carrying and swept it over. Before Gao Jia could react, he saw Yi Xiao swinging a knife towards him. He quickly dodged the knife, but his belt was accidentally cut, revealing the bright red panties underneath. A pig-shaped demon trying to imitate humans and wearing underwear is ridiculous. No matter how hard you try to disguise yourself, you can't hide that pig head on your head. Yi Xiao was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Gao Jia and slashed him with a knife. Fuck you. You really think I don't have a temper? Gao Jia roared angrily, and the clothes on his upper body burst into pieces, revealing his strong muscles. His body was covered with black lines and filled with a strong bloody energy. Handsome boy, your friend is in trouble. Gao Jia is an extraordinary 8th level magic warrior. See those magic patterns on his body? With them, his body is as strong as iron. Your friend is going crazy at him, and he's going to suffer. Wang Shui lay on Xiao Hongchen's chest and spoke in a delicate voice. The slender fingers were still drawing circles. But, if you spend one night with me, your sister, I can ask Gao Jia to spare your friends. She put her red lips close to Xiao Hongchen's ear, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. Xiao Hongchen frowned. Pull the chair aside. Sorry, women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Wang Shuer was stunned. Then he heard Xiao Hongchen add another sentence. Besides, you smell like decay, it stinks. Xiao Hongchen has a clear sword heart, his mind is as pure as a mirror, and he can observe a person's aura to a great extent. There was a strong smell of decay on Wang Shuer's body. These words made her face turn red with anger. You. Her face was filled with shame and anger, and she looked at Xiao Hongchen with gritted teeth, wishing she could suck him dry. At this time, Gao Jia's eyes were red and the magic patterns all over his body were glowing. Dare to hit me. No matter whether you are really drunk or not. You must die. Hung Jiang fist. He swung his huge fist and punched Yi Xiao. Gao Jia ranked 4th in this year's Magic City Vocational University freshman competition. As a magic warrior, his strength is several times stronger than that of ordinary warriors. If Yi Xiao didn't die from this punch, he would be half crippled. Teacher Zhao, are you just going to watch Gao Jia beat someone up? Jiang Ro questioned the instructor. Unexpectedly, the mentor shook his wine glass with an indifferent look on his face. Alas, Gao Jia was acting in self-defense. It was obviously Yi who was drunk and started the fight first. I can't really control that. He drank quietly with an expression as if he was enjoying a good show. Teacher Zhao really doesn't care? I really don't care. In that case, I'm relieved. Jiang Ro smiled quietly. The instructor was stunned. What the hell? Why did you suddenly relax? Shouldn't I continue to beg myself? At this time, he saw Bai Ruoyu trembling, covering her mouth and laughing. He suddenly realized that he had been tricked. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Gao Jia in front of everyone's astonished eyes. Stretched out his hand and grasped the powerful fist in his hand. Then twisted hard. Snap. The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the venue, and then Yi Xiao slapped him in the face with his backhand. Gao Jia was pulled against the wall, embedded in it like a mural, and no amount of twisting could remove him. What the hell? Why is it different from what I imagined? He opened the data board and read Yi Zhao's information carefully. That's right, pupil magician, this is not a profession that is good at close combat. In his impression, pupil magicians are basically auxiliary in long range, but using physical strength to pinch Gao Jia's fist and then slap him away is something a pupil magician can do? Even if warriors come, it won't work. At this moment, he saw a small string of light-colored words in the corner. Important note, he once defeated Dailian and Jin Xingning with a long sword. He is very strong in close combat and is suspected to have a second profession, swordsman. Teacher Zhao almost smashed the tablet. Who told you to use light ink for important notes? Shouldn't you use bold and thick ink? What professionalism? Seeing Yi Xiao walking towards Gao Jia hanging on the wall with his fist raised, Teacher Zhao finally couldn't sit still anymore. Stop. He exclaimed and stood up to stop Yi Xiao. But he was stopped by Zhang Rou. Teacher Zhao, didn't you say you wouldn't care no matter what? Teacher Zhao's face darkened, and then he curled his lips. Who told you that? I never said that. Yeah? Zhang Rou pursed her lips, and Teacher Zhao suddenly felt a bad premonition rising. Ruoyu, where is the recording just now? Here it is. Bai Ruoyu took out his cell phone and tapped it lightly. Teacher Zhao's face instantly turned purple. As a mentor, you can't talk like a fart. Zhang Rou asked with a smile. Teacher Zhao could only sit back in disappointment. At this moment, the young man who had been sitting next to Suya silently stood up and strode towards Yi Xiao. His figure suddenly turned into smoke, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Yi Xiao. A dagger appeared in his hand and he slashed directly towards Yi Xiao's neck. Yi Xiao seemed to have anticipated this. He turned around and kicked as if he had a brain behind him. Fortunately, the other party's reaction speed was also fast, and he disappeared in a cloud of smoke in an instant. This is Chen Tao, who came in second in the freshman contest. His class is Shadow Assassin. He moves like a ghost and is extremely difficult to deal with. If your classmates can't catch him physically, they'll suffer. Wang Shuer covered her mouth and giggled. The Shadow Assassin's actions were indeed extremely strange, and he was good at decapitation attacks. Once in the freshman competition, even Tang Hao almost fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he controlled the companion dragon and covered the entire arena with dragon breath, which forced Chen Tao out. Defeat. I'll give you one more chance. Serve me well, and I'll let them spare your classmates. Wang Shuer threw a coquettish glance at Xiao Hongchen. Have you slept with them all? Otherwise, why would they listen to you so much? At this time, Bai Ruoyu came over and asked. You. Wang Shuer glared at the little girl because what Bai Ruoyu said was true. Not only had he slept with each of them, but all three of them. Hey. It's so dirty. Could you be sick? I have to stay away from you. I'm a virgin, I'm afraid of getting infected. Bai Ruoyu waved her little hands to distance herself from Wang Shuer. Xiao Hongchen also took the opportunity to move away from her again, which made Wang Shuer so angry that she almost overturned the table. My mouth is almost crooked with anger. At this time, Jin Tao's figure had completely disappeared from the scene. Teacher Zhao raised his cup and took a sip with satisfaction. What do you think, Zhang Rou? If I had stopped this earlier, maybe Yi Xiao wouldn't have been hurt. I'm a mentor, and I have to keep my word. I can't do anything if I say I won't take action. It's such a shame that a student from Jinshin University is going to get hurt. Teacher Zhao's face was full of smiles, and he couldn't wait to see Zhang Rou's sad face. How dare you trick him? You're simply courting death. Now let's see how you can stay calm. But Zhang Rou still took a sip of the drink calmly. Oh. Oh. The word oh is very essential. Teacher Zhao felt like he had punched cotton. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. He snorted coldly, took a sip of wine, and prepared to enjoy the scene of Yi Xiao being brutally abused. But at this moment, Yi Xiao reached out his hand towards a certain space without any hesitation. Then, a figure was pulled out by him. He went up and slapped Shen Tao twice, making him stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Where do I come from? He asked three soul-searching questions. It's really strange. I was hiding so well, so how could I be found out so easily by Yi Xiao? What the hell? What the hell? Very good at hiding, huh? Playing hide and seek here? Excuse me, I love it the most. Yi Xiao grabbed his collar and snatched the dagger from his hand. Then a knife stabbed his hand. Aha! Chen Taotong let out a shrill howl of anger. Which hand cut me? This one. Chen Tao raised his uninjured left hand and said. Bullshit. It's clearly the right hand. He pulled out another knife and stabbed it into his left hand. Ah! Chen Tao screamed like a pig again in pain. I'll ask you again, which hand? Right. Right hand. Right hand, right? Xie. Yi Xiao stabbed him back at the wound again. It was so sour and refreshing that Chen Tao felt like he was spiraling to heaven. Ah. 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 It hurt so much. Ah. I was wrong. Forgive me. He was crying with tears and snot. Yi Xiao grabbed his collar expressionlessly and threw it towards Gao Jie. The wall of the Jieyun Tower was extremely thick, and the two people were embedded in the wall like stacked arhats. Snap. Yi Xiao clapped his hands. Perfect work of art. Wait. Wait. Let me take a picture. Post it on social media. This is so artistic. I've never seen anything like this before. Bai Ruoyu jumped out, took out his cell phone and took pictures from every angle. This scene almost made Gao Jie and the other man, who were still conscious, faint from suffocation. Enough. At this time, Tang Hao slammed the table hard and stood up. Kid. You're not drunk at all. You're kidding us. Yi Xiao spread his hands. Who drugged me first? Tang Hao's face looked grim. You saw that all alone? Then why did you drink it? You're stupid. Why don't you drink more? Why would I get drunk and beat up these two idiots? Yi Xiao looked at Tang Hao as if he were a fool. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. Okay. This is the first time I, Tang Hao, have seen someone as crazy as you. You're courting death. His eyebrows were raised, and there seemed to be raging fire in his eyes that wanted to completely devour Yi Xiao. Boy, do you know what happened to the last person who messed with me? Tang Hao stared at Yi Xiao with a cold gaze. I broke his limbs and he sank to the bottom of the river. My Tang family sent his entire family to open up wasteland. It's probably become some demon's excrement, rotting somewhere in the wilderness. You don't want to be the second one, do you? I've investigated you. He took 2 steps closer and whispered in Yi Xiao's ear. You powerless brat, just wait and see how I'm going to play you to death. When you die, your girlfriend will be mine. I'll treat her well. Not only that, I'll even find 10 strong men to treat her well together. I just don't know if her small body can handle it. Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. But there was a gleam of sharpness in his eyes. Tang Hao was definitely the worst and most scumbag guy he had ever seen since his rebirth. But this guy is a genius and a member of a powerful family in Daxia. Without saying a word, Yi Xiao raised his hand and grabbed his neck as fast as lightning. Having you in Daxia is a disgrace to Daxia, and Moto Vocational University will be forever nailed to Daxia's pillar of shame because of you. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed with golden flames, and his whole aura suddenly changed. He is completely different from his previous nonchalant appearance. Just you. Boy. I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to attack me. Tang Hao, who was held by Yi Xiao by the neck, was not panicked at all. A strong look of arrogance appeared on his face. I have the Tang family's support, I'm incredibly powerful and strong. What can you do to me? Even if I kill you today, no one will stand up for you. A violent aura burst out from Tang Hao's body, and he forcibly broke free from Yi Xiao's palm. He took 2 steps back, distanced himself from Yi Xiao, and then spoke in a cold voice. Blue War Dragon. Wow. Behind him, a dark blue smoke filled the air and transformed into a gigantic beast nearly 10 meters tall, almost touching the ceiling of the hall. Tang Hao, you're really patient. I can't wait to tear this kid's flesh apart. In the blue smoke, a bloody red light flashed. It was a ferocious beast eye, and waves of violent aura spread in all directions. That is Tang Hao's companion dragon, the Azure War Dragon. It is a devilish existence. Wang Shuer looked at the blue war dragon with a deep fear in her eyes. The first time I saw the blue war dragon was in the quarterfinals of the freshman competition. The moment Tang Hao's blue war dragon appeared, it shocked the entire audience. Wang Shuer still remembers that extremely brutal and hideous scene vividly. His opponent, a local prodigy from the Magic City, was nearly bitten to death by the blue war dragon. All the freshmen watching the battle were frightened by the violent roars of the blue war dragon. The spurting blood, the cold fangs, the sound of flesh being torn, and even many students had nightmares because of it. If the mentors had not intervened, the opponent might have been eaten whole by the blue war dragon. Tang Hao was really serious this time. Zhang Rou, your classmate is doomed. However, you can rest assured that I will save his life. After all, Magic City Vocational University and Jinshan University are one family. However, I can't guarantee anything else. After all, he was the one who provoked Tang Hao first. Didn't Tang Hao drug him first? Zhang Rou asked back. Drugging? Do you have any evidence? Have. At this moment, Xiao Hongqian on the side suddenly spoke. He quickly drew out his sword and blocked Wang Shuer's neck with it. Then he snatched the purse from her hand and found a packet of medicine from it. Then, Bai Ruoyu quickly grabbed the wine glasses at Gao Jie and Tang Hao's seats. Damn it! Suya! Stop them! The tutor really didn't expect that these students would have such sharp reaction speed and action ability. When encountering things, they knew to preserve evidence as soon as possible. And did not panic. It's a bit difficult. However, Suya just sat quietly in her seat, not moving. She shook her head at her mentor. Teacher Sun, I don't want to help the evildoers. You! Teacher Sun's face turned extremely ugly with anger. Hand it over! He shouted loudly. He pressed towards the students with a controlling aura, wanting to snatch the items away. Teacher Sun, I've already notified Teacher Bai and Principal Ning. They're on their way. Are you sure you want to make a big deal out of this? Zhang Rou showed the chat history on her phone. When he heard Ning Zhao's name, he calmed down immediately. The president of Jinshan University, Ning Zhao, is a tough guy. Even in front of the top families with a long history in the imperial capital, he is not inferior to them. Ning Zhao also has many friends and holds power in all areas of Daxia. The sword god of Daxia is also his close friend, and even the capital of the Yuan dynasty favors him. He pushed his glasses up, his expression uncertain. Ning Zhao was coming, so he didn't dare to continue to be arrogant. Now we can only hope that Tang Hao can destroy Yi Xiao. If Tang Hao wins, everything will be fine. A battle cry attracted everyone's attention. The dark blue smoke gradually took shape. It was a dragon-shaped monster with skin covered with cold dragon scales and clad in hard armor. It had a domineering and majestic appearance. And bloodshot eyes, as if it had walked out of a boy's comic, refer to the noble chariot inn. Akang kill, it feels similar. Tang Hao, what's the appropriate level of punishment? Cripple him? Or kill him? The muffled voice of the war dragon was heard. As long as you don't die, it's up to you. Tang Hao said lightly. Ha 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 ha. Then I won't be polite. I'm starving. I'll just eat his 2 hands first. The blue war dragon shot towards Yi Xiao like a brilliant meteor. He raised a paw and slapped Yi Xiao. Tang Hao's level is the 9th level of Transcendent. But the blue war dragon's overbearing output is difficult for even the first level of transformation to withstand. Just wait and see. If he were to fight the blue war dragon head-on, he would be broken within 3 moves. The instructor crossed his legs, looking confident. It's really powerful. The pressure he puts on me is much greater than Lung Hong from the 100 Battles Hunter God team. Yi Xiao looked at the blue war dragon sprinting like a meteor, his eyes narrowed slightly. Under normal circumstances, with his extraordinary 6th level combat power, he would not be able to be killed even if he ran to the sky. Unfortunately, he is not an ordinary 6th level extraordinary person, and his level is just the surface. Strength is the core. In an instant, Yi Xiao opened all his pupil techniques, and the terrifying pupil power flowed through his limbs and bones. The god of war's pupils opened, and his body strength increased tenfold. The shadow knife he held became like his own arm, and he could use it as easily as his own arm. When the pupil of delusion was opened, even the speed of the air became clearly visible. The extremely fast blue war dragon had countless flaws under his pupil technique. Yongran Zhengyan's eyes opened, and 9 golden flame lotuses surrounded his body. His tall and straight body was covered by a golden flame robe, and his eyes shone brightly, like a god. Apart from his strongest trump card, the shadow of the god of war, Yi Xiao can almost be said to be using his full combat power. This move will end your career. Yi Xiao's aura became extremely terrifying, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, dispersing all the haze. At this moment, Yi Xiao took over the battlefield and had the initiative in his hands. Swords, spears, halberds, sticks, axes, seals, rings and shields. The golden lotus transformed into 9 war soldiers, blocking Yi Xiao. At this moment, the blue war dragon crashed into Yi Xiao like a meteor. But the 9 warriors blocked it tightly. Like a wall of fire, the blue war dragon roared and tried to tear open the shield, but to no avail. Yi Xiao just watched him go crazy coldly, and war roars rang out in this huge box. Why do I feel so powerless after hearing this awesome war cry for so long? Bai Ruoyu tilted her head and said obediently. You're not the only one feeling this way. Xiao Hongchen replied expressionlessly. Yi Xiao looked at him beating wildly and sneered. Stop yelling, it's annoying. He simply raised his hand and took out a flaming sword, and the flames burned along his arm and spread throughout his body. The shadow knife also started to burn. Double swords, ghost sword flash attack. Yi Xiao disappeared from the spot, and the next second, a pungent smell of burning came from the air. The blue war dragon let out a scream and was cut away by Yi Xiao's knife. Aren't you a dick? You're going to beat me to death. If you want to eat me, I'll eat you first. Yi Xiao loosened his hand, and the 9 warriors disappeared in front of him. He activated the copying eye. He had a thorough understanding of the body structure of the blue war dragon. Then the flames transformed into a 10-meter tall monster in front of him. The shape is exactly the same as the blue war dragon. It was a mass of flames, ablaze with golden flames. Its features were indistinct, a mass of flames. This flaming monster emitted a battle cry identical to that of the azure war dragon. Yi Xiao patted it gently and said with a smile, let's call him Golden Flame War Dragon. How about it? It's much more impressive than yours, right? Tang Hao's face trembled with anger. My azure war dragon truly possesses the blood of a dragon. Yours is a fake. It's vulnerable. Just try it and you'll know if it's vulnerable. The Golden Flame War Dragon pounced directly at the blue war dragon and pinned him to the ground. Crazy beating. The never-extinguished flame actually climbed up the body of the blue war dragon. He was so frightened that a hint of fear flashed across his big, copper bell-like eyes. No. Your dragon is not as good as mine. It's too weak. And you are not as good as me. Yi Xiao smiled coldly. You, the dragon warrior, are just a decoration. I see no difference between you and a beast. Tamer. He rushed towards Tang Hao with a knife in hand. Arrogant. I admit that you have some strength. Being able to defeat Gao Jie and Shen Tao is still considered impressive in my eyes. Therefore, I allow you to witness my true strength. Blue War Dragon. Come back. Dragon armor. The Blue War Dragon quickly pushed away Yi Xiao's Golden Flame War Dragon and retreated. Tang Hao. Kill him. I must kill him. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Ah. It roared angrily, and the golden flames were still burning on its body. There were large areas of burns on many parts of the Blue War Dragon's body, and even a lot of dragon scales were torn off. Don't worry, I will make him pay the price. Tang Hao said coldly. Come on, let Qinshan University tremble under your control. Azure armor. The Blue War Dragon stood behind Tang Hao and let out a deafening roar. A huge blue beam of light enveloped the two of them. After a while, when the beam of light dissipated, Tang Hao was seen wearing dark blue armor, holding a big sword in his hand, and a black skin dancing in the wind behind him. Interesting, it's a bit like the yin-yang of a sailor uniform. Yi Xiao touched his chin. Come and die. Tang Hao had already moved, waving his sword towards Yi Xiao. Tang Hao in this state has combat power comparable to that of a second stage. Metamorphosis. Teacher Sun looked happy. I didn't expect he had hidden abilities. We at Shanghai Vocational University have truly found a treasure. Tang Hao and Yi Xiao were fighting, and teacher's son had a look of surprise on his face. This kid probably has no more tricks up his sleeve. This battle is a sure win. But Yi Xiao's eyes flashed. He seemed to have a new understanding. This golden flame robe is not just for decoration. If I can transform with flames, just do it. Yi Xiao began to mobilize the golden flames between heaven and earth. As he stepped out, golden lotus flowers bloomed. Receive. All the flames directly enveloped Yi Xiao, and a set of domineering golden armor took shape. Yi Xiao looked like a burning fire god, his aura terrifying to the extreme. You have good abilities, lend them to me. Yi Xiao shook his hand. There is a pleasure of transforming into an armored warrior. He directly picked up the knife and fought with Tang Hao. Teacher's son was stunned. Yi Xiao became more and more excited as the fight went on. The last blow directly knocked Tang Hao's sword away. He also threw away the shadow knife and rushed forward with his fists raised. He punched Tang Hao on the head, followed by a kick. Every part of his body seemed to have turned into a weapon, and hitting people was like hanging a painting. Tang Hao was like a sandbag, completely led by Yi Xiao into his own rhythm. Playing with my girlfriend? I'll give it to you if you can. Kill me? Why do you want to? The Tang family is awesome? You, Tang Hao, are really strong? Excuse me, you are nothing in front of me. By the end of the fight, Yi Xiao seemed to have gone crazy killing people. He actually stripped the armor off Tang Hao bit by bit. I told you your career would end here, and I never lied. I, Yi Xiao, am a man of my word. I always do what I say. The armor pieces were smashed to the ground. Tang Hao was held down by Yi Xiao, who punched him until he was covered in blood. Like to play with women? Sorry, you won't have the chance anymore. Yi Xiao stepped directly on his crotch. The moment Yi Xiao dropped his weapon, Tang Hao had lost all control. A series of moves turned him into an idiot. The removed armor turned into a scarred blue war dragon on the ground. Tang Hao. Seeing his master being beaten into this state, the blue war dragon was shocked and angry. Don't shout, it will be your turn soon. Hearing the shout, Yi Xiao threw Tang Hao to the ground like garbage. His whole body was swaying with flames as he rushed towards the blue war dragon. Who taught you to eat people? Those who eat people are all demons. You can die now. Yi Xiao waved his hand, flames swept across the sky, and a 3-meter-long sword appeared in his hand. Then Yi Xiao jumped up, descended from the sky and slashed down with a knife. Under the blue war dragon's fearful gaze, the knife was getting closer and closer. At this moment, several figures broke into the box. All I saw was the back of a giant blue beast, which was split into 2 halves by a young man, who fell from the sky with flames all over his body. As Tang Hao let out a shrill howl, the blue war dragon was completely engulfed by the golden flames. This. By rewatching arrived late, and when she saw the scene, her red lips parted slightly, her face full of astonishment. Didn't I tell you to take it easy? You are directly ruining others. Yi Xiao clenched the 3-meter-long sword burning with golden flames in his hand. With one swipe, a huge ravine came from where he was standing towards the position of Tang Ruoqing. And the others. The figure next to Bai Ruoqing took a step forward, lightly tapped his hand, and all the flames disappeared. Teacher Bai? Seeing Bai Ruoqing coming, a look of astonishment flashed across Yi Xiao's face. He released the flaming sword in his hand, and the sparks burning in his eyes slowly died down. As the golden flame robe faded, the naked upper body was revealed. With 8 abdominal muscles and a well-proportioned body, he is not as thin as he looks. Teacher Bai, why are you here? If we don't come soon, you will kill this kid. Bai Ruoqing gave Yi Xiao a reproachful look. At this moment, Tang Hao fell to the ground, holding his crotch tightly with his hands, and rolling around wildly. Ah. Ah. I'm ruined. Ah. It hurts. His face was twisted in pain, with snot and tears mixed together. Tang Hao's second brother was crushed to pieces by Yi Xiao. And his companion dragon was also killed by Yi Xiao with one sword. This means that he is physically disabled. And his career is already a waste. A dragon warrior who has lost his companion dragon is not even as good as an ordinary warrior. One can imagine the despair in Tang Hao's heart. You're doing this. Really? Bai Ruoqing sighed, she didn't know what to say to Yi Xiao. Teacher Bai, didn't you say you could protect yourself? This kid had bad intentions and drugged me. Yi Xiao looked aggrieved. You don't know how strong his drug is. If I really get infected, you may never see me again. Bai Ruoqing glanced at him. Even if others don't know Yi Xiao, she will definitely know him. Anyone who wants to take advantage of him will be in trouble. Dream. Student Yi Xiao is right. It was Tang Hao who drugged me first and threatened me later. Yi Zhao's actions can indeed be considered self-protection. At this time, the middle-aged man who had been silent beside Bai Ruoqing spoke. There was a glint of approval in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xiao. Young man, your methods are very sophisticated and your strength is not bad either. Not bad. Not bad. You are too kind, headmaster. They are all small fry, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Yi Xiao waved his hand. He has always been a relatively modest person. Ha, you are very interesting. You can come to my office for tea when you have time. Ning Zhao smiled. Yi Zhao's face turned bitter. I probably prefer drinking. There's wine, too. Actually, Coke tastes better. We have everything you want to drink. What do you mean? You just won't let me down the stair. Good. He agreed with a bitter face. Okay, let's go take a look. Yi Xiao led the two of them towards Zhang Rou and their dining table. Principal Ning. Seeing Ning Zhao coming, Teacher Sun hurriedly stepped forward with a humbly look on his face, stretched out his hands, and wanted to shake hands with Ning Zhao. But Ning Zhao didn't even look at him and just passed him by. Teacher Sun was not angry. He just wiped his trouser legs with his hands and maintained that servile smile. Are you sure that Tang Hao was the one who provoked this incident first? Ning Zhao went straight to the point and asked Zhang Rou and the others. Yes. This is the cup that Tang Hao and the others gave Yi Xiao to drink from. The medicine. Inside is a special effect knockout drug, exactly the same as the medicine Hongqian found in Wang Shuer's bag. Zhang Rou handed the medicine to Ning Zhao. Wan Yan sang? This is a strong drug used by humans to confuse demons. Excessive dosage can lead to death. Ning Zhao's face turned cold. Then, Zhang Rou handed the recording to Ning Zhao. In addition, by Ruoyu and Xiao Hongqian. Also called the staff of Liyun Tower to remove the surveillance video hidden in the corner. Seeing this scene, Teacher Sun's face looked uglier than if he had eaten shit. A look of deathly fear appeared on his face. I didn't expect these students to be so meticulous. From the very beginning, they fell into Yi Zhao's trap. One thing led to another, and he was simply going to torture them to death. Thinking back to the simple and honest smile on Yi Zhao's face when he first met him, Teacher Sun felt a chill in his heart. It was all because of that deceptive smile. It lowered their guard. How can a young man be so mature in mind? This is terrible. Video? Let me see. Ning Zhao opened the video. In the picture, there is Tang Hao's defiant expression. Boy, do you know what happened to the last person who messed with me? You powerless brat, just wait and see how I'm going to play you to death. When you die, your girlfriend will be mine. I'll treat her well. Not only that, I'll even find 10 strong men to treat her well together. I just don't know if her small body can handle it. I have the Tang family support, I'm incredibly powerful and strong. What can you do to me? Even if I kill you today, no one will stand up for you. That camera is the latest model developed by Daxia Institute of Science and Technology. It can even record the sound of a fly flapping its wings. Naturally, every word of Tang Hao and Teacher Sun was recorded without missing a word. Great, great. What a great Tang Hao. What a great Tang family. They are extremely powerful. Right? No one dares to step forward, right? Then today, I, Ning Zhao, will step forward. Call the Tang family for me. I want them to come and pick him up in person. Ning Zhao's eyes were extremely cold. Daxia is in a predicament right now. Demons and spirits are watching covetously from the outside, and inside, there are these aristocratic families bullying men and women. They are covering the sky with one hand. It's really outrageous. He, Ning Zhao, and the strong men of Daxia were fighting in the wilderness to protect these pest-like aristocratic families? It's damn it. If it weren't for the long-standing foundation, long inheritance, and powerful strength of the aristocratic families, Daxia would not be able to withstand the turmoil today. Ning Zhao had to propose to the leader to take action against these aristocratic families. A moment later, there was a commotion outside the box. 2 figures rushed in. One of them looked somewhat like Tang Hao and was very handsome. Unlike Tang Hao, the arrogance in his eyes was hidden very deeply, and instead revealed a sense of calmness. The other person was a middle-aged man with an air of authority that came from without him. He must also be a person in a high position. Howard. When the two arrived here, they saw Tang Hao's miserable appearance. Principal Ning, Howard, this is. Tang Qianlu looked at Tang Hao's miserable appearance with an ugly expression. Father, my brother's companion dragon was killed, and his thing. It was also trampled to pieces. Tang Xian checked Tang Hao's injuries and said solemnly. What? Tang Qianlu's eyes were bloodshot. Who did it? Who did it? He immediately saw Zhang Rou standing in the crowd with a cold face. Zhang Rou, tell me who did this? He asked with red eyes. Don't worry about who did it. Take a look at this first. Your son's virtue. Seeing Tang Qianlu, who was as angry as a lion, Ning Zhao threw the audio file over to him. After watching the video, Tang Qianlu calmed down somewhat and took 2 steps back with a grim expression. This is indeed Tang Hao's speaking style. But can this be admitted? If this is admitted, Tang Hao will have to go to Daxia's prison to eat New Year's Eve dinner. Even the official police department of Daxia would launch an investigation into his Tang family. His Tang family can't stand scrutiny. Principal Ning, I think the authenticity of this video is questionable. After all, these days, hackers with even a little computer knowledge can easily alter the content of a video. At this time, Tang Xian spoke calmly. Right. Xianer is right. Howard is kind-hearted by nature, he wouldn't do such a thing. I think this video is fake. Someone is trying to slander Howard. Tang Qianlu also quickly agreed. Do you think I'm a fool, or do you think yourselves are fools? We're all professionals, can't you see if there's been any changes? Also, there are so many people here, do you think they're all blind? Ning Zhao said unhappily. When something happens, the first reaction of these aristocratic families is to distance themselves from the matter. If something happens in Daxia, will they do the same? No sense of responsibility at all. I can prove that the video is real. Me too. And me. Bai Ruoyu and others raised their hands. Zhang Rou, you. Even Zhang Rou expressed her opinion, which made Tang Qianlu's face even uglier. This is the daughter-in-law of his Tang family. How can you stand on the side of outsiders? Even if the video is real, all of this is just Howdy's words, don't take it seriously. Maybe Howdy was just trying to scare him. But he ruined Howdy. Not only is his career ruined, but he's also been deprived of the chance to carry on the family line. Compared to that, Yi Xiao is more guilty. Tang Xian said righteously. What crime have I committed? At most, I was accused of fighting and excessive self-defense. But what about your brother? He drugged me. If I'm not mistaken, this 10,000 years of mourning can be considered a poison. He's plotting to murder Daxiao's genius. This is tantamount to murdering Daxiao's future. He's hindering Daxiao's development. This is treason. Your brother is committing treason. Yi Xiao threw a hat at him without saying a word. You. What a sharp-tongued boy. Tang Xian was very angry with him. Poisoning has been turned into treason. It's really a damn conviction based on just one mouth. But what Yi Xiao said was indeed correct. If all the crimes of Yi Xiao and Tang Hao were investigated, Yi Xiao would only be in prison for half a month at most. With Ning Zhao around, it might not even take half a month. But Tang Hao murdered Daxia Tianzhao, and with Ning Zhao's involvement, Tang Hao might be killed directly. His Tang family will all suffer. What on earth do you want? Tang Xian looked at Yi Xiao and asked with narrowed eyes. Why are you asking me? You should ask about the laws of Daxia, or ask Principal Ning. I'm just a student, my words carry little weight, and I can only protect myself when something happens. What can I do? Yi Xiao looks at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose. Okay. Tang Xian nodded repeatedly. This kid is just stubborn, right? Yi Xiao, right? You're great. I remember you. After saying that, he turned around. Father, let's go. But, Xianer, your brother. Tang Qianlu asked with a grim expression. Daxia has its own laws. My brother has done something wrong and he should bear the consequences. Aristocratic families are subject to the same punishment as common people. No. One can be treated specially. From today on, Tang Hao is no longer a member of our Tang family. I hereby declare, by order of the young master of the Tang family, that Tang Hao is expelled from the Tang family. After saying that, he pulled Tang Qianlu out of the box without looking back. Hearing his brother's decisive words, 2 tears rolled down Tang Hao's eyes. His face was ashen. He knew that between the family and himself, his brother chose the family. After Tang Qianlu left, Ning Zhao's face became solemn. What a great man Tang Xian is. He cuts off his own arm like a brave warrior. He is truly a hero. Among men. Even Ning Zhao couldn't help but marvel at Tang Xian's decisive attitude. The Tang family really has a dragon. Only. He looked at Yi Xiao. You have to be careful with Tang Xian. The Tang family will never let go of any grudge. I don't think this matter will be let go like this. Yi Xiao nodded. Before I chose to do this, I was mentally prepared to fight back. If an enemy comes, I will fight back. If a flood comes, I will flood it. At the same time, Yi Xiao felt a greater sense of urgency in his heart. Tang Xian is definitely not a simple person. His own strength is quite outstanding. He is definitely the biggest opponent he has encountered since he traveled through time. After this incident, it's time to improve my own abilities. Alright, let's get the superintendent's men to handle this. Send those who need to be sent to the hospital. Ning Zhao looked at the 2 paintings on the wall and his face twitched. This kid. He is really rich in artistic talent. If you two plan to stay in the imperial capital for a while, I will arrange a place for you. If you want to go back, I will also send someone to take you back. Then, Ning Zhao spoke to Wang Shuer and Suya. I want to go back. Wang Shuer's face is now paler than a dead person, and even Tang Hao has been defeated. If she dares to stay here any longer, her fate will definitely not be any better. That Yi Xiao is simply a monster. It's better to go back to Shanghai and play with those little boys. I want to stay here. Suya said softly. After this incident, she was afraid that she would completely break off relations with Wang Shuer and her group. Wang Shuer was having a lot of fun with her sophomore seniors. If she went back, it might be dangerous. Suya even wanted to transfer directly to Jinxing University. Okay, let's go. Ning Zhao nodded and strode out of the box. Yi Xiao and others followed. After everyone left, Teacher Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ning Zhao forgot about him. Otherwise, something bad would happen to him too. But at this moment, Teacher Sun's phone rang. You are expelled. From now on, you have nothing to do with Magic City Vocational University. You will bear all the consequences yourself. Teacher Sun knew clearly that the voice on the other end of the phone was the voice of the president of Shanghai Vocational University. He suddenly collapsed. A moment later, the police inspector's men came over and took away Tang Hao and the pale-faced mentor Sun. Since Jia Yunlu left, Ning Zhao left because of busy official duties. Bai Ruoqing also left it to Yi Xiao and others to arrange their own time. Yi Xiao, you've been a bit impulsive this time. If Tang Xian wants to die with you, you won't get any benefits. Jiang Rou said worriedly. I bet that his Tang family's background is not clean, and he dare not fight with me. Yi Xiao said indifferently. Anyway, he has no ties and is only alive. If anyone wants to mess with him, he will have to tear off a piece of their flesh first. No matter if you are a god or a noble family. Yi Xiao, don't take risks like this again. You don't know how nervous I was at that time. A hint of tenderness flashed across Jiang Rou's eyes as she looked at Yi Xiao. If Yi Xiao dared to hold Jiang Rou's hand now, he would find that her hand was completely wet, which was all sweat from nervousness. Jiang Rou, don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Looking at Jiang Rou's serious eyes, Yi Xiao put away his indifferent look. Said seriously. However, if anyone dares to attack someone close to me, I will do whatever it takes to make him regret it for the rest of his life. Even if he's a god, I'll kill him to show you. This is my bottom line. When he returned to the school dormitory, Yi Xiao saw Lin Ru still studying seriously. Yi Xiao, you're famous again. Lin Ru put down the book and said to Yi Xiao with a smile. Ah. Lin Ru took out his cell phone and accessed the school forum. You even got the top freshman ranking at Magic City Vocational University. Now, everyone's saying you're a candidate for the freshman competition championship. Congratulations, Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao curled his lips indifferently. What are you congratulating me for? I'm not the champion. Even if I were, what's the point? There's always a champion for the freshman competition every year. He. Lin Ru looked at Yi Xiao curiously. I think you are very different, Yi Xiao. What kind of honor would make you so happy? If an ordinary person came from a humble background and achieved such an achievement as yours, I'm afraid they would have jumped for joy a long time ago. Yi Xiao paused while taking off his coat. Ah. I'm so happy. I'm a candidate for the championship. I've never had such an honor in my life. I'm so excited that I can't control myself. My whole body is shaking. Yi Xiao said weakly. You can tell from the tone that he is being perfunctory. What are you doing? At this time, Yi Xiao took off his coat and started to take off his pants. Lin Ru's smile froze for a moment. Let's take a shower. It's still September and the weather is quite hot. I want to take a cold shower. Want to join me? Yi Xiao formally extended an invitation to Lin Ru. He had taken off almost all his clothes and was only wearing a pair of boxer shorts. The strong muscles on the upper body are exposed, looking very visible. I'm not sweating, I don't need to shower. Lin Ru turned around and continued reading. Yeah, that's right. You study in the dormitory every day, so you really don't sweat much. But, brother. Yi Xiao came behind Lin Ru without knowing when. The palm fell on his shoulder. It's not good to stay in the dorm all day long. You should go out and walk around. You might run into a junior high school girl and start a discussion about the most primitive knowledge of mankind in the woods or in a small pavilion. After all, you are quite handsome and have fair skin. How do you maintain it, brother? As he spoke, Yi Xiao reached out and touched Lin Ru's face. Her skin looks even better than Bai Ruoyu's. She'll probably be pissed to death if she sees it. Yi Xiao shook his head and said. Yi Xiao, why don't you take a shower first? I'm reading a book. Oh, that's right. Yi Xiao turned around, scratched his hair and walked towards the bathroom. Lin Ru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At some point, 4 distinct sweat marks appeared where his 4 slender fingers pressed on the book. 10 minutes later, when Yi Xiao walked out of the bathroom, Lin Ru had already fallen asleep. This guy doesn't smoke, drink, stay up late, or go to bars. He just reads books. What a nice guy. I wonder which girl will meet such a treasure boy in the future. If I were a girl, I might fall in love with him. Yi Xiao dried his hair and smoked a cigarette in the corridor. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Signing in today, myopia. When he came to his senses, Yi Xiao remembered that it seemed to be past 12 o'clock and it was now the next day. I seem to have gathered another round of pupil techniques. Hey. How can you call this pupil magic when you're so nearsighted? You're obviously trying to fake a disease in my eyes. Yi Xiao couldn't help but complain. These days, Yi Xiao has gradually collected a lot of pupil techniques. What about cataracts, farsightedness, and red eyes? It sounds like some kind of eye disease, but the system insists on saying it is pupil technique. Can you still call this myopia a pupil technique? If this is pupil technique, then there are hundreds of millions of people in the world who are pupil technique masters. Host, please do not doubt the professionalism of this system. This is pupil technique. 6. Then what is the use of this pupil technique? Drop. A panel actually popped up on the system. Myopia, apart from myopia, you will not suffer from any other eye diseases. Combined with hyperopia, you will have a pair of very healthy eyes. Okay, let's play like this, huh? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Pupil technique fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the pupil fusion is complete. Obtained, Wood Spirit Pupil. Purple. Wood Spirit Pupil, purple powerful healing and recovery effects. When the Wood Spirit Pupil is activated during combat, the host will be immune to all non-fatal damage and the pupil power will be endless. Evolution path, Wood Spirit Pupil, purple, Divine Wood Pupil, red, Eye of Life, black. Eternal Green Pupil, gold. It feels like another career path has come to an end. Yi Xiao touched his chin. It was currently known that his eternal burning flame eyes had reached its peak. The final mode of the martial god eye, the martial god sky eye, is the ultimate level of the martial arts profession. The eternal green eyes may very well be the ultimate level of the healer profession, or even more than just the healer profession. After all, the name Eternal Green leaves a lot of room for imagination. It's a good auxiliary skill, very good. Not to mention the healing effect, the inexhaustible pupil power alone is terrifying. Yi Xiao has been using the martial god's phantom for a long time, but he is often unable to unleash the full combat power of the martial god's phantom due to insufficient pupil power. But with this wooden spiritual pupil, Yi Xiao said, from now on, the shadow of the god of war will be my normal attack. If I don't win the freshman competition, it will be unjust. The next morning, Lin Ru went to class very early. Yi Xiao slept until noon before getting up. He asked Bai Ru watching for leave. Then open the official website of Jinshin University and the Treasure House module. Don't forget, he still has more than 10,000 unused points in his card. Moreover, his current level of the 6th extraordinary stage is really not enough. It has been almost a month since the start of school, and the students' levels have all improved. I heard that Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongchen are almost reaching the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. Yi Xiao has fallen too far behind. Energy crystals are good things. Let's start with 500. One energy crystal is worth 10 points, and Yi Xiao's operation directly cost him 5,000 points. There are still 8,200 points left. Let's see what to exchange for it. Yi Xiao moved the treasure house. This is the Eye of the Void Sea Beast? 8,000 points? So cheap. I remember it was a domain level demon. Its combat power is stronger than many gods. It exists in the deep sea and is extremely difficult to hunt. Wait, oh, childhood, it turns out to be childhood. No wonder it's so cheap. Come one. Half an hour later, all the resources Yi Xiao bought arrived. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Pupil of Delusion, Purple, meets the requirements for advancement. The next stage is the Eye of Nothingness, Red, really. A smile appeared on Yi Xiao's lips. The advancement conditions have been met. Yi Xiao absorbed a small half of the 500 energy crystals, and his level directly reached the extraordinary 9th level. The next stage is the transformation level. There are 300 left. I'll use them after I reach the transformation stage. In the later stages of a professional's career, more and more energy crystals will be needed to upgrade their levels. If I rely on myself to collect the strange energy in the air to improve myself, I don't know how long it will take. Therefore, it is necessary to seek help from various external forces. However, his 300 energy crystals have reached the transformation level and may only be able to increase one level. Next, Eye of Nothingness, here I come. Yi Xiao took out the eyes of the Void Sea Beast. Those were a pair of pupils as pure and transparent as gemstones, revealing a strange feeling. Fusion. Yi Xiao muttered silently, and the pupils of the Void Sea Beast exploded into a sky full of starlight in an instant, pouring into Yi Xiao's pupils. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the Eye of Nothingness, Red. Eye of Nothingness, see through all illusions and the enemy's weaknesses. The host can fight with the power of space, space coordinates, space shattering, space blades, and escape into the void. Yes, very strong. Anything related to space is very strong. Awesome. Yi Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Especially the spatial coordinates, which are really unfair. If he sets a coordinate at Jinshin University, he can teleport back directly from other places. This is a truly magical escape. A real-life version of returning to the city. A human-shaped teleportation array. Especially when performing missions in the wilderness, it is equivalent to having an extra life. Yi Xiao, at noon, the principal is calling all freshmen to gather on the playground. The freshman competition is about to begin. Yi Xiao wasted a lot of time on all kinds of things, and when he came to his senses it was already noon. After class, Lin Ru returned to the dormitory. Ah. I forgot the time. Yi Xiao looked at the time, it was 11:30. He touched his head with a complicated expression. He hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. It's too late to eat now. The restaurant and Jinshin University are full of hungry students. He can't possibly knock them all away with just the shadow of the god of war. You can't rob it, so you'll starve? At this time, Lin Ru silently sat back at his table, opened the lunchbox and started eating it bite by bite. Gurgle. He turned around and saw Yi Xiao's face full of longing. How about we eat something together? He hesitated. This is not good, oh, how can I feel good about this? As he spoke, Yi Xiao took out chopsticks from the lunchbox. It's not appropriate, I think this kind of thing. It's okay. I can't eat so much. I'll give you half. The portions of fast food at Jinshin University are quite large. After all, they are all professionals, they eat a lot and consume a lot. The aunt's hands didn't shake at all when she served the rice, and the rice was bulging like a small mountain. Every time, Bai Ruoyu and Jiang Rou would eat one meal together to finish it. How much is it? I'll give you a fuck. No need, we're all roommates. Lin Ru smiled. Eating lunchbox in silence. Then I won't be polite. I'll treat you to a drink next time. Yi Xiao took the rice and started eating it in big mouthfuls. He finished eating in a short while. At this time, Lin Ru had only eaten a small half. The rice was barely even touched. That. Yi Xiao, please stop looking at me. Lin Ru said embarrassedly. Yi Xiao kept watching him eat, which made him feel weird. Oops. Sorry. Yi Xiao reacted and ran to the balcony to light a cigarette. But the more he thought about it, the more strange it seemed. He had originally thought that Lin Ru was just a little introverted. But judging from his performance today and last night, it was very strange. Yi Xiao is not a fool. He has read many novels in his previous life. A sudden thought popped into my mind. He walked into the room and saw Lin Ru still eating in small bites. Hello, Lin Ru. He raised his head. You're not a girl. Lin Ru just stood there and started coughing violently. He put the lunchbox on the table and patted his chest. How is that possible? Yi Xiao, you have such a rich imagination. Look, I have an Adam's apple, how can I be a woman? Lin Ru said with a smile. You can't tell from my voice that it doesn't sound like me. Don't get me wrong, my skin is good. Because I don't go out much. I spend most of my time at home reading. I'm not used to being too close to people of the same sex. I have my own pace of life. Yi Xiao, you don't have to try to figure me out. Lin Rudeo. Oh, alright. Yi Xiao lay on the bed with his hands on the pillow. The more he looked at Lin Ru, the more strange it seemed to him. Curiosity scratched me like a cat's claws. Just when I was thinking about whether to use the pupil technique to investigate, Lin Ru's faint voice came. Yi Xiao, please don't use pupil skills on me. This instantly dispelled Yi Xiao's thoughts. Don't worry, it won't happen. Yi Xiao closed his eyes and waited quietly for the arrival of 12 o'clock. With a loud bell, the school bell of Jinxing University rang. Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He knew that the freshman competition had begun. Yi Xiao. Let's go. Hurry to the playground. We're going to be divided into groups today. Yi Xiao, if we were in the same group, I would definitely give you a good beating. To avenge last time. Yi Xiao, we'll be waiting for you in the playground. When I opened my phone, I saw a screen full of messages from Bai Ruoyu and others. Let's go, Yi Xiao. Lin Ru put down the packed lunchbox and looked at Yi Xiao quietly. Walk. The two of them walked out of the dormitory. From beginning to end, Lin Ru held an ancient book in his hand. You are. It's a matter of habit. Lin Ru explained. The two walked towards the playground side by side. Look. Here they come. It's Yi Xiao. And Lin Ru. I've never seen Lin Ru at school. He looks like this. He's so handsome. Ridiculously handsome. Is that Yi Xiao next to Lin Ru? He doesn't look like the rumor. What is the rumored Yi Xiao like? I heard about Yi Xiao from my classmates. He's 3 meters tall. Strong and broad-shouldered. With 6 arms. He has a green face and fangs, a voice like thunder, and a tattoo of the king of hell on his back and even the 10 kings of hell on his chest. He's a demon god walking among the mortal world. How come he looks so ordinary now? Even a little handsome. The person who asked the question was speechless. Brother, Jinshin University does not allow aliens to enroll, thank you. From another direction, bursts of exclamations also erupted. A young man wearing a white robe, with 3,000 black hair draped behind him and an otherworldly aura like a banished immortal, was walking towards Yi Xiao and the others. There was a faint smile on his face, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Nice to meet you again, Yi Xiao. I'm looking forward to fighting you, and of course, you, Lin Ru. Wu Tonxian, was this the order from that old fellow in your family? Yi Xiao asked back. No, it's my own wish. Fighting with the strong will bring endless benefits. This is what my grandfather has always taught me. One should look up to the strong and then surpass them. Ha, the old guy is quite knowledgeable. Yi Xiao and Wu Tonxian sneered twice and then left. Lin Ru was even simpler. Since she was not good at speaking, she just nodded and passed by. Lin Ru, everyone should go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Yi Xiao patted his shoulder. Okay, see you in the finals. Well, see you in the finals. When he arrived at the agreed place, Bai Ruoyu and others were already waiting for him there. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. You're finally here. Yi Xiao scratched his hair and walked forward. What's wrong? Aren't you late? It's time to draw lots. The preliminary exam is divided into 10 groups, each with around 100 people. The first round will determine the top 100, and we've already drawn all the lots. Bai Ruoyu raised the stick in her hand. I'm in Group A. This is obviously a good sign. I'm also in Group A. Zhang Ro said with a smile. Humph. Zhang Ro and I team up and beat the entire group. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ruoyu laughed exaggeratedly. I'm in Group C. Xiao Hongchen raised the stick. I'm in Group E. His roommate Qiu Jianfeng also spoke. Hurry up and draw, Yi Xiao. It's just a draw anyway. I think with your strength, you can be in any group without any problem. Look how many eyes are staring at you. Bai Ruoyu pointed towards the surroundings. Why do I feel like they want to kill me? Yi Xiao touched his head and a group of male compatriots looked at him with murderous eyes. It must be because of us two beautiful ladies. They're just jealous and envious. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ruoyu laughed with her hands on her hips. You don't know, I'm one of the 4 freshman beauties. By the way, the other 3 are Jiang Ro, Jingdong Slut, and you don't know the other one. Bai Ruoyu gave a thumbs up, showing off her snow-white teeth. Yi Xiao, your clothes are wrinkled. At this moment, Jiang Ro suddenly took 2 steps forward and gently smoothed out the wrinkles on Yi Xiao's t-shirt. Jiang Ro's hands were very cold, and she could feel the chill even through her clothes, even though it was summer and the sun was shining brightly. Are you nervous? Yi Xiao asked. No, just a little excited. Jiang Ro withdrew her hand. Over the years, my father has been looked down upon by the Chu family. They have always felt that my father's genes have tarnished the noble bloodline of their Chu family. In their eyes, I am just a good-looking tool for marriage alliance. But now I can finally slap them in the face. I, Jiang Ro, have the blood of my father, Jiang Mian, flowing in my body. The blood is not lowly. I am more outstanding than the disciples of his Chu family. Jiang Ro said in a resounding voice. A girl who is usually quiet, but today she said such a series of heartfelt words. Very good. Seeing that you are in good spirits, I feel relieved. Yi Xiao smiled. Go ahead, let those ignorant people in the Chu family see your excellence, Jiang Ro. Make a lasting effort and take the top 10 spot. and I will cheer for you in the end. Yi Xiao, you are wrong. We will all cheer for Zhang Rou. Xiao Hongchen spoke. That's right. It's clearly everyone's business. How did it become just you and Zhang Rou's business? You have no sense of teamwork at all. Bai Ruoyu came forward with a reproachful look. Then let's set a small goal. Everyone should be in the top 10. How about that? Yi Xiao asked. Certainly. I have no objection. Isn't it obvious? Xiao Jianfeng, come with us. Me? Sure. No problem, but my biggest goal is to fight you, Xiao Hongchen. Rankings and such don't really matter. By the way, Yi Xiao, you can't be satisfied with being in the top 10, you have to get first place. Okay? Zhang Rou suddenly said. That's right. We can't bring shame to our southern province. We must take down the first one. Especially that Wu Tongxian. Give him a good beating. His pretentious face makes me angry. Bai Ruoyu waved his fists, looking cynical. Don't worry, I'll beat him so hard that even his grandfather won't recognize him. As he spoke, Yi Xiao walked towards the place where the lots were drawn. Hey! Husband, we meet again. A figure beside him greeted him with a smile. It was Jin Guningzi, who was wearing a sailor uniform and black tights. Husband, you go first, hee hee. Jin Guningzi put her hands behind her back and smiled. I'll go first. Yi Xiao walked towards the lottery system. Name, Yi Xiao, student ID. After reporting his name, the person in charge of the lottery system recorded Yi Xiao's name in the book with an indifferent look on his face. Then, the system starts. Yi Xiao was drawn into Group G. It's all done, husband. Let me see. Group G. It's my turn. Jingdong Ningxi walked up with a smile, took a peek at Yi Xiao's lottery stick, and then started drawing the lottery. Ah. I won the prize. I'm in Group G too. Ha 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 ha. Husband, we are so destined to be together. Do you mind having another certificate? Yi Xiao blinked and asked reflexively. What certificate? Marriage certificate. There's also a big fat kid. Do you want one? Jinguning Ningxi had a surprised expression on her face. I don't have the habit of liking being a father, thank you. Then, he turned and left. Hey, hey, hey. Don't go. I didn't say I'm pregnant now. I meant after we get married. Hey. Yi Xiao. Don't go. I have something to tell you. Having said this, Yi Xiao stopped. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have to fart quickly. What? You're so cold. Fortunately, I'm your wife. If it were someone else, they would have been angry a long time ago. Jingu Ningxi said with a pout. Just when Yi Xiao was getting impatient, she suddenly changed the subject. Do you know, Yi Xiao, that the person in charge of the lottery system has actually been bribed? Bribe? Who? The Tang family. How do you know? Because I was bribed too. What? The Tang family gave me 3 million and asked me to eliminate you in the elimination round. Not only that, all the students in Group G, except you, have been bribed by the Tang family. What do you mean? That's what I mean. The Tang family wants me and the remaining 98 students to work together to stop you from making it to the elimination round. Jinguning Ningxi spread her hands and said casually. No, I'm asking why you're telling me this. Because you are my husband, I have rebelled. Didn't you accept the 3 million they gave you? And you're still rebelling? Taking the money is one thing, doing the work is another. At worst, I can just run back to Japan. Overnight. The Tang family dares to come to Japan to arrest me, right? I have never met anyone as shameless as you. Well, you saw it today. What do you think? Am I beautiful? Jingu Ningxi blinked her big eyes, looking charming. I'm going to the venue. Yi Xiao turned around and left without saying anything. This woman is so flirtatious. Are all Japanese women so flirtatious, or is it only Jingu Ningxi who is so flirtatious? Every single shot is a straight shot. I can't handle it. I really can't handle it. Yi Xiao, I can help you. How about it? 98 students. And they're all top students at Xinshan University. You must be feeling a lot of pressure. How about I help you? As long as you come with me to a hotel off campus tonight. No, I can handle it myself. Hey, man, stop being so stubborn. What's the point of forcing yourself? Yi Xiao simply couldn't hear. You slut from the Divine Palace. You being slutty again. You have no sense of propriety or shame. At this time, Bai Ruoyu jumped out and blocked the way of Jinguning Ningxi. Oh. It's Miss Bai. I thought there was a wall in front of me. I almost bumped into it. I'm so sorry. As she spoke, Jinguning Ningxi smoothed her black hair, slightly puffed out her chest, and swung her weapon up and down, attracting all eyes. You slut from the Imperial Palace. I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you in the freshman competition. Okay. Come on, Miss Bai. With that, she twisted her waist and left. Jingdong Ningxi and Yi Xiao are in the same group, so naturally they should be together. Xinshan University has specially created a formation to isolate the 10 major groups. Students will engage in a melee in the same area, and the 10 people left at the end will be eligible to enter the top 100. After everyone arrived, the referee from Group G opened the formation. Yi Xiao, although I don't have any evidence, this referee may have been bribed by the Tang Family. Is the Tang family so cruel that they can bribe the teachers of Jinshin University? Money makes the world go round, don't you think? That's right, you're the only one who takes the money but doesn't do the job. Yi Xiao gave Shingong Ningning a cold look. Isn't it for you, my dear husband? As she said that, she was about to hug Yi Xiao, but he dodged her. Okay, everyone is here, so I will open the formation. The formation will not close until the top 10 are decided. Remember not to kill. Do not cause irreparable injuries. Do not. After the referee finished reading the rules, the crystal in his hand flashed slightly. The elimination round begins. The scene in front of Yi Xiao and others changed, and then they appeared on a huge rock. The stone was suspended in the void, with white clouds and howling winds below. It's the type that would scare people with acrophobia to death at the first sight of it. It's just a virtual mode of the formation, to add some atmosphere. Basically, all freshmen. Competitions at vocational universities have this. Jingu Niniko explained. At this moment, a rude voice came from a distance. Yi Xiao. Are you planning to withdraw on your own or are you going to be beaten so hard that you can't get up? I saw a group of students surrounding Yi Xiao and Shingong Ningning. The leader actually looked somewhat similar to Tang Hao. Who are you? Who is Tang Hao to you? Yi Xiao glanced at him and asked. Humph. I'm Tang Quan. Tang Hao's cousin. Occupation, swordsman. Tang Quan looked at Yi Xiao proudly, as if he was sure of victory. He is already sure of winning. After all, with more than 90 students besieging Yi Xiao together, no matter how strong Yi Xiao was, he would definitely not be able to win. These 90-odd people are not the 90-odd people that Lin Ru defeated in the special recruitment exam. Anyone who can be admitted to Jinshin University is the elite among the elites, and there is no one in this group who is lower than the 5th level of transcendence. Among them, Tang Quan has reached the extraordinary 8th level and has the strength to be in the top 30. Jingu Niniko. It's happening. Come here quickly. Tang Quan shouted to Shingong Ningning who was beside Yi Xiao. He looked at Jingu Ningning with a fiery gaze. Such a peerless beauty, and she is Japanese, it would be a wonderful thing if I could spend a night with her. After all, she was willing to deal with Yi Xiao for money, and maybe she could also make him. He. The more Tang Quan thought about it, the more excited he became, and he wished he could execute Shingong Ningning right there and then. But who would have thought that the other party just glanced at him indifferently? He immediately took Yi Xiao's arm. A delicate voice came from those red lips. What are you talking about? How could I help you deal with my husband? You. When Tang Quan heard the sound, he felt his brain buzzing. It's like my true love was eaten by a dog. It turns out that this Shingong Ningning has been having an affair with Yi Xiao for a long time. Then how dare you accept 3 million from my Tang family? Just take it. What can you do about it? If I don't take it, how will I get the money to support my husband? The child's diapers, milk powder, clothes, which one doesn't cost money? You actually have a child with her. Tang Quan's face twisted immediately. When I thought about the woman I cared about, I was already with Yi Xiao. He might even have a child, but he still wants to kill someone. Come on. Kill them both. Eliminate them all. Aha. Bitch. You cheated on my feelings. Tang Quan roared and roared angrily. I don't understand. I just met you for the first time. How could I have deceived your feelings? Besides, you're ugly and have no talent. Why would I fall for you? How can you compare to my husband? As she spoke, she and Yi Xiao moved closer together. This intimate action directly caused a 900% critical hit to Tang Quan. Come on. He roared angrily and picked up the knife to chop at Yi Xiao. The other 90 or so people also swarmed towards Yi Xiao. They are very professional when it comes to taking money and doing things for others. Yi Xiao looked at the group of people rushing towards him and sneered. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants and can be killed with one step. Husband, how about we have a competition to see who can defeat more people? The loser will have a punishment and must kiss the winner. Jingu Ningxi blinked and teased. It's all a reward for you. He. She blinked her eyes and acted cute. But no, I'm enough on my own. He pulled Jingu Ningxi's arm away and walked forward. The school has a rule that each group must select 10 people. I can't eliminate all of you even if I want to. That's a shame. So, I'll only make one move. After that, the first 8 people standing up will pass the elimination round. The rest, get lost. Yi Xiao slowly raised his hand. Burning Heaven Seal, reveal. With Yi Xiao's current strength, he is able to open his pupils instantly and transform in 1 second. The words fell. Countless golden flames gathered towards Yi Xiao's hands. Soon, a large seal burning with golden flames appeared in his hands. Yi Xiao threw the Burning Heaven Seal out in shock. You think you can suppress all of us with just 1 seal? Yi Xiao, you think too highly of yourself. Tang Quan was furious. He held the knife and shouted loudly. Ninefold Phantom Blade. In an instant, several dark sword beams shot out with a whistling sound. Follow me. The other students also burst out with all their strength. College students are still very honest when it comes to taking money from others and helping them get rid of disasters. After all, those who take money but don't do the job are the exceptions, and everyone else is putting in their best effort. Oh my goodness. There are so many people, even if I was wearing a yin-yang suit, I would be beaten to death by them. Jingu Ningxi covered her red lips and couldn't help but sigh. Her beautiful violet eyes looked at Yi Xiao, full of curiosity. She also wanted to know how Yi Xiao suppressed them all with one move. Go! Yi Xiao was seen holding the burning heaven seal and throwing it forward with an expressionless face. Wow! The burning heaven seal became extremely huge, encompassing everyone inside, like a flaming meteorite rolling down. Click, click, click. All kinds of attacks seemed vulnerable in front of the burning heaven seal, and were all shattered on the spot at the first encounter. How is that possible? Tang Quan roared in shock and anger. How could Yi Xiao be so strong? This is the offensive of the 98th person. Even if a transformation level person comes, they can be beaten into pieces. But the moment they touched the golden flame, they were all swallowed up, without even a wave being created. Ah! A scorching breath hit me in the face. Tang Quan let out a scream. Yi Xiao! Just wait. The Tang family won't let you go. The seal completely suppressed everyone. You won't let me go? Ha, tell Tang Shan to wait for me. One day I will twist off his head and use it as a urinal. Yi Xiao flicked his hand and the burning sky seal dissipated. The students present fell to the ground in a daze, and many of them even had their clothes burned through. The boys were fine, but the girls were so scared that they burst into laughter. Hee hee hee. Yi Xiao, does it look good? Jingu Naniko asked, hands behind her back. Good. Hee hee, I'm prettier than them. Do you want to see? Yi Xiao. Not interested. His eyes were fixed on the student lying on the ground. Gradually, a figure stood up. Immediately afterwards, several figures stood up one after another. At this time, 7 people had already stood up. The rest were either unconscious or still struggling. At this time, there is another. No, 2 figures slowly stood up. One of them was Tang Quan, who was leaning on a broken knife and had already stood up. Halfway. But the other student was a little slower than him. Yi Xiao frowned and appeared in front of him. Who allowed you to lean on the knife? You cheated. You are no longer qualified. Get out. After that, he slapped Tang Quan with his backhand and sent him flying. Yi Xiao. You're taking revenge on me. Damn it. Just now, someone was holding a spear and you let him pass. You're making things difficult for me. Yi Xiao curled his lips in disdain. I'm just trying to embarrass you, so what? Who told you your last name is Tang? Anyone with the last name Tang, get out of here. Thank you. I didn't kill you because I was doing the school a favor. I'd cremate someone like you in the wilderness and scatter your ashes. Yi Xiao had a look of contempt on his face. He was the one who danced the most happily. Who else should he mess with if not him? As for the remaining few students who had finally stood up and entered the top 100, Yi Xiao didn't care. The move just now was enough to make them lie in bed for a few days. After entering the top 100, they stopped there and were not eligible to participate in the subsequent competitions. Referee, Group G assessment is complete. Yi Xiao raised his hand and shone his ID card into the sky. As long as 10 students hold up their ID cards, the formation will automatically disappear after detection, proving that the assessment is completed. The instructor who was still waiting at this moment was slightly stunned when he saw the glowing formation. Hiss. How quick. It's only been a few minutes, and they've already decided on 10 people? It looks like Yi Xiao was killed instantly right from the start. This million is easy to get. Just a little help and you'll have it. The Tang family is so generous. If there is such a good opportunity in the future, I will go. Again. The referee had a blank expression on his face, but he was actually very happy in his heart. I don't know who will come out first, but I guess it will be Jingu Ningxi and Tang Quan. These two are very outstanding among the students. The referee rubbed his hands and waited silently. As one foot stepped out of the formation. Men's shoes? It's Tang Quan? Amazing. As expected of a Tang family disciple, he's truly amazing. Gold shines wherever it goes. The referee nodded in approval. The next second, his expression froze on his face. Because the figure that appeared in front of him was Yi Xiao with a smile on his face. Hey! Lao Deng, are you disappointed to see it's me? Yi Xiao asked with a half-smile on his face. You've already accepted it. As a mentor at Jinshan University, you accepted 1 million from the Tang family, right? You're really good. Principal Ning must treat you to tea. What kind of tea? Do you like? Death tea, soul-severing tea, burial tea, take your pick. The referee was frightened by Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, it's a misunderstanding, listen to me. Actually. Don't worry, Principal Ning will invite you for tea. Yi Xiao waved his hands, too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and left. If he was any slower, Jingu Ningxi's straight ball would fly over again. A moment later, the referee, who looked hopeless, and the person in charge of the lottery system were invited to have tea by the campus security. Later, Yi Xiao seemed to hear that Ning Zhao had made a special visit to the Tang family, after which the head of the Tang family almost broke the legs of his son Tang Qinlu. The other groups were also in good shape. Zhang Rou and Bai Ruoyu worked together and were invincible, performing smoothly. Xiao Hongchen used the Kanyun sword technique, and no one could get within a 10-meter range of him. Xiao Jianfeng was the most outrageous. I heard that he would pick up a knife and fight anyone he saw. In the end, he was almost beaten to death by dozens of people. However, he still passed the test. Not to mention Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian. When people saw them, they took the initiative to reduce the number of places to 9. It took an entire afternoon, and the top 100 in the freshman competition were decided. In the evening, Yi Xiao and his friends had dinner in the dining hall. Yi Xiao, why did you buy 2 meals? Bai Ruoyu looked at the tray in his hand curiously. It's for Lin Ru. I ate his meal at noon and returned a portion to him in the evening. Where is Lin Ru? I heard that he was called to the back of the teaching building. I don't know either. Bai Ruoyu spoke incoherently with her mouth full of food. Ever since coming to Jinshin University, Bai Ruoyu seems to have become less picky about food. Except for peanuts, he stuffs everything else into his mouth. His appetite has become huge, and he eats more than Yi Xiao. Oh, thanks, by the way, you. Yi Xiao glanced at her with a hint of disdain. Eat less and don't get too fat. After saying that, he turned and left. Yi Xiao, you don't understand this. I just want to gain weight. As he spoke, Bai Ruoyu took out his cell phone. Yeah, if girls eat more, their breasts will get bigger because the nutrients will accumulate. The white book won't lie to me. Yi Xiao carried the meal and came to the back of the teaching building. A trembling female voice was heard. Linru, I actually fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Can you be my boyfriend? Yi Xiao's steps suddenly stopped. Wow. This guy is really popular. It hasn't been long since a girl confessed her love to him. Yi Xiao was quite impressed, mainly because Lin Ru wore a white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and held a book all day long, looking like a refined and noble young man, which was really too attractive to women. I'm sorry, I can't be your boyfriend. Lin Ru's calm voice sounded. This guy refused decisively. But what he didn't expect was that the girl actually burst into tears. She kept talking while crying. I knew it would be like this. This is actually my first time confessing my feelings to someone. My roommate always says I'm timid and that I don't know how to confess even when I like someone. I finally mustered up the courage, but I didn't expect to be rejected so thoroughly. It really seems like people like me should just die. How could I possibly be worthy of you? After all, you're talented and handsome. It's such a waste for you to be with an ordinary girl like me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have confessed to you. Otherwise, I might as well commit suicide. The sound of a girl crying was heard. Oh my god. This girl's attributes are a bit dangerous. Yi Xiao pursed his lips and mourned for Lin Ru in his heart for a second. Seeing the girl's sad look, a trace of confusion flashed across Lin Ru's face. Then he gritted his teeth and squatted down. I'll tell you a secret, and you must promise not to tell anyone. The girl raised her tear-red eyes and asked weakly. What secret? Actually. Lin Ru touched her neck, looking a little embarrassed. Actually, I've been dressing up as a man. I'm a woman. So I can't agree to your confession. How is that possible? But you have an Adam's apple. And your voice is also. It's just a simple word magic. The next second, Yi Xiao heard a pleasant girl's voice. Like this, you can switch the sound freely. So, the fact that I can't agree to your confession is my own problem, not because you are not good enough. Fuck. Yi Xiao widened his eyes. He had accidentally discovered Lin Ru's secret. She's actually a woman. This is a big deal. Just pretend you don't know. He must have his reasons for being a woman disguised as a man. I can't expose him. Such a roommate is too unqualified. Yi Xiao carried the plate and left quietly. Standing at the dormitory door, Yi Xiao seemed a little embarrassed. He didn't know what the first thing he should say after opening the door. Hey! Yi Xiao, why are you standing here? Why don't you go in? A familiar voice was heard, and Lin Ru was seen walking towards me from a distance, holding a lunchbox and a book in his hands. Oh. I forgot to bring my keys. Yi Xiao touched his head and said. So what's that in your hand? Yi Xiao raised his hand reflexively, only to see a key in his hand. Wrong. Sorry. Ha 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 ha. Maybe I'd been too tired lately. Then he opened the door and went in. Lin Ru followed him, sat down in her seat, opened her lunchbox and prepared to eat. I'm actually living with a girl so soon? And I'm even acting like a hooligan in front of her. What kind of Japanese anime plot is this? Are all time travelers so extravagant? In Yi Xiao's mind, various harems from his previous life flashed through his mind. Such a dramatic thing actually happened to me. The next day, Yi Xiao came to the assessment site with a pair of panda eyes. Hey! Yi Xiao! What's wrong with you? You turned into a giant panda. Bai Ruoyu came up to him and patted his shoulder gently. I didn't sleep well last night. Yi Xiao looked depressed. He didn't sleep well last night. Listening to Lin Ru's regular breathing. The more he listened, the more he couldn't fall asleep. One night, half a pack of cigarettes. Even though she knew he was a girl, she still wanted to get along with him normally, eating and living in the same dormitory. It feels really weird. Ha 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 ha. Are you exhausted from masturbating? Don't get eliminated so easily today. Bai Ruoyu laughed heartily, holding her belly. Yi Xiao decisively raised his finger and hit her on the head. If you keep talking nonsense like this, I'll post the recording of you calling me master on the campus forum. I want to see what they think of you, the school beauty. Yi Xiao threatened. Alas. Bai Ruoyu's face turned pale and she hurriedly hugged Yi Xiao's arm and acted coquettishly. I was wrong. It was just a joke. You are a grown man, please forgive me, a little girl. Only villains and women are difficult to raise. You. Just as the two were bickering, more and more people gathered in the assessment square. What is that? At this time, a student pointed at the high platform in the distance and shouted. That is Yi Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw 10 tall stone pillars slowly rising in front of him, soaring straight into the sky. On top of the stone pillar, there were 10 luxurious chairs. Golden seats. It is really magnificent to the extreme, showing sharpness and dominance. The throne of the 10 heroes. That's the throne of the 10 heroes. A student pointed at the golden chair and shouted. The throne of the 10 greatest ones? Yi Zhao tilted his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. The top 10 freshman contestants will be the top 10 freshmen of the entire class. This ranking will remain for a year, and unless something happens within that year, it will absolutely not change. Also, the top 10 students will have more resources than other students, so if you can sit on the throne of the top 10, there is a high probability that you will still be one of the top 10 when you graduate. I heard that the senior who's ranked first this year was the top 10 freshman at the freshman competition 4 years ago. He was so far ahead of everyone else, and he's been doing that for 4 years. Some students looked at the throne on the stone pillar with eyes full of longing. If I could become one of the top 10, it would bring honor to my family. Yes. Upon graduation, the 10 elites will be Dasha's top talents. Whether they join the government or join one of the major families, organizations, or the god hunting team, they will all receive excellent treatment. If they are from an aristocratic family, they will even have the hope of directly establishing their status as the next heir. The thrones of the 10 heroes are suspended in the air, and the golden chairs illuminate the sky, just like 10 suns. Just imagine how heroic and imposing the young geniuses sitting on the thrones of the 10 heroes must be, looking down on the world. At this time, a figure came from a distance. It was Ning Zhao, the president of Jinshin University. Beside him was a figure in white clothes and white hair, carrying a long sword on his back. Here comes the principal. Oh my god. It's an idol. The great Xia sword god. It's sword god Su. My idol. Holy crap. A real person. The great Xia sword god. This is a real person. I saw the real sword god. If my high school classmates knew about this, I could brag about it for 100 years. So handsome. The sword god is so manly. I really want to marry the sword god. Su Changhan had a look of indifference on his face, his eyes were even a little dull, and he was muttering to himself. It was obvious that he was immersed in his own world. Dear students. Ning Zhao brought Su Changhan to the front of the stone pillar and shouted to all the students. Today's competition will be simple. It's the battle for the top 10 thrones. Those of you who think you're qualified to be in the top 10, please go sit on the chairs on the stone pillars. Those who can sit firmly on the thrones before sunset will be the top 10. The top 10 will all receive rewards. A gold medal instructor will accept you as his disciples. If any sword cultivator can make it into the top 10, he can directly become the sword god's apprentice. Secondly, I will allow the first 3 to enter the receiving area once for 12 hours. The winner will receive the honorary title of chief student. Their authority within the school will be comparable to that of a silver medal instructor. Plus, a bonus of 30,000 points. And an internship with the Scarlet Sky Hunting God team. As soon as these words were spoken, the students were completely excited. Just the top 10 are eligible to choose a gold medal mentor. You should know that the gold medal instructors are all level 6, powerful professionals at the field level. They are all top figures in a province. Becoming a disciple of the sword god of Great Xia is the lifelong dream of all sword practitioners in Great Xia. Not to mention entering the guiding land, which is a special space in Jinshin University. Within this space, the concentration of strange energy is more than 10 times that of the outside world. Stay in the receiving place for 12 hours. The level can even jump directly to the transformation level or even higher. The authority of the silver medal mentor is recorded in the Daxia archives. On a normal day, you don't even have to go to class. And if you are wronged outside, Jinshin University will be your strongest support. The Qishao Hunting God team is one of the 4 top hunting god teams in Daxia. The captain of the Qishao Hunting God team is an 8th level rule level professional. It is known as the Scorching Sun on Earth. His strength is not inferior to that of the Great Xia Sword God. Becoming a member of the Scarlet Sky Hunting team is the lifelong dream of many professionals. All the students were excited. Enthusiasm was greatly aroused. Okay. I declare that the competition begins now. Following Ning Zhao's order, he and the Great Xia Sword God stepped aside. The students rushed towards the stone pillars, their eyes fixed on the 10 golden chairs above. As if it was the rarest treasure in the world. A figure in fluttering white clothes followed the crowd towards the stone pillar in front. His expression was calm, as if even the collapse of heaven and earth could not cause him the slightest disturbance. What was strange was that none of the students around him could get within 3 feet of him. Wu Tongxian made a hand gesture with one hand. Imperial sword. A silver light appeared in front of him. It was a sword, without a hilt, only a blade. It seems like this sword was not meant to be held in people's hands. Wu Tongxian stepped onto the silver sword. The long sword carried him high into the sky. Wu Tongxian threw away his robe and sat down leisurely on his golden chair. As he sat down, all the students on his stone pillar jumped down from the pillar with dark faces. Rushed towards the other 9 stone pillars. What a joke, that's Wu Tongxian, who dares to snatch it from him. You think your life is too long. On the other side, Lin Ru was also holding a book, and he spoke lightly. Move. His figure instantly appeared on another stone pillar adjacent to Wu Tongxian, and then he slowly sat down. So his stone pillar also lost its contender. The competition for the other 8 stone pillars became even more intense. The competition for this position is quite fierce. Yi Xiao had already seen that the students on several stone pillars were killing like crazy. One guy finally climbed up, but before he could even sit down, he was knocked down by 6 or 7 people. And those 6 or 7 people were knocked away by stronger people. This battle seems simple, but it is actually not that simple. Students must have very strong strength to intimidate these eager competitors, and there are many cases of group attacks. Yi Xiao saw Shinggong Ningningzi wearing the yin-yang robe, sitting on the chair like a princess of fire, with a pair of slender black silk legs raised. The yin-yang robe was covered with a sea of blazing fire that enveloped the entire stone pillar. None of the competitors dared to approach. He also saw Jiang Rou standing alone in front of the chair, trying her best to fight against the competitors who rushed up one after another. There is also Xiao Hongchen, who, with just his sword, seems to be able to block thousands of troops. Bai Ruoyu summoned the nine-tailed spirit cat and the dragon man to guard him and the fire dragon breath magic was ready to be unleashed. It can be said that in this battle, all the students were trying their best to compete for the title of the top 10. It's almost my turn. Yi Xiao glanced around and finally locked onto the 5th stone pillar. That one, please. As he took a step forward, a golden flame robe covered his body, and a staircase made of golden flames appeared in the void. The golden throne stretches from Yi Xiao's feet to the top. He walked forward slowly, step by step, along the stairs burning with golden flames. As expected of my husband, you can come up with such a cool way to reach the top. Jing Duningzi gently stroked her red lips with a sweet smile on her face. Wu Tongxian, who was standing by, watched Yi Xiao climb to the top step by step, with an unknown meaning flashing in his eyes. Lin Ru seemed to be immersed in his own world, still reading silently. For him, having no one to disturb him is a good opportunity to read. Yi Xiao walked on the flaming stairs, his fingers moving left and right. 18 kinds of weapons were suspended around him. As he gently pointed, group after group of students were easily swept off the stone pillar by Yi Xiao like sweeping away flies. Until Yi Xiao reached the top and finally sat down on the golden chair. Eye of nothingness, void-killing blade. Yi Xiao spoke softly, the space around him trembled slightly, an invisible blade surrounded him. Sure enough, the mutation does exist. Suddenly, a dagger slashed towards Yi Xiao in the air. Yi Xiao! Get down! It's your fault for being too careless. You capsized in the ditch. Ha 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 ha. A sinister voice sounded in my ears. Yi Xiao had a blank expression on his face. The invisible blades around him flew towards him. Without even needing his command, As screams were heard, a figure fell from the stone pillar. After a final glance from the air, Yi Xiao had an impression of this guy. He seems to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination in a certain province, and his profession is an assassin. He might have been hiding his presence just now, hiding behind the chair, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, it was still too ridiculous for Yi Xiao. It's not difficult for me to be among the top 10. Them. Yi Xiao's gaze moved and looked towards the other pillars. Jiang Rou's ice attribute ability has been pushed to the extreme, but she not only has to face the siege of a group of students. There is even a pair of beautiful sisters among them. Yi Xiao had an impression of them. They ranked 9th and 10th in the Imperial Capital College entrance examination. Chu Rou, Chu Xin. From the Chu family. Perhaps they are the biggest obstacle for Jiang Rou to reach the top. Both women are elementalists, one controls the element of fire and the other controls the element of water. Jiang Rou was in danger under their siege. Sorry. Jiang Rou. Grandpa has given an order. You must not enter the top 10. That's right, Jiang Rou. You're so ungrateful. Grandpa is willing to marry you to a man as proud as Tang Xian, and you're still here being picky. What qualifications do you have? You're just a lowly fellow. The two looked at Jiang Rou with jealousy. Tang Xian is very outstanding and is the leader of the younger generation of the Tang family. Such young people are naturally very likable, and their sisters are no exception. Therefore, they were jealous of Jiang Rou from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Rou. You're too weak. You don't deserve to be in the top 10. The two of them joined forces, the power of water and fire combined, and they rushed towards Jiang Rou like a hurricane. Look at us sisters beat you down. A beam of fire, accompanied by a stream of water, pushed through the crowd and rushed towards Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou bit her red lips tightly. At this moment, her peripheral vision made her notice Yi Xiao's gaze beside her. Yi Xiao mouthed something to him. It's like saying, come on. Yeah. Come on, you can do it. Jiang Rou. Believe in yourself, you are not alone anymore. Facing the incoming attack, Jiang Rou slowly closed her eyes. Sizzle. Purple arcs of electricity danced around her body, and Jiang Rou's aura changed dramatically. Sister. Jiang Rou is acting weird. Chu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Something's wrong. She's hiding a second elemental power. This element is thunder element. Chu Rou's eyes widened. As expected. Buzz. As Jiang Rou opened her eyes. Brilliant purple thunder tore through the sky. Purple lightning illuminates the sky. The purple thunder rushed towards the water and fire hurricane like a long whip. The elements react with each other, the water element leads into the thunder element, and then collides with the fire element. A huge explosion was heard, and a thick fog rushed into the sky. The impact force blew away everyone on the stone pillars. At the last moment, Jiang Rou stretched out a purple lightning whip from her hand and wrapped around the golden throne. She walked towards the seats of the top 10 and then sat down. Purple thunder surrounded her body, making her look like the queen of thunder and lightning. I want this position. Anyone have any objections? Jiang Ro's beautiful eyes sank slightly, revealing a hint of dominance. Yi Xiao nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that there was no problem with Jiang Ro. On the other side, on Xiao Hongchen's stone pillar. Now there is no one on the entire stone pillar. Except for the two figures colliding wildly like lightning. One of them was wearing white clothes and holding a sword, the other one was wearing black clothes and holding a knife. With the flash of swords and sabers, they were killing like crazy. These two guys. Yi Xiao patted his forehead. Is this considered an internal conflict? The roommates started fighting fiercely. Xiao Hongchen. I must defeat you today. Triple black light blade. Xiao Jianfeng roared and raised his long sword high. A black aura surged all over his body. 3 black, 10-foot long sword beams swept out with a loud bang, sweeping away everything in its path. Xiao Hongchen waved his sword and slashed out a few times, blocking a ray of sword light. But the remaining two had already arrived in front of him. Just when everyone was worried about him, Xiao Hongchen's aura suddenly changed. There is no me, no others. Only the sword. Sword. Cut. You've mastered the swordsmanship quite well. Su Changhan looked at Xiao Hongchen swinging his sword with full concentration, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Why, Changhan, are you interested in this boy? Do you want to take him as your disciple? Ning Zhao asked with a smile. Su Changhan said nothing, just smiled and shook his head. Ning Zhao didn't know that during the year Su Changhan disappeared, he was teaching Xiao Hongchen swordsmanship. He has been Su Changhan's disciple for a long time. No? I looked around, and only this child's sword is the purest. If even he doesn't impress you, then there will be no one to succeed the great Xia sword god. Ning Zhao sighed. Su Changhan didn't bother to pay attention to Ning Zhao at all. This guy was thinking about ways to introduce a disciple to him all day long. Or introduce someone to someone. Chun-Chun is just a person who doesn't care about anything. He was clearly still separated from his wife, and he could only see his daughter a few times a year. Still worrying about him. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen, who had entered the sword heart state, had a sword skill that sword in power, and was suppressing Qiu Jianfeng. Hey, the more I look at this guy's sword moves, the more familiar they seem to me. Ning Zhao touched his chin. Why is his swordplay so similar to yours when you were in college? Could he be your secret disciple? No, you're mistaken. Su Changhan said lightly. Really? Ning Zhao remained skeptical. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen's sword style changed. Cut the sky. Swordsmanship. A brilliant sword light lit up, and even the scorching sun dimmed in front of it. This sword seemed to split the sky in two. A stunning sword. Fuck. This isn't your heaven-slaying sword technique. And you even said he wasn't your disciple. When did you accept him as your disciple? You bastard. You're hiding it from me, aren't you? Ning Zhao cursed outright. Hongchen has a great talent for swordsmanship, better than me. Su Changhan just spoke calmly. Once the heaven-slaying sword technique was used, the outcome of the battle was decided. Qiu Jianfeng was directly cut and sent flying by the sword. Sword demon state. Open. Black smoke billowed from Qiu Jianfeng's body, his pupils turned pitch black and a terrifying aura rose up. He roared like a wild beast and swung the Tang sword in his hand wildly. Powerful sword beams swept towards the Zhantian sword intent. But even so, he was still no match for Zhantian's sword technique and was chopped off and sent flying. But even so, he still roared and swung out his unyielding sword. Just when the sword light and the knife light collided again, a figure appeared between the two of them. Ning Zhao waved his sleeves, and the sword light and knife light disappeared into the void. Enough is enough. With Ning Zhao's obstruction, Xiao Hongchen slowly exited the sword heart state. The evil spirit on Qiu Jianfeng also dissipated. The body of the sword demon. This is a genius in the way of the sword. Ning Zhao looked at Qiu Jianfeng, thinking secretly in his heart. Perhaps it would be appropriate to give it to that guy. After this battle, Xiao Hongchen also firmly secured his position as one of the top 10 heroes. By now, the top 10 spots have basically been decided. Wu Tongxian, Lin Ru, Yi Xiao, Bai Ruoyu, Xiao Hongchen, Jiang Ro, and Shin Gongning Ningzi. There are 3 other young men, a strong man named Shi Jiu, whose profession is guardian. Purely defensive, he unfolded a shield on the throne, and a group of students fought for a long time but couldn't break it. Another one is from the Chu family. His name is Chu Yen, and his profession is a demonization sorcerer. After being transformed into a demon, he is extremely lethal. Ordinary students who fought against him were almost always seriously injured, and gradually, no one dared to fight him. The last one is a weak girl whose profession is a curser. She cast a collective curse on all the students, and they fell down for various reasons while climbing the stone pillars. Alright, so far, the top 10 have been decided. The rest will have a more detailed ranking battle in another venue. Next up is what you've all been waiting for. The championship match. Here are the rules. Ning Zhao's figure was suspended in the void. The thrones of the 10 heroes are arranged from left to right. The leftmost is number 1, and the rightmost is number 10. You can challenge the opponent in front of you. Start with the 10th place. Until the end, no one will fight anymore. Yi Xiao is now sitting in the 5th chair, which means that his tentative place is 5th. The person sitting on the far left is Wu Tongxian, so he is the temporary first. Those behind can challenge those in front. The 10th place is Shi Jiu, a professional guardian. He stood up and shook his head. My profession is a guardian. Defense is fine, but if you ask me to attack, I can only give up the challenge. The ninth place is the Curse Warlock, a girl named Shu Weifeng. I abstain. Her curse still works on ordinary students, but has little effect on opponents of similar strength. To her, it can be said that neither the Curse Master nor the Guardian professions are suitable for fighting alone. More suitable for group combat. The eighth one is the Demon Transformation Magician named Chu Yan. His level is also very high, extraordinary level 9. I want to challenge. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seventh place Zhang Ro. He turned his gaze to Zhang Ro, a strong bloodthirsty look flashing in his eyes. Come on, Zhang Ro, I will take good care of you. Zhang Ro stood up expressionlessly. The two came to the center of the ring. Zhang Ro, I admit that you are quite good. The family may have underestimated you, but you should never bring shame to the family. Therefore, I will completely destroy you here. Women, just obey your family's arrangements and get married. Competitiveness is a man's domain. After he finished speaking, Chu Yan let out a strange cry and rushed towards Zhang Ro like an arrow. Netherworld claw. His 10 fingers cut through the void like long swords and tore towards Zhang Ro. Freeze. Zhang Ro waved her hand, and 5 pillars of ice behind her rushed towards him. Too slow. Too slow. Chu Yan laughed strangely and easily dodged Zhang Ro's ice pillar. Don't waste any more time. Use your lightning attribute. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Zhang Ro took a step back and spoke slowly. As you wish. Purple lightning illuminates the sky. Sizzle. Purple thunder tore through the sky and lingered around her body. That's the way it should be. It's so fun to fight like this. Chu Yan gently licked the nails that were as sharp as swords. The characteristic of a demonization magician is that he can transform himself into a demon. Through the blood of demons. For example, Chu Yan now obtained his abilities through the blood of a demon called the Night Demon Wolf. His movements are strange, his attacks are ruthless, and he is extremely bloodthirsty. Sizzle. Purple thunder swept out, densely packed like a large net, covering the arena. Ordinary people would feel their scalp tingling when seeing this. However, Chu Yan crashed straight into the purple thunder and rushed towards Zhang Ro. Why doesn't lightning have any effect on him? Bai Ruoyu frowned. The power of Zhang Ro's thunder is definitely not weak. Even if one is at the 9th level of transcendence, he shouldn't dare to take it head-on. Why does Chu Yan act like nothing happened? Look at the surface of his body. That's the ability of the petrified beast. The characteristics of this kind of monster are strong defense and strong immunity to lightning. Yi Xiao said with a frown. This Chu Yan isn't limited to using just one demonic ability. He comes prepared. Zhang Ro is in danger. Che. Chu Yan broke through the thunderous defense line in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Die. He raised his claws and grabbed Zhang Ro. In front of Zhang Ro, an ice wall quickly rose up and blocked the attack. But the next moment, Chu Yan's figure appeared behind her again. Too slow. Can you make ice as fast as me? He grinned, his sharp claws already reaching Zhang Ro's hair. No, it's really full. It's you. Zhang Ro opened her lips slightly. Iceland. With Zhang Ro's body as the center, countless ice crystals spread out. What? Click, click. Chu Yan's body was actually frozen. No. It should be said that most of the arena was frozen by Zhang Ro's ice. Chu Yan's body also stiffened in the void. It's over. Zhang Ro turned around, her long hair fluttering, sending up pieces of ice crystals. She stretched out her hand and an ice sword appeared in her hand. Then he stabbed the frozen Chu Yan with a sword. We won. That's great. Sister Zhang Ro is so amazing. Bai Ruoyu shouted happily. No. I haven't won yet. This guy. Yi Xiao opened his pupils and could see a fiery power rising in Chu Yan's body. That's right. He knows how to use the petrified beast's ability to restrain Zhang Ro's lightning power. So why wouldn't he think of a way to restrain her ice power? Of course, Zhang Ro reacted quickly. After knowing that the thunder attribute was ineffective against Chu Yan, she used herself as bait and prepared this killing move. However, she still underestimated the Chu family's information network. Chu Yan had already prepared a killer move to restrain Zhang Ro. Ha 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 ha. You're happy too early. Chu Yan, whose expression was originally frozen, showed a sinister smile. Burst. He opened his mouth, and a violent flame gushed out, then exploded in midair. The huge impact force sent Zhang Ro flying. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ro. You underestimate me too much. You also underestimate the Chu family too much. Xie. The sharp claws cut through the thick fog and grabbed towards Zhang Ro. Zhang Ro's face turned pale. The explosion just now had made her blood boil, and she had no way to resist Chu Yan's attack. She gave up. Yi Xiao suddenly stood up and spoke. Ha 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 ha. Admit defeat? She didn't say anything herself, so how can that be considered as admitting defeat? I won't admit it. Chu Yan laughed loudly and mercilessly tore at Zhang Ro with his claws. You're looking for death. Yi Xiao took a step forward and appeared in front of Zhang Ro. He waved his hand and a golden flame burst out. Chu Yan was blew away. Principal Ning. He interfered with the competition without permission. Please disqualify him. Chu Yan, who was blown away, shouted to Ning Zhao. Ning Zhao frowned. Yi Xiao's behavior was indeed violating the rules of the game. Yi Xiao, do you have anything to explain? Yi Xiao frowned. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xiao, you broke the rules of the competition. According to the regulations, you will be directly removed from the top 10. Just go back home. This matter is not something a poor bastard like you can get involved in. Chu Yan licked his nails and laughed strangely. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yan. Those who knew him knew that Yi Xiao was on the verge of a rage. Principal Ning, Yi Xiao is also worried about the safety of his companions. I think this is understandable. Xiao Hongchen spoke. That's right, Principal Ning. Chu Yan was too ruthless. He was going to seriously injure Jiang Ro. Bai Ruoyu also said anxiously. I also think Yi Xiao's behavior is excusable. Jingu Naniko spoke. Principal Ning, give him another chance. Even Lin Ru spoke like this. Okay, then I'll give you another chance, but this is conditional. Ning Zhao looked at Yi Xiao with a frown. If you can't win the championship, I will remove you from the top 10. And I will punish you for disrupting the freshman competition. Can you do this? Yi Xiao nodded. Can. Okay. Then, the competition continues. Chu Yan wins this battle. Chu Yan rises to 7th place. Zhang Ro is 8th. Next up, 6th place, Jingu Ningzi. Jingu Naniko spread her hands. I forfeit this round. Okay. Then, next one, 5th place, Yi Xiao. Who are you going to challenge? Yi Xiao slowly raised his head. There were golden flames dancing in his eyes. I want to challenge Chu Yan. Yi Xiao spoke word by word. Chu Yan's face turned pale. He cried out in panic. Yi Xiao, you are the 5th. How dare you challenge me from behind? He pointed at Yi Xiao and shouted. It's just a temporary quota. It doesn't say that we can't challenge later. Yi Xiao spoke in a cold voice. There is indeed no such rule. Ning Zhao spoke calmly. However, even if you win this battle, Yi Xiao, you won't gain anything. If you lose, your position will be taken by Chu Yan. Are you sure you want to challenge him? Sure. Good. Ning Zhao waved his hand. The second battle, Yi Xiao versus Chu Yan. Begin. Following Ning Zhao's order. The flames in the sky turned into a set of burning armor in the void, covering Yi Xiao's body. Yi Xiao took a step forward, and golden flames spread in the void, as if setting the whole world on fire. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. A terrifying aura suddenly swept out. Principal. I recognize. Chu Yan's face turned pale with fright. He shouted loudly in haste. But before he could even utter the word lose, Yi Xiao's fist had already arrived. He was knocked away by Yi Xiao's punch. Then, Yi Xiao rushed forward again. He grabbed his collar and slammed him hard on the ring. The arena suddenly sank. Grit your teeth. Boom. Yi Xiao pressed one knee on Chu Yan's neck, and golden flames burned fiercely, like an ancient golden god bathed in fire. Chu Yan couldn't move at all under Yi Xiao's terrifying aura. He raised his fist and punched Chu Yan again and again. Chu Yan couldn't utter a word, and couldn't even say the words to admit defeat. He was like a sandbag and was beaten violently by Yi Xiao. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I, Yi Xiao, will take your surname. Yi Xiao used force with one hand and crushed Chu Yan's hand bones into pieces one by one. His arms hung on the ground like two pieces of rotten meat. You want to destroy her? I'll destroy you first. Yi Xiao said viciously. Flames were burning on his body, and as his fists fell one after another, Chu Yan's body was almost burnt. There is not a single piece of good meat on his body. He wanted to speak, but Yi Xiao slapped him in the face, burning his mouth. Yi Xiao. You're angry now. It's time to let him go. Wu Tongxian finally stood up. No matter what, Chu Yan was still a direct disciple of his Chu family. As the adopted grandson of Chu Shanha, Wu Tongxian must put the interests of the Chu family first in everything he does. Just let go when you say so? Why didn't he stop when I told him to? It's too late to tell me to. Let go now. Yi Xiao stomped down with one foot and stepped hard on Chu Yan's leg. The arena suddenly sank into a big hole, and Chu Yan's leg had been trampled into mud by Yi Xiao. Only a layer of skin was left barely holding it together, preventing it from breaking immediately. Ah. It hurts. My hands. My legs. Wu Tongxian. Help me. Help me, ah. Chu Yan wanted to hug her legs, but her hands had been crushed by Yi Xiao. He could only tilt his head back, look at the azure sky, and let out heart-wrenching roars. This scene made the students watching the game shiver all over. Too cruel. Yi Xiao is really too cruel. Even if Chu Yan's injuries healed, what happened today would be a nightmare for him for the rest of his life. Perhaps just the mention of Yi Xiao's name would drive him crazy with fear. Principal Ning. Yi Xiao's actions appear to be abusing his opponent. I demand that he stop. Immediately. Wu Tongxian said with a cold face. If I stop, will you come down and fight me? Yi Xiao spoke before Ning Zhao, glancing at Wu Tongxian. I'll do it if I want. It wasn't my turn originally, but now you're challenging me to a fight. So I can. Only refuse disrespectfully. As he spoke, Wu Tongxian slowly stood up. Alright, you'll fight Yi Xiao later. Now it's Bai Ruoyu's turn. Ning Zhao raised his hand to stop them. Chu Yan's medical expenses will be covered by Arjinchen University. As for Yi Xiao, if he doesn't take first place, severe punishment is necessary. Ning Zhao raised his eyelids. Young people, don't be so aggressive. Be more peaceful. As he said this, he took a sip of the wolfberry tea in the thermos. Snap. Yi Xiao broke Chu Yan's leg with another kick. Then he spread his hands as if nothing had happened. Principal Ning is right. I, Yi Xiao, have always conquered others with force. Yi Xiao. You don't look like someone who can convince others with reason. Wu Tongxian was so angry at him that he almost couldn't breathe. You're lying with your eyes open. Even if he has a good temper, he can't stand it. Yi Xiao ignored him and returned to his seat with an expressionless face. He stretched out his hand and made a pistol gesture towards Wu Tongxian. Bai Yu. Knocked down. Wu Tongxian's face was as black as charcoal. At this time, Bai Ruoyu slowly stood up. She stood in the ring, hands on her hips. He stared coldly at Jin Guningzi. Come down. Do you want me to call your name? You slut of the divine palace. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Jin Guningzi chuckled, stood up, patted her skirt, and jumped into the ring. I'm here, Bai Ruoyu friend. Her gaze fell on Bai Ruoyu's flat chest, and she deliberately emphasized the small words. The audience around burst into laughter. They are all experienced drivers, the kind that can run their wheels over people's faces. How could I not understand the hidden meaning behind Jin Guningzi's words? You're done. Jin Guningiko, I will make you regret this. Fire dragon breath. Bai Ruoyu waved her hand, and a red fire dragon rose up. Yin Yang close. Red lotus. Jin Guningzi stepped forward, the red lotus robe wrapped her body flawlessly. You both happen to have fire attributes, so let's have a firepower competition. Bai Ruoyu. Kid. Chie. A flying snake made entirely of flames rose into the air. Crash. Tongue snake and Yanlong entangled in midair. Ali. Da Hei. Go. Bai Ruoyu waved her hand, and two magic circles appeared behind her. The nine-tailed spirit cat and the dragon man rushed out. Hua hua. Go. Then, the third summoned beast appeared. A ferocious three-headed hellhound. But Bai Ruoyu gave it such a cute name. Crash. The three summoned beasts pounced towards Jin Guningzi from different directions. I give the gods my command with my blood. All those who are about to fight will form a battle. Array before me. 3 talismans appeared in Jin Guningzi's hands. As the talisman burned, 3 different magic circles appeared behind her. Shu Ten. Queen of Heaven. Go Chun. Hidden. Crash. 3 Shikigami walked out from behind Jin Guningiko. The queen is a white-haired woman wearing green clothes. Go Chungza is a man in purple clothes. Shuten Doji is a handsome man with red hair and holding a katana. Can a Shikigami take human form? Yi Xiao stroked his chin, curiosity flashing across his face. Yes, the form of the Shikigami depends on the Onmyoji's thoughts. They can be beasts or humans. I agree. It can also be yin-yang clothing. Jiang Ro nodded. There is an extremely chaotic battle going on in the arena now. Fire Dragon versus Fire Snake in the sky. The following 3 summoned beasts PK the 3 Shikigami. Tian Ho and Go Chen were both Shikigami of Abe no Harawaki, the founder of the Japanese Onmyoji. I heard that in this life, the 12 Shikigami of Abe Harawaki, the founder of Onmyoji, have all appeared in the world. Half of them are with Jin Guningiko in the East Shrine. The other half are with a young man from the West Damaman family. Jiang Ro explained to Yi Xiao. There's a rumor in Japan that if you gather the 12 Shikigami of Harawaki, you might be able to revive the founder of Onmyoji, Abe Harawaki. He was a powerful master at the end of his road. If a Lu Jin level being were to be resurrected in this world, it would very likely directly change the fate of mankind. While Jiang Ro and Yi Xiao were talking, Bai Ruoyu and Shingong Ningzi were already fighting fiercely. If we keep fighting like this, we won't be able to decide the winner until nightfall. Yi Xiao touched his forehead, looking helpless. Bai Ruoyu can perform all kinds of magic with ease. Jin Guningzi's yin-yang robe also has many powerful fire attacks, making them evenly matched in a short period of time. Alright. Stop fighting. I declare this a draw. At this time, Ning Zhao suddenly spoke. Principal. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Bai Ruoyu said in a delicate voice. Hee hee, little friend, do you think I've used all my strength? I still have 5 major Shikigami that haven't appeared yet. Jin Guningzi covered her red lips. It won't end well for you if you keep fighting. Quit while you're ahead, kid. You. Jin Guningzi. One day I will take away those 2 things hanging on your chest. In the end, the battle ended in a draw, and the next one was Xiao Hongshan's turn. I want to challenge Wu Tongxian. Xiao Hongshan stood up, unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Wu Tongxian. You want to challenge me? I have no grudge against you. Wu Tongxian narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Hongshan. No grudges or hatred, just a fight. Xiao Hongshan held the sword, as if there was nothing else in his eyes except the sword. Ha, what a belligerent swordsman. I accept your challenge. Wu Tongxian made a sword gesture and landed on the ring on the flying sword. Interesting, Wu Tongxian's flying sword and Xiao Hongshan's swordsmanship. Old Su, what do you think of your apprentice's chances of winning? Ning Zhao asked Su Changhan. Hongshan can't win, Wu Tongxian has already broken through to the transformation level. Su Changhan said lightly. However, if the levels are the same, I have confidence in Hongshan. It was rare for Su Changhan to express his own opinion. Deep down, he still believes in his apprentice. After all, he is the only disciple, and he may be the only one in the future. Wow. The breeze blew the hair between Xiao Hongshan's eyebrows. Facing Wu Tongxian, he did not dare to be careless. So from the beginning, he activated the sword heart state and brewed the sword intent to cut through the sky. Zhan Tian. Sword drawing technique. The long sword in his hand was suddenly unsheathed, and the brilliant sword light shone, rushing towards Wu Tongxian like the Milky Way. Flying sword. Wu Tong took the initiative to make a hand gesture. Swish, another 5 flying swords rushed out. Click, click, click. The 6 flying swords and the long river of sword energy collided with each other. Come out again, flying sword. 8 swords merge into one, the 8-part Buddha sword. Wu Tongxian moved his sword fingers casually. 2 more flying swords shot out from the left and right, and the 8 flying swords merged into one in the void. A huge flying sword appeared, completely black with golden patterns around it. Faintly, it seemed as if there were demons murmuring and immortals chanting scriptures. The 8-part Buddha sword and the heaven-slaying sword collided with each other. Sure enough, after resisting for a moment, the sword intent of cutting the sky was broken. Xiao Hongqian was blown away. The Buddha sword slashed towards Xiao Hongqian. But I never heard him utter the word surrender. Because, a swordsman would rather die than surrender. The word lose will never appear in his mouth. He gave up. At this time, a voice sounded, and with the appearance of that voice, the 8-part Buddha sword stopped at the center of Xiao Hongqian's eyebrows. The person who spoke was actually the absent-minded sword god, Su Changhan. The sword is good. When my Hongqian level is raised, I can fight you again. Su Changhan looked at the 8-part Buddha sword in front of him and praised it. Then he snapped his fingers. The Buddha sword flew back and turned into 8 flying swords that circled around Wu Tongxian. I've taken the person away, you guys can continue the game. As he spoke, he grasped Xiao Hongqian's shoulders, transformed into a swordlight, and fled into the void. The whole audience was in an uproar. Even Wu Tongxian was surprised. This Xiao Hongqian is actually the disciple of the sword god. Ah. This guy. He has no manners at all. Ning Zhao took a sip of tea helplessly. I told you not to disrupt the game. Really? He doesn't act like an elder at all. And told him that rules are meant to be broken. Do you really think you can chop anything with a sword? This round, Wu Tongxian wins. Next, Lin Ru. Who are you going to challenge? I want to challenge Wu Tongxian. Lin Ru held the scroll, stood up and said. What? The whole audience was in an uproar. Wu Tongxian just finished a fight. Lin Ru is now going to challenge him again. Then Yi Xiao will probably challenge again later. You really treat Wu Tongxian as a robot. Wouldn't the round-the-clock battles tire him to death? Lin Ru, how about you skip this round? At this time, Yi Xiao suddenly spoke. Wait until Wu Tongxian and I decide the winner, and then the winner will fight you, okay? Lin Ru thought for a moment and nodded. Sit down slowly. I abstain. Because Lin Ru gave up, the second round begins. Numbers 9 and 11 abstained. Zhang Rou, who was ranked 8th, also gave up. 7th Chu Yan. Oh, this one should still be in the ICU now. The 6th place winner Jin Guningzi also abstained. So, it naturally shifted to Yi Xiao, who was ranked 5th. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Xiao slowly stood up. A pair of eyes glowed with golden flames. I challenge Wu Tongxian. A golden flaming staircase emerged from under Yi Xiao's feet. He walked down the stairs step by step. At this moment, Wu Tongxian is still on the ring and has not left yet. 8 flying swords surrounded his body, he was dressed in elegant white clothes, and his black hair danced lightly. Like an immortal or a god. Yi Xiao, I accept your challenge. Wu Tongxian pursed his lips and smiled. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Besides family reasons, there are also my own reasons. He snapped his fingers. 8 flying swords shot towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stood there, his expression unchanged. He watched helplessly as the flying sword rushed towards him. Yi Xiao, be careful. Zhang Rou exclaimed in surprise. Yi Xiao. Are you stupid? Why are you just standing there? Bai Ruoyu also shouted anxiously. Even Jin Ningzi couldn't understand Yi Xiao's actions. Just stand there, don't attack or resist. Are you here to get killed? Wu Tongxian's supporters in the stands outside the stadium saw this and burst into laughter. This Yi Xiao must have been frightened silly by Wu Tongxian. No way. Yi Xiao is such a coward? He was so impressive when he debuted, I thought he was a king. I didn't expect him to be a bronze. Oh my. Yi Xiao is useless. He's just trying to attract attention, a complete clown. Don't watch anymore. Everyone started talking. Xie. Amidst all the noises, a flying sword actually pierced through Yi Xiao's shoulder. A burst of blood flew out. A huge bloody hole appeared on Yi Xiao's shoulder. Yi Xiao. Why? Yi Xiao. Bai Ruoyu and the others were confused. But then, Yi Xiao finally reacted. He looked at the wound on his shoulder and a green light flashed in his eyes. Something incredible happened. The bloody hole on Yi Xiao's shoulder began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's best to restore it to its original state. Only the punctured clothes still showed that Yi Xiao was indeed hit by Wu Tongxian's flying sword. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. How could such a huge bloody hole be healed so quickly? Could it be a ghost? But Yi Xiao twisted his neck and moved his arms slightly. Yes, the recovery effect of this wood spirit pupil is quite good. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. That's right, Yi Xiao did this to test the recovery effect of Mu Lingtong. That's all. He clenched his fists and looked at Wu Tongxian, only to see that the other party also had a puzzled look on his face. Alright, Wu Tongxian, the competition has officially begun. Look. What is that? Holy crap. He's really strong. What the hell? How did Yi Xiao's wound heal? Foul. Is there some healer helping him in the dark? This is a foul. Principal. Yi Xiao brought a healer to the competition. It's a foul. I suggest that he be Disqualified. Those noble disciples who supported Wu Tongxian and had originally wanted to see Yi Xiao laugh at their mistakes, stamp their feet in anger after seeing this shocking scene. Breaking. The defense. Do you think a level 8 professional like me is blind? I can't even tell if there's a healer helping me behind the scenes? How about you be the referee? I'll give you what you can. Ning Zhao looked at the students who had broken down one by one and said in a calm voice. Have you been raised so comfortably that you've lost the ability to think for yourself? You're just saying all sorts of stupid things, aren't you? Looks like Jinshin University is going to have to reevaluate the standards of incoming students. Especially regarding IQ, we're going to conduct a thorough inspection. Under Ning Zhao's stern words, all the students shut their mouths obediently. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed stupid. Trying to use any tricks in front of an 8th level professional like Ning Zhao is simply courting death. Their slandering of Yi Xiao was equivalent to doubting Ning Zhao. I'm telling you, no one is secretly helping Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao didn't take any recovery potions. All of this is his trick. Do you understand? Everyone nodded obediently. Humph. Let's continue the game. I don't want to hear such stupid talk again. The young people of Daxia are not that stupid. He waved his hand and the game continued. Wu Tongxian looked at Yi Xiao with a slightly focused gaze. This is a healer's method, Yi Xiao. Is this also your pupil technique ability? If Yi Xiao could use this ability all the time, it would be really terrifying. Yi Xiao can completely use a war of attrition to wear down Wu Tongxian. Unless he could beat Yi Xiao with one move and completely deprive him of the ability to fight back. It's a small trick, something that can't be put on the table. Yi Xiao curled his lips and said casually. Wu Tongxian. If you pretend to be cool, others will not respect you. 1. Yi Xiao, I admit that you are very strong. I underestimated you a little bit. Next time, I will use 20% of my strength to fight you. Wu Tongxian became completely serious. 8-step Buddha sword. Wow. With a single move of his hand, he swung a huge black sword with golden patterns towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's body tensed up, and his martial god eye activated in an instant. Then his body shot out like a sharp arrow. Call. He stretched out his hand and the golden flame turned into a big knife and fell into his hand. After learning the art of shapeshifting, he finally no longer needs to carry a knife when he goes out. Free your back. I knew you would attack me at close range. I've seen through your plan. Seeing Yi Xiao's figure flashing, slashing out with a golden flame sword to sweep away the 8-part Buddha sword, and approaching him, Wu Tongxian grinned. Glass precious body. Buzz. He formed a seal with one hand, and the shape of a glazed pagoda appeared above his body. A layer of colorful glow spread over the skin as white as jade. Yi Xiao chopped at Wu Tongxian's body with a knife, but it was blocked. As expected of a cultivator. He's proficient in both close combat and ranged attacks. It can be said that Wu Tongxian has almost no weaknesses. Yi Xiao is doomed to lose. That's right. A supporting profession. A poor person. Why should he ride on our heads and be treated like a slave? Wu Tongxian, blow Yi Xiao up. Blow his dog head off. The roaring outside was getting louder and louder. Yi Xiao, did you hear that? They're all asking me to defeat you. Wu Tongxian held up the glazed pagoda and smiled softly at Yi Xiao. How could I let them down? After saying that, he raised his hand and punched Yi Xiao. The space was hidden, the power of the Eye of Nothingness was activated, and Yi Xiao took a step back and disappeared on the spot. I'm sorry, but you do disappoint them. A calm voice came from the other side, and Yi Xiao appeared in another place. The magic of the immortal cultivator is very powerful, but your thin plate is too obvious. A white light flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. The blade of nothingness shot towards a certain place. Click, click, click. More than 10 consecutive strikes landed on the same spot. Under the effect of Yi Xiao's breaking illusion pupil, a very tiny gap could be seen. Your precious glass body cannot protect you forever. Yi Xiao stepped out with one hand, and flames turned into boxing gloves in his hand. Then Yi Xiao punched in that direction. Snap. A crisp crackling sound was heard, and wisps of golden flame stained the surface of Wu Tongxian's body, burning fiercely. Then, click. The precious body of glass was completely broken by Yi Xiao. And at the moment when the treasure's body was broken, Yi Xiao also took action instantly. He waved his hand. 9 flaming swords appeared in the void. Surround Wu Tongxian. Then, 9 swords were swung together. 9 blazing sword beams burning with golden flames roared and shot towards Wu Tongxian. Everyone was worried about Wu Tongxian. The advantages of the immortal cultivators have been leveled. Both melee and ranged auxiliary powers were eliminated by Yi Xiao. Wu Tongxian is in great danger. Yi Xiao. You are really strong. Very strong. In close combat and long-range attacks. You have amazing accomplishments. Even I may not be able to match you. But you underestimate my profession as an immortal cultivator. My name is Wu Tongxian. Although I cultivate to be an immortal, I should be a Wu Tongxian. Innate divine skills. The body of a martial immortal. A huge rune appeared in the void. Then it was branded on Wu Tongxian's body. Crash. The white clothes fluttered, and Wu Tongxian's black hair turned snow-white and flowing. He stood there proudly, with a strong aura flowing around him, but he seemed like a banished immortal who was out of this world. The appearance of a martial immortal. Martial fist. Immortal technique. He raised his hand and punched Yi Xiao through the air. A white fist force rolled towards Yi Xiao. This punch Everyone's eyes widened. So powerful. It has far exceeded the scope of the extraordinary level. Yi Xiao, to tell you that I have entered the transformation level, the martial immortal body is only one of my trump cards. I have a second one. Formation. 5 combination heavenly. Thunder formation. As Wu Tongxian opened his hands, runes intertwined on the ring. A large formation completely enveloped Yi Xiao. Lightning flashed in the formation like a long whip tearing through the void. Transformation level cultivators can choose elective professions. You can choose from 4 options: alchemist, blacksmith, talisman master, and formation master. It looks like Wu Tongxian has chosen the formation master profession. The combat power of the martial immortal's body has skyrocketed, and the formation is mysterious and unpredictable. Yi Xiao is in danger. Everyone watched the battle with eager eyes. At this moment, the battle has reached a fever pitch. Even Jiang Rou, Bai Ruoyu, and others couldn't help but worry about Yi Xiao. The rolling punch. There is also thunder surrounding him. Yi Xiao is in trouble. But even so, there was no panic on his face, he was as calm as ever. It seems like everything is under his control. Wu Tongxian, your trump card is really powerful. Even a professional at the 3rd level of transformation would suffer a great loss if he is not careful. Yi Xiao said with a smile. No, what is Yi Xiao doing? He knows he can't beat Wu Tongxian, so he's just throwing things around. He's been attacked right in the face. He still has the mood to chat here? Whether Yi Xiao is strong or not is another matter, but he really has a big heart. The students watching were talking about it. Yi Xiao, you're right. Unfortunately, you don't stand a chance anymore. The game is over. Wu Tongxian nodded in approval. Because at this moment, as long as he had a thought, the 2 major attacks would fall on Yi Xiao. No matter how powerful his strange flame is. No matter how outrageous his weird recovery method is. He also had the confidence to defeat Yi Xiao with this move. Defeat him completely. Yeah. Yi Xiao shrugged his shoulders. There was one thing he had never said, he had already reached the 3rd level of transformation. Before he even entered school. Fall. Following Wu Tongxian's order, the fist hit Yi Xiao. Thunder rolled, covering Yi Xiao's retreat route and striking towards him. Wu Tongxian, you're right about one thing. The game is over. As Yi Xiao showed his signature smile. Everyone felt their heart tighten. Especially Wu Tongxian, he felt a sudden palpitation for no reason. Is Yi Xiao going to use that? Jiang Rou gently covered her red lips. That was a move she had never shown in front of others. When Yi Xiao was at the 6th level of Transcendent Realm, he used this move to send a spirit comparable to the 3rd level of transformation back to his hometown. Martial God. Show up. The arena shook suddenly. A dazzling dark golden light rose up and rushed into the sky. What is that? Someone screamed in fear. That is. The students' voices trembled. They pointed at Yi Xiao's back with an expression of disbelief. Behind Yi Xiao, a huge dark golden figure emerged, with his feet on the ground and his head in the sky, revealing unparalleled dominance and majesty. It was like a god in the sky, looking down upon mortals like them. It makes people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. What the hell is that? Wu Tongxian looked up at the shadow of the god of war and actually felt his heart trembling. This thing is amazing. Town. Yi Xiao uttered a word lightly. All the pupil power in his body was drained in an instant. The god of war swung his fist and punched forward. Suddenly, Wu Tong's fist strength seemed to be torn apart. Immediately afterwards, the heavenly thunder formation was shattered into pieces. This punch hit Wu Tongxian with unstoppable force. How strong is your martial immortal body? I really want to know how many of my punches he can block. As the words fell, the fists arrived. Puff. Wu Tongxian's face turned pale and his body flew backwards. The body of Wuxian was broken in an instant. He just felt that his internal organs seemed to be squeezed into a ball by a big hand. My whole body feels like it has been run over by a truck. Even a kaleidoscope appeared in my mind. A figure rushed into the distance like a meteor. It crashed straight into the dormitory building several kilometers away. Stop. Just when Wu Tongxian's body was about to hit the teaching building, Ning Zhao appeared behind him and absorbed the impact with a palm. Even though he was knowledgeable, his expression changed. The power of this punch is comparable to that of a level 5 metamorphosis. This little monster. The worst off was Wu Tongxian. After being hit by this punch, he lost consciousness. When Ning Zhao returned with Wu Tongxian, who was almost unconscious, the whole place was silent. A moment later, there was an earth-shaking burst of exclamation. This Yi Xiao is a monster. What on earth is that golden shadow? It scared me so much that I almost peed myself. It's so scary. I was scared to death just by looking at it. Wu Tongxian even took his punch. Wu Tongxian was knocked unconscious by a single punch. This is simply against the will of heaven. The students couldn't stop looking amazed. The poor disciples in particular shouted excitedly. After all, Yi Xiao and Wu Tongxian also represent the confrontation between the poor and the nobles in a sense. Yi Shun. Damn it. This is my Yi dad. Damn. He's so awesome. He brings honor to our humble family. There was a young man looking at Yi Xiao standing in the field with fanaticism on his face. Classmate, do you mind having another mother? A pretty girl with heavy makeup came up to him and winked at him. Get lost, I, Yishin, am not someone you vulgar people can covet. He looked disdainful. Suddenly, he changed his tone and said. I can give you a chance to be my father Ye's daughter-in-law. You must seize it. He looked the girl up and down. She was really pretty. Although her makeup was a little heavy. She knew how to dress herself. The most important thing is to be sexy enough. A black suspender with black stockings, small leather shoes and a miniskirt are enough to attract black carp. When the woman heard what he said, she was stunned for a moment. But he reacted the next second. Get lost. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you are? She flicked her long hair with a look of disgust and turned away. Alright, I declare that Yi Xiao wins this battle. At this time, Ning Zhao announced loudly. Yi Xiao walked down the ring with an expressionless face, and his steps paused slightly when he passed by Wu Tongxian. I'm sorry. I, Yi Xiao, have never lost among my peers, and I don't know what it feels like to lose. I thought you could make me feel it, but unfortunately, you also disappointed me. I'm sorry for being too heavy-handed. Next time, I'll go easy on you and try not to let you go into free fall. After saying that, he left without looking back. Wu Tongxian was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Grab the bamboo shoots. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Even if you win, you still have to finish off the enemy. He couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Medical staff quickly took Wu Tongxian away. The dignified, gentle and elegant young man lay on a stretcher and was transported to the ICU, which was in the same room as Chu Yan. Okay, the next battle should be between us, Lin Ru. Yi Xiao returned to his seat and asked Lin Ru questions from a distance. Who knew that Lin Ru just shook his head? There's no need for that, Yi Xiao. I'm no match for you. I admit defeat. Indeed, no matter how powerful Lin Ruyan's profession as a spiritualist is, he is actually at the same level as Wu Tongxian, and the gap will not be too big. Yi Xiao's martial god shadow killed Wu Tongxian in one move, and it would probably not be much different if he were to defeat him. And, most importantly, he was afraid of revealing his true gender during a fight. This is the most important thing. Lin Ru didn't fight, and Yi Xiao won easily. The final ranking was announced, Yi Xiao first, Lin Ru second, and Wu Tongxian third. Shengong Ningningzi and Bai Ruoyu tied for fourth place, Xiao Hongchen ranked 6th, Chu Yan ranked 7th, Zhang Rou ranked 8th, Curse Master ranked 9th, and Guardian ranked 10th. Yi Xiao, Lin Ru, get ready. I will take you to the receiving area tomorrow. Ning Zhao spoke. You can each find a mentor you like. Then he spoke to the others. Yi Xiao, you actually managed to get first place, not bad. Bai Ruoyu walked in front of him with her hands behind her back. Congratulations, Yi Xiao. Zhang Rou said with a smile. Well, congratulations to you too. Now that you've made it into the top 10, you no longer need to obey the Chu family. Yi Xiao responded. As for the mentor, do you have any ideas? Well, I already have a choice. Zhang Rou nodded. Yes. I've also got a choice, and my mentor is a top beauty. Bai Ruoyu laughed. Besides learning her profession, I also want to ask her how to improve my feminine charm. I absolutely cannot be outdone by that slutty bitch in the Divine Palace anymore. Bai Ruoyu said proudly. Yi Xiao touched his chin. I think it's quite difficult to change some of the flaws. Flaw? What flaw? Bai Ruoyu blinked her big innocent eyes. After a moment, she finally reacted and moved in the direction of Yi Xiao's gaze. Suddenly hugged his chest tightly. Bah! You filthy scoundrel! Who is bullying you? What on your body is worthy of my bullying? Yi Xiao complained disdainfully. He. Then you don't know, there's a saying that goes like this, lowly has 3 advantages. Light voice, soft body, and easy to push down. She put her hands on her hips and looked proud. That expression seemed to be saying, praise me. But after half a day, there was still no praise from Yi Xiao. When I came to my senses, I saw Yi Xiao and Zhang Rou walking towards the distance together. Let's go out for dinner tonight with Hongchen and the others. Sure. Oh, I need some cold beer in this weather. Yi Xiao had a relaxed smile on his face. Fuck. Yi Xiao, stop ignoring me. Bai Ruoyu chased after him with fangs bared. The next day, Yi Xiao and Lin Ru came to Ning Zhao's office together. Principal, we are here. Oh. Here it comes. Here, this is the Coke you asked for. Ning Zhao placed a cup of Coke in front of Yi Xiao. Ha. Principal, you still remember. Yi Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment and reached out to take the Coke. Ha, I won't tease you anymore. Here, this is your title of chief student. From now on, at Jinshin University, you will enjoy the same treatment as a silver medal instructor. You will have a private villa, a monthly salary of 80,000 daxia coins, and regular training resources. You will have all of these. The authority of the treasury has also been increased, and there are 5,000 additional points every month. Ning Zhao told Yi Xiao clearly about a series of benefits, big and small, that came with being the chief student. Okay, next I will take you to the receiving place. Time is only 12 hours, which is extremely precious. You must seize the time to absorb the energy in the guiding land. I hope to see you again when you have all reached the transformation level. Ning Zhao said with a smile. He picked up a quill and drew in the air. Only then did Yi Xiao remember that Ning Zhao's profession was also a very rare profession. Divine painter. Splashing to paint the mountains and rivers, pick up the pen to control the mountains and rivers. As he put pen to paper, a magic circle gradually took shape in the air. Come in, I'll keep an eye on you. He smiled at Lin Ru and Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stepped into the magic circle. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a void of space. The air was filled with particles visible to the naked eye, and with his gentle breathing, those Particles rushed into Yi Xiao's body. Suddenly he felt the power in his body boiling. My eyes even became warm. These particles and energy crystals are the same thing. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. Hurry up and upgrade your career level. He opened his mouth and sucked hard like a buffalo. Crash. Countless particles rushed into Yi Xiao's mouth and nose, and the power in his body became more and more abundant. Ding. Detected that the host is about to break through to the second level professional. Transformation level. Promotion rewards are issued. The host can choose to advance the pupil technique that has been mastered. This does not include the golden pupil technique. Currently has advanced paths for pupil techniques. Golden flame eyes, purple, eternal flame eyes, red, advanced. Martial spirit pupil, purple, martial god pupil, orange, martial Dao heavenly eye, gold. Cannot be advanced to the road ending level. Copy eye, gold. Pupil of delusion, purple, eye of nothingness, red, eye of punishment, black, demonic. Eye of illusion, gold, can be advanced. Wood spirit pupil, purple, divine wood pupil, red, eye of life, black, eternal green pupil. Gold, can be advanced. Yi Xiao thought for a while. The only ones that can be advanced at the moment are the wood spirit pupil and the eye of nothingness. Soon, Yi Xiao made his choice. I choose to advance to the eye of nothingness. Compared with the wood spirit eye from the first stage to the second stage, it is obviously more cost-effective to upgrade the eye of nothingness from the second stage to the third stage. Ding. The selection is successful. The eye of nothingness has been upgraded. Congratulations. To the host, the eye of nothingness has been upgraded to the eye of punishment. Eye of punishment, your gaze is like divine retribution, punishing sin. Everything within your sight can be punished. At this point, you have reached the supreme level of killing with your gaze, summoning the sword of Damocles, a lock-on skill that kills all enemies of the same level. With one strike. Cooldown period, 3 days. Hiss. Yi Xiao suddenly took a breath of cold air. What does it mean to kill someone of the same level with one move? He is only at the first level of transformation now, which means that he can already kill a 9th level strong man. Oh my goodness. Another perverted eye technique. Yi Xiao tried to activate the eye of punishment. His gaze fell on a certain void. A slight flash. Countless swords and shadows appeared in that space, whistling. Countless particles were crushed into nothingness. Yi Xiao took a breath of cold air. If it hits a physical object, how terrifying it would be. How many professionals can block it? Okay. After experiencing the power of pupil techniques, Yi Xiao was finally satisfied. He began to improve his level. 12 hours passed in a flash, and Yi Xiao turned into a buffalo. The level was forced to the third stage of transformation. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in Ning Zhao's office. Looking at your expressions, I can tell that you have made quite a harvest. Well, let me take a look. Ning Zhao looked at the two of them. Lin Ru, you're great. You've indeed broken through to the transformation level. Great. Well, next, Yi Xiao. Let me see. If you don't break through the transformation level, I will invite you to my office to drink Coke every day. Ning Zhao had a wicked smile on his face, his eyes fell on Yi Xiao. Upon seeing this, his face froze. Ha? Transformation to the third stage? Did I see it wrong? No, look again. Or the third stage of transformation, am I right? Holy crap. It's really the third stage of transformation. I really didn't see it wrong. You kid. Ning Zhao looked Yi Xiao up and down in surprise. Finally, he managed to utter a few words. What did you eat growing up? Yi Xiao answered with a simple and honest look on his face. Rice grown by farmers. Ning Zhao stroked her face with her hands. In 12 hours, the highest record among all the students who have gone to the guiding land over the years is to break through to the peak of the first stage of transformation. I've never heard of your third level transformation. Ning Zhao shook his head, surprise still flickering in his eyes. How on earth did you absorb it? Yi Xiao thought about it, then he mobilized the power of the void, opened his mouth and swallowed, and the energy in an area of space was cleared out. Moreover, several hours were wasted on the advancement of pupil technique. Otherwise, he would have reached the fourth stage of transformation long ago. Isn't this normal absorption? Normal. Ning Zhao was confused. Here. This is your token, the intern token of the Scarlet Sky Hunting team. They just happened to have a new mission recently. Go ahead, I'm a little tired. Ning Zhao waved his hand and ordered them to leave. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. When he was in the receiving place, he was absorbing energy every second, and in the end he only broke through to the transformation level, and it was too late. Yi Xiao absorbed it normally and then transformed into the third level. Comparing yourself to others is frustrating. He is tired. Red Sky Hunting Team. Looking at the blazing Hongyang in his hand, a hint of anticipation flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. One of the 4 top hunting god teams in Daxia. He planned to go directly to the Qishao hunting team to take a look. The base of the Crimson Sky God hunting team in Daxia is called the Sun Palace. The security of the Sun Palace is extremely strict, and ordinary people cannot get close at all. As soon as Yi Xiao entered the area of Sun Palace, he was stopped. Who are you? The Sun Palace is a strategic location ahead. I'm Yi Xiao. I took first place in the Jinshan University freshman assessment. I'm here to intern with the Scarlet Sky God Hunters. This is my token. Yi Xiao handed the token to the guard. It's true. Go in. Someone will take you there. The guard smiled. Little friend, are you mentally prepared? Yi Xiao was slightly stunned. What kind of mental preparation? he asked back. The guard just smiled faintly and didn't say much. Just mysterious. You'll know when you get there. Yi Xiao entered the Sun Palace with the token. The Sun Palace is huge, like a giant silver maze, with all kinds of staff walking around busily. Although the Qishao hunting god team is called a team, this team has more than 3,000 people. It is divided into the logistics department, investigation department, guard department, hunting god department, and reserve department. Each part has its own function, just like a giant robot composed of countless parts. Interns like Yi Xiao go to the reserve department. Many of the reserve team members are young people. They may have just graduated from college, or they may have finished high school but did not choose to continue their studies and joined the God Hunter team. There are quite a few such people, and many of them are about the same age as Yi Xiao. Anyway, the reserve department is where the Qishao hunting god team cultivates fresh blood. Normally, missions are rarely sent out, but this time, with the idea of assessing young people, a mission to annihilate the gods was issued internally. Let the young people in the reserve team do it. Hello, may I ask where the registration point for the reinforcement department is? Yi Xiao came to the front desk and asked. Hello, please show me your ID token. A soft voice came. Yi Xiao raised his head and was slightly stunned. You? You're not. It's me. Suya also seemed a little surprised. Didn't you go back to the Magic City? Yi Xiao asked with a frown. I dropped out of school. Suya smoothed her long hair across her forehead, a wry smile appearing on her face. Some things are not pleasant to say, but because of that incident, Suya had completely offended Tang Hao. The Tang family even took their anger out on her Su family because of this. After Wang Shui returned, their small group united to isolate Suya. The family was also forcing Suya to go back and apologize to the Tang family, and even planned to marry Suya to a young man from the Tang family to apologize. So, she simply didn't go back and dropped out of school. I am currently volunteering for the Scarlet Sky Hunting team. Suya smiled softly. Are you going to the reserve department? I'll take you there. Okay, thank you. Yi Xiao nodded. But the fact that you're here means you should have won first place in the freshman competition. Lucky. Ha, you weren't as humble as you are now when you destroyed Tang Hao. Suya smiled. Yi Xiao didn't say much. He always followed the principle that if no one offends me, I will offend them. The atmosphere of the reserve team. Well, you better be careful, they are not comparable to Tang Hao's greenhouse flowers. Suya reminded. Atmosphere? Is the atmosphere really bad? We are the top hunting team in Daxia after all, it shouldn't be that bad. Yi Xiao frowned. No, it's not that the atmosphere is bad, but it's very competitive. Simply put, the atmosphere is very tense. You'll see if you go in and take a look. It happens to be their training time right now. Suya and Yi Xiao stopped in front of a metal wall. Drop. She swiped her ID token and the metal wall opened. What came towards me was a restless atmosphere like a volcano. Suya obviously felt uncomfortable. She frowned slightly and even covered her nose. The smell of sweat and heat from the man, mixed with hormones, is like being in a volcano. The door opened, and the young people exercising on various training equipment turned their eyes. Hey! Sister Xiaoya is here. A red-haired man with a beard walked towards them from a distance with a smile on his face. He was holding a military metal wine flask in his hand, and a strong smell of alcohol was emitted from his body. Suya took 2 steps back and couldn't help covering her mouth and nose. Minister Mo Tian, this is the top scorer in the Jinshin University freshman assessment. His name is Yi Xiao. Minister Mo Tian, this is my son Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao said with a smile. Hey, you're the top freshman at Jinshin University. Not bad, not bad. Can you drink? Certainly. Drink a little? Mo Tian shook the wine jug in his hand. Certainly. Yi Xiao took it and drank a big sip without any hesitation. The young people around him looked at him with interest, as if waiting to see Yi Xiao's move. The moment the wine slid into his throat, Yi Xiao frowned. 96 degrees of water of life. This guy just drank it neat, he has no good intentions. He wanted to use the power in his body to dissolve the alcohol. But Mo Tian slapped Yi Xiao on the shoulder. My wine tastes good, doesn't it? After the slap, the power in Yi Xiao's body was like being blocked by a gate. Difficult to mobilize. As the water of life entered my stomach, a burning sensation came up. The wine is good. Yi Xiao took a second sip from the wine jug, his expression still calm. Mo Tian's expression finally changed. He released his hand from Yi Xiao's shoulder. Young man, you are very interesting. I like you. This kid is not simple, quite interesting. Needless to say, the minister has already sealed the power in his body, but he still drank the water of life with an expressionless face, as if nothing had happened. Huoran, when you drank this wine, if the minister hadn't immediately unsealed it, you would have been lying in the ICU. With a perforated stomach. Next to 2 weight machines, 2 young men in black vests were pushing and pulling vigorously. He is the 5th member of our team this time, Huoran. I think he is quite reliable. Not necessarily. Maybe he's just physically strong. A professional's combat power can't be measured by physical strength. The young man named Huoran shook his head. Alright. I know you, Huoran, want to pick a fight with everyone you see, but hold back a little. He's a new guy after all, and we're on a mission together. If you send him to the ICU again this time, the minister will definitely not be able to save you. I know, Han Ci, you don't need to say more. Huoran responded coldly. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Xiao was somewhat fiery. As if he had noticed the gaze coming from the side, Yi Xiao glanced sideways and met Mahwa Ran's dancing eyes. Yi Xiao's eyes flickered slightly and he grinned. Interesting. Oh. At this time, Minister Mo Tian finally reacted. Come on, let me introduce you. Mo Tian waved to Hua Ran and the other person in the distance. This is Hua Ran and Han Ci. Your internship this time will be to complete a mission with them. Hello. My name is Hua Ran, and I'm a spearman. Hua Ran smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, occupation, pupil magician. Yi Xiao's palms were clasped together with Hua Ran's. Hua Ran secretly exerted force. He was a spearman by profession and had been wielding spears and halberds all year round, so his wrist strength was extremely amazing. The arm strength is not inferior to that of ordinary warriors. However, when shaking hands with Yi Xiao, Hua Ran felt as if he was holding a piece of steel. Too hard and too heavy. He used all his strength, but Yi Xiao's hand remained unchanged, even still white, without even a trace of blush. That's enough. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, then exerted force on his hands. Hua Ran was about to respond, but the next second he heard a snapping sound on his hand. His hand bones were crushed by Yi Xiao. The pain penetrated deep into his bones, and Hua Ran's face changed drastically, becoming distorted and hideous. Nice to meet you, brother Hua Ran. Yi Xiao let go of Hua Ran's arm with a smile. Hua Ran calmly put his arms behind his back. His entire palm had been deformed by Yi Xiao. It bends at an extremely strange angle. Hua Ran you. Han Ci noticed Hua Ran's injuries, was shocked, and was about to speak. But he stopped her with a wave of his hand. Brother Yi Xiao is so powerful. I admire him immensely. He said through gritted teeth. I still have training tasks, so I'll take my leave now. Then he turned around and calmly placed his arms in front of him. He and Han Ci walked quickly towards the distance. Strange. Why is Hua Ran so docile today? A strange look appeared on Suya's face. Usually when he brought newcomers here, Hua Ran would torture them to death. Just shake hands and leave today? It's nothing strange. If he doesn't leave now, he's going to have his limb amputated. Yi Xiao smiled faintly. Mo Tian looked at him deeply. Yi Xiao, let me take you to meet your other two teammates. Good. Yi Xiao nodded, then handed the wine jug back to Mo Tian. Mo Tian reflexively wanted to pour the wine into his mouth, but was surprised to find that Yi Xiao had already drunk it. You have to know that the capacity of this pot is 500 milliliters, which is enough for him to drink for 2 days. Minister Mo, this wine is strong, but it lacks flavor. It tastes like water. Yi Xiao smacked his lips and said without blushing or beating his heart. Mo Tian's gaze froze slightly. Ha, Yi Xiao, you can drink quite well. Little did he know that a storm was brewing in his heart. Yi Xiao drank 500 milliliters of liquor in one gulp. And his power has been sealed just now. Under such circumstances, Yi Xiao remained calm and collected. How terrifying is his physical strength. Yi Xiao also won the confrontation with Hua Ran just now. This physical strength is already unbelievably strong. But he clearly said that he was a pupil magician. Mo Tian's eyes became solemn as he looked at Yi Xiao. Being the top freshman at Jinshin University this time is no easy feat. Very difficult. Minister Mo, I'll be leaving first. Suya bowed to Mo Tian and said. Don't worry, let's go together. Afeng hasn't seen you for a long time, and he wants to see you. Too. This. All right. Suya bit her lip and agreed. They left the training room and walked in another direction. After walking through several corridors, they stopped in front of a door. This is the battle room. They should be fighting here at this hour. As he spoke, Mo Tian used his ID card to open the door. In the middle of the huge fighting room, two figures were fighting fiercely. One of them was a young man wearing a black jacket and Martin boots, with his hands in his pockets. He stood there with a smile on his face, surrounded by countless swords, spears, and halberds. The swords and knives in the sky tore through the void like dragons, shooting towards another figure. One punch to subdue mountains and rivers. A tall young man with a crew cut yelled from the opposite side. He swung his fist and smashed towards the sword in the air. Kong Kong. The swords changed into various shapes, with tricky angles, and attacked the young man with a crew cut one move after another. But the opponent was not weak at all. Through repeated defenses and collisions, his body got closer and closer to the opponent. One punch to subdue mountains and rivers. One punch to shatter the sky. He knocked the sword away with a punch and then rushed towards the young man in the jacket. Afeng, I admit this round. He punched the man in the jacket in the face. Shuahan, you lose. The man in the jacket smiled slightly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I saw a round shield unfolded in front of him. He blocked the punch, and then a flying shuttle turned into a stream of light and flashed across Shuaihan's face from the round shield. Good. Mo Tian clapped his hands and walked forward with Yi Xiao and the other two. Zhang Feng, Shuaihan, let me introduce you to the fifth member of your mission, the top freshman at Jinshin University, Yi Xiao. Mo Tian said with a smile. College student? Freshman? Shuaihan's gaze fell on Yi Xiao and he was slightly stunned. And Zhang Feng didn't even look at Yi Xiao. Xiaoya, I received first-class merit for this mission. I personally killed that dark cult member. Look, this is my reward, the Sky Arc Shield. Zhang Feng said with a smile while dragging around shield. Congratulations, brother Zhang Feng. Nothing, Xiaoya, I just happen to have some free time. Do you want to go out for dinner? Tonight? Zhang Feng invited her with a smile. Suya was silent for a moment. Brother Zhang Feng, I have an appointment tonight, so I might not be able to make it. Male or female? A man. Impossible. Do you know anyone in the imperial capital? Zhang Feng frowned. She knew that Suya had dropped out of school and was volunteering for the Qishao hunting god team in the imperial capital. I also know that no one knows her in the imperial capital. Is it him? Zhang Feng pointed at Yi Xiao. Ah. How is it possible? It's not him. Suya shook her head. In fact, she didn't have any appointment at all, she just didn't want to go out to dinner with Zhang Feng, so she made up an excuse. I didn't expect Zhang Feng to misunderstand. It must be him. How could I not know what male friends you have in the capital? Zhang Feng questioned in a cold voice. Suya's face suddenly turned ugly. Do I have to report to you about who I'm friends with? No, Xiaoya, that's not what I meant. Zhang Feng seemed a little at a loss. Zhang Feng, yes, I admit it. When I first joined the Scarlet Sky hunting team, you helped me. When I was being bullied. I'm very grateful to you, but that's just gratitude. I can't say that I have to marry you just because I'm grateful to you. That's impossible. Let me be honest, I don't like you, at least. Now I don't like you. Suya said in a strong voice. Zhang Feng frowned. Then how can you like me? I don't know. That depends on time. Maybe I will like you in the future, or maybe I will never. Like you. Suya shook her head. I'm very tired now. I just want to be an ordinary volunteer in the God Hunter team and make my life more comfortable. I don't want to care about the complicated things between men and women. A hint of sadness flashed across Zhang Feng's face. After a moment, he raised his head and spoke firmly. I'll try to make you like me. Why bother? You're a young master from a wealthy family. There's really no need for you to waste your time on me. No, Suya, to be honest, although I was born into the Zhang family and have been surrounded by many women since I was a child, I have never had any indecent relationship with any woman. I don't even have a girlfriend. I've dedicated the first half of my life to my career. What I really long for is true love. In this city, full of desires, I want to find true love with my heart. It has nothing to do with identity, status, or anything else. After saying that, Zhang Feng turned and left. Oh, it's difficult to deal with a teammate who was a bootlicker. Yi Xiao touched his nose. I was left out for a long time and just watched such a bloody drama. But Zhang Feng turned back halfway through his journey. He looked at Yi Xiao and said, Boy, are you our fifth member? Yi Xiao nodded. Brother, you finally remembered the important matter. Very good. I'm in a bad mood right now. If you fight with me and make me feel better, I will recognize you as my teammate. You might feel even worse after fighting with me. How is that possible? I don't believe that the top freshman at Jinshin University is so weak that I can kill him instantly. Now I need a hearty fight and a chance to vent my frustrations. Zhang Feng waved his hand. Spiritual Master Zhang Feng, please teach me. After saying that, he and Yi Xiao distanced themselves from each other. Countless swords and knives were suspended in the void. Zhang Feng held the Sky Arc shield in one hand and controlled the weapon in the air with the other. Come on, boy, don't be defeated so quickly. Try your best to satisfy me. Zhang Feng looked at Yi Xiao proudly. Go! At his command, swords, spears, swords and halberds flew towards Yi Xiao with a whistling sound. Metamorphosis level 5, quite high level. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed. Zhang Feng is actually only 1 year older than him. He studied in college for a year, but dropped out because he felt it was boring and joined the God Hunter team. Zhang Feng, be careful, he is a student at Jinshin University. Shui Han roared. Don't worry, I will hold back. Zhang Feng made an okay gesture to him. Kid, if you can't hold on any longer, just yell and I'll save you. The minister is here too. Shui Han reminded Yi Xiao. Actually. Yi Xiao touched his head. You might have made a mistake. At this time, those swords, spears, swords and halberds had already arrived in front of him. Yi Xiao stood there motionless. Alas. This hothouse flower. The attack is right in the face. And you're still standing there like an idiot. Shui Han complained helplessly. His body was tense, and he was mentally prepared to rescue Yi Xiao at any time. But the next second, a golden flame suddenly appeared in Yi Xiao's eyes. The black pupils were immediately covered by golden flames. Burst. As he spoke softly. A fierce golden flame shot out like a long dragon. He swallowed all the swords in one gulp. Yi Xiao walked forward step by step. Passed through the fire dragon formed by golden flames. That is. I think you need to listen to me first, I mean, you will lose very quickly. The golden fire dragon exploded, and sparks fell to the ground. Zhang Feng's sword had been melted into magma in the flames. Look, it's over. Can you vent your anger like this? A cold light flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. The void fluctuated, and Zhang Feng, who was standing in the distance holding the Sky Arc shield and was about to take action, felt a chill on his back. It seemed as if something extremely sharp was enveloping him in the air. If he dares to move, he will be pierced into a hornet's nest. This is a spiritualist? No, you are. But before he could finish his words, Yi Xiao took a step forward and disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhang Feng, playing with a button on his jacket. In his hand. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yi Xiao, the top freshman at Jinshin University. My profession is a Pupil magician. Just then, the door to the room opened. 2 figures strode in. Zhang Feng, let me tell you, this time we have a freak. He must have grown up eating pesticides. He's incredibly strong. Ugh. Huoran looked up and saw Yi Xiao and others looking at him. Yi Xiao's gaze was still on his hand wrapped in gauze. Huoran quickly put his hands behind his back. Yo! Yo! They are all here, ha ha ha. What are you doing? What to play? Shuihan twitched his lips and exchanged glances with Han Xiai beside Huoran. There was a flash of helplessness in both of their eyes. Hey, brother Hua, have you finished your training mission? Yi Xiao joked with a smile. ITM. Huoran's expression changed. You are just bringing up things that are not related to the topic. I know, but I don't want to expose it, understand? Huoran, your hand is. Were you hit by a car? Shuihan looked at Huoran's bandaged hand and asked. Cosplay, ha ha ha. You know what I mean? Cosplay is the new trend among young people. That's enough. Stop pretending. You insisted on testing others and ended up getting yourself into this state. Aren't you ashamed? Motion mocked at this. Ha 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 ha. That. Minister. Don't insult me like this. Huoran scratched his cheek in embarrassment. At this time, Yi Xiao flicked the button in his hand. Here, I'll give it back to you. Then he handed the button back to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the button with an embarrassed look on his face. You are very strong, I am convinced. You are the strongest college student I have ever seen. Zhang Feng scratched his head. Thank you for showing mercy. Then you want to vent, don't you? Yi Xiao asked back. There are always people better than you, and there are always people better than you. There's nothing to vent about. My strength doesn't allow me to do anything willful. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. You are one of the few decent-looking children from aristocratic families I've ever met. Oh, then what were the children from noble families like that you met before? Well, go out from here, then turn right, walk 1,000 meters, then turn left and walk straight. For 2 kilometers. You will come to the imperial capital First Central Hospital. You can go there. To take a look. Huh? Why do we have to go over there? Do they work over there? They were all lying in the ICU. I called them. Zhang Feng. I'm glad I didn't go in. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The people around burst into laughter. All right. This is the first time your team has met. Motion coughed lightly twice. Next, I'm going to explain this mission. You must listen carefully. According to the latest news from the investigation department, we discovered a dangerous level deity, codenamed Phantom, in a mountain range called Errant Ridge outside the Imperial capital. This deity has been injured by the powerful warriors of the God Hunters, and its strength has now fallen to the first level of the manipulator level. This time, your mission is to kill this god. Of course, it won't just be your team. We'll send 3 teams. The process won't matter, only the results matter. The team that can kill the Yi Phantom will qualify for full-time employment. Yi Xiao, the same goes for you. Joining the God Hunters doesn't conflict with your university education. Do you understand? Motion asked seriously. However, even if a god's combat power has dropped significantly, it's still a god. There's still danger. Therefore, this mission carries the risk of death. According to the logistics department's estimates, there's a mortality rate of around 25%. If you're afraid, you can withdraw now. However, the expressions of the 5 people were extremely calm. I don't have the habit of backing down. Zhang Feng said lightly. I long for a battle. Can the god satisfy my fighting desire? Huoran shrugged his shoulders. The other 2 were the same, their expressions unchanged. I will kill the gods before any casualties occur on our side. Yi Xiao grinned, and that smile unexpectedly made Motion feel a chill down his spine. Great. You're courageous. This is the man I'm calling the Crimson Sky Hunting Team. Get ready. In a day. We'll set off tomorrow. Motion waved his hand and said. After leaving Sun Mansion, Yi Xiao returned to school. Yi Xiao, I heard that you were going to the Disaster Ridge to hunt down the gods? Back in the dormitory, Lin Ru asked curiously while holding a book. How do you know? Yi Xiao was stunned and asked curiously. He had just heard the news from Motion, so why did Lin Ru know it already? Secret. Lin Ru smiled and continued to read the book quietly. Yi Xiao was completely confused. At this time, everyone in the group was also tagging Yi Xiao crazily. Yi Xiao. Are you back? Isn't it great? Going to the God Hunters. You're so happy. I want to go. 2. Kill those gods who are doing evil to Daxia. I want to be a heroine. By Ruwa various emoticons popped up one after another. Yeah. We're going to kill the gods. Wow. This is how you kill gods. So cool. I want to go too. Yi Xiao, can I go? Sure. But I heard that the spirit specifically targets girls with small breasts. Are you sure you want to go? Forget it. Yi Xiao, I suddenly remembered that my instructor asked me to do breast enhancement exercises together. I have to go. Bai Ruoyu was so scared that she logged off immediately. Little girl. Yi Xiao sneered. Yi Xiao, be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. I have something to say to you. Yi Xiao also saw Jiang Rou's speech, but it was inconspicuous and drowned out by Bai Ruoyu's colorful emoticons. Okay, don't worry, I will be careful. You should do your best too. You are still responsible for your fate. Yi Xiao replied. Well, let's encourage each other. On the other side, Yi Xiao also received messages from Xiao Hanchen and Su Hao. Yi Xiao, you must not know where I am now. I am now training with my master in the wilderness. You will be surprised when we meet again. Yi Xiao, I look forward to fighting with you one day. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. The news from Su Hao was much more ordinary. And it seems that he has been living a good life recently. Yi Xiao. I've fallen in love with a girl. He. How should I pursue her? Do you have any experience? Maybe you can impress her with your money. But she seems to be richer than me. So how does she treat you? She said I was a warm man. Oh. Su Hao, send me a selfie now. What's wrong? Not long after, a selfie of Su Hao was sent over. It was a hot day and he was staring blankly at the playground, getting tan like a nigger. Su Hao, girls all like handsome guys. Handsome guys are called warm guys, and ugly guys are called fiery goblins. So do you think I'm handsome? I don't want to be a goblin. How tall are you? 1 meter 88. Try hard and grow to 1.9 meters, then you won't be a blazing goblin anymore. What will that become? Su Hao sent an emoticon expressing anticipation. Fiery troll. Su Hao. Yi Xiao turned off his phone. Smile slightly. He lay on the bed, looked at the ceiling, and slowly fell asleep. My journey has just begun. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao woke up from his dream and found that Lin Ru was no longer in the dormitory. Yi Xiao packed up his equipment, put on his shadow knife, left the dormitory, and went straight to the Sun Palace. Outside the Sun Palace, 5 off-road vehicles printed with the Scarlet Sky Hunting team's emblem were lined up and parked neatly. Yi Xiao. Here. Horan waved his hand wrapped in white bandages and waved to Yi Xiao. Good morning, everyone. Yi Xiao went forward to meet him. Look at this, Yi Xiao. This is the composition of the opponent's team, and this is the information of the Phantom God. This god is an illusion god. His ability is charm. Bewitching. Han Xiai handed a stack of documents to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. Look at the composition of the opponent's team. There are illusionists here, and disenchanters here. But our team does not have such targeted professions. Our professions are all offensive professions. I am a gunner, Horan is a spearman, Shuihan is a warrior, and Zhang Feng is a mentalist. The situation is not favorable to us. So, what do you think of my profession? Yi Xiao, we have to work out a countermeasure quickly. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage. From the start. We don't have professionals with the ability to break delusion. Well, so I said, I am Yi Xiao. I think we can follow behind the other teams. The minister said that we don't care about the process, we only care about the results. So why not just pick up the leaks directly? Wouldn't that be easier? Well, actually. We'll do this then, blah blah. Han Xiai spoke for a while, but Yi Xiao didn't hear a word he said. In fact, there is something he really wants to say. His profession is a pupil magician. He has a pupil magic that can break through delusion. Having said that, the pupil magician is clearly a supporting combat profession. Why do these idiots classify him as an aggressive type? A few years later, when Yi Xiao recalls what happened today, he will still feel helpless. I often feel helpless when others mistake the pupil magician, a support combat profession, for a strong attack profession. Yi Xiao could only look up the member information of Team 1 and Team 2. Well, Team 1, Illusionist, Healer, Swordsman, Guardian Knight, and Archer. It's a fairly evenly matched team, but relatively speaking, there's nothing particularly outstanding. Team 2, Disenchanter, Magician, Summoner, Mechanic, Word Master? Word Master? Lin Ru? You must be kidding. Yi Xiao's cheeks twitched as he looked at the list. Why can Lin Ru also join in? Hi. Yi Xiao. When he looked up, he saw Lin Ru standing in front of Yi Xiao holding a book. This girl is also an airport. A false thought flashed through my mind. Are you surprised, Yi Xiao? Actually, I've been a non-staff member of the Scarlet Sky God Hunter team for a long time. Lin Ru picked up the identity token in his hand. It was clearly written on it. Lin Ru, a non-staff member of the Scarlet Sky Hunting God team, joined the team on October 5, 2018. October 15th? 5 years ago? She was only 13 years old at that time. Wait, it seems that the Scarlet Sky Hunting team was established 5 years ago. Wait a moment. The captain of the Qishao Hunting God team seems to be called Lin Qishao? Lin Ru, Lin Qishao? Damn it. Yi Xiao almost vomited blood. After all this fuss, it turns out this sister has a backer. So, this time we are competitors. Yi Xiao, please give me more advice. Lin Ru smiled slightly, holding the book and walked away leisurely. Yi Xiao. Do you know this pretty boy? His profession is a word master, which is a very dangerous profession. Although his level is not high. But the combat power of this rare profession cannot be measured by combat power. And he is the second best freshman at Jinshin University this time. You have fought with him, tell us how strong he is. Horan walked up to Yi Xiao and asked with narrowed eyes. Well, he's my roommate. I haven't actually fought him. Yi Xiao shook his head. Roommate. Winning without a fight. Yi Xiao, your first place win isn't fair and square. Do you think he's the one who's taken a fancy to you and wants you to be the zero? That's not right. Looking at his delicate and pretty face, he's more suitable to be the zero. Zheng Feng touched his chin and thought with a puzzled look on his face. Half an hour later, they got on an off-road vehicle heading to the wilderness. From the moment they left the imperial capital, the 5 people remained on high alert. It's at least 2 hours' journey from here to Misfortune Ridge. There are bound to be many wild demons along the way. We'll take turns clearing them, Han Ci suggested. I'm the gunner. I'll go first. He turned over and jumped out of the car window, then climbed onto the roof. 9 thunder fire. Change. A pistol appeared in his hand, and with a light touch, it made a clicking sound. The pistol turned into a machine gun more than 1 meter long. Dud-did-day. Countless energy bullets poured out from the muzzle. Han Ci's 9 Thunderfire is the weapon he obtained after awakening his profession. It has 9 variations, and can be switched freely between sniper rifles, pistols, cannons, machine guns, and rifles. A gunner is a profession that relies heavily on weapons. This characteristic won't change until you reach the mastery level. And the 9 Thunderfire is an exceptional weapon. Even Minister Emotion praises it highly. Huoran explained. Yi Xiao nodded in approval. It was indeed very powerful. With the rain of bullets pouring out, Han Ci's firepower alone was comparable to that of a reinforced armed company. Look! What is that? That's it. Holy shit! At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly pointed into the distance and roared. Yi Xiao and Huoran's gaze shifted over there. A few hundred meters to the side of them, there was also a black SUV running. A fair-skinned, frail young man stood on the roof of the car, holding a handful of ancient books. And with a gentle, calm smile on his face. Just by moving his lips, a large number of demons blocking the way in front of the car would explode and die. Yi Xiao looked at Lin Ru's lips, he seemed to be saying. I said, explode, bleed, die in battle. Just a few key words are like a curse. No matter whether they were the first-level extraordinary or first-level transformed demons. They were all exploded into blood foam in the sky. This word Spirit Master's strength is truly abnormal. The power of words. You can kill people with just the movement of your mouth. So pretentious. I always thought that deciding life and death with a single word was a lie. I never thought it was true. Huoran and the others said in amazement. At this moment, Shui Han suddenly turned the steering wheel. There was an emergency turn. Sizzle. The car's tires made a harsh sound as they rubbed against each other in the wilderness. What the hell? What are you doing? Shui Han. You drive with your feet, right? Several people were spun around. They all started cursing. Something's wrong. We've entered the area of Disaster Ridge. At this moment, Huoran suddenly screamed. What? How is this possible? We've only been driving for half an hour. Zhang Feng and others' faces changed drastically. Fluctuations in space. Only Yi Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. Shui Han's emergency braking just now made him feel a very slight fluctuation in space. Although it wasn't obvious, he was the eye of nothingness, controlling the power of space. He could definitely feel it. The surrounding environment, the black rocks, this is indeed the Disaster Ridge. And it's deep. In the Disaster Ridge. Zhang Feng pushed open the car door and got out. He wiped a handful of mud and sand on the ground with his hands. The land of the wilderness is as red as blood, and the land of the Disaster Ridge is as black as ink. What on earth just happened? At this moment, a shadow flashed quickly from a distance. Look out! There's something. Shui Han roared. He stepped forward and stood in front of Zhang Feng. One punch will break the mountains and rivers. Hurry! His blood and energy surged throughout his body, and he punched the shadow like a war god. Shui Han! Don't attack! That's Han Ci. Huoran's face changed drastically and he cried out in surprise. What? Han Ci. Shui Han's face changed. He loosened his fist, turned it into a palm, and caught the shadow. It's Han Ci. However, Han Ci is already dead. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest. His entire heart had been dug out. The 9 Thunderfire in his pocket fell out. The originally exquisitely shaped weapon was now badly broken, with bursts of electric current flashing at the gap. Hello Han Ci. He suddenly let out a hysterical roar. You boy. Speak. Wake up. He shook Han Ci's body desperately. Why did it turn out like this? Shui Han clenched his fists, he couldn't figure it out. Everything was apparently going smoothly and their plans had been arranged, but a sudden change interrupted all their arrangements, and they lost an important teammate at the very beginning. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Yi Xiao opened his pupils, and in his vision, the entire evil ridge was shrouded in a layer of purple mist. Weird. Everything has become weird since we left the imperial capital. He wanted to see through the fog and see the essence of everything. But his eyes felt a dull pain, as if there was a powerful force preventing him from peeping. Gah! A scream was heard. Several people immediately became like frightened birds. Zhang Feng unfolded the Sky Arc shield, with swords, spears, and halberds surrounding him. Huoran waved his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. Shui Han also had a solemn expression, his muscles were tense, blood was surging through his body, and he was ready to attack at any time. It's a crow. I saw a big black bird flying out of the jungle. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Since arriving at the strange atmosphere of Evil Ridge, Han Ci died mysteriously. They all became a little panicked. After all, they were a group of young people and did not have much practical experience. Something's wrong. That crow. Shoot him down. Suddenly, Yi Xiao saw the crow's blood-red eyes looking back at them, and a human smile. flashed in his eyes. What? Here, the only long-range attack was Zhang Feng's mental power. He drove the flying knife to chop down the crow. But the crow's speed suddenly soared. You can't get away. Yi Xiao took a step forward, the power of space was activated, and his figure disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared high in the sky. His eyes focused, and the power of punishment became real. Kill the crow with one blow. Someone is peeping. Is it that phantom god? Yi Xiao was thinking. But when he turned around, he was shocked to find that there was a mountain behind him. That's right, a mountain appeared out of nowhere where the teammates were originally standing. How is this possible? Is this a formation? Or a barrier? Yi Xiao opened his pupils, but couldn't see through. You know, with his current pupil skills, he can see through some of the barriers even if they are set up by dangerous gods. But he couldn't see through this barrier at all. Yi Xiao had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that this mission? It's a conspiracy. Imperial capital, Jinshin University. Ning Zhao took a sip of tea. Oh. Lin Xixiao is really good at planning. He actually let these little guys hunt down a seriously injured god. This is a good training opportunity. He took out his cell phone and called Lin Xixiao. Lao Lin. Long time no see. Where have you been lately? If you have to fart, hurry up. I'm busy. I'm in Japan right now. Hunting down a deity. Codenamed Amaterasu. Amaterasu? You dare to attack this? This is the top god in Japan. A monster at the peak of the destruction level. What's there to be afraid of? We're just going to fight like crazy. This time, I've mobilized 4 of the 5 divisions of the God Hunters. And all the members of the God Hunters division are out too. I'm going to spend a fortune hunting down this Amaterasu. Lin Xixiao said anxiously. The elite combat forces of the Qixiao Hunting God team are all in the Hunting God department, and the captain of the Hunting God department is a 7th level natural disaster level professional. So you have no one in your headquarters now? Yes. The reserve department. The main department is now temporarily handed over to MO. T-on. In order to hunt this Amaterasu, I transferred the elites and 4 ministers of the Hunting God department 2 months ago. I see. Ning Zhao nodded, then he was stunned. That's not right. All the elites of your God Hunters have been mobilized. Who injured the dangerous god codenamed Phantom in the Disaster Ridge? What Disaster Ridge? What are you talking about? Lin Xixiao asked doubtfully. Old Ning, how long has it been since you last looked at the spirit files? Who told you that the spirit codenamed Phantom is dangerous? It's fucking terrifying. And even among the terrifying ones, it's considered difficult to deal with. This deity's full name is Shadow of 10,000 Phantoms, or simply Phantom for short. It possesses the dual abilities of illusion and space, and its combat power is comparable to that of a master-level professional. What did you say? Lin Xixiao. Are you serious? Ning Zhao stood up suddenly. Am I kidding you? Damn it. There's a traitor in your Sun Palace. Grass. Ning Zhao cursed loudly. He summoned the field directly, and the phone fell to the ground. A ray of light wrapped around him and disappeared into the office. Hey. What did you say? Is there a traitor in my Sun Palace? Ning Zhao, speak more carefully. Lin Xixiao's puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. The next second, Ning Zhao's figure appeared above the Sun Palace. Where is Motion? Get out here. Ning Zhao shouted angrily in a calm voice. The pressure almost suppressed half of the imperial capital. Principal Ning. A middle-aged man from the Sun Palace walked out fearfully and bowed respectfully to Ning Zhao. What's the matter, Principal Ning? Stop talking nonsense. Where is Motion? Tell him to come out and see me. This. Principal Ning, Minister Mo left early this morning. Where did you go? The minister said that a nightmare-level deity was wreaking havoc in the wilderness, and it had already brought disaster to the cities of Daxia. He went specifically to kill it. The man said honestly. Kill it all. It's over. Ning Zhao's expression changed. His figure disappeared directly into the void, and he rushed into the wilderness at an extremely fast speed. A figure streaked across the wilderness sky like a meteor. Ning Zhao's face was full of anxiety. It's all his fault. He didn't investigate thoroughly. However, it is a very common thing for the freshmen of Jinshin University to enter the Qixiao Hunting God team for training every year. He and Lin Xixiao have been friends for many years and have a tacit understanding about this, so they didn't say much. Who would have thought that someone would take advantage of me today? Motion. A leader of the God Hunter team turned out to be a traitor to Daxia. How many traitors are hiding in Daxia? Ning Zhao's face showed a strong murderous intent. At this moment, he saw 2 off-road vehicles below. That is Lin Ru? Ning Zhao fell rapidly. Lin Ru. Where's Yi Xiao? Principal Ning. Why are you here? Lin Ru was slightly stunned when she saw Ning Zhao's figure. Where is Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao? Their team has already gone back. Someone in the car said doubtfully. Ning Zhao frowned. A black and white brush appeared in his hand. Now. With a light tap of the brush, as expected, the heads of the people in the 2 cars were covered with purple mist. They were all once bewitched by that deity. The power of that deity is comparable to that of a control-level professional, so it is extremely easy for him to charm a group of transformation-level children. You guys go back first. Ning Zhao waved his hand and said there was no time for nonsense. If they delayed for one more second, Yi Xiao and the others would be in more danger. Principal Ning, is there something wrong? No, I'll tell you when I get back. Ning Zhao soared into the air and was about to fly away into the distance. But at this moment, a golden fist fell from the sky. The mountains and rivers are like dragons. Ning Zhao splashed ink and drew across the sky with his pen. The vast mountains and rivers, stretched out like the Great Wall and a dragon, blocked the sudden punch. Principal Ning, where are you going? A six-armed figure wearing golden armor was suspended in the void. Ancient God Shura, you are not dead. Looking at the familiar figure, Ning Zhao spoke word by word. You and Su Changhan are still alive, how can I bear to die? The ancient god Shura, wearing a golden battle armor, walked in the air, and there were clanging sounds. It was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Ning Zhao, I am the ancient god of the Six Paths Shura. My life is like the Six Paths. Su Changhan cut off one of my life sources, and today I will get it back from you. The ancient god Shura waved his 6 arms, and suddenly divine energy filled the sky. The pressure that covered the sky and the sun made Lin Ru and the others almost breathless. The terror of a destructive level god can only be experienced personally to get a glimpse of its earth-shaking power. But that is already a huge abyss of disaster. Also, I know you want to save that brat. But that brat, he must die. A genius who has mastered the power of the road end level once he is allowed to grow up. It will be a nightmare for gods like me. The ancient god Shura swung his fist, and golden fist forces fell from the air. Splendid Jiangshan. Ning Zhao picked up the brush, and a beautiful picture of mountains and rivers appeared, encompassing Lin Ru and the others. That's my student. I must save him. No matter what, I will die. Dragon and tiger battle. Ning Zhao swung again, and a red fire dragon and a white tiger appeared in the void. Ancient god Shura, if you dare to stop me again, I will cut off your remaining 5 life sources. Ning Zhao looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. On the other side, Yi Xiao got separated from his teammates. The most urgent thing is to meet up with them first. Since this place is so strange, I might as well break it by force. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao stomped his foot. The shadow of the god of war. Appear. A shadow 100 meters away appeared behind him. The terrifying divine power stands tall and firm. Open it for me. The dark golden god of war clenched his fist and punched into the void. The void fluctuated. Yi Xiao felt that all his pupil power had been drained. He opened his wood spirit pupil to restore his pupil power, while at the same time, the shadow of the god of war continued to punch towards a certain place in space. The earth rumbled with a loud bang. How could Yi Xiao suppress a transformation level professional with just one punch? But I still can't break through this void. His expression became more and more ugly. Alright. Stop fighting. Human, if you want to find your companions, just come here. A faint sound came from all directions. The next moment, a force of space enveloped Yi Xiao. He reflexively wanted to struggle. If you move around, your companions will be in trouble. Yi Xiao stopped and waited for him to come back to his senses. I found myself in a wasteland filled with bones. In the center of the desolate land, there is a white skeleton piercing the sky. Above the skeleton, there were 3 figures, tied to the skeleton and dying. Welcome to my spiritual dojo, the Bone Cemetery. The space fluctuated, and a tall woman in purple walked out of the void. As a greeting gift. Xie. He hooked his hand and a head flew up. I'll give you a companion first. Looking at Shuaihan's head in his hands, Yi Xiao trembled with anger. There aren't as many twists and turns as in novels, with all kinds of conditions. Instead of resisting, the other party chooses to kill the first person they meet. Because this game itself is unequal. The power of this deity is definitely more than just dangerous. It was so powerful that even Yi Xiao's pupil technique issued a warning. System, activate super pupil mode. Ding. Unable to open, the host's life is safe. The cold voice made Yi Xiao's face turn cold. You really want me to be dying before you open it, right? Yes. Unless the host is on the verge of death, the super pupil mode cannot be activated. The system recommends that the host flee this place immediately. What about them? Give up. This is my teammate. Are you telling me to give up? The host doesn't have a particularly close relationship with them, they are merely teammates. What the host should do is to leave this place quickly and save his own life. His own life is the most important. It seemed as if he could see the struggle in Yi Xiao's eyes. Huoran and Zhang Feng curled their lips weakly. Yi Xiao, go on your own. You are a genius and the hope for the future of Daxia. Your life is more valuable than ours. Yes. Yi Xiao, you know, thousands of professionals in Daxia can die, but Daxia's top fighters cannot die. Because they are the guardians of Daxia. When the building is about to collapse, only they can hold up the sky. And with your qualifications, as long as you don't die, you will definitely be one of Daxia's towering figures in the future. Go quickly. Our death is worthy. 2 lives in exchange for a future towering figure, we won't lose out. The two spoke with difficulty. It's just a pity. It's a pity that Suya and I are not destined to be together. In this life, I have always longed for true love, and I saw this hope in Suya, but in the end I cannot give this true love to her. If you see Suya, please say sorry for me. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. Yi Xiao. Please leave quickly. If you don't leave, we will die in unrest. Huoran closed his eyes. If you don't leave now, we will be terrified. Because we really don't want to die. I still have family. My parents are waiting for me to take care of them until they die. But for this ya, I will die 9 times. I won't regret it. Yi Xiao, get out of here. Otherwise, I will die with regrets. All the strength in Huoran's body was rioting, and he actually wanted to self-destruct. Host. Your future path is to become a peerless pupil master, invincible in all realms. Your path is destined to be filled with separation and loneliness. You must learn to get used to it. Get used to the death of those around you. Get used to your mother. Yi Xiao's body flashed and he pounced directly towards the phantom. I tell you, I will kill God, but I will also save people. Yi Xiao. You're crazy. Stop. Yi Xiao. What are you doing? He saw Yi Xiao rushing towards him. The two men's eyes were bloodshot. Is this how you're going to waste your life? Yi Xiao. Huoran roared angrily. However, there was a cold light flashing in Yi Xiao's eyes, and he seemed unusually calm. System, you said you would save me once when I was in a life or death crisis. You must never break your promise. Yi Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and his body shot out like a cannonball. How dare you attack me right under my nose? Do you think I don't exist? A cold look appeared on the beautiful face of the divine phantom. She waved her jade hand, and a thick purple mist rushed towards Yi Xiao. Blocked in front of Huoran and the other person. But she didn't expect that Yi Xiao was not going after Huoran, but was coming for her. Bite your teeth. Yi Xiao's fist burned with golden flames, sweeping across the sky before striking the woman in the face. Half of Phantom's face was instantly enveloped in golden flames, and Yi Xiao slammed her fist hard against the rocks. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Xiao was breathing heavily. That punch he just threw was a punch he had thrown with all his strength. A huge mountain suddenly exploded. Alright. Boy. I underestimated you. You are indeed Dasha's top genius. You have mastered the aura of the road-ending level. From now on, I won't let you have the chance to touch me even a little bit. The phantom's figure flashed, and Yi Xiao clearly saw a slight ripple appear in the void where she had stood before. The next moment, a pale, bony hand reached out to grab his head. This slap is bound to crush Yi Xiao's head. System, can you still sit still now? Not only did Yi Xiao not feel scared, he even smiled. He stretched out his limbs without offering the slightest resistance. Even Phantom was shocked by Yi Xiao's calm attitude towards death. Yi Xiao. No. Huoran and Zhang Feng roared at that moment. Ding. Host's life safety is detected to be compromised. Activate super pupil mode. A familiar mechanical sound rang in his mind, and the next moment, a cool force flowed through Yi Xiao's limbs and bones. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed slightly, and the phantom of the god was actually shaken away for several miles. How is this possible? What is this aura? When he flew back in a rage, he only saw Yi Xiao's pupils shining with emerald light, as if containing the origin of life. Eternal. A loud voice shook the world, as if it came from a distant barbaric era. The aura of the road end level. Phantom watched the scene with shock on his face. Deep in Yi Xiao's pupils, she seemed to see a giant tree reaching up to the sky, supporting the space between heaven and earth. The giant tree was like the ancestor of all things, eternal and immortal. Jian Mu. Ton Tian. As Yi Xiao whispered softly. Rumble. The earth shook, and a huge towering tree with tangled roots broke out of the earth. The thick tree trunks were surrounded by emerald-like rays of light, which dissipated into the air. Even the flowers, plants, and trees on the mountains were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The breath of the way of life. Another different kind of path. On a high mountain dozens of miles away from here, a red-haired figure was holding a wine jug and pouring it into his mouth one sip at a time. What secrets does this kid have? He already has 2 ultimate auras. Could there be a third? Where did he get all these things? Emotian touched his hair and rubbed his red hair into a pulp. I can't figure it out, so I drink first when I'm undecided. He poured the wine into his mouth. Ah. Gone? Emotian hung the wine jug around his waist with a look of disappointment. Killing someone, especially a genius unprecedented in Daxia, is truly indecent without the help of alcohol. Emotian shook his head regretfully. Let me see how long this aura on you can last. He squatted down on a huge rock and looked quietly at the towering trees in the distance. Rumble. Jianmu reaches the sky, it truly is reaching the sky, and the giant tree is still growing. It has already disappeared into the clouds, and the open treetops can even cover the entire mountain range. What is that? Yi Xiao's power? How can he be so terrifying at the transformation level? Huoran and Zhang Feng were both shocked. It is really hard to imagine that Yi Xiao possesses such power. No wonder these gods must kill him. Because the power that Yi Xiao possesses has made even the gods feel wary. Bluff. The phantom shouted coldly, and as she took a step forward, dozens of clones appeared. Each clone seems to exist here in reality, yet also seems to be illusory and difficult to understand. Space folding? Yi Xiao frowned slightly, simply taking advantage of the illusion created by the folding of space. Go ahead. Yi Xiao sneered and just waved his hand lightly. The branches of the Jianmu tree shot out like a violent storm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The branches penetrated into the void, tightly entangling the surrounding space. Following a scream, a figure was strung up by branches and pulled out. How did you find my true form? The phantom held down the Jianmu that pierced his abdomen and roared. Yi Xiao sneered. Jianmu is a tree that reaches the sky. It is a bridge connecting heaven and earth, establishing a connection between the worlds. It is just a folded space, so why can't it be broken? Forget it. No matter how much I say, a tiny evil god like you won't understand. You just need to. No one sentence. What are you talking about? Phantom asked reflexively. That is. It's time for you to leave. Countless smaller branches extend from the tips of the branches that pass through the Phantom's body. It turned into a huge palm in the void and grabbed the Phantom. It completely wrapped her body, like a bloody mouth swallowing its prey. Ah. No. The Phantom let out a fearful scream as his entire body was swallowed by the branches. Wow. A purple flower bloomed on the branch of Jinmu tree. After a moment, the flower turned into a fresh and juicy fruit and fell into Yi Xiao's hands. Yi Xiao opened his mouth and swallowed the fruit. It had a rich aroma that lingered on his lips and teeth. A pure energy flows through the body. His level was raised to the 5th level of transformation. This is the power of the eternal green pupil. It is immortal, yet it can devour the vitality of all living things for its own use. As one grows stronger, the other declines. It is truly terrifying. What an amazing power. Even Motion's mouth trembled. The power of this huge tree was simply cheating. Crash. As Jinmu faded away, Yi Xiao's aura also weakened. Ding. Super pupil mode ends. Cooldown time, 1 month. Yi Xiao was gasping for breath. Phew. At least I won. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at the 2 people on the skeleton. Don't worry, I'll come to rescue you. Yi Xiao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, turned around and walked towards the 2 of them. Yi Xiao. You. When Yi Xiao put the 2 people down from the skeleton, they both stared at Yi Xiao in shock. Appearing somewhat confused and somewhat unbelievable. That guy just now was a professional on par with the control level. You actually defeated him. In a split second. Is that your trump card? The sky-high trees. So cool. Zheng Feng waved his fist. Huoran also nodded. Yi Xiao. You have the ability to form a hunting team yourself. It's just a trump card. Please keep it secret for me. Yi Xiao smiled and said. Don't worry. We will definitely do it. We promise not to say a word. We swear on our careers. Zheng Feng nodded vigorously with a determined look on his face. Let's go, let's get out of here first. Yi Xiao smiled and nodded. Alas. What a pity for Han Xiai and Xuehan. Let's find a place to bury their bodies first. Huoran clenched his fists, his fingernails digging deep into his flesh, and drops of blood flowed down along the edges of his fists. Well, let's go. Zheng Feng nodded. Just then, Huoran suddenly grabbed Zheng Feng. Hey. Zheng Feng. What's that on your face? What? Zheng Feng touched his head in confusion. Look for yourself. Huoran took out a mirror from his pocket. This is. Zheng Feng looked in the mirror and saw a pattern on his face that looked like a skull. Hey. You have it on your face too. Zheng Feng suddenly pointed at Huoran. It turned out that at some point, the pattern appeared on Huoran's face again. What on earth is this? Yi Xiao, don't you have any on you? No. Yi Xiao shook his head in confusion. That's strange. The gods are dead. Could it be that? A head exploded. Red and white things were flying all over the sky. A headless corpse fell straight to the ground. Yi Xiao and Huoran both stayed where they were. Until Huoran suddenly reacted. Zheng Feng. You. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. The head exploded. A burst of blood splattered all over Yi Xiao's face. His body fell directly on Zheng Feng. How is it? Doesn't it look like a firework explosion? Isn't it beautiful? A red-haired figure walked towards them from the void in the distance. Luckily I came back quickly, otherwise you would have escaped while I was packing the wine. A strange smile flashed across Motion's face. Motion. It's you. Motion smiled and nodded. Even I still find it quite interesting to be able to personally kill a genius like you. It really satisfies my vanity. I was your target from the beginning, right? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I went through all this trouble? Motion raised his eyebrows. If conditions permit, I really want to dissect you to see what's inside your body. He actually possesses 2 auras of the Rodan level. This is truly unprecedented and will never be repeated. Motion exclaimed in amazement. Luckily, I was the one who arranged the special recruitment exam. Otherwise, you would have gotten away with it. If someone like you fully matures, you might be even more threatening than the great Xia sword god. Special recruitment exam? You did that too? You were the one who caused the divine invasion of the 15 major examination halls. A look of surprise and doubt flashed across Yi Xiao's face. Of course, my profession is a barrier master, so I am the most suitable person to do this task. However, in the end, the powerful people of Daxia found a way to break the impasse. They actually used the flower of time, which I didn't expect. And it caused me to lose so many gods. However, discovering a genius like you is not a loss at all. After all, compared to a genius who can influence the future of Blue Planet, the death of a few gods is a small problem. Motion took a sip of wine. Yi Xiao, you can drink quite well. If we weren't in 2 different camps, I really want to have a drink with you. I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of drinking with traitors from Daxia. Yi Xiao said in a calm voice. Really? Motion remained silent. Yi Xiao. Your vision is too narrow after all. When you see more, you will understand that. Everything is just a different choice, not right or wrong. Emotion waved his hand and a barrier imprisoned Yi Zhao's body. I know what you're thinking. You want Ning Zhao to come and save you, right? What a shame, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Ning Zhao is already busy with his own affairs and has no chance to save you. This place is sealed by my barrier, no one can save you. Emotion slowly raised his hand, wanting to completely annihilate Yi Zhao. Wait a moment. Yi Zhao suddenly spoke. I have one last question. Want to stall for time? Never mind, I'll give you a chance. Just ask whatever you want to. Ask. After all, he's a genius, so I still have to treat him with the utmost respect. Why did you betray Daxia? Why? Because I am not a human being. Emotion smiled coldly. Since you are not human, how can you betray me? You're not human. Then what are you? Yi Zhao widened his eyes. He's a demigod. A combination of human and divine. A clear voice came. A person in white appeared before the two of them. The man who came was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, and looked like an immortal. He held a sword in his hand, which seemed to be able to create the world and cut through all things. The sword god of Great Xia. Su Changhen. Emotion frowned. How come you are here? There is already a powerful god. Is there any necessary connection between the fact that a god came to stop me and my presence here? Su Changhen asked back indifferently. Or do you think a fallen angel can stop me? The Jinghong sword danced in Su Changhen's hand, and bursts of loud sword sounds were heard. Thanks to you fallen angels, otherwise I would have overlooked such an outstanding genius. Hidden in the Daxia camp. Su Changhen smiled faintly. As a reward, I'll give you a sword. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Uproar. As Su Changhen swung his sword, a galaxy of sword energy emerged from the void. The brilliant sword power illuminated the void and illuminated the land for thousands of miles. Damn it. Emotion's expression changed. But then his eyes widened. This power. So that's it. You, Su Changhen, didn't come here in your true form. You're just a sword spirit. Clone. I thought you, Su Changhen, were truly invincible. Alright. God help me. Watch me kill one of your sword spirit clones, the Great Xia. Sword God, today. Emotion laughed loudly, holding a seal in his hand, he flew into the air and headed towards the sword light. As long as Su Changhen's sword soul clone is still at the domain level, he is not without the ability to fight. If they could kill this clone, Su Changhen's real body would also be damaged. If they were lucky, they could even get rid of the Great Xia sword god as well. Emotion's strength is indeed very strong. He makes hand seals and is capable of both offense and defense. The sword god fought against him and the two sides were at a stalemate for a short time. Su Changhen. How long can your sword soul clone fight? When your clone's magic power is exhausted, I wonder what you can do to save this little brat. A Tai Chi Bagua diagram was suspended in Emotion's hand. Two Tai Chi diagrams in the void covered Su Changhen like a yin-yang millstone that was about to completely grind his body into pieces. Heaven-slashing sword technique. Break. The sword god stood on one foot, and the sword light rushed towards Hanshao, breaking the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. It's enough to kill you. Chi. The sword god raised his hand and made a sword gesture, the Ginghong sword floated in front of him, and then countless sword shadows split out. Flying immortal sword technique. The sword energy roared like a silver dragon in the void, entangling Emotion in completely, blocking the space around him. Set. Great Abyss 9 Extreme Seal. Emotion formed seals with his hands quickly. He is a barrier master and can create all kinds of barriers with ease. He threw black seals into the void, and the whistling sword energy was entangled by the seals. With a total of 9 seals, he took control of all the sword energy of the sword god. The sword energy actually flew backwards and shot towards Su Changhen. Take the initiative. Su Changhen. You are the sword god of Great Xia. I wonder if you have ever tasted your own sword. The sword energy pierced Su Changhen's limbs and his eyebrows, trying to completely kill this sword soul clone here. Su Changhen's white clothes rolled. He dodged a sword and raised his hand to slash with a Jinghong sword, but the sword that followed cut his clothes. As a mere clone, Su Changhen's swordsmanship was extremely limited. Senior Su. I'll help you. Yi Zhao's eyes fixed and he shouted loudly at Su Changhen. What? Su Changhen glanced sideways at Yi Zhao, only to see Yi Zhao nodding at him with a firm expression. Senior Su, believe me. Su Changhen hesitated slightly, then nodded. Sword. Raise. Long rainbow sword shadow. Swish, more sword energy burst out of the body, like a rainbow piercing the sun, and bounced off the sword energy contaminated by the black seal. Come. Su Changhen sang an elegy with his sword, trying to pull Yi Zhao to his front. Don't even think about it. Domain expanded. Black flame hell. Emotion's eyes were cold and stern. He put his 2 fingers together and slashed them in 2 directions. Suddenly, 2 huge cracks appeared in the void. Thick magma rolled deep in the crack. Magma rolled out from the cracks and flooded the world. When I came to my senses, the entire space had turned into a pool of magma, the ground was cracked, and the hot black soil could burn me just by stepping on it. The surrounding void was an endless sea of magma, as if it would erupt in the next moment and swallow everything. Go! Emotion controlled the sword energy of the sword god, and the sword energy passed through The magma roaring towards Su Changhan with blazing fire. The domain is expanding. Shocking sword realm. Su Changhan turned over to avoid the flames, but half of his sleeve was completely engulfed by the flames. His eyes turned cold and he whispered softly. Swish, swish, countless silver sword auras were floating behind Su Changhan. The sword aura filled every corner of the world, and all he could see were swords. Town. Circles of sword energy surrounded Su Changhan's body, forming the strongest protective shield. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. The magma in the sky bombarded the sword energy ring, but was all bounced off by the sharp sword light. Su Changhan finally came to Yi Zhao's side. With one sword, he shattered the barrier that imprisoned him. Su Changhan, you really have some tricks. Then try this next move. The dark hell black flame rope king. Emotion formed a seal with his hands, and a ray of black light bloomed at his fingertips. It was as if a drop of ink was dropped into the sea of magma, and then the black color spread in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until the entire magma turned into black flames. Rumble. The black flames rising into the sky seemed to be able to burn a hole in the sky. Come out. The sea of magma trembled, and a figure with a pitch-black body and naked upper body crawled out of the sea of magma. He held the flaming sword in one hand, and half of his body was wrapped in a long rope like a steel chain. His entire body was covered in runes and barriers. His eyes were huge black holes, and deep within them seemed to be dancing purple flames. As soon as the rope king appeared, a sinister aura spread throughout the space. Su Changhan, you can hold me back for a while, but I don't believe you can hold me back forever. Destroy them both. Following Emotion's order, the rope king roared. With a twitch of the knife, the sea of magma was instantly split into two. He slashed towards Su Changhan. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless sword energies were annihilated, and the rope king roared like a monster, advancing towards Su Changhan step by step. Senior, I'm here to help you. My Pupil technique can see through everything. I'll find his weakness. You kill him. Seeing that Su Changhan's sword ring was about to be blown open, Yi Zhao spoke anxiously. Can. Su Changhan nodded. He waved his hand, and a sword energy protected Yi Xiaofei and floated in the air. Yi Zhao opened his pupils. The art of breaking delusion is pushed to the extreme. His pupil power was constantly being depleted, but it was constantly being restored with the recovery ability of the wood spirit pupil. There are two things Yi Zhao wants to see. One is the weakness of the rope king. Another one is the weakness of Emotion's domain. It is too difficult for him to observe a level 6 professional. The result of the full pupil opening technique was that blood oozed out of Yi Zhao's eyes. My vision was blurry from time to time. The stinging pain from his eyeballs even made Yi Zhao's temples throb wildly. Even Mu Lingtong could no longer keep up with the rate at which his pupil power was being consumed. Warning! Warning! The host is overusing his eyes. Please stop immediately. Otherwise, the host's eyes will be irreversibly damaged. But Yi Zhao remained unmoved. Even if he lost his eyes, it didn't matter. As long as I can stay alive, as long as I can kill Emotion, it's worth it. His 4 teammates were all innocent people, but they died tragically at the hands of Emotion. And the gods. In essence, they all died because of him, Yi Zhao. This account must be settled. Open it for me. Yi Zhao roared with a ferocious look on his face. Blood flowed out of his eyes one after another, staining his clothes, and the bloodstains on his face made him look even more hideous. Finally, Yi Zhao saw that in the black flames, the figure of the rope king in the sea of magma slowly overlapped. I see. I saw it. Senior. Take action. The domain's weakness is the rope king. The rope king is the embodiment of the sea of magma. The rope king's weakness is his eyes. Simply extinguish the flames in his eyes at the same time. Yi Zhao shouted urgently. Senior, I've reached my limit. I'll leave the rest to you. Su Changhan nodded silently. He helped Yi Zhao up with one hand and carried him on his back. Boy. Thank you for your hard work. Rest well, I will put an end to all this next. A towering Mount Tai is suspended in the void, as if suppressing the entire world. Suddenly, Mount Tai exploded, and a figure wearing golden armor rushed in, his body as bright as the scorching sun. Ning Zhao. We've been fighting for so long. I bet your beloved student is dead by now. Ha 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 ha. The ancient god Shura laughed wildly. They also felt the towering tree that pierced through the clouds earlier, but now it has been a quarter of an hour since the tree disappeared. If something happens, it will definitely be too late. Ancient Shura god. Ning Zhao's face was filled with murderous intent. He slowly took off his gold-rimmed glasses and buttoned them on his collar. If anything happens to Yi Zhao, I will wait with you till death. Humph. You're saying our relationship is on good terms now. Ning Zhao. Just keep on weeping. Over your own incompetence. Just like you couldn't save your senior brother back then. Now you can't save your student. Either. The ancient god Shura took a step forward, his golden hair fluttering as he swung his fist towards Ning Zhao. Headmaster. Lin Ru and others who were hiding in the distance on the ground below looked at Ning Zhao with worried expressions. He fell into a long silence until the moment when the ancient Shura god's fist was about to fall on him. He moved, and Ning Zhao picked up the pen. The pen tip rotates as fast as thunder, outlining the world with every stroke. Heaven. His aura suddenly became extremely serious, and a voice like heavenly music came out of his mouth. A golden thunder appeared in the world. The ancient god Shura widened his eyes. This is His eyes trembled violently. Fallen angel. Today, I, Ning Zhao, will kill 5 of you. Ning Zhao roared. As he put down his last stroke, a magnificent heavenly palace appeared deep in the clouds. Although it is not very solid, the majestic power of heaven that suppresses everything and is. Above all things cannot be concealed in any way. Ning Zhao, you're crazy. How dare you copy something as taboo as this? The ancient god Shura roared. Why not? The might of heaven has appeared. As long as the fallen gods are not destroyed, the might of heaven will never fade. Ning Zhao spoke lightly. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the ancient god Shura. The other side. As Su Changhan's sword ring was completely split open by the big rope king, this last piece of pure land was also covered by black flames. However, Su Changhan was carrying Yi Xiao on his back, with one arm exposed, and he was holding the Jinghong sword. Whispered a few words softly. Heaven-slashing sword technique. Sword raised. God. Fall. Xie. One sword separates yin and yang, and cuts off day and night. Xie. The sword energy directly brushed past the flaming sword of the great rope king. Then he chopped towards his head. The rope king raised his other huge fist and smashed it towards Su Changhan like a war hammer. However, with a flash of swordlight, the arm flew away. Su Changhan stepped on the void and retreated backward. He held the sword in one hand, and a cold sword energy surged in his eyes. Heaven-slashing sword technique, one sword. Open the sky. Xie. A simple sword light returned to its original state and flew out, without any special features. It is the ultimate lethality. It's so fast that it's hard to describe. The sword light was so dazzling that it seemed to illuminate the dark flame world in the vast heavens. A magnificent scene with thousands of lights flashing. Not good. Big Rope King. Retreat. Emotion finally realized that something was wrong. But it was too late, the sword god was too fast. Xie. This sword directly cut through the body of the Rope King. The purple flames in his pupils were dispersed by the sword energy. Then the sword energy rushed out again without slowing down. One sword cut through the world of black flames. A sword is out. The sky clears up after the rain. Field. Broken. Click, click. As the Rope King roared, flames burst out from his body and he was swallowed up into the void. The domain covering this space was also shattered. The domain was broken, and Emotion suffered the backlash. Puff. Damn it. Su Changhan, how on earth did you find the weakness of the domain? Emotion covered his chest and roared unwillingly. That's all thanks to Yi Xiao. Su Changhan raised his hand and pointed the Jinghong sword at Emotion's head. Yi Xiao. It's Yi Xiao again. Damn it. I won't be at peace until he's dead. Emotion stared at Yi Xiao who was lying on Su Changhan's back. This kid has ruined so many of their good things. He really has a life as hard as iron, and he can't be killed no matter what. Even with such a tight net laid, he was still able to survive. Emotion's face was ferocious. Su Changhan. Just wait. One day, we will destroy the entire Great Xia. All of you will become blood food for our gods. Emotion roared, then turned and fled into the distance. You can't get away. Sword Realm. Rise. Countless sword energies once again enveloped the space. At some unknown time, Su Changhan covered this space with another circle of sword rings in addition to the one that wrapped around himself. Perhaps he had already predicted Emotion's trajectory. Cut. As words came out of his tongue, a cold light shot up into the sky. Countless sword energies stabbed towards Emotion. Ah. Puff puff puff. Emotion was pierced by thousands of sword lights and turned into a hedgehog and was directly nailed to death in the void. A wine jug fell from his waist and landed on the ground, all the wine draining out. On the road to the underworld, let's drink farewell. When Emotion saw the flowing wine, it was as if he saw the end of his own life. After half a lifetime of ups and downs, he finally became a lonely grave standing in the wilderness. I won't accept this. His body completely shattered into pieces in the void. Su Changhan waved his hand and the sword ring dispersed. But his breath had become weak because the power of the sword soul clone was almost exhausted. He glanced at the unconscious Yi Xiao. He frowned. Boy, your identity has been exposed. You are no longer safe. The only solution now is to make Yi Xiao disappear from this world completely. Su Changhan shook his head. He rushed up to the sky holding Yi Xiao's divine sword. Then he swung his sword, and the entire mountain range was flattened by his sword. Then he disappeared from the spot with Yi Xiao. On the other side, 8,000 miles away. The sword god himself cut off the head of a god with his own hands. Until the sword spirit clone returns and merges with it. The injury is very serious. Especially his eyes, which are almost damaged to the core. If it weren't for a powerful life force protecting his eyes, his eyeballs might not be saved. The sword god frowned. He transferred the power in his body into Yi Xiao's body. Yi Xiao then slowly woke up. He opened his eyes, but found that he could not see anything. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Awakening the pupil technique. Double pupils. Just when Yi Xiao was frightened, the system's voice sounded again. His double pupils awakened, but he still couldn't see. Besides being shocked, I could only accept that I seem to have become a blind man. I am a pupil magician, but now I have become blind? I said, I'll kill you 5 times, I'll kill you 5 times. In the calm sky, Ning Zhao passed by the ancient golden god. Ning Zhao, I admit, I'm not as good as you. Then, the ancient god's body exploded, and even the armor on his body shattered. Ning Zhao's expression remained unchanged and his face looked normal. After he landed. Headmaster? Lin Ru stepped forward. You guys go back first, I have to go rescue Yishao. Ning Zhao waved his hand, signaling Lin Ru and the others to leave quickly. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. When Ning Zhao arrived at Ernan Ridge, all he saw was ruins. The entire Ernan Ridge had been destroyed by a terrifying force, and nothing existed. There is no hope for survival. Even Yi Zhao's complete body could not be found. Ning Zhao stood there for a long time. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The sky was very blue, but a little blurry. On the other side, Yi Zhao and the sword god were in the wilderness extremely far away from here. Yi Zhao is checking his new awakened pupil ability. Double pupils. Double pupils, red, can grow, no leveling required, born with the eyes of an emperor. With the perfected double pupils, a thought can open the heavens. Slay immortals and demons. Patrol the 9 heavens. Seal the world with a thought. The abilities of the double pupils are very comprehensive, whether it is seeing through the opponent's trajectory and weaknesses, ignoring illusions and penetrating barriers, or even bursting out innate divine light with astonishing power from the pupils. At the same time, the double pupils can even directly seal off a piece of space and forcibly refine the opponent in that space. But Yishao doesn't need so much now because his level is not high enough. At this stage, the double pupils can only bring him 2 enhancements. One is to automatically gather the strange energy in the world, and the benefit is that Yishao will be in the process of upgrading 24 hours a day. The second is the Overlord's divine might, imposing gravity hundreds and thousands of times on the enemy, like the arrival of a Overlord, all who see him kneel down. This is the double pupil ability that Yishao can currently use. Yishao, I want to tell you something now. The sword god suddenly spoke. Your presence has been noticed by the gods, so I deliberately pretended that you were dead. From now on, you'd better not appear as Yishao again. From now on, you will be active as my disciple. You can choose a name for yourself. The sword god warned. Yishao stood up, looked at the red wasteland on the side, and covered his eyes with a piece of white cloth. The blood instantly soaked the white cloth. Let's call him Hongye. What's your occupation? Profession? Tyrant. Yishao raised his head. The power of the double pupils was activated, and a mountain in the distance was suddenly shrouded in a terrifying pressure. Half of the mountain suddenly caved in. Pressure? A powerful ability. A hint of surprise flashed across the sword god's face. He didn't expect that Yishao, who was so seriously injured, still possessed such powerful skills. To ensure the authenticity of your identity as a disciple, please accompany me to the East China Sea first. Su Changhen said casually. Why go to the East China Sea? An evil spirit is wreaking havoc in the East China Sea, severely affecting coastal cities. I'm going to slay him. The sword god waved his sleeves, as if he was saying something very simple. Okay, by the way, Hongchen. You don't have to worry about him. I have already made arrangements for him. After saying that, the sword god took Yishao and turned into a sword light and disappeared into the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The strong wind blew across Yishao's brows, and this time he became much silent. This battle made him grow a lot in an instant. Maybe he is already very strong compared to his peers, but he is still too weak in this world. So weak that he can't even protect himself. Yishao sat calmly on the sword, facing the strong wind. When we get to Donghai City, there's something else you need to do. What's up? There's a dark cult in Donghai City, likely followers of that deity. Can you assist the professionals in Donghai City and find the dark cult's hiding place? Okay. Yishao nodded. With the sword god's speed, it only took a few hours to reach Donghai City. Donghai City is a coastal city with a very large scale. There are also many strong ones. The strongest professional in this city is a level 6 domain level being. The white sword shone fiercely and descended upon the city in an instant. Welcome Great Xia Sword God to Donghai City. We are truly honored to have you here. The mayor of Donghai City, Fang Changnan, came over with a group of leaders, all smiling. There's no need for all this red tape. Just tell me which direction the deity is in the East China Sea. Su Changhen said lightly. As the sword god, he is straightforward and hates the intrigues between people the most. There are some things that cannot be brought out into the open, but you have to calculate them all the time. If all else fails, you can just fight and kill him with one sword. The East China seacoast is prone to tsunamis. Fishermen reported seeing a giant shadow swimming on the seabed. We sent professionals to investigate, but none of them returned. That day, I personally went to investigate. Fang Changnan gradually began to recall. I saw half of that god's body. It was only half, but it still shocked me. Its body was enormous. Like the abyss of heaven, like a huge bridge spanning the sea. The god's mere flipping over could cause huge waves, like the roaring sea. That deity shocked me so much. I knew I couldn't fight it alone, so I fled as fast as I could and reported the incident to the imperial capital. Fang Changnan was shocked and a little frightened. According to our observations over the past few days, the deity should have been dormant. However, the increasing frequency of fishermen going out to sea in recent days has disturbed its slumber, causing the deity to be startled. A small shift in its position nearly destroyed Donghai City's coastal defense system. Su Changhen frowned slightly and took the tablet from Yi Zhao's hand. If I'm not mistaken, this deity sleeping next to Donghai City should be it. A destructive level spirit, codenamed Kuanping. The Kuanping in the picture is a giant fish, its body stretching thousands of miles. Its wide mouth can hold the water of the 4 seas with just one mouthful. And with a slight flap of its 2 pairs Of massive wings, it can soar straight into the sky and travel thousands of miles a day. This deity has already caught the attention of the imperial capital 30 years ago. From our observations, Kunping has always been dormant in the East China Sea and has not yet done anything harmful to humanity, so we have not taken any action against it. I suspect Kunping was sleeping in the deep sea. As the water flowed, he happened to arrive near Donghai City. He was affected by the fishermen, and when he turned over, he triggered a tsunami. If that's the case, this matter will be very difficult to handle. Fong Changnan looked unhappy. Sword God. This Kunping may have had no ill intentions, but with just one flip of his body, he nearly caused the collapse of Donghai City's coastal defenses, resulting in the deaths of over 300 mortals and over 50 professionals. These are all genuine sins caused by him. What does Mayor Fong mean? Su Changhan glanced at him sideways. There was a hint of cruelty in Fong Qingnan's eyes. I propose. Kill this Kunping while he's still asleep. The professionals in Donghai City will fully support the Sword God in this matter. Su Changhan remained silent. Mayor. This can't be done. There are members of the Kunping cult in Donghai City. If we attack Kunping, the members of the Kunping cult will probably forcefully awaken him. When that happens, Kunping will spread his wings, stirring up waves, and my entire Donghai City will be submerged in the sea. Deng Lin, the head of the ocean observation team, spoke urgently. Then what do you want? How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? Is the ocean an ocean for mankind or an ocean for an evil god like him? How many people in Donghai City have been killed by this Kunping? Fong Changnan banged the table hard. Mayor. I suggest that we ask the imperial capital to send a powerful formation master to move Kunping away. We don't have to kill him. Deng Lin spoke. Observer General Deng, are you saying that we should expend manpower to send away an evil god who has harmed the lives of the people of Daxia? On what basis do you say this? Fong Changnan scolded angrily. Deng Lin's expression changed several times, and finally he stopped talking. Please Sword God, take action. Fong Changnan bowed to Su Changhen again. Well. Su Changhen nodded, indicating that he agreed to this matter. But before that, Mayor Fong, you must first eliminate the people from the Kunping cult in Donghai City. Don't worry. This Kunping cult has been hiding in Donghai City. I've been displeased with them for a long time. This time, I will definitely catch them all in one fell swoop. Fong Changnan spoke. Okay, then this matter, Yi. Hong Yi, help Mayor Fong and his men find the Kunping cult's hiding place. Yes. Yi Xiao nodded. This is. Fong Changnan looked at Yi Xiao, who had a strange appearance, and was slightly stunned and asked in doubt. My apprentice. Oh, so you're the Sword God's disciple. My apologies. Fong Changnan hurriedly bowed respectfully. Mayor Fong, you're too polite. Without further ado, let's go search for the Kunping cult. Okay, then the Sword God. Fong Changnan looked at Su Changhen. I am stationed in the East China Sea. Once the Kunping cult is destroyed, I will immediately take action to slay the gods. Su Changhen's figure turned into a sword light and disappeared from the scene. Yi Xiao closed his eyes, but he could see the sword light escaping into the distance, and finally hovering above the East China Sea, like an immortal guarding the world. Young Master Hongya, please come this way. Fong Changnan led Yi Xiao out of the mayor's hall. This time, I've gathered professionals above the manipulator level, a total of 312 people. We will search the streets and alleys of Donghai City for the Kunping cult. I guarantee that not a single one of them will escape. Outside the mayor's hall, a group of professionals in uniform were lined up in an orderly manner. When they saw Fong Changnan coming out, everyone greeted him respectfully. Hello, Mayor. Hello. You've worked hard. Fong Changnan greeted with a smile. We don't need so many people. Yi Xiao shook his head. Mayor Fong. With so many people around, it's easier to alert the enemy. We only need a few strong men to hold the fort. Dismiss them, Mayor Fong. Yi Xiao said lightly. But. A look of hesitation flashed across Fong Qingnan's face. Don't worry, Mayor Fong, trust me. Besides, with you on the sidelines, how could a small dark cult escape? That's right. Ha 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 ha. Fong Changnan laughed. Then let's do as Brother Hongya says. Yi Xiao nodded, then asked as if he remembered something. Mayor Fong's occupation is. Could you please reveal it to me? Of course. My profession is no secret. Fong Changnan nodded. I'm a beast master. Oh. That's a pretty good profession. I have a friend who's a summoner, and his profession is very similar to yours. Yi Xiao said as if he was chatting. It's true that they're somewhat similar, but summoners seek out summoned beasts from other dimensions to form contracts, while I establish contracts by enslaving demons. There are still some differences. Fong Changnan smiled. Well, Mayor Fong, would you mind telling me how many demons you've enslaved? 4. I see. These demons must have a huge appetite, right? What does Mayor Fong usually feed them? I often take them to the wilderness to hunt demons and feed them, or I go to the market to buy large quantities of fine meat to feed them. Does young Master Hongya have any questions? If not, can we set off now? No more, let's go. Yi Xiao shook his head and walked out of the compound first. A moment later, under the leadership of Fong Changnan, he came to the top of the Donghai Tower, the tallest tower in Donghai City. This is the Donghai Tower, the tallest in Donghai City, with a total height of 468 meters. Fong Changnan introduced. Yi Xiao stood on the East China Sea Tower and activated his pupil technique. Mayor Fong, the characteristic of the Kunping cult is that all members have Kunping tattoos. Am I right? Yes, young Master Hongya, could it be that? Well, I found it. Let's go. Yi Xiao turned around and walked towards the bottom of the tower. Dongcheng District, is this the way? Let's go. Yi Xiao took Fong Changnan all the way to a main street in Dongcheng District, where there was a bar club. Yi Xiao kicked directly into the club. The men and women who were caressing each other in the club, which was playing loud music, were startled by the sudden loud noise. Who are you? Someone pointed at Yi Xiao and Fong Changnan and shouted angrily. Humph. You don't even recognize me. Fong Changnan's face darkened and he took 2 steps forward. The light hit his face and the person who was shouting was stunned for a moment. Then he spoke with a look of fear on his face. Square. Mayor Fong. Brother Hongye, who here are from the Kunpeng cult. The one who's singing. And the one with his pants halfway off. And the one with his hands down a girl's pants. That one. The one who's picking at something. As Yi Xiao casually pointed out a few people, Fong Changnan said nothing and slapped them all into pieces with a few slaps. Blood was splattered all over the sky, and a strong fishy smell filled the air. Ah! The other men and women screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Brother Hongye, is there anything else? Yi Xiao shook his head. No more. He turned and left. Brother Hongye, are these the only people in the Kunpeng cult? They are too weak. I think. There must be some big fish in the Kunpeng cult. Fong Changnan frowned. It's true that he's gone. Why is Mayor Fong so sure that there must be a strong person in the Kunpeng cult? If the deity they believe in is not active, and the abilities gained through descending the deity are limited, then the believer's strength will naturally not be strong. Since Kunpeng has been asleep for years, their believers are naturally not strong. This. Fong Changnan was silent. Mayor Fong, are you and the strong men of the Kunpeng cult familiar? This. How is this possible? Brother Hongye has a really rich imagination. How could I possibly be related to someone from the dark cult? I'm an official of Daxia, the mayor of Donghai City. Brother Hongye, don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. Fong Changnan waved his hand firmly to express his denial, with a very tough attitude. It's just a joke. Mayor Fong, don't take it seriously. Yi Xiao shook his head. It's done. If there's nothing else, I'll go report to Master first. Okay, go ahead, Brother Hongye. Fong Changnan nodded. Then Yi Xiao turned and left. Fong Changnan stood there for a moment. What descendant of the sword god? It's so boring. In the end, I had to find him myself. Silver Moon Wolf King. Scarlet Flame Pegasus. Meteor Ghost Beast. Sky Black Eagle. Go! Fong Changnan waved his hand. 4 rays of light shot out from his body and rushed into the sky. Search again. Find all those with Kunpeng tattoos. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. It's the master. A low voice was heard, and several rays of light disappeared into the void again. East China Sea Tower. Sure enough, there is something wrong with this Fong Changnan. Yi Xiao stood on the top of the tower, and as his pupils opened, everything in Donghai City came into view. He didn't believe me, but when I pointed out the people of Kunpeng sect, he killed them without mercy. He also repeatedly said that there were strong people in Kunpeng sect, which means that he had a conflict with Kunpeng sect a long time ago and was even an old rival. Ding Ailing. Yi Xiao's phone rang. Sword God, how's the situation over there? Kunpeng is still in deep sleep. How are the people of the Kunpeng cult handling it? Actually, Sword God, I have something I want to ask you for help with. The scale of the devastation caused by the tsunami? The Sword God was stunned. Let me help you take a look. After a while, Yi Xiao received the picture sent by the Sword God. The picture shows a pile of ruins. It was the coastal defense area and the nearby small towns that Fong Changnan mentioned was hit hard by the tsunami. Yi Xiao's pupil technique is superb, and his observation can almost be said to be meticulous. He could see that the extent of the damage to the ruins in the picture was not as complete as if they had been completely destroyed by a tsunami. Instead, it looked like they had been attacked. Every house was partially destroyed, with some broken walls still holding up. Most importantly, there are no signs of water damage on the building. There's one last place. That's for sure. Yi Xiao turned and left the East China Sea Tower. He went to the largest meat wholesale market in Donghai City. Half an hour later, looking at the documents in his hand, Yi Xiao curled the corners of his mouth. Sure enough. What a great mayor of Donghai City, Fong Changnan. Yi Xiao turned and left. An hour later. Mayor's Hall. Mayor Fong. Now that the Kunpeng cult has been wiped out, my master will immediately proceed with the Kunpeng hunting plan. Yi Xiao said to Fong Changnan. Good. Good. Fong Changnan answered absent-mindedly. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Master, thank you for your help. No problem. A moment later, a galaxy of sword energy appeared in the East China Sea, hanging high above the sky. The sword light almost illuminated most of the East China Sea city. Fong Changnan looked a little nervous and kept stroking the ring on his left hand. Mayor Fong, you seem a little uneasy. Are you worried about my master's lack of ability? How about you, Mayor Fong, send your pet to help my master? Yi Xiao teased. No, no. How can my limited skills help the sword god? Fong Changnan smiled awkwardly. Then what is Mayor Fong worried about? Are you worried about when your pets will find the leader of the Kunpeng cult? If that's the case, Mayor Fong, don't look for him anymore. The leader of the Kunpeng cult is right here, Yi Xiao said with certainty. Suddenly, Fong Chengnan's face changed drastically. All the powerful figures present also suddenly changed their expressions. Don't speak without evidence. Young Master Hongye. Someone frowned. I'm not talking nonsense, am I, Chief Observer Deng Lin? Yi Xiao's gaze shifted to Deng Lin, who had been clenching his fists tightly and remained silent. You are the leader of the Kunpeng cult. And you are the person Mayor Fong has always wanted to get rid of. Is it right? Deng Lin clenched his fists, then unclenched them. How did you know? It's simple. The Kunpeng tattoo on your body is meaningless no matter how well you cover it up. Yi Xiao is a pupil magician, so no matter how much he is obstructed, he can see everything clearly. First of all, it is impossible for others to suspect that the leader of the Kunpeng sect is among the top leaders, and secondly, they will not casually use their observation abilities on Deng Lin. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Great. So, Deng Lin, you are the leader of the Kunpeng cult. You, a follower of the fallen angel. Die. Fong Changnan was furious. He stood up and raised his hand to slap Deng Lin. Everyone sat down and no one stopped them. Wait a moment. At this time, Yi Xiao's voice rang out, and he stepped in front of Deng Lin. Mayor Fong, exposing Chief Observer Deng's identity is only the first step. The problem in this incident isn't with him, but with you. Mayor Fong, you're quite clever at diverting blame. You almost tricked Master and me. Yi Xiao said coldly. Brother Hongya, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a single word you say? Fong Changnan frowned. Mayor Fong, are you still trying to cover it up? Humph. Well, then let me tell you the whole story. Everyone here has the right to know the truth. Yi Xiao stood up calmly. The truth of this matter is, Fong Changnan, you feed your pet with the citizens and professionals of Donghai. What? As soon as Yi Xiao said this, everyone's face changed drastically. Brother Hongye. Could there be some misunderstanding? Someone stood up and spoke in disbelief. Yes. Mayor Fong has always been dedicated to serving the people. How could he do such a thing? This matter requires careful consideration. Brother Hongye. Different voices rang out one after another. It seems that no one believes what Yi Xiao said. Brother Hongye. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How? Dare you slander me without any reason? Fong Changnan frowned. Even if you are a disciple of the great Xia sword god, you cannot be so irresponsible and make irresponsible remarks. This has caused serious damage to my reputation. Fong Changnan pointed at Yi Xiao and said confidently. Yi Xiao sneered. Then let me analyze the cause and effect of the matter in detail for you. Mayor Fong, I asked you before what you usually feed your pets, and you told me you hunted demons outdoors or bought large quantities of lean meat. However, I checked the meat purchase list at the meat wholesale market and the entry and exit records of Donghai City, and I found that you haven't left Donghai City in the past 3 months, and the meat wholesale market has no record of large quantities of meat being purchased. So, where did your pet get the food it needed for the past 3 months? Yi Xiao sneered. I. Fong Chengnan's face suddenly turned ugly. Who told you I haven't left Donghai City? I did leave. I just didn't register. Fong Changnan argued cunningly. Leaving? Mayor Fong, we have an iron rule in Daxia. No matter who you are or what your status is, you must register when leaving your city. The mayor is also subject to this rule. Do you think this rule is bullshit? Moreover, since you are only going to hunt monsters, is it necessary to take the risk of punishment by not registering? Do you think I am stupid? Or do you think I am stupid? Fong Chengnan's eyes became uncertain. You can't see it. What? You thought I couldn't see, so you didn't think I checked the record sheet? But I was just blindfolded. Who told you I couldn't see? Yi Xiao sneered. It seems that my decoration is still very deceptive. You need to cover your eyes if you can see. You are sick. Fong Changnan started cursing. I like. Yi Xiao retorted coldly. Then continue speaking. For the past 3 months, you've been feeding your pet with ordinary people from Donghai City. Things happened not long ago. If I'm not mistaken, you were discovered by professionals on the coastal defense line while hunting ordinary people. So you just didn't do anything and killed dozens of professionals. The huge commotion caused Kunpeng in the deep sea to turn over, which also caused a tsunami. Suddenly, you had an idea and decided to go all out and put all the blame on Kunpeng. Let the sleeping god take the blame for you. Did I say something wrong? After that, the Kunpeng incident became more and more serious. Some people even said they would report it to the imperial capital and find a strong person to deal with this restless bomb. If you can't suppress it, you can only let it go. Wait for me and Master Sword God to come and kill him. It just so happens that you've clashed with the Kunpeng cult several times before, and you plan to use us to eliminate this thorn in your side. That's why, as soon as I told you they were from the Kunpeng cult, you killed them without hesitation. You wanted to annihilate the Kuanping cult yourself, but you didn't expect me to stop just by identifying a few small fry. Having fought the Kuanping cult many times before, you knew their leader was very powerful. So you concluded that the Kuanping cult had not been completely eradicated. Actually, I asked Master Sword God to show me the environment where the tsunami occurred. I found that the collapsed houses were more like being slapped down by some giant beast than being washed down by the sea. And the most important thing is that there are no signs of water in the houses. Feng Changnan, you're really amazing. You're putting everything on Kuanping and the Kuanping cult, and you're even asking us to solve your biggest problem for you. You're really calculating. Yi Xiao said coldly. Humph. All you said is just one-sided. You don't have any conclusive evidence to prove my pet eats people. Have you ever seen it eat someone in front of you? Show me the evidence. Feng Changnan said disdainfully. His eyes were burning, and he had murderous intentions towards Yi Xiao in his heart. Evidence. Yi Xiao was about to speak. Of course there is evidence. A figure appeared from a distance. Su Changhan threw several shadows to the ground. Isn't this proof? Feng Changnan, your pet is incredibly feral. It even dared to hurt someone in broad daylight. Luckily, I was there. Even if I had captured it, it would have easily gotten to ordinary people. Su Changhan pointed at the demons on the ground. That's what happened just now. Someone spoke in surprise. That's right, it was the sword light I used to suppress these evil beasts. Su Changhan said indifferently. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Then someone immediately pointed at Feng Changnan and started scolding him. Asshole. You bastard. As the mayor of Donghai, you actually condone pets to harm humans. You are simply not worthy of being the mayor of Donghai City. Seeing that he had been exposed, Feng Changnan simply stopped pretending. I'm not worthy, but are you? Are you a bunch of mediocre people worthy? Donghai City has thrived under my leadership, and now I'm just killing a few ordinary people who didn't contribute to the city, and you're blaming me? You're stubborn. They were so angry that their faces looked extremely ugly. Feng Changnan didn't care. The law of the jungle is the law of nature. Why should we protect those worthless ordinary people? In my opinion, these ordinary people have no other value except for reproducing offspring. They are nothing more than a group of livestock. They should serve us instead of us protecting them. Feng Changnan said disdainfully. People's rights have been taken away. If a person is measured solely by value, then according to you, my value is higher than yours, so I can kill you at will? The sword god spoke in a cold voice. Feng Changnan was speechless. Isn't this just your theory of the weak serving the strong? Humph, Feng Changnan, what's the difference between you and a demon when you say that? The sword god shook his head. He raised his hand slightly and a sword light flickered at his fingertips. Sword god, you want to kill me? Feng Chengnan's face changed drastically. Shouldn't I kill you and keep you alive for the new year? Your pet beast is dead. As its owner, shouldn't you go and keep them company? Go! The sword god raised his finger and pointed, and a beam of sword light shot out. Su Changhen. You won't get away with it if you kill me. Feng Changnan pounced towards Yi Xiao with all his might. Kid. It's all your fault. Without you, I wouldn't be in this situation. You won't be able to have an easy life even if I die. Feng Changnan roared and pounced on Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao took a step back. His expression was very calm, without any sign of embarrassment or fear. It seems like he has already mastered everything. Just when Feng Chengnan's fingers were about to grab Yi Xiao's fingers, an extremely powerful gravity enveloped his body. Feng Chengnan's speed suddenly slowed down and his body bent like a shrimp. Without his pet, his fighting ability was not that strong. Faced with the sudden 100 times pressure, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. What kind of ability is this? Feng Changnan spoke in shock with a pale face. Under the high pressure, his blood vessels were about to burst and the blood in his body was almost flowing back. Let me introduce you again, Hong Yi, occupation, tyrant. Yi Xiao spoke coldly. Good. What a tyrant. So domineering. Feng Changnan said with gritted teeth. You can order the other party to kneel down without moving a muscle. This profession is really domineering. Master, please help me. Yi Xiao said lightly. He pulled away, releasing the gravity. Feng Changnan had just breathed a sigh of relief when the sword god's sharp sword light fell. Xie. Feng Changnan was immediately beheaded. The whole place was completely silent. Silence. Feng Changnan, who murdered a fellow human, shall be sentenced to death. Deng Lin shall be imprisoned on death row and await trial. The sword god spoke lightly. Immediately afterwards, professionals entered the hall and took Deng Lin away. Kuanping is in a deep sleep all year round and poses little threat to humans. I will drive him into the deep sea and put an end to this matter. The sword god brushed his sleeves lightly and said. Then he turned and left. Yi Xiao followed closely behind. Sword god, is it really okay to keep Kuanping? Yi Xiao asked. No problem. Kuanping is a neutral deity with a simple and honest nature. It is not aggressive. As long as humans do not provoke it, it will be safe. The sword god summoned swordlight and disappeared into Donghai City with Yi Xiao. Soon, they descended over the East China Sea. Yi Xiao, you've never seen Kuanping, right? I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Then the sword god was seen making sword gestures with his hands. Let out a long shout. Sword raised. Countless sword energies hung in the sky, and then the sword energy swooped down like a long river and plunged into the deep sea. Clang clang clang. As the sword energy hummed, the sea suddenly began to surge with waves. At this moment, the sea level suddenly split apart. Yi Xiao saw a huge monster supported by a vast ocean of sword energy, appearing before his eyes. It was an island. An island floating in the sea. It was even bigger than an aircraft carrier. Its size is even comparable to half of Donghai City. Kunpeng's wings drooped, his eyes were closed, and only faint breathing sounds could be heard. With each breath he took, his huge mouth moved hummingly, and a terrifying suction force pulled the surrounding air over, and then flowed back. Yi Xiao, what feeling does Kunpeng give you? The sword god asked. Yi Xiao felt it closely. Tolerate. Warmth. There is also peace with the world. That's right, Kunpeng is a neutral deity. As long as humans don't harass it, it won't pose a threat. To humans, Kunpeng itself is very powerful, especially its body is extremely strong. Even an atomic bomb can't blow it apart. Killing Kunpeng by force is difficult, and the price to pay is also very high, so I choose to live in peace with it. Go! The sword god waved his sleeves, and a long river of sword energy carried Kunpeng away into the distance. Alright. Let's go back to the imperial capital. Once we get back, you have to change your identity. I know my identity. I am Hong Yi, the sword god's new disciple. Yi Xiao nodded. My friends, long time no see, how are you? A look of reminiscence flashed across Yi Xiao's face. The sword light carried the two people away and disappeared from the spot. The imperial capital. 2 days have passed since Ning Zhao returned. Naturally, many people have already known the news of Yi Zhao's death. Martyr's Cemetery. I knew you would be here. Xiao Hongchen walked over with a sword on his back. Time flies. When Principal Ning brought back the news that Yi Xiao was dead, no one could believe it or accept it. Ruoyu even kept mumbling that Yi Xiao was immortal. But 2 days passed, and everyone seemed to have gradually accepted this fact. Ruoyu hasn't been thinking about that breast enlargement tea these days. She's been studying hard with her instructor. I heard she hasn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. It seems like she's never worked so hard since we met. What about you, Zhang Ro? When will you be able to come out of this? Hearing Xiao Hongchen's voice, Zhang Ro slowly turned her head. It was a pale face, with no color on the beautiful face, and there was no trace of soul or life in the whole person. Anyone in this world can believe that Yi Xiao is dead, but I can't. But he's really dead. Even Principal Ning has accepted this fact. He turned the entire evil ridge upside down but could only find a piece of Yi Xiao's clothing. Shouldn't we all build a cenotaph for him together? The dead are gone, and the living should strive to be stronger. Xiao Hongchen clenched his fists. Yi Xiao definitely doesn't want to see us fall into such a state, right? We said we would reach the pinnacle of our profession together. Jiang Ro raised her head. I believe Yi Xiao is not dead, he must still be alive. If he is really dead, I can. What will happen to you? Expel all gods from this planet. Can you do it? Bet your life on it. Jiang Ro gently stroked the tombstone. Then he got up and laughed. Where you go? I want to enter the spiritual realm. You're crazy. Jiang Ro, are you trying to kill yourself? That's a secret realm that only operators can enter. I want to become stronger. Even stronger than Yi Xiao. I don't want this to happen again. Hong Chen, haven't you realized yet? We are a burden. We have been dragging Yi Xiao down all this time. When will we be able to stand on our own? Normal means will definitely not work. We can only risk our lives. After saying that, Jiang Ro really didn't look back and left the martyr's cemetery. Night slowly falls. Xiao Hongchen gently stroked the inscription. Did you hear that, Yi Xiao? Everyone is fighting desperately, holding their breath, to avenge you. If you are still alive, if you can hear me, please bless us, Yi Xiao. Then, I will end this era for you. I hope you are in heaven, watching over us and guiding us. Soon, Xiao Hongchen also left this place. In the darkness, a figure with eyes covered by red cloth slowly walked out. One day, I won't have to hide anymore. I will personally end it all. Besides that, my friends, I hope I can always watch over you from the darkness. Yi Xiao whispered. Immediately, he turned and left. He now lives in a villa prepared for him by the sword god. After leaving the martyr's cemetery, Yi Xiao returned to the villa. Henteing Villa area. It was a relatively expensive villa in the imperial capital, and it was given to the sword god by someone in his early years in order to curry favor with him. Henteing Tower 1. It had been lying idle for a long time. Now that Yi Xiao has moved in, it's been put to good use. Finally, someone lives in Villa number 1. It's really rare. There was a girl doing yoga in the yard of Villa number 2 next door. I saw Yi Xiao enter the villa. It's a young man with limited mobility. Her eyes flickered slightly in surprise. It must be very inconvenient for a disabled young man to live alone in a villa. We are all neighbors, and we can help him if conditions permit. The girl thought. The next day, Yi Xiao was practicing swordsmanship in the small courtyard of the villa. I have to say, the effect of double pupils is really not exaggerated. After waking up one night, he was promoted to a 4th-level transformation professional. The efficiency is amazing, you can upgrade even when eating and sleeping. Hello? I made too much breakfast, do you want some? The girl called out from across the courtyard. Yi Xiao stopped moving. He turned his head and saw the girl. I made buns, do you want to eat them? The girl was holding a few buns on a white porcelain plate. She handed the plate to Yi Xiao with a smile. Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment, then took it. Thank you. You're welcome, we're all neighbors. Seeing Yi Xiao eating buns, the girl seemed very happy. By the way, what's your name? The girl asked. Red Knight. Hongya, right? My name is Lin He. Nice to meet you. From now on, we're neighbors. She said with a smile. Yi Xiao nodded. Thank you for the buns, they are delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. Ah. At this time, the girl looked at her watch. I'm almost late for work. I'm leaving now. As she said that, she hurried back to the villa, put on her coat and ran out the door. Yi Xiao felt a little strange as he watched her walking away. Do I still need to go to work if I live in a villa? Hey. Yi Xiao. Have you had breakfast? Sword God. Yi Xiao took the phone. I've eaten. Is there anything wrong? Sword God? Yi Xiao spoke softly. Well, Yi Xiao, I figured you just happened to have nothing to do. There's a new bronze medal. Instructor at Jinshin University who's in need of a teaching assistant. I've recommended you. To her. Go and give her a hand. Su Chenghan's voice was heard. Yi Xiao was stunned. An assistant to a bronze medal instructor? He himself was the head student, with authority. Comparable to that of a silver medal instructor. Now you ask him to be an assistant to a bronze medal tutor? Yi Xiao felt it was very interesting. This was an unprecedented experience. Okay, I agree. I don't know what this instructor teaches. Geography. It's okay to be a teaching assistant, but it's also a frivolous class? Are you serious? Although geography is a simple subject, it is a compulsory course for all freshmen at Jinshin University. Because this geography class not only teaches the terrain of Dragon Country, but also the various terrains and landforms in the wilderness and other countries. It is a relatively practical course. Okay, no problem. Yi Xiao agreed. After eating the buns, I went straight to Jinshin University. Oops. I have first period class today. Luckily, I brought my lesson plan. It would be so embarrassing to be late on the first day. Lin He came to the office, hurriedly prepared the lesson plan and teaching props, and then went straight to the classroom. Oh. By the way, Teacher Lin, you have an assistant. Has he arrived yet? At this time, the office director spoke. Ah? The teaching assistant? He's not here. Lin He was confused. Alas, young people, you have no sense of time at all. The office director took a sip of wolfberry water and said helplessly. Lin hadn't felt his face flush. Shameful. I feel like I've scolded myself. This teaching assistant. She got scolded. When he comes, I will give him a good beating. Lin He thought so in his heart. Then he ran towards the classroom. In a hurry. Because geography class is taught by several classes together, it is held in a tiered classroom. At this time, nearly 300 students had arrived. It was the first time for Lin He to teach in front of so many students and he felt a little nervous. It seemed as if the air around him had become much heavier. Ha! Ha! Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Lin He took a deep breath. Classmates, nice to meet you. My name is Lin He, and I am your geography teacher. Today is The classroom door was kicked open. Lin He almost bit his tongue. He suppressed his anger and turned away. The moment he saw Yi Xiao, he was slightly stunned. Then he smoothed his chest and smiled. Student, you are late. Please return to your seat. Class will start soon. When Yi Xiao saw that it was Lin He was also stunned. Then he held up the ID card on his chest. That. I am a teaching assistant, not a student, Mr. Lin. Teaching assistant? Teaching assistant. You are the teaching assistant. Lin He's eyes darkened. Yes, I am your teaching assistant. As he spoke, Yi Xiao walked towards Lin He. Hey. Be careful. Lin He was just thinking about reminding Yi Xiao that there were many steps in the classroom. And he should not fall. I never thought that he could walk in front of me unharmed as if it were flat ground. You. Is your eye okay? Lin He asked in surprise. Eyes? It's okay. Yi Xiao shook his head. He was used to it, even the villa's security guard would ask him this question. Since your eyes are fine. Lin He clenched her fists. A vein throbbed on his forehead. She felt that Yi Xiao took advantage of her kindness and deceived her. If I wasn't making breakfast today specifically, I would have made an extra portion for Yi Xiao. She won't be late. If she had known that there was nothing wrong with Yi Xiao's eyes, she wouldn't have done this. Lin He glared at Yi Xiao with anger. Yi Xiao touched his face, looking confused. Why did he suddenly feel that this woman was hostile to him? Wasn't it fine before? They even delivered breakfast. Let's take roll call first. Lin He said angrily. As she called out the names one by one, Yi Xiao sat aside and observed the students below. Boredly. He saw someone he knew. Lin Ru, Bai Ruoyu, Xiao Hongchen, Jian Xiufeng, and even the Divine Palace Ningningzi were all there. A look of nostalgia flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. His fists clenched and unclenched. But they can't recognize each other now. Jiang Ro. Is Jiang Ro here? Jiang Ro. Lin He shouted twice in succession, but got no response. Teacher. Jiang Ro is sick and has asked for leave. Bai Ruoyu raised her hand. Oh, you're sick, aren't you? Lin He was about to tick the box on the list. But then a disdainful voice was heard. What do you mean by asking for leave? Jiang Ro was clearly skipping classes. She's been skipping classes for a week straight. She's relying on her top 10 ranking in the freshman competition and is now skipping classes. And you're still protecting her. Her character is questionable. Discordant sounds rang out in the classroom. The person who spoke was called Tang Si, a young man from the Tang family in the Imperial capital. You can eat shit but you can't talk nonsense. Bai Ruoyu suddenly stood up and glared at the other party. What? You won't let me tell the truth? You guys are a bunch of snakes and rats. Back when Yi Xiao was still alive, you were the most arrogant in the whole school. Bullying classmates and gossiping in front of the principal. Right now, Dai Lian, Jin Xingning, and Wu Tongxian are still in the ICU. Is there anything you can't do? Tang Si curled his lips in disdain. Now it's alright. You've got your comeuppance. You bullied your classmates, and then Yi Xiao went on a mission. I didn't expect you guys still didn't learn your lesson. You cheated on the teacher. Do you think the new teacher is easy to fool? Tommy questioned. You. Bai Ruoyu's chest heaved with anger. Without a word, Xiao Hongchen pressed a sheathed sword onto the table. Don't use your mouth here. If you don't agree, let's go out and fight. Humph. You can't reason with me and you want to hit me. Do you have any regard for school? Rules and regulations? Tang Si snorted coldly. The teacher is still here. He relies on his strength to bully boys and girls. Tang Si's action was to deliberately ruin the impression that Zhang Rou and the others had on the teacher. There shouldn't be any big problems, but it should be okay to discuss them a bit. As for if we want to take further action against them, we have to wait for Wu Tongxian to come back, or for the second-year seniors to take action. After all, Yi Xiao is dead now, and no one can protect them. For the rest of the people, to be honest, it would be difficult to fight against Wu Tongxian at this level. Bai Ruoyu, is what Tang Si said true? Did Zhang Rou really skip class? Tell her to answer the phone. Lin He's face looked a little ugly. Subjectively, he has already leaned towards Tang Si. If it is confirmed that Zhang Rou really skipped classes, what will greet her is that Zhang Rou has been in the virtual world for a long time and has lost contact with the outside world. They couldn't contact Zhang Rou either. Teacher Lin, why don't we start class first? I've actually heard of Zhang Rou's reputation before I enrolled. She's an excellent student with both good character and excellent academic performance. She even made the top 10 in the freshman competition. I don't think she's the type to skip classes so easily. She must have some hardship. Yi Xiao suddenly spoke. Hardships? What hardships are there? Zhang Rou is just a habitual truant student. Students like her rely on their own strength and talent to completely disregard school rules and regulations. Tang Si said sarcastically. Yi Xiao raised his eyes slightly, and his eyes under the cloth revealed a cold look. This classmate. I have a deep personal grudge against Zhang Rou. How is that possible? I don't even know her. I was just speaking up for the teacher. Someone skipped her class on the first day. Tang Si always took the moral high ground to respond to Yi Xiao. Maybe his strength is not very strong, but his eloquence is indeed beyond reproach. Tang Si spread his hands with a smug look on his face. Unless Zhang Rou appears here now, as long as he stands firmly on the moral level, no one can do anything to him. This is the consequence of offending the Tang family. From now on, no matter what the occasion, none of this will benefit you. A cold look appeared on Tang Si's face. Lin He's expression had turned ugly. I'm contacting the school now. Jinshin University has strict regulations, and the punishment for unexplained absences is particularly harsh. Okay. I'll tell you the truth. Zhang Rou did skip class. At this moment, Bai Ruoyu screamed. It's just that she didn't skip class for no reason. She didn't skip class to play. Zhang Rou she went to the Void God realm. Now she has completely lost contact with us. We can't contact her either. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. What? She went to the Void God realm. She's only at the transformation level, and she dared to go to the Void God realm. She's crazy. Isn't it good to be alive? She wants to go to the Void God realm. This is crazy. Is Zhang Rou crazy? She's committing suicide in a different way. The sounds came one after another. Lin He's face was also filled with shock. All the students and teachers present here know about the virtual god realm of Jinshin University. Throughout the ages, all the gods who were killed by students and teachers of Jinshin University would have a wisp of their soul suppressed in the virtual world of gods. By killing the residual souls of gods in the virtual world, you can gain the powerful power of the souls. Both level and combat power will be qualitatively improved. But the residual souls of the gods in the virtual world are extremely terrifying. If you are not careful, the souls of the gods will take over your mind, cause irreversible injuries. So before the control level, the school has a clear rule that students are not allowed to enter the virtual world. Zhang Rou actually sneaked into the virtual world. Bai Ruoyu, why did you tell this story? Xiao Hongchen's face turned ugly. Hong Chen, we can't hide it anymore. If we keep it a secret, Zhang Rou's reputation will be ruined by him. This villain. Bai Ruoyu glared at Tang Si angrily. Zhang Rou is not a habitual truant at all. We have never bullied boys or girls. Yi Xiao only attacked us because they provoked him first. Yi Xiao is dead now, and you still want to slander him. Zhang Rou is the same. She wants revenge for Yi Xiao. To drive the gods out of Blue Star. That's why she would enter the Void God realm at all costs. She wants to make herself stronger. As quickly as possible. That's why she resorted to such a desperate measure. You don't understand her at all. You don't understand the deep pain and hurt that Yi Zhao's death has brought us. That's a scar that can never be erased. You don't understand anything. All you can do is spread rumors here. Bai Ruoyu glared at Tang Si with red eyes like an angry tigress. Tang Si's face turned pale with fear from her look. Bai Ruoyu. That's enough. Stop talking. Tang Si. If you're a man, come out and fight me. I challenge you to a life or death battle. Xiao Hongqian directly drew out the sword in his hand. In the bright classroom, he was filled with sword energy. Life or death battle, this is a unique challenge mechanism of Jinshin University. The so-called life refers to the student's future, and the opponents are betting their own future on the battle. The losers will be expelled from school. However, if a student initiates a life or death battle 3 times in a row while in school, he or she will be regarded as a problem student. Ordering expulsion from school, so no one would use this method to resolve conflicts unless it is absolutely necessary. Xiao Hongqian had only been in school for over a month when he called for a life or death battle. It's simply unprecedented. It's so audacious. As expected of a disciple of the sword god, he is a swordsman with unparalleled skill, and would rather break than yield. Teacher Lin, I think we should just let them fight. You already know what happened, and the girl didn't skip class on purpose. Yi Xiao, who had been sitting there in silence, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking, suddenly spoke. Shut up. Lin He turned around and glared coldly at the liar. Today was her first day at work and something weird happened in class. Lin He herself was also very hesitant. No matter what she did, she felt that there must be a better way. But when she thought of the little girl's hysterical roar, she felt a little sad, as if she had really seen the sadness they had experienced. Lin He's cell phone rang. It was a message from her sister. Sister, Yi Xiao is my roommate, if you don't mind. Do you want to hear his story, even though I am just an outsider? This paragraph is followed by an even longer speech. This was what his sister Lin Ru said in person, and Lin He didn't think she would lie to him. When Lin He heard that Yi Xiao and his entire team died because of Mo Tian's betrayal from the Scarlet Sky Hunting God team, he felt deeply guilty. Because the Qi Xiao Hunting God team is her Lin family's Hunting God team. Her Lin family is also responsible for Yi Zhao's death. Lin He closed his eyes and calmed himself down. Student Xiao, make a quick decision. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongqian's face showed ecstasy. He also didn't know why Lin He suddenly changed his opinion of them. But this is not important. What is important is that he can finally make the guy who talks too much pay the price. Tang Si. Get out. Xiao Hongqian pressed the sword on the table and turned over to grab Tang Si. Tang Si's face turned pale in an instant. Teacher Lin. He hits people in class. And you don't do anything about it. Student Zhao's initiation of a faithful battle complies with school rules. Tang Si had no time to hide and was grabbed by the collar by Xiao Hongqian. Then he swung his hand towards the doorframe. A figure was thrown out in full view of everyone, but perhaps because Tang Si was struggling hard in twisting his body in midair, he actually lost his direction for a moment. He flew towards Yi Xiao, who was sitting next to the door. Yi Xiao raised his hand and caught Tang Si. Tang Si breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. Yi Xiao curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile, and then threw him out with his backhand. A figure drew a parabola in the air and hit the wall, leaving a deep hole. Tang Si is like a hanging painting and can't be picked off. All the students stared in amazement. Why do I feel that this teaching assistant is even more ruthless than Xiao Hongqian? Yi Xiao touched his chin and smiled slightly awkwardly. Sorry, my hands were shaking and I didn't control the strength well. I will pay more attention. Next time. Do you have a next time? The students couldn't help but shrink their necks. At this time, Xiao Hongqian had already rushed out with a sword in hand like a cheetah. A brilliant sword light then emerged. Lights up the entire hall. Go! 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 Hurry up and catch up. It's the sword god's heaven-slashing sword technique. Let's go and see it. The students rushed outside. At this moment, they only saw Xiao Hongqian holding a sword and slashing at Tang Si, and the earth suddenly cracked. A large sword mark appeared, and Tang Si was hanging on the tree in a mess, with his clothes twisted into strips by the sword energy. There was a caterpillar hanging between her legs, and the girls couldn't help but cover their eyes. Even spitted. Pa! So small. Tang Si felt dizzy all over and hung on the tree for a long time without coming to his senses. Xiao Hongqian's swordsmanship is truly amazing. This sword strike almost sent him to travel to the west. Lin He covered his eyes with his hands and was about to scold these students for being so harsh. But when he looked up, he saw Yi Xiao, who was originally standing at the back of the crowd. Grinning slightly, turning around and disappearing into the distance. Lin He followed reflexively, and after walking for a while on the campus, Yi Xiao's figure disappeared. Hey! Where are the people? Lin He touched his hair, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from my ear. Teacher Lin, why are you following me? The students are waiting for you to go back to class. We can't waste the first day of class, right? Lin He trembled all over. He didn't expect Yi Zhao's counter-detection ability to be so strong. What are you going to do? Let's go to the bathroom. Teacher Lin, do you want to come with me? Yi Xiao asked with a grin. When Lin He looked up, he saw a toilet sign not far away and couldn't help but spit. Bah! Who wants to join you? You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Come back quickly. You're my teaching assistant. Don't be late today. Lin He ordered. Yi Xiao smiled and nodded. When Lin He disappeared from his sight again, the smile on Yi Xiao's face disappeared. Zhang Ro, I really haven't thought about what you're going to do for me. Why torture yourself? Like this? You have your own responsibilities, but that's definitely not me. Yi Xiao shook his head. When Yi Xiao heard that Zhang Ro had gone deep into the Void God realm just for her, he realized at that moment that he seemed to have underestimated his status in the hearts of these friends. They have experienced joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, as well as life and death together, and an invisible friendship has already been formed between them. He is no longer the Yi Xiao who used to be alone and had no worries. Xian Xinjie. I can't get in without an identity token. I can only ask the Sword God for help. Yi Xiao dialed the Sword God's number. Wait for me on the rooftop in 3 minutes. The Sword God said lightly. Yi Xiao hurried towards the rooftop. A moment later, a sword light fell from the sky. Xian Xinjie. Why did you go to that place? That place is not suitable for you now. It's very dangerous. The Sword God said with a frown. For a girl who didn't care about her life, she went in for me, so naturally I have to take the responsibility to get her out. Yi Xiao said with a smile. The Sword God was silent for a while. 2 requests. You can't reveal your identities, and both of you come out in good condition. Got it, rest assured. Yi Xiao nodded. The Sword God snapped his fingers, and the identity token appeared in the air. Wow. Then a golden vortex appeared in front of him. Go in, you won't be able to go in once Ning Zhao comes. The Sword God pushed Yi Xiao, and Yi Xiao stepped forward and plunged into the whirlpool. The vortex gradually disappeared and the Sword God put away the token. At this moment, a figure walked out from the void. It was Ning Zhao. There was no smile on his face and his brows were tightly furrowed. He didn't look very good. You're back. What happened? Why did you open the gate to the Void God realm? Ning Zhao rubbed his brow and said. I've accepted a new disciple and asked him to go to the Void God realm to gain some experience. The Sword God said lightly. Are you accepting another disciple? A look of surprise flashed across Ning Zhao's face. Yes, what's wrong? Nothing, Lighthouse came out from the Void God realm and let me see him properly. Since I have disciples, I must take responsibility to protect them. These are the hopes of Daxia. Don't be like me. Let hope slip through your fingers. Ning Zhao looked at his fingers, a heavy look flashed in his eyes, as if he remembered something extremely painful. As the golden vortex disappeared, Yi Zhao's figure reappeared in the virtual world of gods. It was a piece of crimson land, similar to the wilderness. This virtual world was built in imitation of the wilderness. There are many students in the entire Shushan realm. The outstanding sophomores and some juniors of Jinshan University are active in the Shushan realm. However, operators are the best among sophomores. Therefore, most of the active people in the virtual world are seniors in their 3rd year. As for freshmen, that was an unheard of thing. Have you heard? That freshman girl was trapped in the Savage Valley by a golden armored deity. Now she can't get out. Serves her right. She's so shameless. How dare a mere transformation level cultivator break into the Void God realm? Furthermore, the golden armored deity's strength is so great that even an ordinary manipulation level cultivator can't defeat her. We can only ask the teacher to save her. I can't find the teacher anymore. Chu Wanyan from the Chu family said that anyone who dares to go find the teacher is going against her. Hiss. Chu Wanyan. How could a junior like her go up against Zhang Ro? You probably don't know this, but Zhang Ro is actually a member of the Chu family. She even faced off against the Chu family's prodigy at the freshman competition. But then, that guy got beaten up by Yi Xiao. He's still in the ICU. Alas. Now that Yi Xiao is gone, I'm afraid that group of people are in trouble. I heard that the geniuses of the sophomore and junior Chu and Tang families are all going to come out to deal with them. It's all Yi Xiao's fault. He's too rampant. He's offended so many people. Now his friends have to clean up his mess. I'd say their luck is incredibly bad to have a classmate like Yi Xiao. If Yi Xiao dies, he'll have to suffer. What about Zhang Ro? I hope no one will die. Not really. Chu Wanyan said she just wanted her to suffer a little, her life wouldn't be in danger. Oh. Why are you so worried about her? Why don't you go and save her? I heard Zhang Ro is a top beauty. If you act like a hero and save her, maybe she will marry you. As Yi Xiao walked along, he heard many students talking. He really didn't expect that after his death, Zhang Ro and the others would face so much trouble and targeting. But fortunately, he already knew Zhang Ro's location. Savage Valley, the Golden Armored Gods, and the Chu family, right. Then come one by one. Now. Savage Valley. A beautiful figure sat there regulating her breathing. Her skin was fair and as white as snow, but her originally moist and rosy lips now revealed an unhealthy paleness. Zhang Ro's body is surrounded by an endless prison of ice, protecting her firmly inside. Outside the ice prison, there is a giant creature more than 10 meters tall wearing golden armor. Punching the ice prison again and again. The ice prison trembled as if it could not bear the weight, as if it would collapse in the next second. Miss, if something really happens to Zhang Ro, the head of the family will blame her. On a high mountain not far from the deep valley, there were several figures standing. Leading the group was a girl who was dressed ostentatiously and wore heavy makeup. Her fiery red lips were slightly pursed. What are you afraid of? I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. I just want her to suffer a little. I didn't say I'd kill her. A disdainful smile appeared on Chu Wanyan's lips. It's normal for a freshman to get into trouble by going to the Void God realm without knowing what's good for her. Like staying in the ICU for a few weeks or something. Grandpa. You can't blame me for such a small matter. But it would be best if she was disfigured. A cold look flashed in Chu Wanyan's eyes. As long as Jiang Ro is disfigured, I will be the only one to marry brother Tang Xian. When Tang Xian was mentioned, Chu Wanyan's eyes showed a crazy look. The students around him showed a hint of disdain when they heard this. You're such a broken woman? Tang Xian likes you? Chu Wanyan's private life is extremely indecent. All the good-looking and slightly outstanding men in the same grade have tasted her pair of plump red lips. If she hadn't been born into the Chu family and hadn't had a noble status, that dissolute behavior should have been criticized long ago. A pair of jade arms are pillowed by thousands of people, and a dot of vermilion is tasted by tens of thousands of guests. This is Chu Wanyan, a prostitute-like girl. Why would she think that Tang Xian likes her? However, he only dared to say this in his heart. As a follower of Chu Wanyan, he dared not say it out loud no matter what. After all, he also wanted to taste Chu Wanyan. Being unruly is one thing, but being really slutty is really slutty. Miss, I guess Jiang Ro can only last 10 minutes at most. The follower said with a smile. You did a great job this time. If you hadn't attracted this golden armored spirit, it would have been quite difficult to deal with Jiang Ro so easily. I'll reward you handsomely when we get home tonight. Chu Wanyan lifted her follower's chin with her slender fingers. The other party showed a look of ecstasy. At this moment, in the distance, unknown to them, a figure with his eyes covered by a red cloth was slowly walking towards them. This must be the Savage Valley. Yi Xiao looked at the valley in front of him without any expression, and no trace of sadness or joy could be seen. Is there something blocking the road? Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. At some point, skeletons holding weapons emerged from the ground and gathered towards him. Dangerous level spirit, codename, Spirit Bone. Yi Xiao immediately saw the skeleton in the middle of the bones, whose bones were as crystal clear as jade and holding a scepter in his hand. That is the leader of this group of skeletons, the lowest level god. But even so, the combat power is comparable to that of an ordinary operator. Yi Xiao's current level is only the 4th level of transformation. But he looked as calm as ever. Let's end this quickly. Jiang Ro can't hold on for much longer. Yi Xiao rubbed his fists. He stepped directly into the attack range of the dry bones. At this moment, the skeletons' bodies suddenly shook and they swung their swords towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao suddenly activated his double pupils. The pressure here suddenly soared hundreds of times. The ground collapsed, and Yi Xiao put his hands in his pockets, standing there like a god. The surrounding dry bones were pressed to the ground by the powerful pressure, and the bones were shaking wildly as if they would collapse in the next second. Yi Xiao was surrounded by kneeling bones, like a king surrounded by stars. 30 seconds, get out. Otherwise, I'll break every bone in your body. Yi Xiao looked at Spirit Bone and spoke lightly. Spirit Bone, a little orange-red flame burned in the pair of black hole eyes. It was as if a ray of consciousness was born, but that ray of consciousness seemed a little vague. Roar! He let out a strange roar, and the next second, his figure shot towards Yi Xiao like a meteor. He raised his hand, and a skeletal arm grew wildly in the wind, eventually transforming into 3 sharp bone swords. A sword slashed towards Yi Xiao's head. Yi Xiao saw his own face reflected in the burning flames. His eyes were covered with a red cloth. But he looked so calm and indifferent. Even if the world collapsed in front of him, it would not change his expression. Kneel down. As Yi Xiao opened his lips slightly, a cold shout burst out from his mouth. The surrounding space trembled violently, and an extremely astonishing pressure was exerted on the body of Spirit Bone. His jade-like bones made a humming sound under the heavy load, as if they would shatter and collapse in the next second. The movement of Spirit Bone suddenly slowed down, as if stuck in a quagmire. Yi Xiao stood there with his hands in his pockets. Under his astonishing pressure, the white bones that were originally kneeling around him began to crack one by one. One after another, they were crushed into bone fragments. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! The flickering flames in Linggu's eyes suddenly turned red. His anger was ignited in an instant. Even more powerful force burst out from his body, and Spiritual Bone seemed to be about to break free from the confinement of Yi Xiao's pressure bit by bit. The 3 sharp bone swords were stabbing towards Yi Xiao's head. Can you still move? It seems the pressure wasn't strong enough. Yi Xiao sneered. Take a step forward. The 3-section bone sword shattered. It turned into flying bones all over the sky. Yi Xiao's figure passed by, Spirit Bone. Since he's already dead. Don't act like that here anymore. Rest in peace. You are but a remnant of your true self. Yi Xiao's faint voice then entered the ears of Linggu. As Yi Xiao's figure gradually walked away, Spirit Bone froze in place. The next second it turned into bone particles all over the sky. Completely turned into nothingness. A force penetrated into Yi Xiao's body from his body. Yi Xiao suddenly felt that the power in his body had become much stronger. Career level upgraded to transformation level 5. This is the Void God realm, right? Gaining power by slaying the remnant spirits of gods is a truly wonderful experience. Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. After rescuing Jiang Ro, I can improve my level here. Yi Xiao grinned, and his figure completely disappeared into the depths of the valley. It's about to be breached. Jiang Ro is going to die. Miss. In the valley, the power of ice was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden armored god let out an earth-shaking roar. With a punch, ice chips flew in the air. The ice prison that protected Jiang Ro was finally completely broken. A huge golden fist came towards her. Purple lightning snake. Jiang Ro suddenly opened her eyes and spoke coldly. Waves of purple lightning burst out from Jiang Ro's body. Like a giant python of thunder and lightning, it swung its body in the air, whipping the void. Sizzle. The golden armored god's fist was entangled by the lightning snake, and he could not move forward at all in a short period of time. Jiang Ro breathed a sigh of relief. She tapped her toes and lightning attached itself to her body. The speed suddenly increased and retreated into the distance. She had been delaying time just for this move, to restrict the actions of the golden armored god. To gain a chance to escape. Miss. She's trying to run away. Stop her. Xu Wanyan spoke coldly. Che. The follower beside him waved his hand, and a green wind arrow condensed out from his fingertips. Go! He shouted loudly, and the arrow shot out into the air. Then he drew the bowstring again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 sharp arrows whizzed out again. His profession is wind archer. 4 arrows with the power of strong winds shot towards Jiang Ro, blocking her way. At this time, the golden armored god in the back had broken free from the lightning snake's restraints, and he let out a deafening roar. It seemed as if he was very dissatisfied with being fooled. The golden armored god crushed the lightning snake to death in the void, and then strode towards Jiang Ro. A punch followed. Jiang Ro stepped back, but what came towards her was the huge fist of the golden armored god. Ahead, the road is blocked by arrows from the strong wind. Her brows were furrowed tightly. At this moment, a figure appeared on the top of the mountain, opposite Xu Wanyan and the others. He just raised one hand lightly and nodded casually. Buzz. A powerful gravity enveloped the arrows, and then the 4 arrows carrying the power of the strong wind fell directly to the ground powerlessly. A look of joy flashed in Jiang Ro's eyes. She didn't know who the other person was, and why he would offend Xu Wanyan to save her. But at least Jiang Ro was safe now. She rolled forward and avoided the punch from the golden armored god. The golden armored deity took a step forward and waved his fist again. Yi Xiao clenched his hands in the air. Gravity is exerted on the fist of the golden armored god. The golden armored god staggered and punched the ground. A deep pit appeared on the ground. Yi Xiao took a step forward and his figure flashed. Then he stood on the back of the golden armored god. He opened his hands and exerted pressure on the entire body of the golden armored god. There was a strange creaking sound coming from the golden armor on the golden armored god's body. Leave this place first, and leave this big guy to me. Yi Xiao put his hands in his pockets and spoke to Jiang Ro indifferently. His voice has naturally changed, and his face is different too. But that indifferent attitude made Jiang Ro feel familiar for a moment. There once was a person who always stepped forward to save her from danger when she was in the most dangerous moment. That person was also so calm and composed, he solved the problem calmly and suppressed the other party. What a pity that person is already dead. I will never see him again, even though I dream about him again and again. But it is also destined that we will never see him again. All I can do is to carry on with his ideals in this world full of malice and suspicion, danger and calculation. May I have your name? Jiang Ro asked the figure. Red Knight. Yi Xiao spoke lightly. At this moment, the golden armored god was covered with golden light. He roared, shaking the earth. Breaking free from Yi Xiao's terrifying gravity. Yi Xiao took advantage of the situation and leaped into the air. The golden armored god roared, twisted his body, and with a ferocious look on his face, punched Yi Xiao who was floating in the air. With this punch, even the air was blown up by him. You should have died long ago. There's no room for you to do anything here. Yi Xiao spoke coldly, and gently tapped the arm of the golden armored god with one hand. Then he hummed softly. Sword. A dazzling sword light burst out from Yi Xiao's fingertips. The sword light penetrates the void and sees through everything. It actually penetrated the huge fist of the golden armored god. Nail his hands to the ground. Yi Xiao turned over and tapped the golden armored god's head with one foot. What are you dissatisfied with? As early as in Donghai City, Yi Xiao used the copy to copy the sword god's swordsmanship. Among them, the heaven-slaying sword technique and heaven-slaying sword intent are the most important. After all, he is known as the disciple of the sword god, so he must have mastered superb swordsmanship. The most important thing is that Yi Xiao knows how to use a sword, and he wants to completely separate himself from Yi Xiao. He is Hong Yi, not Yi Xiao. And Yi Xiao, already dead. The dazzling sword light appeared in Yi Xiao's hand again. This sword of mine will kill your remaining soul. If you want to continue to survive this, then shut up. Yi Xiao lightly touched the dazzling sword in his hand, pointed it directly at the golden armored god and spoke. Even though the golden armored god's face was distorted by pain, he still stopped roaring. A hint of fear flashed across his face as he looked at Yi Xiao. What do you want me to do? The golden armored deity spoke in a muffled voice. It's very simple. Destroy those 2 guys for me. Yi Xiao pointed at Xu Wanyan and her followers in the distance. Xu Wanyan's face changed drastically when she heard this. How dare you? Boy. Do you want to be my enemy? Do you know who I am? I am Xu Wanyan. From the Chu family. My boyfriend is Chang Wanyan, who is ranked 5th in the 3rd grade. Xu Wanyan glared at Yi Xiao coldly. Chang Wanyan was born into a commoner family and was the only commoner among the top 10 juniors. Because Xu Wanyan was impressed by Chang Wanyan's talent, she provided him with a lot of resources and conveniences in the name of the Chu family. There are also various opportunities for training, which is why Chang Wanyan can maintain his top 10 position in his junior year. Even gathered a group of followers. Chang Wanyan has a society under his command called the Society of Defying Fate, which consists mostly of civilian students, and each of them regards Chang Wanyan as their own belief. He is considered to be a model of a commoner who could compete with aristocrats. Little did he know that Chang Wanyan was just receiving help from the rich woman, and the gap between commoners and nobles was difficult to make up with his own efforts. For the disciples from aristocratic families, being admitted to Jinshin University or Modu Vocational University is just the beginning, but for the commoner disciples, it is the end point that they can reach with all their efforts. Chang Wanyan's own strength is naturally amazing. He is a warrior, but he is known as the #1 warrior in Jinshin University. With all the seniors in the senior year going out of school to gain experience, he is the benchmark for the martial arts industry in Jinshin University. Level Manipulation Level 9. He had already reached the terrifying state where his energy was like smoke and his blood was like mercury. This is also one of the reasons why Chu Wanyan took a fancy to him. The warrior has a strong body and can fight in bed for a very long time. This makes Chu Wanyan often addicted to it. Even though Chang Wanyan knew that his girlfriend was fickle, he had no right to interfere. Because he needs the resources provided by the Chu family to help him consolidate his position and open up the future. So he just let Chu Wanyan put one hat after another on himself. Of course, he also spent a lot of money. I heard that he used Chu Wanyan's money to rent a villa outside the school and kept more than a dozen beautiful girls from other schools. Go. Or die. Your choice. Yi Xiao thought lightly, and the bright sword light in his hand crossed the arm of the golden armored god. The golden armor was easily cut by Yi Xiao like tofu. Okay. I'll take action. Stop it. The golden armored deity roared. Then he turned around and punched Chu Wanyan on the mountain. Bold. What's your name? I'll remember you. Chu Wanyan's expression turned cold. She didn't expect that Yi Xiao didn't listen to her words at all. Still doing my own thing. Is it true that she doesn't take her boyfriend's title seriously? Scatter. Chu Wanyan swung her jade hand, and a blue barrier appeared in front of her. The golden armored god punched the barrier she created, and a terrifying force was bounced back. I am the waterbender. Water benefits all things, and the highest virtue is like water. It's not that easy to deal with me. Chu Wanyan was floating on the ocean. Her strength is at the 9th level of transformation. He is much higher in level than Yi Xiao, but his combat power is. But there is a world of difference. The power of Yi Xiao's double pupils was directly applied to the mountain. This piece of mountain shattered. Ah! Miss, save me. Chu Wanyan's followers screamed in fear and fell to the ground along with the broken rocks. Waste. Chu Wanyan made a sound of disgust. Get out of my way. She waved her hand, and 2 whirlpools in the air transformed into mad dragons and shot towards the golden armored god. In terms of combat power, she is really no match for the golden armored god. I, Chu Wanyan, am putting my words here. If you dare to touch me today, you will be offending Chang Wanyan and the Chu family of the imperial capital. You will have no place in either Jinshin University or the imperial capital. Chu Wanyan threatened. Ha ha. I really don't believe you can dominate the world in this Jinshin University. My name is Hong Yi, my master. Great Xia Sword God, Su Changhen. If your Chu family has this ability, just come. Otherwise, don't waste your time talking here. The divine power of the double pupils surged up, and the gravity of 500 times fell from the sky like a mountain. Ah! Chu Wanyan let out a scream, and the water under her feet was all crushed. She felt as if her body was run over by a car and all the bones in her body were broken. Chu Wanyan's body fell towards the ground. At this moment, the golden armored god swung his fist and punched her. Chu Wanyan let out another miserable scream, and then shot out like a missile. He suddenly fell into the rocks and couldn't get out. The originally beautiful and graceful figure was almost completely shattered. It seems that he won't recover unless he stays in the ICU for a few months. At least I won't be able to have the New Year's Eve dinner this year. Your master is already useless, find someone to rescue her. Yi Xiao sneered and dug Chu Wanyan's followers out of the ground. The other party was trembling with fear. You. Do you dare to leave your name? Hong Ya, you are welcome to cause trouble. Yi Xiao said lightly, then turned and walked away. The golden armored god's body was tense, fearing that Yi Xiao would reach him halfway and chop him to death with a sword. Wait a moment. Jiang Ro suddenly spoke. Why did you save me? I thought you looked like someone I know. Have we met somewhere? Before? Yi Xiao's figure suddenly stopped. Hey beautiful lady, this pickup technique is outdated. However, you will hear in the future that the name Hong Yi will become the brightest star in Da. Xia. Then, the figure gradually walked away. Jiang Ro's eyes suddenly became blurred. Because someone once said the same thing. We must expel all the gods and demons from the blue planet. He is so confident and dazzling, like a scorching sun, illuminating the people around him. Jiang Ro watched the figure go away and stood there in a daze for a long time. A moment later. Should I go out? She looked at her fair palms and realized that her strength had indeed greatly improved in the Void God realm. It was upgraded from the original first stage of transformation to the second stage of transformation. But this was her limit. After the battle just now, Jiang Ro no longer had the strength to go on. The most important thing was that her foot was broken, and she felt excruciating pain every time she took a step. I'll come again next time, to the Void God realm. Jiang Ro shook her head and left. After leaving this piece of land, Yi Xiao walked deeper into the Void God realm. Have you heard? Jiang Ro has been rescued. Yes. Yes. Even Xu Wanyan was beaten into the ICU. I heard that most of her bones were broken. It's shocking. Who on earth is this? What grade is this? How dare they even cripple Chu Wanyan? Chang Wanyan is furious. He was originally in seclusion to strive for the control level, but now he is so angry that he came out directly. Those fate-defying Chunivius have already sent people to block the entire Void God realm. They're determined to capture the person who severely injured Chu Wanyan. That guy's features are quite obvious. I heard that he seems to have some problem with his eyes, and he's holding a red cloth to cover his eyes. I think his name is Hong Yi. This guy is really arrogant. Hey. Look. That guy over there. He's covering his eyes with a red cloth. Oh shit. Could that be Hong Yi? Oh my god. A group of people looked at Yi Xiao with horror on their faces. Who the hell is this Hong Yi? Could he be a senior from the senior year? He's so arrogant. Those fate-defying bastards are searching for him all over the Void God realm right now. They watched Yi Xiao's figure gradually disappearing into the distance, trembling wildly. Chang Wanyan said that anyone who can provide information about Hong Yi will be rewarded with 50 energy crystals. Go. You bastards who refuse to take the money. Let's go. Go and inform the fate-defying one. Several students turned around with excited expressions. But they were surprised to find that Yi Xiao, who had already walked away, appeared in front of them. Alas. The few people were so frightened that they made loud noises. I know you guys are going to tip off, go ahead. I just want to say that I hope you can send more people. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be enough to fight. Yi Xiao smiled coldly, and then his figure reappeared dozens of meters away. This guy can teleport. What the hell is this monster? Forget it. Forget it. We can't afford to mess with this kind of guy. Go inform Chang Wanyan. Take the reward and leave. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Several students shrank back, flying away into the distance. At this time, Yi Xiao once again went deep into the virtual world. There's a very powerful force ahead. It's been guiding me. Yi Xiao muttered to himself. His double pupils were absorbing the strange energy in the air all the time, and at this moment, he felt a huge energy aggregate from not far ahead. It is more powerful than any of the gods he had encountered before. This aura is comparable to the peak of the manipulation level. Yi Xiao stroked and estimated. More than one major level higher than him. But it's not impossible to kill him. Yi Xiao's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. A moment later, ripples appeared in his figure appeared on a big tree 100 meters away. I saw. That's it. Yi Xiao looked into the distance and saw a flower garden. Colorful flowers are blooming, and in the center of the flower bed, a Ronin swordsman is lying among the flowers with a foxtail grass in his mouth. That powerful force came from him. Codenamed Ronin, this is a deity active in Japan. He also has a secular name, Sasaki Kojiro. The other party's information instantly appeared in Yi Xiao's mind. This guy was a disaster-level god when he was alive, and his combat power was comparable to that of a domain-level professional. 7 or 8 years ago, Ronin traveled across the ocean to come to China to fight with I. Strong man. On the sea, he met the sword god of Great Xia, whose swordsmanship had not yet reached perfection. At that time, he was not yet called the sword god of Great Xia. He was already a strong man. Among the backbone of Great Xia. With a long sword, he could kill gods and enemies. He was a well-known figure in the entire Blue Star. Su Changhan meets a Ronin who has traveled across the ocean. Sasaki Kojiro has not yet set foot on the land of Daxia, and the two of them engage in a thrilling kendo duel on the sea. That battle almost overturned the sea area of 100 miles. The sword god swung out 3 swords in a row, and the peerless sword light illuminated the sky. After the 3 swords, the ocean was cut open and could not heal for a long time. And Ronin naturally perished as well. His remaining soul was taken away by the sword god and imprisoned in the void god realm. Until now, this remnant soul of Sasaki Kojiro naturally does not have the combat power of the disaster-level god at its peak. But it is also comparable to the 9th level of manipulation. A few months ago, 3 of the top 10 juniors came here together to suppress this Ronin, but they were all defeated in the final battle. Several people even declared that the fighting power of Ronin is invincible within the 3rd level. Oh. I was wondering why my left eyelid kept twitching so early this morning. It turns out there's a guest coming from afar. Kojiro Sasaki, who was pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Pooh. He spat out the foxtail grass in his mouth. The next second, the whole person disappeared from the spot. Yi Xiao stepped on one foot and jumped towards a tree behind him. Chie. A moment later, a sword light shot out from the tree where he was standing. Hey. Young man, you're not slow. Sasaki Kojiro's figure appeared on the big tree where Yi Xiao had stood before. He slowly put away his sword and spoke with a smile. Yi Xiao's expression remained calm. I sense a familiar aura from you. It makes my blood boil for the first time in a long time. Can you tell me what it is? Sasaki Kojiro brushed the hair between his ears with his fingers and spoke softly. You said. Is this it? Yi Xiao stretched out one hand and grabbed at the void. Chie. A silver sword light fell from the sky like the Milky Way and was caught in Yi Xiao's hand. Oh. This sword energy. It turned out to be him. Sasaki Kojiro's eyes became brighter and brighter, like two stars in the night sky. Young man, can you tell me who he is to you? You're half my master, I guess. Yi Xiao stroked the sword and smiled faintly. Ha 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 ha. Great, great. So he's his successor. What a pleasant surprise. Sasaki suddenly laughed excitedly. After all these years. Young man, you are the first person who made me want to fight. Although you are a little weak. But I will not hold back. Young man. My sword is thirsty for energy. A shadow appeared at the original place. Kojiro Sasaki's figure appeared directly in front of Yi Xiao. His eyes were fierce and the samurai sword in his hand was already unsheathed. Chie. A crescent moon slashed down towards Yi Xiao. Town. Yi Xiao shouted angrily, and gravity fell. But Sasaki Kojiro actually cut through the gravity with one sword. Everything in front of me can be cut by the sword, no matter if it has a physical body or not. So, don't resort to such humiliating tactics. Pick up your sword and fight me. Sasaki Kojiro's gaze was extremely fiery. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Changhen. He saw in Yi Xiao the figure of the man who had defeated him with swordsmanship that year. It should be said that he is worthy of being a catastrophic god. His combat power is completely different from the ones Yi Xiao encountered before. With one sword, Yi Xiao was chopped away. 7 or 8 trees were knocked down in succession. Is that all? If so, I'm so disappointed. Sasaki Kojiro followed Yi Xiao like a shadow. The samurai sword in his hand cut through everything that stood in his way. The speed was so fast that it looked like crescent moons blooming in the void. His superb swordsmanship suppressed Yi Xiao da. At this moment, a 3-inch small sword shot up from Yi Xiao's forehead and deflected Sasaki Kojiro's katana. This is his sword intent. Kojiro Sasaki became even more excited. Heaven-slaying sword technique. I only heard Yi Xiao speak coldly. Chie. A 3-inch small sword above his head soars into the sky. He raised his hand, grasped the sword, and slashed out. With an indomitable momentum, even the sky cannot stop him with this sword. What a great sword drawing technique. He has the grace and demeanor of that man back then. But it's not enough. Secret sword. Swallow returns. His hand was on the samurai sword at his waist, a red robe fluttered behind him, and his white hair danced with it. Waves of terrifying waves rushed in all directions with Sasaki Kojiro as the center. At that moment, his speed seemed to transcend time and space. The extremely fast heaven-cutting sword technique seemed to have traces in his eyes. Chie. He swung his sword, and his body actually passed through Yi Xiao's sword. Gravity. 500 times. This full-strength sword strike was so powerful that Yi Xiao also unleashed 500 times. The force of gravity. This was the ultimate gravity he could control so far. Under the huge pressure, Kojiro Sasaki's whole body suddenly leaned forward due to inertia. Ah boy, my swallow returns. It's a second-stage sword skill. Sasaki Kojiro did not seem panicked, and there was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. Bah! The sound of a migratory bird chirping was heard. Sasaki Kojiro suddenly raised his sword, and the sword went straight to Yi Xiao's eyebrows. Boy! This sword will make you a checkmate. A smile appeared on Sasaki Kojiro's lips. The function of Yanfan is to be able to reverse any predicament with this sword. When the 3 geniuses besieged him, they had already captured Sasaki Kojiro. But at the last moment, he used his sword to severely injure 3 people. This move of swallow return is a legendary skill even in Japan. However, because Yi Xiao's eyes were covered with a red cloth, Sasaki Kojiro could not see the details of his facial expression. Chie. This sword directly cut through the red cloth covering Yi Xiao's eyes, but that was all. Yi Xiao's figure appeared 10 meters away in the next second. The power of space. Sasaki Kojiro uttered a few words, and he was extremely shocked. Young man. What exactly is your profession? You possess superb sword skills and can control gravity and space. At this moment, Sasaki Kojiro realized that Yi Xiao's previous speed, which even shocked him, was due to the use of the power of space. It's just that we were too far away at that time and didn't feel the fluctuation of space. But at this moment, everything became so clear. Good boy. What amazing skills. Ha 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 ha. Although his most powerful secret technique, swallow return, failed, Sasaki Kojiro did not seem to be indignant. Instead, he shouted excitedly. Your plan of returning to the world has failed, Sasaki Kojiro, do you have any other tricks? Yi Xiao questioned. Young man. You really underestimated me. Who told you that my swallow return failed? Today. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Never relax until you completely defeat the opponent. Alert. Bah. As the cry sounded again, a sword light shot out from under Yi Xiao's feet. Ignore space. Ignore distance. My sword will never stop until it truly strikes the opponent. It's over. Boy. Chie. A huge sword mark appeared on Yi Xiao's body, almost tearing half of his body apart. 3672. Sasaki Kojiro slowly put away his sword. This was the 3732nd soul killed by his sword. Call. The red cloak fluttered, the white hair swayed with the phoenix, and Sasaki Kojiro's figure walked towards the distance. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. Hey! Who told you the battle is over? Sasaki Kojiro paused for a moment. He turned his head in disbelief. How is this possible? He actually saw a scene that shocked him immensely. The sword marks on Yi Xiao's body were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next, I declare that my turn has come. Yi Xiao grinned, showing his evil charm. Eye of Judgment. He raised one hand and raised it high above the heavens. Suddenly, there were lightning and thunder deep in the clouds. And a terrifying aura is stirring. This is. Kojiro Sasaki raised his head and felt an extremely terrifying force locking onto him. Sword of Damocles. As Yi Xiao's clear voice rang out, half of the blade of a silver sword appeared from deep in the clouds. It tightly enveloped Sasaki Kojiro. Just like the God's Sword of Judgment, this move is a locking technique. Sasaki Kojiro's expression changed completely. This is. What a trick. The other side. The entrance to the virtual world. 2 rows of young men in black stood respectfully, and a muscular man in a black suit strode from between the 2 rows. Have you found that guy called Hongyi? Deep in the Void God realm? Wanhua Valley? Isn't that guy's territory? Chang Wanyan was slightly stunned when he heard the news from his subordinates. Interesting. He looked at Hong Ye's identity information in his hand. He's not a student, nor a teacher. He's just an assistant teacher. Now he dares to provoke that guy. This kid really doesn't know how to spell death. He snorted coldly. The big hand exerted a little force and actually wrapped up a stack of information. As he slowly loosened his grip, the stack of information, which was a finger thick, turned into snowflake-like fragments. Enter the Void God realm. I want to see what that brat is capable of. Hurt my girlfriend. I tell him to go in vertically and come out horizontally. Walk. Chang Wanyan waved his hand. Yes. Boss. A group of big men in black roared. They took out the tokens in their hands and quickly disappeared into the void. It's chaos. Jinshin University's strongest warrior, Chang Wanyan, has gone off to fight. That kid named Hongyi is dead. What are you talking about, brat? That's our assistant coach. Show some respect. Someone said jokingly. Ha 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 ha. A teaching assistant at Jinshin University is worse than a dog. What's more? Look. What class is he teaching as? Geography. This is hilarious. Seriously, I've never seen anything so funny in my life. Some people laughed out loud, holding their stomachs. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go in and watch the show. I remember the last time Chang Wanyan led the fate-defying warriors to an expedition was last year. Yes. Back then, a guy from the vocational university next door teased Chu Wanyan in a bar and tore her stockings. Chang Wanyan and his men took on his entire grade. He became famous in one battle. The title of Jinshin University's strongest warrior was secured from then on. Awesome. Truly awesome. To be angry for a woman you love, this is the dream of so many men. Chang Wanyan is truly incredible. A true noble son from a humble background. Anyone who can reach his level is a legend. This kind of success is simply unrepeatable. Yeah. Last time, that guy just tore Chu Wanyan's stockings, and Chang Wanyan beat him so hard that he couldn't get out of bed for 3 months. His career was almost ruined. Not to mention now. I heard that this guy directly sent Chu Wanyan to the ICU. It's really hard to imagine that an assistant coach would be so arrogant. It's okay. Chang Wanyan will teach him a lesson soon. Chang Wanyan led his men into the virtual world of gods, a group of people with overwhelming momentum. Chang Wanyan did not even try to hide his extremely powerful warrior aura, and his terrifying blood energy was emanating wantonly. The body was burning like a furnace, and streams of terrifying blood and energy gushed out from the top of the head, like a mad dragon dancing in the void. There were even bursts of roaring sounds coming from his body. That was his blood boiling. Once Chang Wanyan reaches the mastery level, he will have perfect control over his body, so finely tuned that even a single cell can be regenerated. His recovery ability is terrifying, and his body is capable of overturning a battleship. This is the terrifying aspect of the warrior profession. The warrior becomes stronger as time goes by. In the late stage, every warrior is comparable to a martial god in the world, and his fists can conquer mountains and rivers. Let's go. Follow me towards the Valley of Flowers. Chang Wanyan roared as he waved his hand. Well, those guys in black all roared loudly. If you didn't know about this fate-defying society, you'd think it was just some gangster gang going on a mission. They don't even look like students. They're totally ruining the reputation of Jinshin University. Among the crowd of onlookers, there was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with his arms folded across his chest, snorting with disdain. But his voice was very soft, as if he was afraid that Chang Wanyan would hear it. It can be seen that its confidence is still insufficient. Unfortunately, warriors have strong bodies and hearing ability, and can even hear the sound of mosquitoes flapping their wings from miles away. So Chang Wanyan easily spotted the young man in the crowd. A terrifying bloody energy pressed towards the crowd like an erupting volcano. Finally, it locked onto the young man with golden eyes. He simply fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Chang Wanyan walked towards him with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, and the crowd spontaneously made way for him. You are the one who said bad things about me, Chang Wanyan? His tall figure appeared beside the young man and then stepped down. He stepped directly on the other person's head. Chang Wanyan crossed his arms over his chest and rubbed his feet hard. Say it again if you can. The young man's glasses were shattered by a kick, and his whole body fell to the ground, flailing and struggling frantically. Chang Wanyan. How dare you touch me? I am the Lion King's man. Humph. So you're Huang Tianhu's men. But even if your boss Huang Tianhu came, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. How dare you, a little brother like him. Chang Wanyan exerted a little force with his foot and stepped directly on the opponent's skull, causing it to dent. Huang Tianhu is the 7th in the junior year. He is a beastmaster by profession and has a very bad relationship with Chang Wanyan. Conflicts often arise among the student associations under his command. However, it can be said that it is really irrational for a little brother to dare to challenge Chang Wanyan, especially now that Chang Wanyan is still angry. Chang Wanyan kicked the young man directly and sent him flying hundreds of meters. It was difficult to even lie on the ground and flutter like a dead dog. Go back and tell Huang Tianhu that if you want to deal with me, Chang Wanyan, do it yourself. Or wait until I resolve this incident and I will personally challenge his society. Don't send a piece of trash here to die. Now I'm reluctantly sending him back to the furnace for retraining. You're welcome, he said coldly. The young man was seriously injured by Chang Wanyan and was given an ICU bed at the first Central Hospital of the Imperial Capital. Business at the capital First Central Hospital has been quite good recently, with ICU beds being booked one after another and almost overwhelmed. At this moment, everyone shrank their necks and remained silent. Chang Wanyan is truly domineering to the extreme, and his strength is even more powerful and terrifying. In addition to being afraid of Chang Wanyan, they were also looking forward to seeing what sparks would fly between Chang Wanyan and the teaching assistant named Hong Yi. At this moment, the sky of the Void God realm rolled violently, and the thick clouds changed in waves. It was as if the gods were angry. Chang Wanyan and others' forward steps suddenly stopped. What happened? Some people swallowed with fear and looked at the sky. At this time, the sky of the virtual world became extremely chaotic, and a sense of oppression enveloped everyone's heart. They just felt like there was a sharp sword floating above their heads, and they didn't know when it would suddenly fall down. Kill them all. The fear of having their lives controlled made all the students tremble involuntarily. Even Chang Wanyan himself unconsciously clenched his fists. He looked up at the sky with an extremely solemn expression. The tingling sensation on his skin told him that this was an unparalleled horror. Look! What is that? Appeared. Someone pointed to the sky and screamed in fear. From deep within the clouds, a large silver sword slowly emerged with half of its blade. That sword was so huge. It was like a divine sword, hanging high in the sky, waiting to judge all living things. It's the gods. Still a professional. Chang Wanyan clenched his fist so tightly that his nails penetrated into his flesh. This momentum. It's astonishing. Who on earth has entered the Void God realm? As far as he knew, even the top student in their junior year didn't give him such a strong sense of oppression. This feeling of oppression is like facing the best interns in the senior year. He was so scared that he couldn't even raise his head. At this moment, Chang Wanyan heard the clear cry of a swallow. Bah! Then he saw an extremely bright sword light shooting straight into the sky. It's him! Chang Wanyan and others were all shocked. How could they not be familiar with the figure in a red robe, with white hair tied up and waving a samurai sword in his hand? Isn't that the overlord of Wanhua Valley, Sasaki Kojiro, codenamed Ronin? At that time, he, Chang Wanyan, teamed up with 3 people who were in the top 10 of the grade, but they were all defeated by Sasaki Kojiro. Who is fighting with Sasaki Kojiro? Is it? A name popped into his mind. Then he shook his head frantically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an assistant teacher possibly have such strength? The level listed on his resume is only the 3rd level of transformation. Absolutely impossible. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. At this moment, the clouds rolled violently, and the silver sword fell. At that moment, it seemed as if the end of the world had come, as if a meteorite had hit the earth. This attack. Even a master-level professional would be seriously injured if he took it head-on. Why didn't he dodge such a slow attack? It should be dodged. Chang Wanyan looked puzzled, as Sasaki Kojiro clearly had extensive combat experience. But facing this almost irresistible powerful attack, he foolishly faced it and didn't dodge. Even Chang Wanyan could dodge this move. Why didn't Sasaki Kojiro dodge it? He was completely puzzled. Chang Wanyan would never have thought that such a terrifying attack could be a locking technique. If Chang Wanyan knew, he would definitely doubt his life. This skill is a lock-on skill. Are you going to let me live? Sasaki Kojiro gritted his teeth. The closer he got to the sword, the stronger the fear in his heart became. The divine-like power of judgment made his battle-hardened body tremble violently. And even the samurai sword in his hand was wailing. After this blow, I will definitely die. But I have no way to avoid it. Sasaki Kojiro roared into the wind. Because I'm Sasaki Kojiro. Swallow returns. The sound of crying resounded through the void again, and at that moment, Sasaki Kojiro and the sword of Damocles collided. It's like Mars hitting the earth. Everyone only saw an extremely shocking sword light that pierced through the earth. The endless flowers, plants, and trees in the entire Wanhua Valley were destroyed by this sword. The strong wind swept across the land for dozens of miles. Even a warrior with a strong body like Wan Yan had his body trembled violently because of the strong wind. Not to mention the other students, who were all lying in all directions, and some of them had even flown away without a trace. This power is comparable to a nuclear bomb. Chang Wanyan was extremely frightened. He didn't dare to think about what would happen if this kind of attack came towards him. At this moment, Sasaki Kojiro's figure in midair froze in the air. He held the katana tightly in his hand and did not move. The result is Chang Wanyan spoke, and he didn't even notice that his voice was trembling. At that moment, the sword of Damocles fell, and a silver sword light fell directly on the earth. Like thunder. It was so fast that it was like a flash of lightning, and no one could see it clearly. What followed was this terrifying gale and divine power that swept across dozens of miles. Kojiro Sasaki's figure was directly submerged. It was revealed at this moment that they didn't even know what had happened to Sasaki Kojiro. Click. Following a crisp sound. The samurai sword that Sasaki Kojiro had been holding suddenly shattered into pieces of iron all. Over the sky. Cough. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. I lost. This is simply a match made in heaven. Sword. Sasaki Kojiro struggled to glance at the ground. He saw back. The figure behind him just gently tied the red blindfold back on. Then he disappeared without looking back. You are more hateful than Su Changhen. Even more terrifying. His body turned into sparkling points of light, surging toward the earth. All of them flowed into Yi Zhao's body. Boom boom. There was a wave in Yi Zhao's body, and his level soared directly. He's already at the 8th level of transformation? He's advanced 3 levels in one go? So fast? Yi Zhao looked surprised. In this virtual world, killing gods to increase levels is simply cheating. Yi Zhao would be a little excited if there were a few more people of this level. But he didn't know that there were no more than 3 gods of Sasaki Kojiro's level in the virtual world. It's already a top-level existence. Even if he wanted to kill the remaining 2, Jinshin University would not allow it. That is the foundation of the Void God realm. What's the point of killing the Void God realm? Not. It's over. At this time, a student next to Chang Wanyan spoke. He died just like that? Sasaki Kojiro. He was the one who once fought against the Sword God. He died just like that. Who was he? He's so strong. That location. It must be the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Could it be that Hong Yi? How is that possible? Don't be ridiculous. If that useless assistant coach were this powerful. Me. A student looked around. I'll make tea with your socks for a whole semester. What the hell are you? Another student jumped up in fright. Let's go. Let's take a look. At this time, Chang Wanyan waved his hand. The group rushed towards the ruins ahead at full speed. Who on earth is this person? He is definitely not an unknown person in this Jinshin University. Chang Wanyan felt extremely curious, as if a kitten was scratching him. I must make friends with such a strong person. We can only be friends, not enemies. Chang Wanyan Dao. Everyone, separate and search for him. If you find him, you must treat him with the highest honors of our fate-defying society. Chang Wanyan yelled at his younger brothers. Yes. Boss. The crowd roared. Just then, someone screamed. Ah. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sound. Did you find it? Chang Wanyan was even more excited. Found it. But. Boss. It's that Hong Yi. I saw a figure with his eyes covered by a red cloth slowly walking out of the woods next door. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Yi Xiao touched his cheek reflexively. There doesn't seem to be anything on your face? Boy. Have you seen an unrivaled powerhouse here? A top-notch genius? Someone questioned. Yi Xiao scratched his head. Yes, here. Where? The student was stunned. Here. Where? This. Yi Xiao pointed at himself. Suddenly everyone was speechless. Some people even took out a copy of Yi Xiao's information. Hong Yi, age 18, level transformation level 3. How dare you pretend to be me? Idiot. That's right. Do you really think you're a powerful person just because you've been to Wanhua Valley? If I just go to the principal's office for a cup of tea, I'm the principal? And I don't even say hello to the principal. What a joke. Everyone burst into laughter. Why is it that no one believes the truth? Yi Xiao spread his hands, a look of depression flashing across his face. Hey. I say, you little brat, I gave you some color and you opened a dyeing factory? I gave you a way out and you didn't take it. You really think you are a big shot? Don't you see what you are? Like? Chang Wanyan's younger brother pointed at Yi Xiao and cursed him, but he hadn't finished his words. Yi Xiao put his hands in his pockets and leaned forward suddenly. I think you can repeat what you said before, if you still have the ability. The black-clothed student's body was shaking wildly, and his legs were creaking under the heavy weight. He looked extremely painful, his teeth were clenched tightly, and blood was spurting out from between his gums. Aha! He roared in shock and anger. Hey! Chu Sheng! What's wrong with you? Some people raised unclear questions. Did this kid do something to you? At this moment, the young man called Chu Sheng fell headfirst to the ground. The whole person was pressed tightly against the ground, as if his entire body was being held down by an invisible big hand. This momentum. It's gravity. Chang Wanyan walked over with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He looked at the sunken ground and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Your job is to manipulate gravity? What kind of job is that? Chang Wanyan raised his head slightly and asked Yi Xiao. Chang Wanyan is nearly 2 meters tall, a head taller than Yi Xiao. His condescending attitude is full of disdain and arrogance. Profession? Ha, tyrant, that's why I don't like people looking up at me when talking to me. Yi Xiao sneered. A huge gravitational force was directly exerted on Chang Wanyan. His body suddenly sank and his legs began to bend. Chang Wanyan was forced down more than 10 centimeters by Yi Xiao. Finally, it stopped at the same height as him, looking straight at Yi Xiao. That's the right way to go. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Oh. Chang Wanyan's body trembled slightly, not because of fear but because of amusement. He gave a scornful laugh. Then he burst into laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You kid. Really interesting. But, do you think that you're little? Pressure can overwhelm me. Ah. There was a sound of surging waves in Chang Wanyan's body. A crackling sound followed. Chang Wanyan slowly straightened up. Boy, do you think you can overwhelm me? With a third-level transformation level. Waste? The terrifying blood energy gushed out from Chang Wanyan's head, like a mad dragon dancing. In the void. Originally, I was thinking of making friends with that powerful man, so I decided to hold off on confronting you for now and let you live a few more hours. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and even dare to hit my people. Kid, remember this. I'm Chang Wanyan's man. If I want to hit you, you have to put your head close to him. If he wants to play with your woman, you have to strip her naked and send her to his bed. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable. So miserable that you can't even imagine it. In your lifetime. First, let's settle the score for injuring my girlfriend. I'll remove your limbs and make you spend the rest of your life in bed. Your career ends here. After saying that, Chang Wanyan stretched out a palm as big as a palm fan like lightning and pressed towards Yi Xiao's shoulder. He's taking action. The boss is taking action. This kid is finished. He dared to fight the boss at close range. The boss can crush his skull with just one slap. Finally, I get to see the boss take action. I can't control my excitement. Chang Wanyan's younger brothers waved their hands happily. It was as if he had already seen the ecstatic scene of Yi Xiao being beaten to a cripple. Just then, Chang Wanyan's cell phone rang. With his other hand, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. Wanyan? A look of astonishment flashed across Chang Wanyan's face. It was a video call from Chu Wanyan. Chang Wanyan connected the video. On the other end of the phone, Chu Wanyan was lying on the hospital bed with a weak look on her face, her body wrapped in white bandages and with various infusion tubes inserted into it. He didn't move at all, just like a mummy, extremely miserable. You can imagine how badly she was beaten by Yi Xiao. 10,000 years. Chu Wanyan spoke weakly. Her eyes were filled with deep hatred, the kind that could make people shudder even through the screen. Those phoenix eyes stared at Yi Xiao intently. If looks could kill, Yi Xiao would have turned into a pile of ashes by now. 10,000 years. I want to see you destroy this kid with my own eyes. I want to see him be 1,000 times more miserable than me. 10,000 times. Crush every bone in his body. Crush him. Make him unable to be a man again. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Chu Wanyan's cold voice came from the other side of the screen, and everyone who heard it shuddered uncontrollably. This woman is so cruel. They were silently mourning for Yi Xiao in their hearts. Now, even if Yi Xiao is alive, it's no different from being dead. Don't worry, Wanyan, everything will be done as you say. I will definitely avenge you. Have a good rest. Chang Wanyan nodded. Well, once this is done, I will introduce you to my father and we can talk about marriage. Chu Wanyan said casually. Really? That's great. Chang Wanyan was ecstatic. Although Chu Wanyan was a bitch, as long as he married her, Chang Wanyan, would be able to enter the core of the Chu family. From now on, you can change your fate and soar to the sky like a phoenix. Completely joining the upper class of the imperial capital. Isn't this what he has been striving for? All this time? Don't worry. Wanyan, I will definitely crush this kid's bones into pieces one by one. Chang Wanyan showed a ferocious smile. He handed the phone to his younger brother beside him and asked him to hold the phone high, so that Chu Wanyan on the other end of the video could carefully see Yi Xiao's miserable condition. And the other hand he placed on Yi Xiao's shoulder began to exert force. Chilla. One of Chang Wanyan's sleeves suddenly burst open, revealing an arm covered with strong muscles, like a pillar supporting the sky. The muscles bulged high, and the blue veins running across them looked like a dragon twisting its body, extremely ferocious. A huge force fell on Yi Xiao's shoulder at that moment. Yi Xiao immediately opened the martial god eye. His body suddenly became as hard as iron. Chang Wanyan attacked with all his strength, but the imagined scene of Yi Xiao having half of his body dislocated did not appear. Instead, the recoil force made him feel as if the slap he just received was like hitting a huge rock. A look of astonishment appeared on Chang Wanyan's face. At this moment, a white hand landed on his wrist. Are you still not full or still sleepy? Why don't you go back to sleep? The ladies in the massage parlor are stronger than you. A scornful smile appeared on Yi Xiao's face. Especially the curve at the corner of his mouth made Chang Wanyan's cheeks twitch constantly. Boy. You are so arrogant. He also slapped Yi Xiao with his other hand. But Yi Xiao exerted force with his palm and actually twisted Chang Wanyan's body around. Then she took a step forward, turned her head slightly, and pushed her hand forward with force, pressing it on his abdomen. Chang Wanyan was thrown out by inertia. Like a cannonball, it drew a curved arc in the air and flew backwards hundreds of meters. Suddenly everyone was stunned. Is this true? What the hell? At this moment, some people couldn't help but wonder who was the real warrior. Chang Wanyan, who had an invincible physical body, was pushed away by Yi Xiao effortlessly? Although Chang Wanyan did not suffer any obvious injuries, it was enough to shock all the students. Chang Wanyan got up from the ground and dusted himself off. He stomped his foot, and his body shot back like a sharp arrow, appearing in front of Yi Xiao. He waved his hand, signaling the younger brothers of the fate-defying society not to panic. Interesting, boy, you have some skills. That move just now was the Tai Chi technique of using softness to overcome hardness, right? Chang Wanyan sneered. Yi Xiao did not reply. It was simply a matter of using force against force and inertia. It's not a superb skill. Seeing that Yi Xiao didn't say anything, Chang Wanyan chuckled twice. It's just a trivial trick, but it scared you so much. No matter how many tricks this kid has, he's only at the transformation level. How can he possibly turn the tables? Chang Wanyan snorted coldly. Then he looked at Yi Xiao. Next, I won't hold back on this move. After all, my girlfriend is watching. Chang Wanyan glanced at Chu Wanyan, who had an expressionless face on the other end of the phone. Die. Boy. All the energy in his body was gathered together, and his body was surging with the energy of a tiger, as if a floodgate had been opened. Hun Yuan. Ichi fist. As he swung his punch, a deafening explosion was heard in the air. Everyone couldn't help but cover their ears, the deafening sound of the air exploding almost ruptured their eardrums. Then, a powerful fist whizzed out and smashed towards Yi Xiao's body. Get out of the way. This aura is too strong. It's going to crush me to death. The students all screamed and hurriedly distanced themselves from Yi Xiao. At this moment, only Yi Xiao had to face Chang Wanyan's earth-shattering punch alone. Well. Yi Xiao sighed. To tell the truth, no one believes me, and they even threaten me. The quality is a bit poor. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shook. It actually appeared on the other side. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. What the hell? How is this possible? Oh my goodness. Did he use some magic? Why did he suddenly disappear? What on earth happened? Did Boss Chang's punch miss? Chang Wanyan's fist power landed on a small hill in the distance, and the entire hill exploded, with yellow sand and thick soil filling the sky. At this time, Yi Xiao slowly raised one hand. Open your eyes and take a closer look. At this moment, several people ran towards the distance at a very fast speed. Boss. Found it. I found it. I found that mysterious and powerful man. The cruise drone I sent out a few days ago just happened to capture the entire battle between that mysterious man and Sasaki Kojiro. At this time, a figure holding a drone rushed over from a distance with a happy look on his face. Boss Chang. Look. This is the mysterious and powerful man. He rushed to Chang Wanyan and handed him the video taken by the drone. In the video, a young man with a red cloth wrapped around his eyes slowly raised one hand, and in an instant, the situation changed dramatically. Chang Wanyan suddenly raised his head. At this moment, the scene in the video and the scene in front of him completely overlapped. As Yi Xiao raised his hand, the sky suddenly changed color. Fuck. Chang Wanyan's face turned pale. He even couldn't help swearing. Let's talk it over nicely. He hurriedly shouted towards Yi Xiao. But at this time, Yi Xiao seemed to have not heard anything. As his hand slowly pressed down, the silver sword deep in the clouds revealed its true appearance. Chang Wanyan was completely frightened. He had witnessed the power of Yi Xiao's sword with his own eyes. A silver sword light fell, and the ground for dozens of miles was directly sunk. Nothing existed, even the earthworms were split in two. If this sword comes down, all of them will have to go to the ICU. Chang Wanyan's expression changed drastically. He was terrified to the extreme. At this time, most of the sword's blade had been exposed. The power of judgment hangs over everyone. Their bodies were shaking violently, unable to move at all, as if they were locked in the eye of God's judgment. If they moved, they would be struck on the head. At this moment, Chang Wanyan finally understood why Sasaki Kojiro did not dodge or avoid this move. Because this is a lock-on move. He can only take it head-on. But what about me? Even someone as strong as Sasaki Kojiro was killed by a single sword strike. After using Swallow Return. Even if I have immense physical strength, I still need an annual ICU VIP bed package. The next second, there was a loud bang. Chang Wanyan actually fell to his knees in front of Yi Xiao with a thud. He can bend and stretch, and he is still a hero after 18 years. I admit defeat. I will always admit defeat. He knelt on the ground and lowered his proud head. The sword of Damocles falling from the sky stopped. At this time, Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows. Actually, this skill has a cooldown of 72 hours. So even if he wanted to use this sword now, he would not put it down. What he and Chang Wanyan were playing was a psychological game. Let's see who can't hold on first. It was obvious that Chang Wanyan was defeated. Yi Xiao flashed and appeared in front of Chang Wanyan. Then she raised one leg and stepped on his shoulder. Who said they wanted to crush all my bones and make me completely disabled? Chang Wanyan had a cold face and didn't say anything, so Yi Xiao slapped him in the face. Can you talk? Don't go too far. Chang Wanyan clenched his fists tightly and roared. That's too much? Yi Xiao waved his hand, and the big sword deep in the clouds fell down again. Do you have any objections? Chang Wanyan is silent. After a while, he uttered a few words. No comment. Snort. Yi Xiao sneered. You came here so boastfully, but I didn't expect that Chang Wanyan only had this much. It's ridiculous. It seems my assessment of you was right. The girls in the massage parlor at the school entrance are even better than you. Chang Wanyan clenched his fists tightly. He didn't say anything, but this humiliation was deeply engraved in his heart. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. I tell you. Before Chang Wanyan could finish his words, Yi Xiao slapped him in the face with his backhand. Don't bully the young and poor, right? I'm glad you know. Hey. I also know that you shouldn't bully the poor middle-aged or elderly people. The dead are the greatest. Yi Xiao sneered and mocked. The younger brothers around Chang Wanyan, who were trembling and timid on the ground, laughed like pigs because of this. Chang Wanyan's face turned pale and blue, looking extremely ugly. He had been humiliated to the core by Yi Xiao. How are you going to get over this matter? Chang Wanyan asked through gritted teeth. Yi Xiao thought for a moment and was about to speak. Chang Wanyan. What are you doing? I told you to cripple him. And you kneeled down to him? What are you doing? Chu Wanyan's disbelieving voice came from the other end of the phone. Wanyan. You don't understand. He is very powerful. But Chu Wanyan didn't give him a chance to explain. I don't want to know what happened to him. I only want to know how you are. Chang Wanyan. You piece of shit. You actually knelt down before him. Do you know how badly he beat me? You. Piece of shit. I know. But politely. No buts. From today on, you are no longer my boyfriend. We're breaking up. My boyfriend. Can't be a cowardly loser. Chang Wanyan, you're worse than trash. Hearing such humiliating words, and coming from his girlfriend, even in public, Chang Wanyan's rage, which he had long been unable to bear, completely devoured his reason. Break up if that's all. I've wanted to break up with you, bitch, for a long time. Chu Wanyan, you're just a piece of shit. A piece of shit who can accept any man. You've cheated on me so many times. I'm sick of it. If it weren't for your Chu family's power, I wouldn't choose you over a prostitute. Break up. Bitch. Chang Wanyan snatched the phone and smashed it to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. He was gasping for breath. His eyes were red, like a bloodthirsty demon, ready to devour anyone. Sir. The conflict between you and me stems from Chu Wanyan. Now Chu Wanyan and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Every wrong has its perpetrator. You should go find her. Chang Wanyan spoke to Yi Xiao in a calm voice. What you said is quite interesting. Weren't you the one who wanted to stand up for Chu Wanyan in the beginning? You're about to destroy me, how can you say it has nothing to do with you? Yi Xiao asked with a sneer. That. So what do you want to do? Chang Wanyan's face became extremely ugly. Yi Xiao hooked his finger at him. Come closer. Chang Wanyan frowned and approached Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao raised his foot, and then his heel suddenly dropped. It was like a sledgehammer falling from the sky, hitting Chang Wanyan's shoulder hard. Ah! Chang Wanyan let out a wail that was extremely miserable. This is not over yet. Yi Xiao stretched out his arm again. Grab his other shoulder. Chang Wanyan reflexively wanted to resist. But Yi Xiao just waved his hand lightly, and the big sword deep in the clouds fell down again. Chang Wanyan's fist stopped in midair. His face was a mixture of anger and fear. In the end, I still couldn't do it. He. Snap. Yi Xiao exerted force and crushed his other arm as well. Then he kicked Chang Wanyan in the chest. Snap. Chang Wanyan's chest suddenly caved in, and he flew backwards like a cannonball. It even knocked down a towering tree in the distance. Cough, cough, cough. The injury was definitely not light, but Chang Wanyan was a warrior known for his physique, so he still endured the pain and got up from the ground. This time. Are you satisfied, sir? It's okay. Yi Xiao sneered, took out a wet wipe from his pocket, and wiped his hands carefully. Let's just call this matter over for now. If you do it again, you will be the next Sasaki Kojiro. Yi Xiao turned around at that moment. Everyone felt relieved, especially Chang Wanyan's younger brothers, who all breathed a sigh of relief and slowly got up from the ground. At this moment, with Yi Xiao as the center, 100 times the pressure came crashing down. A group of young people who had managed to stand up half of their bodies all fell to the ground again. He fell flat on his face and could never get up again. They raised their heads with difficulty, only to see a receding figure. Their eyes looking at the back were filled with deep fear. This time, including Chang Wanyan, everyone was suppressed by Yi Xiao alone. Yi Xiao casually waved his hand, and the big sword deep in the clouds disappeared, and the rain stopped and the sky cleared up. His figure also disappeared in Wanhua Valley. There is no point for Yi Xiao to stay in this virtual world any longer. He planned to leave. At this time, at the entrance of the virtual world. It happened to be noon, and all the students at Jinshin University had finished their classes. It's a rare moment of rest. So, students from freshman to junior year all gathered here. It would be a shame not to see this huge excitement. At this time, the teleportation array appeared. The crowd suddenly became agitated. It's coming out. It's coming out. I wonder what kind of miserable state that person has become. Chang Wanyan told him to go in vertically and come out horizontally. Alas. Chang Wanyan has become more and more arrogant these past few months. Damn it. He's a bully. If I had the strength, I'd definitely give him a good beating. Hey. Boy. Shut up. You can eat shit, but you can't talk nonsense. If Chang Wanyan's supporters hear this and tell on you, you're doomed. Zhang Ro was naturally among the crowd. A look of worry crossed her face. The teaching assistant named Hong Yi saved her, which is why he offended Chang Wanyan and Chu Wanyan. If she was injured, she would naturally feel guilty. Zhang Ro. Don't worry too much. This is Jinshin University. Chang Wanyan wouldn't dare act too recklessly. If all else fails, I'll ask my master to help. Xiao Hongchen comforted. Oh. If only Yi Xiao were here. What a joke. Yi Xiao would burn all the hair on Chang Wanyan's body to ashes. Bai Ruoyu pouted. Stop talking. Xiao Hongchen's face turned cold and he signaled Bai Ruoyu to be quiet. When Yi Xiao's name was mentioned, a gloomy look appeared on Jiang Rou's face again. It was as if this was a pain in her heart that could never be touched. At this time, a figure walked out of the teleportation array. Everyone held their breath and waited eagerly. The golden sunlight hit the figure. He raised his hand slightly to block the sunlight in front of him. Hey! Are you all here? Are you here for the market? Yi Xiao's faint voice followed. Everyone was stunned. How come this guy is not hurt at all with this conspicuous red cloth? And he seemed quite happy? Why was that? Ah! I'm hungry. I'm going to eat first. Yi Xiao touched his stomach, walked through the crowd and headed straight for the cafeteria. The rest of the people just stayed where they were, as if they were still immersed in confusion and surprise. A moment later, a group of people in black clothes came out of the teleportation array. They're out. Chang Wanyan and the others are out. What on earth happened? I'm so curious. Why is Han Yi not hurt at all? Yeah. That shouldn't be the case. According to Chang Wanyan's personality, Hong Ye's end would definitely be very miserable. But he acted like nothing happened. He even went to the cafeteria to eat. We haven't eaten yet. He's so relaxed. Even Jiang Rou frowned, feeling a little surprised. Our teaching assistant is no ordinary person. Xiao Hongchen said with a smile. It's okay, otherwise. A hint of relief flashed in Jiang Rou's eyes. I don't want to let anyone down anymore. At this time, the crowd became agitated again. Here he comes. Chang Wanlai is here. The first thing that caught my eye was a simple stretcher, followed by a group of dirty and dusty young men carrying the stretcher. The frail figure lying on the stretcher was none other than Chang Wanyan, who had previously arrogantly entered the Void God realm. Everyone was numb at this moment. No. When you said you went in vertically and came out horizontally, were you referring to yourself? At this moment, Yi Xiao had already arrived at the cafeteria. Because all the students were watching the fun in the virtual God realm. So there weren't many people in the cafeteria, and I could easily buy the dishes I wanted. Without queuing. Yi Xiao held the dinner tray and sat down in front of a figure who was eating with his head down. Is the beauty alone? Lin He raised his head, resentment flashing in his eyes. Hong Ye. You spent the whole morning in the bathroom? Oh no. Teacher Lin has diarrhea. Sorry. He. Humph. That's a lot of nonsense. Lin He snorted coldly. Everyone knows that you went to the Void God realm. I heard that Chang Wanyan took people in to capture you. Now that you appear here, I guess. Yes, it's just as you thought. I gave Chang Wanyan to. You haven't met Chang Wanyan, have you? Ah. Yi Xiao was stunned. He looked at Lin He and said, if it's not my sister, how did you come to this conclusion? Even Tang knows inequality can't produce such a result in seconds. Ah. You're quite lucky. If you had met Chang Wanyan, you probably wouldn't have been able to have a meal here in peace. As your immediate superior, I might even have to grant you a long vacation. Lin He shook his head while eating. What? You're looking at me with such surprise. Was I wrong? Lin He raised her head and saw Yi Xiao looking at her with a look of astonishment, his beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Actually. Yi Xiao was silent for a moment and was about to speak. Hey. You're not saying that you met Chang Wanyan and seriously injured him and then appeared here safely and then sat here to eat and chat with me? Lin He laughed loudly. Isn't this possible? Yi Xiao asked with his head tilted. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for humor. Ha 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 ha. If you can beat Chang Wanyan, I'll eat the whole plate. Oh. I remember you were still quite young, probably in puberty. That's making me laugh too. Deaf. Stop daydreaming. The only way to become a strong person is to work hard on your. Oh. Lin He educated Yi Xiao with the look of an experienced person. Yi Xiao is 18 years old this year, and Lin He is 24 years old, so he is indeed a few years older than him. Oh no. I can't take it anymore. You made me laugh. Never mind. Since you made me laugh so happily, I'll forgive you for skipping class this time. Don't skip class again next time. Lin He laughed sweetly, and the whole cafeteria was filled with her silver bell-like laughter. It can be seen that Yi Xiao's joke really made him laugh. Yi Xiao finished the last bite of his meal calmly. At this time, a group of students filed into the cafeteria. Oh. I'm starving. I didn't expect this result. Yeah. If you had told me this result before, I would have said you were crazy. I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I can't help but believe it. Alas. I just want to say one thing now, Hong Yi is awesome. I really didn't expect him to beat Chang Wanyan to death. I can only say he's incredible. I heard he even single-handedly challenged Sasaki Kojiro from the Void God realm. He's so strong. I think he's only 18 years old. That's a year younger than me. With such talent, why doesn't he go to college? Being an assistant coach is such a waste of his talent. Yeah. I heard he's just a geography teacher's assistant now. No, what level is that geography? Teacher? How can such a simple class have such a great assistant? I think it would be more reasonable to swap identities. In an instant, countless students poured into the cafeteria. What they discussed the most was the fact that Hong Yi had ruined Chang Wanyan. Almost everywhere was filled with words like Hong Yi is awesome. Too strong. Unbelievable. Lin He was stunned when he heard these words. The hand holding the spoon froze in midair. Yi Xiao picked up the plate with a smile. So? Teacher Lin, don't forget to eat your plate. Do you want me to make you a bowl of soup? This stuff is really hard on your teeth. Lin He's pair of silver teeth made a crunching sound as he bit. She stared at Yi Xiao with resentment. He uttered a few words through gritted teeth. Thank you. No thanks. Yi Xiao nodded, Guan Er smiled and left with the plate. Enjoy your meal, Teacher Lin. Lin He clenched her fists. At this moment, she felt like a clown and wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Hong Ye. You bastard. She finished her plate angrily. She stared at the plate for a long time, but she still couldn't muster up the courage to eat it. I'll remember you. Hong Ye. She left angrily with her plate. After Yi Xiao left the cafeteria, he walked towards the playground. Bathed in the sunshine, Yi Xiao felt that the feeling of returning to campus was really comfortable, even though he returned with a different identity. At this moment, a sword light fell from the sky and landed beside him. The figure was actually the sword god Su Changhen. At this time, Su Changhen's white clothes were covered in blood. Even the Jinghong sword that he had always carried on his back was now held in his hand. The dazzling Jinghong sword was actually covered with tiny cracks. Something happened. Su Changhen spoke in a calm and solemn voice. Look. That guy. At this time, the students walking on the playground also saw Su Changhen. Ah. This is the male god. Oh. No. It's the sword god. A girl covered her mouth and screamed in surprise. Strange. Why is the sword god covered in blood? Yes. This is the invincible sword god. He can easily defeat 3 destructive gods alone. What on earth has happened to the sword god? Who can hurt the invincible sword god? The students all looked surprised and started talking among themselves. Hey, look, that guy looks familiar? Ah. Isn't he the Hong Yi who defeated Chang Wanyan in the secret realm? Hiss. This Hong Yi knows the sword god? Otherwise, why would the sword god look for him? You said that Hong Yi is so powerful, is there a possibility that he is the disciple of the sword god? Ah. Maybe this is really possible. Hiss. That's amazing. I thought the sword god's disciple was only Xiao Hongchen. I didn't expect there was such a powerful Hong Yi. But if he is the sword god's disciple, everything is explained clearly. Besides the sword god's land, I could definitely be a relative of the sword god. I think it's the sword god's son. Son of a bitch. The sword god is only in his 30s this year. I think he is the sword god's ideal partner. Maybe the sword god likes this type of person. The students used their flexible brains to start making random guesses. But at this time, Su Changhan obviously did not have much time. He grabbed Yi Xiao's shoulders, turned into a sword light, rushed straight into the sky, and disappeared in an instant. Ah. 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 The sword god and him had a close encounter. They ran off together. So cool. This couple is so awesome. A plain girl wearing black-framed glasses suddenly screamed. Get lost. Fujoshi, get out of here. Everyone couldn't help but give her the middle finger. At this time, Yi Xiao and the sword god had already arrived above the vast clouds. What the hell is going on? Yi Xiao asked with a frown. The sword god sighed deeply. The story begins when you entered the void god realm. At that time, I met Ning Zhao. He was still brooding over your death and couldn't calm down for a long time. Then, unbeknownst to me, Ning Zhao stormed into the wilderness alone, intending to slaughter all the gods. Yi Xiao was shocked. The principal actually did this for me. His eyes suddenly turned red. What happened next? Senior sword god, is the principal okay now? Well, later, I noticed something was happening and rushed into the wilderness to look for him. By the time I found him, Ning Zhao was already covered in wounds. He had already fought and killed 4 destructive level gods by himself. By then, he was already at the end of his rope. I led him out of the wilderness, fighting and retreating under the siege of the remaining 5 great gods. Just as we were about to leave the wilderness, an extremely terrifying being from the god's side attacked. That aura was definitely that of a natural disaster level god, comparable to an authority level professional. That being's attack almost killed the 2 of us in the wilderness. It was only because for some reason his true form couldn't attack with its full strength that we were able to escape. However, after this battle, Ning Zhao was severely injured and even used a forbidden ability, so he fell into a deep sleep. He is currently in the intensive care unit of the hospital, and the god of medicine is doing his utmost to treat him. As he was speaking, the sword god brought Yi Xiao to the first central hospital of the Imperial capital. They saw the unconscious Ning Zhao in a luxurious ward. Headmaster. Yi Zhao's eyes were red. He had not expected that he and Ning Zhao only had an ordinary teacher-student relationship, but Ning Zhao would go to such lengths for him. Ning Zhao had a senior brother in his early years. They graduated from Jinshin University. Together, founded the god hunting team together, fought for Daxia together, and killed gods together. But later, because of Ning Zhao's momentary impulse, he fell into the trap of the gods, and the Entire hunting team was almost wiped out. Ning Zhao's senior brother also died tragically at the hands of the gods while trying to save him. From then on, Ning Zhao was disheartened and withdrew from the front line. He came to Jinshan University and became the president. His goal was to protect the hope for the future of Daxia. In his heart, perhaps you are the hope of Daxia's future, or he saw in you the image of his former senior brother, a man who was as brilliant as you in his student days, and who also suppressed the geniuses of his generation. He was once the object of admiration for Ning Zhao and me. A look of reminiscence flashed in Su Changhan's eyes. His gaze was clearly on Ning Zhao, who was sleeping in the VIP ward, but it seemed as if he saw the past of a group of young men. In that glorious era, they were also the leaders and trendsetters of day. Senior Sword God, what is that person's name? I'm curious how someone could be respected by both you and Principal Ning. Yi Xiao asked. His name is Yi Li. Yi Li. I remember this name. Yi Xiao nodded solemnly. Senior Sword God, I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. Why did we have to hide the fact that I'm still alive from the principal? Yi Xiao suddenly asked. This. You know Yi Li's story, and of course you also know how much Ning Zhao values his students these days. If he knew you were still alive, and even being targeted by the gods, do you know what Ning Zhao would do? Yi Xiao shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. He'll hide you away. He'll protect you like a flower in a greenhouse. This is the after effect of that incident. Overprotection. So, I can't let Ning Zhao know about this. A truly outstanding professional is someone who fought their way out of the front lines of the battlefield. He's not a flower in a greenhouse, growing up under someone's protection. Yi Xiao. I can tell you clearly that in today's Daxia, the gap between the professionals from those pampered aristocratic families and the professionals fighting on the front lines of the hunting god team is huge. Take me for example, among professionals of the same level, I can beat 5 of those pampered guys by myself. What we need is an Optimus Prime that can support an entire era. Not a flower that is beautiful on the outside but lacks substance. Su Changhan said solemnly. One day, I will drive all the gods and demons out of this planet. I, Yi Xiao, will always keep my word. Yi Xiao said solemnly. Perhaps, this is his mission after being reborn into this world. Okay. Yi Xiao, besides this matter, I have something else I want to tell you. Su Changhan's expression became serious again. You say. Ning Zhao is now seriously injured, and Jinshan University, as Daxia's most outstanding vocational college, cannot afford to be without a president for even a single day. So, after a complex council meeting, the higher-ups decided to send the president of Moto Vocational University to temporarily take over the position of president of Jinshan University. You don't know, but the president of this Magic City Vocational University had a feud with Ning Zhao when they were young. They've always been rivals. He's been brooding over the fact that the position of president of Jinshan University fell into Ning Zhao's hands. Now that he has the chance, I bet he'll definitely make some moves. He might even take advantage of Ning Zhao's sleep to try to deprive him of his power. As the principal, he can't do such a thing openly, so I guess he will start with the students. That's what you need to pay attention to. Su Changhan pressed Yi Zhao's shoulder and said. I will also temporarily take over the position of vice principal during this period. If anything really happens, I will help you. Don't worry. Principal Ning suffered this injury for me. Until he returns, I will protect Jinshan University for him. Yi Xiao nodded. That's great. Yi Xiao, your current strength is still too weak. You re-okay in your freshman, sophomore, and even junior years, but definitely not top tier. If those seniors come back, you'll have a hard time. This time, Ning Zhao and I not only killed the gods, but also seized a medium energy mineral vein. I extracted all the energy crystals from this mineral vein and fused them into a divine energy crystal. After absorbing this divine energy crystal, your level will reach the manipulation level. As he spoke, Su Changhan handed a golden energy crystal to Yi Xiao. The energy contained in this energy crystal is comparable to that of 10,000 ordinary energy crystals. Don't worry, Sword God. Yi Xiao nodded and took the energy crystal. The warm energy wrapped around his wrist and filled his body. Yi Xiao felt that the power in his body was fluctuating wildly, and even his pupil technique became active. Okay, you can leave first. Seeing that the white-haired medical god had completed another treatment in the ward and stood up, Su Changhan hurriedly asked Yi Xiao to leave. Crunch. The door opened and the old god of medicine walked out. Senior Xia? How is the situation? The god of medicine shook his head. Ning Zhao's condition isn't good. First of all, his injuries are too severe, and his potential has been almost exhausted. Ning Zhao's career may come to an end here. Dr. Xia sighed regretfully. Ning Zhao was once one of the most outstanding geniuses in Daxia. I didn't expect it to end up like this. How could this happen? Is Ning Zhao hopeless of power again in this life? Su Changhan's face turned ugly. Damn it. If I had known this, I shouldn't have hidden it from him. Su Jinshan, what did you say? It's okay. If you have anything else, please continue, Dr. Xia. The white-haired old man nodded. Besides that, there's a terrifying force within Ning Zhao's body that's been suppressing his vitality. It's this force that's keeping him from waking up. I guess Ning Zhao used that trick, or copied that thing. Su Changhan nodded. Ning Zhao did copy the ancient heaven, he even copied an ancient god general of our great Xia, the three-eyed god general. Otherwise, we will all be buried in the wilderness. Ning Zhao sighed. Alas! How can we mortals imitate the spirits of the ancient heaven? Ning Zhao can be said to be cursed by the ancient heaven. Unless what? You need Lu Jin level power to erase the curse from his body, otherwise Ning Zhao won't wake up in a short time. Xia Yi Dao. Road end level. The sword god's face turned ugly. In today's Daxia, not even the entire blue star, where can one find a way to reach the ultimate level? What did he think of at this moment? That's right. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao carries the aura of the road ending level. If Yi Xiao takes action. Moreover, if one possesses the power of the way of life, not only can the curse of the ancient heaven be erased from Ning Zhao's body, but it can even replenish his vitality and restore his potential. However, this is easier said than done. Sigh. Dr. Xiao's face was not looking good either. Ning Zhao was seriously injured, which was a loss to the entire Xia. But Su Changhan's heart had already become active at this time. Yi Xiao, I leave it to you. After Dr. Xia left, Su Changhan hurriedly told Yi Xiao about this. The road of life ends. Yi Xiao looked hesitant. Sword God, I can't use the power of the road to the end level right now. This power can only be triggered when I'm in a life or death situation. And there's only one chance a month. I can't use this power to save people. But if you give me time, I can obtain the power of the road to the end level. Yi Xiao said solemnly. I only need 1 year. No. Half a year. Just half a year. That's enough. I promise you. I will save Principal Ning in half a year. If one wants to reach the end of the road level, then he can only rely on the eternal green eyes. But if his current Wood Spirit pupil wants to advance, he still has to cross 2 levels, the Divine Wood pupil and the Pupil of Life. His level must at least reach level 5 perfect level. Time is tight, but in order to take care of his senior all the time, he has no choice but to do it. Yi Xiao swallowed the golden energy crystal in one gulp. Heavy power surges in the body. His level increased rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 3rd level of manipulation. You have obtained an opportunity to advance your pupil skills. The host concurrently. I choose Mu Lingtong for promotion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Tree Pupil. Shinmu Pupil, 1, you can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. It evolves into a dense forest. The forest of Shinmu confuses all things. 2. 1 man is worth 10,000. Summon the sacred tree guards, each of which can exert the strength of the host's current level. 3. Group healing. In the team, you are always a popular and sought-after person, and you are the perfect 9-star nurse. Yi Xiao was very satisfied with the newly acquired Shinmu Pupil's 3 powerful skills. He is now an almost fully developed hexagonal warrior with ridiculously strong fighting ability. Now he dares to confront even those at the control level head-on. Ding! The host's pupil skills have been collected. Get the opportunity to merge. Fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Purple Extreme Eye. Purple Extreme Pupil, Purple, Purple Extreme Demon Pupil, Red, Purple Extreme Immortal. Pupil, Black, Purple Extreme Immortal Demon Pupil, Gold. Purple Eyes, basic combat power is increased by 100%. The power of this newly awakened Purple Eye is astonishing. The basic combat power has doubled. When Yi Xiao does not use those incredible skills, he can defeat enemies at least 5 levels higher with just ordinary swordsmanship and the combination of gravity. For half a year, Principal Ning, I'll keep my promise. Yi Xiao clenched his fists and walked out of the villa. 3 days have passed since the retreat. Su Changhan brought news that the new principal will arrive at Jinshin University today. All teachers and students in the school need to go to welcome them. When Yi Xiao arrived, he was the last few people to arrive. At this time, everyone from the vice President Su Changhan to the freshmen of Jinshin University had arrived to greet him. The seniors were all busy with their internships and had no time to come. Day. Above the sky, the wind roared and the helicopter's propellers made a deafening roar. A military attack helicopter slowly descended from the sky. The strong wind blinded everyone's eyes. The door of the helicopter slowly opened, and a man in a suit, black gloves, holding a handkerchief, and with a face as pale as falling snow walked out. The man had a feminine appearance and looked to be in his 20s. He had black hair with a tuft of white hair moving slightly in front of his bangs. No one would dare to believe that the president of the Magic City Vocational University was already 38 years old, but his facial features were almost the same as those of the college students. He even had a more mysterious and mature aura, and the black color suited him very well. As soon as the man got off the plane, Yi Xiao felt an unconcealable sense of mystery from him, like a black hole, attracting your attention. A sentence popped up in his mind. While you peer into the abyss also peers into you. Ahem. The man covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief and coughed twice. Hello, students. My name is Ing Xiangtian. From today on, I will be your acting principal. Please give me your guidance. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, adding a touch of weirdness to his fair face. This man is so handsome and evil. He has an upright figure, but his skin is whiter than a woman's. Hello, principal. The students greeted him politely, and the girls looked at him with a hint of wonder. People who look handsome can get along well with people no matter their age. Okay. Come down, by the way. Introduce yourselves. Ing Xiangtian clapped his hands. 3 young men strode down from the plane. These 3 are the best students at Magic City Vocational University. I called them here to assist me in managing the school. This is my first day as principal, and I'm giving my first order. Based on the principle of respecting student autonomy, starting today, I will establish a 10 outstanding council at Jinshin University. This council will handle all matters of the school, big or small. Respect students' autonomy and student self-governance. This is the educational method that best brings out the individuality of each student. Wow. Ing Xiangtian's suit jacket was spread out, and the howling wind blew his hair. You 3, please introduce yourselves. Ing Xiangtian took a step back and gave his place to the 3 people. Shen Anqing, occupation, swordsman. A young man with a cold face, dressed in white and a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye, spoke lightly. The cold-faced man in white clothes can only be described as a swordsman. 5 Elements Master, Zhou Gu. Another man wearing a floral shirt and gold-rimmed glasses smiled evilly. And the young man who looks the most ordinary and decadent among the 3. The most surprising thing was that he was wearing slippers and jeans that almost dragged on the ground, and he looked sleepy as if he had just woken up. Muliu River. Occupation God. After saying that, he yawned again and looked very sleepy, which made people even doubt whether he slept well last night. God? Everyone was confused. What kind of job was this? It was unprecedented. The gods know, but what on earth is it? But before the students could think about it, Ing Xiangtian coughed again. The 3 of them will join the 10 outstanding council. At the same time, I will also select 3 students from each of the junior and sophomore grades, as well as a freshman, to form the 10 outstanding council. From now on, the 10 outstanding council will only be responsible to me and manage the entire school. Everything. Ing Xiangtian's mouth curled up slightly. That's all I have to say. Do you have any comments? I have a problem. Su Changhan spoke in a cold voice. He knew that Ing Xiangtian would take some action when he took over as principal, but he didn't expect the action to be so big. He is trying to seize power blatantly. Vice President Su, do you have any opinions? Or do you think my management style is not good? As the #1 university in Daxia, Jinshin University should respect students' autonomy and emphasize their individual abilities. I think the 10 outstanding People's Council is a good way to test students' abilities. Ing Xiangtian's every word was from the perspective of Jinshin University and the ignorant. Onlookers were really moved by him. But in Su Changhan's view, this is nothing but an obvious wolf ambition. Principal Ing, if someone on the Elite 10 Council acts for their own benefit and infringes on the rights of other students, how should this be handled? Su Changhan spoke. I believe that as the best students of Jinshin University, the 10 elites would not do such a thing. However, in order to prevent this from happening, I naturally have corresponding countermeasures. First, the 10 elite council will decide by voting. As long as half of the people are against it, it will not stand. Secondly, doesn't Jinshin University always have a duel? We can use this. If you are dissatisfied with a member of the 10 elites, you can bring up a duel. What do you think, Dean? Su? The 10 elites council has members from freshman to junior year. No matter which grade a student is dissatisfied with, they can start a duel with the 10 elites. After all, this world is one where strength is respected. Wouldn't it be better to let the students know about this in advance? Do you think I'm right, Vice Principal Su? Su Changhan looked at Ing Xiangtian coldly. He didn't expect that this guy was so well prepared. It seems that he has been coveting the position of president of Jinshin University for a long time. I have no objection. After saying this, Su Changhan stopped talking. He really had no right to refuse this matter. Very good. Let me continue. To motivate the students, the 10 outstanding students must not refuse any challenges from them. They must accept them. If they lose, they will voluntarily withdraw from the 10 outstanding students' council, and their position will be automatically taken by the winner. Of course, the resources that the top 10 will enjoy will naturally be more generous, such as energy crystals, advanced skill scrolls, and gold medal mentors. Even my personal instruction. For example, internship qualifications for the top hunting team, etc. It is currently tentatively decided that the top 3 students in the grade will be selected as the top 10 students. The top 3 sophomores and juniors are out. Following Ing Xiangtian's order, 6 young men walked out of the crowd. They are all the best students in Jinshin University. Next up is the freshman class. Originally, this opportunity should have been given to the top freshman, but it seems he's fallen. Sigh. This is such unfortunate news. I'm deeply saddened by the loss of such a talented person in Daxia. Ing Xiangtian gently stroked his chest with his hand and sighed softly. He looked like he was really in great sorrow. Therefore, the top 10 members of the freshman class are. Let him take over. Come out. Following Ing Xiangtian's order, a figure walked out from the crowd. He was wearing a white robe, with 3,000 black hairs hanging down like a waterfall. His temperament was as extraordinary as a banished immortal, and his face had a smile as warm as the spring breeze, which made people feel good about him. Meet the principal. Wu Tongxian bowed to Ing Xiangtian. You're recovering well. Of course, it's just a minor injury. Your grandfather strongly recommended you to me this time, don't let me down. Ing Xiangtian patted Wu Tongxian on the shoulder and said. Tang Xian will definitely do his best to assist the principal in managing the campus. Ying Xiangtian nodded, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied. 10 young men lined up and stood behind Ying Xiangtian. In this way, these are the initial members of the 10 Greatest Council. Are there any of you who disagree? Simply step forward and challenge them. The crowd fell silent. Dissatisfied? Who is dissatisfied? Take Wu Tongxian for example, who can beat him except Yi Xiao? Or it could be Lin Ru, but Lin Ru. He doesn't care who becomes a member of the Council of 10. Very good, then the members of the 10 elites are decided. Now you have your first mission. Ying Xiang slowly took off his black gloves. He wore a skull ring between his white finger bones, which was full of artistic sense. Ying Xiangtian gently stroked the skull ring, and then spoke slowly. Freshman Zhang Rou has violated school rules by repeatedly skipping classes, violating the school's rule that freshmen are not allowed to enter the Void God realm. Now, please ask the Council of 10 to make a judgment on her. What was unexpected was that Ying Xiangtian's spearhead was actually directed at Zhang Rou. Zhang Rou and the crowd suddenly turned pale. Oh. It's the first mission. We must make a name for ourselves as the 10 Greatest Council. Otherwise, any random person will challenge our authority. If you ask me, skipping classes and breaking the rules is pretty serious. Drop out of school. Zhou Gu grinned, revealing a cruel smile. Expulsion, approved. Raise your hand. You should speak to the sky. In a flash, 7 hands were raised. The 3 young men brought by Ying Xiangtian, Wu Tongxian, and 3 young men from the sophomores and juniors also raised their hands. Okay. Then give it to Zhang Rou. Expulsion from school. Ying Xiangtian clapped his hands and made a decision. Zhang Rou and the crowd trembled violently and her face turned pale. Why? Why? Is it so easy to execute someone? Zhang Rou made mistakes, but they are excusable. A disciplinary action will suffice. Why should she be expelled? Do you know how hard Zhang Rou worked to get into Jinshan University? Do you know what Zhang Rou sacrificed for her companions? Ruoyu shouted unwillingly. No matter what her starting point was, if she did something wrong, it was wrong. Ying Xiangtian waved his hand and said. What? Little sister, are you not convinced? Do you want your brother to convince you? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Gu looked at Ruoyu with a ferocious look on his face and laughed. Her chest heaved violently with anger. Principal Ying, you just said that you can challenge the members of the 10 Elite Council. Right? At this time a voice sounded. It's Xiao Hongchen. So what? Ying Xiangtian narrowed his eyes. Then I want to challenge Wu Tongxian. Xiao Hongchen's aura was exaggerated. He drew his sword and the sword tip shone with silver light, pointing directly at Wu Tongxian behind Ying Xiangtian. Ying Xiangtian narrowed his eyes slightly. What a good student you taught, Su Changhen, he has a very fierce temper. Ying Xiangtian spoke to Su Changhen who remained silent on the side. My student, the swordsman is one who follows his heart, and it has always been so. Su Changhen responded indifferently. Well, the swordsman is very sharp, I see. I just wonder if he knows the principle that the stronger the sword, the easier it is to break. Ying Xiangtian stroked his cheek and chuckled. Tongxian, since someone wants to challenge you, then go and try it. As you wish, headmaster. Wu Tongxian's long black hair fluttered as he walked out slowly. Xiao Hongchen, you and I have already fought, and you are no match for me. This battle is meaningless. Xiao Hongchen held the sword in one hand, and sword energy surged around him. A scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. Wu Tongxian, don't you understand such a simple truth? If He Xiao could defeat you the first time, I, Xiao Hongchen, can defeat you the second time. Well. Stupid. Wu Tongxian shook his head. In this case, we can only fight quickly and decisively. He snapped his fingers and 8 flying swords rushed out through the air. You're using that trick again. It's useless to me now. The sword intent of cutting the sky burst out. Cut the sky with one sword. Silver sword light shot out from Xiao Hongchen's eyes. Then a brilliant sword energy was out, and everything seemed to be split in half by this sword. You've learned well. I've even mastered about 30% of your heaven-slaying sword intent. Ying Xiangtian nodded in approval. Disperse. Sword energy cut through the sky. All 8 flying swords were deflected by Xiao Hongchen. Wu Tongxian, I've already told you that things are different now. Long rainbow sword escape. Xiao Hongchen took advantage of the victory and pursued Wu Tongxian, turning into a bright sword light and appearing in front of him, and then slashed him on the head with the sword. It's quite interesting. You have indeed made some progress. But Xiao Hongchen, you are not the only one in this world who was making progress, and I am not standing still either. This move was originally prepared for Yi Xiao, but unfortunately he died. Today, I will use you as an experiment. Magic formation. Heavenly magic thunder body. A golden thunder fell from the sky. A golden array pattern suddenly appeared on Wu Tongxian's body. This is. He tattooed a formation on his body. Is he crazy? How could his mortal body withstand the power of a formation? And it's a lightning-attributed formation with the most violent and terrifying attack power. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, rolling golden thunder burst out from Wu Tongxian's body, tearing through the void and destroying everything. It actually shocked Xiao Hongchen away. At the same time, a 100-meter-tall golden figure appeared behind him. As the figure roared, lightning began to rage wildly. Everyone couldn't help but distance themselves from Wu Tongxian. He's only at the 3rd level of transformation. And yet he can unleash such a powerful force. Is this the terrifying nature of the immortal cultivator profession? Everyone exclaimed. It's not this profession that's strong. It's Wu Tonxian who's strong. He actually tattooed the formation on his body. This is something we never expected. Xiao Hongqian is doomed. This move will severely damage him. Wu Tonxian is seeking revenge. At this moment, the Golden Thunder body swung its fist and punched towards Xiao Hongqian. To suppress him. He's seeking revenge for the time Yi Xiao suppressed him with a single punch. Xiao Hongqian is finished. Some people even closed their eyes, not daring to look at this scene. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the back of the crowd. Disperse. He stood in front of Xiao Hongqian and swung his hand. The golden fist formed by the gathering of thunder suddenly exploded in the void. The thunder and lightning giant couldn't help but stagger back a few steps and roared. Who is it? Who's attacking? He blocked Wu Tonxian's heavenly lightning body with just one move. Who is it? At this moment, a figure in white beside Ying Xiangtian moved instantly. A sharp sword light broke through the air and slashed towards the figure. But that figure also drew out a condensed long sword with his backhand. Bite. Two swords, one virtual and one real, collided in midair. The void trembled and the earth rumbled. The terrifying sword energy shot out in all directions like a gale. The momentum was so strong that several students were shocked and retreated continuously. The two figures finally separated. Chen Anqing turned quickly in the air and finally landed on the ground, taking 3 consecutive steps back. However, the figure's feet drew a long groove on the ground, barely stopping his body. Who made the move? Everyone began to look at the figure curiously. Oh shit. It's him, Hong Yi. Who is Hong Yi? I've never heard of him. Is he famous? Someone asked doubtfully. Don't you even know Hong Yi? He was the one who saved Zhang Rou in the Void God realm. And fought Chu Wanyan and Chang Wanyan alone. Chang Wanyan is now in the ICU because of him. Someone explained with unconcealed surprise in his eyes. But he's a teaching assistant at the school. For a teaching assistant to get involved in a fight between students is a bit overstepping his bounds. The principal will definitely punish him. Hong Yi is going to be in big trouble this time. He'll most likely be expelled. Sigh. Someone sighed. What a shame. Hong Yi is only 18 years old, about the same age as us, yet he possesses such powerful strength. What a pity. The students shook their heads. Your swordsmanship. It's okay, but the level is a little low. Who taught you that? Chen Anqing, dressed in white, sheathed his sword and questioned Yi Xiao. Who taught? Yi Xiao chuckled awkwardly. You guess? Guess? No need to guess. I've heard that you're the teaching assistant at our school. At this time Ying Xiangtian waved his hand. Since you're an assistant teacher, why are you interfering in the fateful battle between a student and the Elite 10? I declare that you are fired from today. Go back and pack your things and leave. With just a few words, he determined Yi Xiao's fate. The whole audience was in an uproar. Oh. I knew it. He, an assistant coach, will definitely be fired for taking such a strong shot. It's so funny. He's not just a non-staff member. He's just an assistant teacher. To put it bluntly, he's on the same level as the lady who cleans the toilets. Who gives him that confidence? Show off. I told you to show off. You've defeated Chang Wanyan and you've lost your way. You even dare to challenge the principal's authority. You deserve to be expelled. Most of the people who said these words were those who were hostile to Yi Xiao. For various reasons, some of them couldn't stand him being in the spotlight, while others were on good terms with Chang Wanyan. Okay, why are you still standing here? Do you want the school to keep you for dinner? Ying Xiangtian saw Yi Xiao standing there motionless, and he waved his hand. As casually as if shooing away a fly. It's a pity, Principal Ying, you can't expel him. At this time, Su Changhan, who had remained silent, spoke. Ying Xiangtian turned around upon hearing the voice. Why does Vice Principal Su say that? I mean, from today on, Hong Yi is a student of Jinshin University. Su Changhan took out a student certificate. What? He's become a student now? No. Are you kidding me? A teaching assistant turned student? But don't mention that he's only 18 years old, and he's capable enough. If his resume is good, and he has a guarantor, he could definitely become a student at our school. After all, with his ability, he could easily win the top spot in the college entrance examination. Someone spoke up. A student from our school? Su Changhan, are you sure? Have you checked this kid's background? Is his guarantor trustworthy? I find it strange that he has such strength at his age. Have you checked the connections behind it? Su Changhan, inserting a student midway, and from the #1 school in Daxia, this is not a simple matter. In accordance with the way of heaven. I have checked. Hong Yi is an orphan. He had eye problems when he was young. He was born in an orphanage and never went to school. As for his strength, it's very simple. I taught you. Because I am his guarantor. He is my disciple. I brought him out of the orphanage and taught him swordsmanship till now. He is my direct disciple. And also my first disciple. Su Changhan waved his hand and said. No wonder he has such outstanding swordsmanship. Turns out he's your disciple. Su Changhan, you're amazing. You first arranged for your own student to be your assistant, and Then turned him into your student at the crucial moment. You're truly talented. Everyone underestimated your scheming, Su Changhen. A cold look flashed across Ing Xiangtian's gloomy face, making him look even colder and more eerie. Su Changhen dared to bring up this matter at this critical juncture, so he must have been prepared. Hong Ye's admission is now a foregone conclusion. You're too kind, but it still can't compare to Principal Ying's 10 outstanding counsel strategy. Su Changhen then retorted sarcastically. Oh. No wonder he saved Zhang Rou in the Void God realm. I finally understand. Zhang Rou is Xiao Hongchen's friend. And he is Xiao Hongchen's senior brother. So they have this kind of relationship. No wonder. No wonder. I finally understand. Why does Hong Yi seem to be on Xiao Hongchen? And the other's side in every way? Amazing. He was trained by the sword god himself. How enviable. No wonder he has such strength. That's understandable. The students were all amazed. Senior brother? My senior brother? A hint of surprise flashed across Xiao Hongchen's face. Didn't the master say that he would accept me as his apprentice? Is the master lying to me? Xiao Hongchen looked at Su Changhen with a hint of doubt. Su Changhen turned his head away, looking a little embarrassed. All I can say is that plants can't keep up with changes. And he really didn't expect that Yi Xiao was not originally a knife player? Now he actually showed such talent in swordsmanship. He even used the essence of his heaven-severing sword intent in that sword strike. To outsiders, Yi Xiao is Su Changhen's apprentice, so it is natural that he has superb swordsmanship. But only Su Changhen knew that he had never taught Yi Xiao swordsmanship. He is a fucking pupil magician. Is this what genius is? A genius who doesn't play by the rules? Well, Principal Ing, since I'm already a freshman at Jinshin University, am I qualified to challenge Wu Tongxian? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Ing Xiangtian's face suddenly turned ugly. Challenge? What a challenge. With your fucking fighting power, you even defeated the strongest warrior Chang Wanyan. Now you tell me you want to fight Wu Tongxian? Do you want to dig a grave for him? You are indeed qualified to challenge the 10 elites. Ing Xiangtian said calmly. Oh yeah. Bai Ruoyu shouted happily. Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongchen also looked happy. But Ing Xiangtian's next sentence made their expressions change suddenly. But you are not challenging Wu Tongxian, but them. Following Ing Xiangtian's order, 3 figures walked out. Your sword is decent enough to play with me. Chen Anqing held the sword in his hand and said. Hey, hey, hey. Are you the sword god's apprentice? I really want to beat you to death. Zhou Gu was shaking the big gold chain around his neck, looking eager to try. Ah. Can you please finish quickly? I want to go back to sleep. Mu Liuhai yawned, and the dark circles under his eyes looked even darker. Hong Yi. Let's talk logically. You are Su Changhen's disciple and have been taught by the great Xia sword god since childhood. Your strength cannot be measured by your peers. I think it is reasonable for you to fight against the 3 of them. Ing Xiangtian smiled. It's unreasonable. Hong Ye is just a freshman, and you want him to fight against 3 juniors. Ing Xiangtian, do you think this is reasonable? Su Changhen questioned. There's nothing unreasonable about that. He's a genius. Geniuses have privileges. How about this? I'll grant him the opportunity to skip a grade. Hong Yi will skip to junior year. Is that okay? With that? Ing Xiangtian spread his hands with an indifferent expression. Is this acceptable? Hong Ye? The chance to skip a grade, are you willing to accept it? Yi Xiao nodded. Of course you can. This is an opportunity specially granted by the principal. Don't miss it. All right. Look, Su Changhen, your disciple has agreed to it. As their master, you shouldn't have any objections, right? Since he has agreed, I naturally have no objection. Hong Ya, be careful. Su Changhen warned. Okay, thank you, teacher. So, among the 3 of us, who are you going to challenge? Zhou Gu asked Yi Xiao eagerly. Do you really want me to challenge you? Yi Xiao glanced at him sideways. Of course it's so cool to step on the sword god's disciples. I'm already eager to try it. Zhou Gyush burst into laughter. Oh. In this case. Yi Xiao spoke softly. Pick me. Pick me. Pick me now. I can't wait. Zhou Gu looked at Yi Xiao as if he was looking at a treasure. Then I will choose you and continue the sword strike from before. Yi Xiao suddenly pointed at Chen Anqing and said. Zhou Gu's expression froze on his face, and his laughter stopped abruptly. Why? Why didn't you choose me, damn it? Why didn't you choose me? Are you looking down on me? Zhou Gu yelled in frustration. He bit the big gold chain hard with his teeth. Grains of gold actually burst in his mouth. Why not choose you? Let me think about it, because I don't want to fight with a fool. Ha ha. Yi Xiao showed a playful expression, which completely angered Zhou Gu. Kill you. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. No one has ever been able to call me a fool and still get away with it. I'm going to kill you. Zhou Gu was like a mad beast, gnawing at his own gold necklace, spitting all over the air. Okay, Zhou Gu, stop going crazy. Ing Xiangtian waved his hand and said. Just stand there quietly until it's your turn. You can trust in Shang's strength. Only Ing Xiangtian's words could calm Zhou Gu down. Even though he was still grinning at this moment, at least he was no longer shouting. Chen Anqing walked out holding a sword. You really know how to choose. If you choose Jogu, you still have a chance. If you choose me, all that awaits you is failure. Ah? What do you mean? Chen Anqing, say it again. Do you think I can't beat you? Jogu was unhappy and waved his fist and shouted. But Chen Anqing didn't speak to him or even look at him. He just quietly drew out the sword and threw the scabbard aside. Actually, I really want to let the sword god know that he did not choose me. It was the biggest mistake of his life, and the disciple he carefully trained would become the stepping stone to the throne of sword god. After saying this, he flashed by like a shooting star. A sword light chased Yi Xiao. At the moment when everyone was stunned, Chen Anqing's sword had arrived. What a fast swordsmanship. I didn't even see him draw his sword. No. His sword can flash. It appeared at Hong Ye's neck in an instant. A crisp sound was heard. And Hong Yi held a silver sword condensed from the energy in his body. With this sword, he was sent flying more than 10 meters. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Hong Yi tiptoed and raised his body. Then he slashed downwards with a sword. Xie. A mighty sword intent burst out. It is sharper and more powerful than Xiao Hongshan's previous sword. That is a galaxy of sword energy falling from the sky. The heaven-slaying sword technique. It's indeed powerful, but it's nothing compared to my swift sword. Chen Anqing shook the sword in his hand. Of all the ways in the world, only speed can be broken. The swift sword will cut through everything. Xie. The silver light danced in the air like a long snake, stabbing towards Yi Xiao's neck at a tricky angle. And the astonishingly powerful sword drawing technique actually cut through the air. It's over. Red Knight Sky Sword. This is a big no-no. One sword decides life and death. He is doomed to lose. Is the sword god's disciple going to lose? Is he going to lose so easily? Everyone couldn't help but shout loudly. 500 times gravity. Down. Yi Xiao spoke softly, and the next second, Chen Anqing was crushed to the ground by the sudden gravity, and the sword just brushed past Yi Xiao's hair. Empty sword. Empty sword again. Everyone was shocked. Gravity. Why do you control gravity? Chen Anqing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it impossible for him to move. Even lifting his wrist to hold the sword became extremely difficult. What exactly is your profession? How can a swordsman control gravity? What kind of weird method is this? Chen Anqing raised his wrist with force. For a swordsman known for his swift sword, gravity is simply his natural nemesis. What is your apprentice's occupation? Ying Shangtian also frowned and asked Su Changhen. It was at this moment that Yi Xiao and Su Changhen spoke at the same time. I never said his profession was a swordsman. Who told you that my profession is a swordsman? His occupation is tyrant. My profession is tyrant. Why don't you kneel down before me? As Yi Xiao took a step forward, 800 times the gravity was directly applied to Chen Anqing. Can a fast sword that is slowed down still be called a fast sword? It's better to call it a turtle sword. Yi Xiao. Xiao walked towards Chen Anqing step by step. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Anqing was seen holding the sword with trembling hands, his brows lowered, but his expression looked quite calm. There was no sign of panic at all. He counted numbers silently as Yi Xiao approached him step by step. Chen Anqing finally raised his head. His eyes were extremely bright, just as dazzling as the light of his sword. Turtle sword? Who are you calling turtle sword? You blind man. A blue halo enveloped Chen Anqing. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. It was as if Chen Anqing had suddenly disappeared and there was no trace of him anywhere. Holy crap, this is magic. He just disappeared right there? Where did he go? He was completely invisible. Where are the people? What on earth happened? Until someone with sharp eyes noticed something unusual. He raised his hand, pointed to the sky and shouted. Look! Chen Anqing's figure appeared more than 20 meters above Yi Xiao. Immediately following. Call out. A blue light fell from the sky like thunder. Sky-soaring blue shadow. Xie. The sword energy was like a lightning nail, killing Yi Xiao. The speed of that sword was extremely fast. It was so fast that everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the next second they seemed to see Yi Xiao's body being cut in half by a sword. The fastest sword must ignore space and time. Chen Anqing's sword cannot ignore time, but he has already grasped a little bit of it. With just this one sword move, he can be ranked among the top sword practitioners in the world. Yes. When everyone was focused on improving their sword energy, sword intent, and sword heart, Chen Anqing took a different approach and walked a different path. He actually combined the way of swordsmanship with the way of space. He actually understood it. Chen Anqing's understanding is worthy of being recorded in history. He can truly be called an exceptional swordsman. I believe the sword god would also recognize this. A group of mentors also gathered together and nodded continuously. Even Su Changhen couldn't help but nod in approval. Although Chen Anqing was not his disciple and even had a different stance from him, his natural talent was definitely not to be ignored. It's over. Ying Shangtian even spoke with a sneer. Su Changhen, your disciple. Defeated. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Chang hated you for putting everything on this disciple. But now you lose. Once you lose everything. However, the corners of Yi Xiao's mouth always remained upturned. I see, combining space and swordsmanship is interesting. Isn't that so? Just when the blue sword shadow was about to fall on Yi Xiao, his body shook slightly. It actually appeared 10 meters away. Chie. Chen Anqing's face showed horror. His sword missed. Ever since he mastered this sword technique, relying on the mysterious power of the way of space, his sword has never missed its target. Even Ying Shangtian commented that this sword of his had the power to slay gods. But today his sword missed in front of a young man, who was 3 years younger than him. This kid is also the disciple of sword god Su Changhen. The disciple of the man to whom he had always wanted to prove his abilities. But before Chen Anqing could think about it, a chill ran down his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He reflexively raised his sword and tried to turn his body. However, an indifferent voice sounded in my ears. Space sword, is this what it is? It's Yi Xiao. His sword slashed across Chen Anqing's body. But it didn't hurt him, it just cut off a strand of Chen Anqing's hair. Is that so? Yi Xiao's figure appeared again on the other side. Is it like this? Or is it like this? Or is it? So? Yi Xiao's figure disappeared in one place like a ghost, and appeared in another place the next. Second. If this was a life and death battle, Yi Xiao would have 100 chances to chop off Chen Anqing's head. But he just doesn't. Each of Yi Xiao's swords only cut off a strand of his hair. In just a short moment, Yi Xiao had a whole clump of hair in his hand. Those black hairs looked extremely dazzling in Chen Anqing's eyes, because each strand of hair symbolized a person that Yi Xiao had killed. Chen Anqing finally understood. Yi Xiao had been teasing him all along. While giving him hope, he also gave him despair again. Let him feel the gap from heaven to hell, then back to heaven and finally falling into the 18 levels of hell. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. As a swordsman, he was humiliated by another swordsman in public. Ah. Chen Anqing was trembling all over, and he clenched the sword tightly in his hand. Let out a heart-wrenching roar. Hong Ye. If you have the guts, kill me. Who are you trying to humiliate? Kill me. If you still consider yourself a swordsman, then kill me. He picked up the sword with both hands and slashed wildly in the air, but Yi Xiao's control over the power of space was far more advanced than his, and Chen Anqing couldn't even touch Yi Xiao's clothes. I'm sorry. I'm not a swordsman. Kendo is just my worst skill. As Yi Xiao's figure reappeared, he finally took action. Yi Xiao's figure appeared in front of Chen Anqing, and then he flicked his finger and flicked the sword in his hand away. Look, you're afraid of me. You're so scared that you can't even hold your sword. Now I say your sword is a turtle sword. Do you have any objections? Do you still want to kneel down when you see me? Yi Xiao stretched out his big hand and pressed down directly on Chen Anqing's head. That's enough. You win. Stop it. Ying Shangtian said with an ugly expression. Yi Xiao's move is to destroy Chen Anqing's swordsmanship. Once Chen Anqing's Dao heart is wiped out, his life will be almost ruined. This is fatal for a swordsman. He couldn't let this happen. However, Yi Xiao acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He pressed down. Chen Anqing's body was pressed to the ground by him. Like a dead dog, motionless. I'm sorry. Principal. Your voice was a little soft, I didn't hear you. Could you please speak louder? Next time? Yi Xiao slowly withdrew his hand, tilted his head and gave Ying Shangtian an extremely brilliant smile. Lips turned purple in response to the weather. Mad. Too crazy. Taunt him in front of him. Ying Shangtian had never seen such a crazy student. This is really the first time someone dares to challenge his authority. Very good. Su Changhen, you have trained a very outstanding disciple. Really very good, very good. Ying Shangtian said with gritted teeth. Principal Ying, thank you for your praise. This is all the result of Hong Ye's hard work. Su Changhen smiled. Even he was a little shocked by the strength displayed by Yi Xiao. You know, this is just the tip of the iceberg of Yi Xiao's countless methods. Even so, a first-level manipulator swordsman who mastered the way of space was defeated by him. In that case, I am now considered one of the 10 elites. Yi Xiao raised his hand. Then, I vote against firing Zhang Rou. Bai Ruoyu and Xiao Hongchen immediately showed expressions of relief. A rare smile appeared on Su Changhen's face, which had been as cold as an iceberg for thousands of years. He couldn't say he was satisfied with Yi Xiao's performance today, he could only say he was extremely satisfied. However, oh. Hongya, you put so much thought into this, what a pity. Zhang Rou still has to be expelled from school, the vote against invalid. Ying Shangtian sneered. Wow. There was an immediate uproar among the crowd. Ying Shangtian sneered. Ha 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 ha. Hong Yi. Hong Yi. You don't know this. There are 7 votes in favor. Even if you replace Chen Anqing's position, there are still 6 votes against it, Zhang Rou will still be expelled, your efforts are meaningless. How's it going? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you uncomfortable? Ha 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 ha. I just want to see you like that. So cool. So cool. Jogu stuck out his tongue and laughed strangely. I also have to thank you for helping me beat up that pretentious Chen Anqing. Jogu grinned. My sword is swift. I can seal your throat with one strike. If you say another word, I will kill you. Jogu imitated Chen Anqing's tone. So awesome. I'm so scared. He's so powerful. Ha 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 ha. He shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands and looked mocking. Chen Anqing's expression on the side became even uglier. Normally he would have picked up his sword and killed Jogu, but now he wasn't in the mood. Hong Yi, now you understand, even if you take the position of the top 10, Zhang Rose. Expulsion from school cannot be changed. This is already a foregone conclusion. Unless. Ying Xiangtian touched his chin, a gloomy smile appeared on his face, and he seemed a little chilled. Unless what? Hong Ye asked calmly. Unless. You can beat me. Jogu rubbed his wrist and strode out. That's right. If you can defeat one more of the 10 elites, I will agree to overturn this decision. Ying Xiangtian said. So, this idiot and I have to fight? Yi Xiao asked with his head tilted. Nature. Okay then, let's fight. Yi Xiao shook his head with regret. Principal, you've gone through so much trouble to get Zhang Rou to drop out. The Chu family has given you a lot of benefits, right? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Ying Xiangtian's already gloomy expression became even uglier. Are you slandering the president of Jinshin University? No, it was just a joke. The principal is very magnanimous. Don't take it seriously. Yi Xiao spread his hands. Some jokes can't be made casually, and some words can't be said casually, otherwise. The price to pay will be very heavy, understand? Ying Xiangtian stroked his black leather gloves and said coldly. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, principal. Yi Xiao bowed, but there was no respect in his attitude. His expression was slightly frozen, as if he was thinking about something. Why? The Chu family insisted on letting Zhang Rou drop out of school? Because this way they can completely control Zhang Rou. So, why do they have to keep Zhang Rou under their control? Because she has to marry Tang Xian, but there are so many young ladies in the Chu family, why? Must it be Zhang Rou? Is there any secret hidden in Zhang Rou? But Yi Xiao didn't have time to think about it, as the figure had already rushed towards him. Although Jogu seems unreliable, his strength is really not to be underestimated. I guess he was wary of Yi Xiao's gravity and spatial forces. From the very beginning, Jogu added a layer of protection on himself. Deep Blue. Protect. Completely isolating him from the outside world, the Deep Blue Guardian has the nature of being as kind as water, and gravity can hardly cause any harm to the water droplets. At the same time, he made hand seals. Fire Lion. Roar. Golden Spear. Pierce through. Suddenly, 2 lions made of flames appeared around him, as well as 2 divine spears that could penetrate everything, protecting him tightly. This is used to prevent Yi Xiao from using the power of space to flash in front of him and attack. Then. Kunmu. Entanglement. Handu. Transform. The earth shook, and a huge stone giant rose from the ground. He let out a deafening roar and swung his fist, which was as big as a rock, to hit Yi Xiao. Just when Yi Xiao was about to dodge, a towering tree grew up behind him. Countless vines came from all directions, blocking the space tightly. Wrapped Yi Xiao's body tightly around the master. Then it contracted even more tightly, trying to crush Yi Xiao's body completely. Ha 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 ha. Boy. I've been waiting for you to use this trick for a long time. Now let's see how. You break through. Your gravity. Your spatial force. They have no effect on me. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Just die immediately at the hands of your uncle Jogu. Muck. Sand tornado. He formed seals again. Rumble. The stone giant's body spun rapidly, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand and strong wind. A khaki tornado appeared in the air. The students watching were all covered in dust due to the strong sand. The 5 elements master controls the 5 elements, and his combat methods are ever changing. Whether it is attack, defense, containment, or recovery. Jogu's comprehensive combat power is definitely top-notch. Die. A murderous tornado rolled over, and Yi Xiao's body was entangled by vines, unable to move at all. Go. Seeing that Yi Xiao was caught in a trap, Jogu waved his hand, and the fire lions and golden spears around him rushed forward violently. Just when the sandstorm completely enveloped Yi Xiao, Jogu frowned. Because he saw Yi Xiao smiling. And he smiled as if he was very happy. A bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. The next second, a calm voice resounded between heaven and earth. Judgment. Sword of Damocles. Dark clouds rolled in from deep within the clouds, enveloping everyone. That is. I know. That's the move I used in the Void God realm. Hiss. The power of the gods. It really is the power of the gods. That aura. It's astonishing. The students who had witnessed that scene all started talking excitedly. They didn't know and looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that this change in the celestial phenomena was related to Yi Xiao? At this moment, a huge silver sword emerged from the depths of the clouds. A powerful pressure directly enveloped Jogu. His face turned pale instantly. His face was filled with shock and he was stunned. The terrifying aura actually intimidated him so much that he dared not move. This. What is this thing? Jogu was shocked, really shocked. His gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground, and then he stumbled and shattered them with his own foot. Wait a minute. Hong Ye. Wait a moment. He waved his arms rapidly. At this moment, a figure walked out step by step from the raging sandstorm. As he slowly waved his hand, the surrounding attacks could not even reach half a meter around Yi Xiao. Fall. Yi Xiao snapped his fingers and didn't care about Jogu's ferocious expression. He has never been a person who would show mercy to his enemies. Boom. A flash of thunder appeared between heaven and earth. At that moment, the silver sword fell down with a bang, like a meteor, emitting an extremely dazzling silver light that pierced people's eyes. The silver light flashed on everyone's cheeks, and everyone closed their eyes uncontrollably. The next moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. A gold medal mentor stepped forward and waved his hand. Seal the boundary. Isolate Yi Xiao, Zhou Gu and others from this area. Fortunately we are all here, otherwise. These little guys are in trouble. The gold medal instructor who made the move said with a smile. The fighting power of these two little guys is truly astonishing. The competition we had as students back then seems like a minor skirmish to them. Amazing, really amazing. Several instructors nodded. Among them, Lin He was also there. As a new mentor, she was only a bronze mentor, so she was always at the back of the crowd. But she also witnessed Yi Xiao's amazing fighting power and arrogant attitude with her own eyes. I couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. A young man who I originally thought was a blind neighbor showed a strength that was top-notch in this vast country. To put it bluntly, even Lin He might not be able to beat Yi Xiao. At least she definitely couldn't take on Yi Xiao's earth-shattering sword. Little monster. Lin He spat inwardly. She admitted that she had underestimated Yi Xiao before, and it was really unfair for Yi Xiao to be her assistant teacher with his ability. No. The sudden roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. Everyone looked towards the field. Zhou Gu was seen roaring madly, and the 5 elements gathered around him. 5 elements. Guard. A 5-colored shield wrapped him. Block it. You must block it. If you block this attack, you will be at the end of your rope. You will be slaughtered by me at will. I am betting 10 years of my life on you. Block it. The 5 elements surrounding him began to riot. Each one becomes more and more active. I can do it. I can do it. I can really block it. Zhou Gu's face showed ecstasy. The activeness of the 5 elements gave him great confidence. The next second, the silver divine light arrived. With one sword, like a meteor from the sky, it smashed through a planet in one breath. The incomparable power immediately destroyed Zhou Gu's defense and his confidence. It turns out that his so-called confidence was just an illusion. Boom boom. Yi Xiao obviously held back, otherwise Zhou Gu would have been wiped out by this sword. But now, the terrifying power of judgment fell on his body. The tearing feeling that penetrated deep into his bones and even his soul made Zhou Gu roar in a way that was worse than death. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me if you have the guts. The silver light completely enveloped him. As the light gradually dissipated, the space seemed to be distorted in an instant. Everyone only saw Zhou Gu, who was originally arrogant and unruly, lying on the ground like a dead dog. He was foaming at the mouth and looked extremely miserable. Everyone gasped. Hiss. The next second, a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. So scary. This was the first time that Yi Xiao used the sword of Damocles in front of all the teachers and students in the school, but this sword had already stunned everyone. They looked at Yi Xiao with eyes full of awe, admiration, and fear. Yi Xiao casually flicked the dust off his clothes. He walked towards Ying Shangtian and passed him by. I'm not as good as Chen Anqing. I'm flashy but not practical. Yi Xiao sneered. Then I stopped visiting him. Zhou Gu, who was still conscious, was so angry that he fainted after hearing Yi Xiao's words. Sir Ying, now I have the right to overturn the decision of the 10 Great Council, right? Yi Xiao put his hands in his pockets and asked with a smile on his face. Ying Shangtian narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Xiao's posture seemed as if he was provoking him. Too arrogant. And he, Ying Shangtian, is also a proud person, and he hates people like him. Hong Ya, you are very good. Ying Shangtian, wearing a suit and with his hands in his pockets, took 2 steps towards Yi Xiao. I know I'm pretty good. You don't need to emphasize this, principal. Yi Xiao also took 2 steps forward, both of them with hypocritical smiles on their faces. It's like a confrontation. At that moment, Ying Shangtian was a little dazed. He felt something familiar in Yi Xiao, something he had felt many years ago, when he was competing with Ning Zhao and Su Changhen. In that era, there was a young man who suppressed them all, ruled Jinshin University, and ruled Daxia for an era. That person's name is Yi Li. At this moment, Ying Shangtian seemed to see the same temperament in Yi Xiao as Yi Li. Unruly, confident, not afraid of power, and the courage to declare war on anyone. That is the temperament that should exist in a person who leads an era. This kind of temperament, in the mouth of the head of Daxia, is called leadership temperament. And Yi Xiao. He may very well be the next leader of Daxia. It's just that Yi Xiao and he don't get along well. If Yi Xiao grows up completely and has a decisive position in Daxia, Ying Shangtian's eyes will be slightly narrowed. You might be in danger. Since he is not in the same camp as me, I cannot get it, just like the subtle change in Yi Liying. Shangtian's expression that flashed by in the past. Okay, Hongyan, I think you win this time. The decision to fire Jiang Ro is final. Not established. Rejected. After saying that, he flicked his clothes and turned away. Yeah. Bai Ruoyu, the little girl in the crowd, laughed the happiest. She was even happier than Jiang Ro herself, and she jumped 3 feet high. However, Yi Xiao's expression remained uneasy as he watched Ying Shangtian gradually walking away, and the 10 heroes following behind him. At that moment, he indeed felt the subtle murderous intent emanating from Ying Shangtian, which was so subtle that it was overlooked. Even though it is really very small, so small that you might think it is an illusion. Yi Xiao, who has mastered many Pupil techniques, has a perception ability that is several times greater than that of ordinary people. He really felt it. Ying Shangtian is an extremely dangerous person. Hong Yi, well done. This time, you've severely thwarted Ying Shangtian's momentum. Most importantly, you've secured 2 seats on the 10 outstanding council he proposed. This will give us more initiative in future events. Su Changhan came to Yi Xiao and placed his hand on his shoulder. Senior Sword God, you are too polite. Principal Ning got into trouble because of me. I have an obligation to protect Xinshan University until he returns. Yi Xiao said lightly. He grew up without a father or mother and was born in an orphanage. He has seen through the ways of the world. It is really like drinking water, only you know whether it is hot or cold. Therefore, if someone is kind to him, Yi Xiao will definitely repay them 100-fold. If anyone wants to harm him, he will completely destroy him. You can see this from the fate of his opponents, all of them are lying in the ICU. If there were no restrictions, Yi Xiao would even kill them directly. Yi Xiao, Ing Shangtian will probably make another move. I will intercept him within my ability. And create an opportunity for you to move. Well, if an enemy comes, we will fight him, if a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Yi Xiao nodded. Okay. From now on, I won't disturb you. You haven't seen them for a long time. Even though they don't recognize you now, go and catch up. Su Changhan glanced meaningfully at Zhang Rou and the others and said. Then, he turned around and turned into a sword light that shot into the sky. Sword God, you're such a nice person. Yi Xiao patted his head and said. He also walked towards Zhang Rou and the others. When Bai Ruoyu saw Yi Xiao coming, she waved at him happily. Handsome guy. Handsome guy. You're so strong. Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, Zhang Rou would have dropped out of school. I simply can't repay you enough. Bai Ruoyu spoke excitedly, kicking her legs back and forth, and the hem of her white skirt swayed from side to side. Except for her body, Zhang Rou can promise you anything. After all, she already has someone in her heart. Right, Zhang Rou? Bai Ruoyu turned around and asked. Zhang Rou blushed. Don't listen to her jokes. However, this should be our second meeting. Thank you so much. I, Zhang Rou, owe you two favors. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Zhang Rou said seriously. But between the lines, there was still no trace of the gentleness and concern that she had when she was with Yi Xiao in the past. Maintain a certain sense of distance. You think? Can you do what even I can't do? Yi Xiao asked back with a smile. Zhang Rou was speechless and choked with emotion. I'll try. Just because it's not possible now doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. You're ambitious. Looks like I didn't save the wrong person. Yi Xiao said with a smile. I've heard your story, that man. His name is Yi Xiao, right? Zhang Rou was stunned, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Then nodded. I heard he's the most outstanding genius at Xinshan University. In fact, if he were still alive, I'd be really looking forward to fighting him. The corners of Yi Xiao's mouth curled up slightly. I have to say, it feels really strange to talk about myself. He'll be looking forward to it too. Zhang Rou replied. Hong Yi. Yi Xiao is a Pupil magician. He knows a lot of tricks. And he can even summon the phantom of a martial god. It's super huge, and its power is definitely not weaker than that silver sword that fell from the sky. As soon as Yi Xiao was mentioned, Bai Ruoyu started talking. But as she spoke, her expression darkened again. He is so powerful. How could he die suddenly? I really don't believe that Yi Xiao, who has repeatedly created miracles, would die. The little girl suddenly burst into sobs. Her mood was like the changing weather. It was cloudy and rainy one second and sunny the next. Oh right. Hong Ye. Why do you always cover your eyes with a red cloth? Is this some kind of cosplay? Do you really like playing Naraka, Blade Point? I remember there was a character named Ning Hongye in it. Several black lines appeared on Yi Xiao's head. This little girl really deserves a beating. I am blind. I have had eye problems since I was a child, so I can only cover my eyes with red cloth. Then how do you see? That is because brother has cultivated what master calls the eye of the heart. He observes the four directions with his heart and carries the swordsmanship with his heart. Supreme goodness is like water, and great virtue carries all things. All things are rooted in the heart. Right, brother? Xiao Hongchen said firmly. He looked at Yi Xiao with a flash of admiration in his eyes. Although I don't know what you are talking about, it sounds very profound. Awesome, you are really amazing, Hong Yi. Bai Ruoyu gave him a thumbs up. Yi Xiao was full of black lines on his head. He himself didn't know when he developed this kind of mind. Xiao Hongchen has a very rich imagination. Well, it's almost like what Hongchen said, haha. Yi Xiao touched the back of his head and admitted it. At this time, Zhang Rou's cell phone started ringing. She took out her cell phone and everyone's eyes were on her. It's not my phone. It's Yi Xiao's. Zhang Rou glanced at her phone and frowned. He raised his phone and said. At the beginning, after Yi Xiao died, Ning Zhao searched the entire Eternal Ridge, but only found Yi Xiao's mobile phone and some broken clothes. That was a trace that Su Changhan deliberately forged. And now, this mobile phone is in Zhang Rou's hands, as a souvenir for her to commemorate Yi Xiao. At this moment, Yi Xiao's cell phone rang. It was none other than Su Hao, his high school classmate with whom he had always had a good relationship. It's Su Hao. Go ahead. Xiao Hongchen said. Zhang Rou nodded and pressed the answer button. Hello? Is that Zhang Rou? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, but it sounded a little depressed. It's me. Zhang Rou, what's wrong? Zhang Rou asked in surprise. Actually, I have something I want to ask you for help with. I really have no other options. If there was even a sliver of a solution, I wouldn't ask you for help. But I really have no other options. Jiang. Ro, please help me, considering we're from the same school. Su Hao's pleading voice was heard. Don't worry, tell me what it is first. You are Yi Xiao's friend, as long as it is within my ability. I will definitely help you. Jiang Ro comforted Su Hao. Yi Xiao. Alas. If Yi Xiao were still here, those guys wouldn't dare to do these things. My unfortunate class brother. Why did you leave like this? Su Hao sighed. Yi Xiao, who had heard the entire conversation, was completely speechless. Oh my god. Yi Xiao wanted to reveal his true face and slap Su Hao twice to teach him what it meant to eat shit casually but not speak nonsense. This is what happened. Su Hao spoke slowly on the other end of the phone. It turned out that after Yi Xiao's last suggestion, Su Hao started pursuing the girl he liked. Maybe Su Hao was shameless enough, or maybe the girl had special tastes, but he did succeed in pursuing her. As the saying goes, ugly people have partners, stupid people have partners, but cowards have no partners. Anyway, Su Hao is not a coward. Although he doesn't have much potential, fortunately his family has some money, so he has flowers, fireworks, and other romantic things every day. So finally he defeated the opponent. But who would have thought that one of the other party's suitors was the eldest son of a wealthy family in the imperial capital, a playboy who had always been doing evil things. He had been eyeing the other person for a long time, but he hadn't been able to win her over. Then, Su Hao, that loser, got there first. In a rage, he decisively broke off relations. They kidnapped the woman and took her to the hotel. Then he hired someone to beat Su Hao up severely. I will forcibly take action against Su Hao's girlfriend tonight. He was desperate and had no one to turn to. The other party's family was quite powerful in the imperial capital, and no one was willing to help Su Hao. In desperation, he could only come to Jiang Ro for help. Which hotel? Jiang Ro didn't say much and asked directly. Crown Hotel. Okay. Where are you? We'll be right there. Jiang Ro did not refuse. Su Hao was Yi Xiao's friend and had helped him when Yi Xiao was still weak. So, because she loves Su Hao, she is willing to help him. I'm at the gate of Jinshin University now. Su Hao answered hurriedly. Okay. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Then Jiang Ro hung up the phone. He briefly explained the matter to Xiao Hongchen and the others. Upon hearing what happened to Su Hao, a cold light flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. What? He's robbing a woman in broad daylight. How could someone do such a thing? I'm so pissed. I'm going to break the guy's third leg and feed it to the crocodiles. Bai Ruoyu clenched her fists and said angrily. Since he's Yi Xiao's friend, he's our friend. Let's go and help Su Hao get his girlfriend back. Xiao Hongchen also said seriously. Immediately, the three of them rushed towards the school gate. Wait, I'll go with you. At this time Yi Xiao suddenly spoke. Several people turned around and looked at Yi Xiao in surprise. Love me and I love my dog. Hongchen is my junior fellow apprentice. Your friend's friend is my friend. Let's go together. I'll have more people to look after me. Yi Xiao said with a smile. Yeah. Bai Ruoyu immediately cheered. With a great master like you there, I can kill any god that stands in my way, and destroy any Buddha that stands in my way. When did he become your senior brother if he wasn't my senior brother? Xiao Hongchen asked with a frown. Your senior brother is my senior brother. We are all brothers. Why do you care so much? Bai Ruoyu patted his shoulder and said casually. Brother, let's go quickly and teach that scumbag a lesson. Bai Ruoyu called out, and the group of 4 rushed out of the school gate. Yi Xiao saw Su Hao from a distance. He looked much more haggard after not seeing him for a while. Especially at this moment, his face was blue, red, and swollen. It looks like he was beaten pretty hard. You're here. Seeing Yi Xiao and the others coming, Su Hao lowered his head a little ashamedly, as if he didn't want them to see his miserable appearance. Let's go. Time is running out. Every minute you waste is more danger for your girlfriend. Jiang Ro had a high EQ and simply ignored this and spoke. Do you have a car? Su Hao shook his head. It's too late to get a taxi. Jiang Ro frowned. At this time, Yi Xiao strode towards a Mercedes-Benz in the parking lot nearby. The owner of this car is a student at Jinshin University and a kid from a wealthy family. At this moment, the Mercedes-Benz was shaking constantly, and charming sounds could be faintly heard from inside the car. Presumably, the owner of the car must be very happy. Yi Xiao opened the car door directly. The cold wind blew in, and the 2 white figures screamed and quickly wrapped their clothes tightly. Red. Red Knight. When the male student saw Yi Xiao, his face turned pale. You. What are you doing? He asked tremblingly. He was suddenly interrupted just when he reached the most critical moment. If it were someone else, he would have given them 2 big slaps in the face. But the other person was Hong Yi, and when faced with such a situation, he would usually choose to put his face forward and receive 2 big slaps. Yi Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to him and pulled the 2 of them out of the car. I'm too lazy to look at the leaked scenery. I borrowed your car. As he said that, he sat in the driver's seat, and there was a buzz. The Mercedes-Benz roared and shot out like an arrow. Get in the car. Yi Xiao stopped the car in front of Jiang Ro and the others and greeted them. Although they were wondering where Yi Xiao got the car, they still got in decisively. The situation is urgent and there is no time to waste. After several people got in the car, Yi Xiao stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. Strange, why is there a strange smell in the car? At this time, Bai Ruoyu twitched her nose and spoke with a puzzled look on her face. Brother Hongya, where did you get this car? I borrowed it from a friend. Yi Xiao responded indifferently. Is that so? Your friend is quite untidy. There's even a strange smell in the car. Bai Ruoyu nodded with deep feeling. Yeah, he really doesn't like to be clean. I'll ask him to be more careful next time. Yi Xiao said seriously. Anyone with some experience in these matters will react, but unfortunately. A car full of innocent young people. Yi Xiao's driving skills cannot be used well, they can only be described as incredible. The Mercedes-Benz moved left and right on the street, reaching its maximum speed. It has attracted significant attention. It is conceivable that after this incident, the driver's license will definitely be revoked. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz stopped at the Crown Hotel. Several people got off the car. Which floor is your girlfriend on? Jiang Ro asked. This. I don't know that either. Su Hao was dumbfounded. If someone wanted to touch his girlfriend, they couldn't tell him which floor and room she was in. Several people frowned. If they searched room by room, they would be done by the time they found it. 36th floor, 3612. Yi Xiao said this lightly at this time. How do you know? Everyone frowned and asked back. Intuition. Yi Xiao curled his lips and said perfunctorily. I understand. This is what senior brother sensed with his mind's eye. Senior brother must be right. Let's hurry to the 36th floor. Xiao Hongchen spoke. A few people reacted immediately and rushed into the hotel. Yi Xiao glanced at Xiao Hongchen with slight approval. Young people are teachable. His imagination is stronger than his swordsmanship. Yi Xiao followed behind the few people slowly. Arriving at room 3612 on the 36th floor, as expected, there were two bodyguards in black clothes standing outside the door with a cool look on their faces. Superior. Xiao Hongchen was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and drew out his sword from behind. Who? The two bodyguards reacted immediately. He roared and rushed towards Xiao Hongchen. In an instant, the two of them showed that they were at the third level of manipulation, and their profession was warrior. As expected, those who can serve as bodyguards in a big family are generally not too weak in combat power. This is the gap between people in society and students. The bodyguard's muscles bulged like a hill, and he stood like an iron tower blocking Xiao Hongchen. He threw a punch with such terrifying force that he actually pushed Xiao Hongchen back more than 10 meters. You guys go in, I'll take care of these two big idiots. Yi Xiao walked over, waved his hand casually and greeted a few people. Then thank you for your help, brother. Xiao Hongchen spoke. With their strength, it would take a long time to defeat these two bodyguards. It would be great if Yi Xiao could take action. Go! Several people rushed straight towards the gate. You are not allowed to go over there. The two bodyguards' faces changed and they rushed towards Jiang Ro and the others. Be quiet, your opponent now is me. Yi Xiao grinned, and he appeared beside the two bodyguards without him noticing, with his hands on their shoulders. Let me go. The two bodyguards' faces changed. Yi Xiao's speed was indeed so fast that it surprised them. But they were professional bodyguards and well-trained, so they reacted quickly. He quickly reached out and punched Yi Xiao. Don't worry, just chat with me. Yi Xiao stretched out two fingers and pointed at their fists. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically. This kid is different from the previous students. Unfathomable. Get out of here. Tiger roar fist. The two bodyguards were well-trained and punched at the same time. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of a tiger's roar. The king descended the mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. Two phantoms of fierce tigers rushed towards Yi Xiao. You guys. Can't you just have a good chat with me? Do you have to kneel down to talk? Yi Xiao sighed deeply. Then, he spoke softly. A word fell. Kneel. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and the tiger phantom let out a scream before exploding into nothingness in the void. The two bodyguards suddenly felt as if a huge mountain had fallen on their shoulders. He fell to his knees with a thud. His knees hit the floor, and the tiles shattered, leaving a deep mark. Ah! Their knees were bloody and they both let out miserable roars. Just kneel down obediently. Yi Xiao patted them both on the shoulders, brushed past them and walked towards the hotel room. Time goes back a few minutes. Jiang Ro and the others rushed towards the door, and Xiao Hongchen drew out his sword and chopped the door into pieces with one blow. Several people filed into the hotel. In the luxurious presidential suite, on a 2.7-meter bed, a girl in a white dress was lying on the bed with her hands tied. A young man in a bathrobe approached the girl with a lewd look on his face and slowly climbed onto the bed. Stao Yu! Su Hao shouted hurriedly and rushed forward. He twisted the young man's shoulder and punched him in the face. The young man was caught off guard and had his two front teeth knocked out by Su Hao. He fell heavily to the ground. Are you okay? You are. Su Hao jumped onto the bed and began to untie Chang Yu. Su Hao! You're finally here. I'm so scared. He wants to rape me. Chang Yu burst into tears and threw herself into Su Hao's arms. It's okay. I'm here, now everything can be done. Su Hao spoke to comfort her with a look of heartache on his face. At this time, the young man stumbled to his feet from the ground. Su Hao! You really don't want to live anymore. Damn it! How dare you ruin my plans? He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, a gloomy and ugly expression on his face. I'll kill you, believe it or not. He demanded fiercely. Hey! Who are you going to kill? Scum! A crisp voice came from behind him. Man Yanjie turned around and saw a young girl who was only as tall as his shoulders shouting at him. She is beautiful, so beautiful, even more beautiful than Changyu, especially her proud and arrogant temperament, which makes Man Yanjie's eyes light up. White silk loli is so great. Man Yanjie instantly revealed a lustful expression. Little sister. I'm a little bit of a scumbag, do you like it? Who would have thought that Bai Ruoyu would fly up and kick him in the crotch? You like your mother's balls. If I were your father, I would shoot you into the incinerator. You wicked bastard, I hope you meet a sick prostitute and your whole body rots and gets full of bugs. Oh, no, you will never have a chance in the future. Today, I will destroy your bastard for your father. Man Yanjie jumped up after being kicked. Then he fell to the ground with trembling legs. Compared to the pain in his body, the pain in Man Yanjie's heart was even more intense. Because he felt, my eggs are broken. You. How dare you do this to me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my brother is? You're finished. You're all finished. You've offended my Ma family. Man Yanjie covered his lower body and let out a sharp and hoarse roar. I don't care who you are. You don't even have any ancestors. If your great-grandfather were alive, I would have made him exterminate all his descendants, so that a rotten thing like you wouldn't come out and cause trouble for others. Bai Ruoyu's attack power was extremely strong, and Zhang Rou and the others were stunned when they heard it. At this time, Man Yanjie twisted his body like a maggot and came to the sofa, grabbed the mobile phone and made a call in a hurry. Brother! Save me! I've been crippled. Someone kicked and broke my balls. Brother! Man Yanjie cried miserably. I'm at the Crown Hotel. Yes, yes, yes. Brother, bring more people with you. Bring all the brothers from your club. Okay, okay. Brother! I'm counting on you. Man Yanjie hung up the phone with a resentful sound in his throat. My brother is coming with people soon. You're done. I tell you, you will die miserably. You may not know this, but my brother is a student at Jinqing University. And he's the vice president of a certain club. Do you know who's behind my brother? The Imperial Capital's #1 young warrior, Chang Wanyan. He's backed by the Chu family, a powerful clan in the Imperial Capital. If you offend me, you've offended the Chu family. And all of you are doomed. Men, I'll chop you into pieces and throw you into the lake to feed the fish. Women, I'll send you all to brothels. Regret it now, this is what happens when you provoke me. Man Yanjie roared with tears and snot, his face distorted and looking extremely terrifying. At this time, Yi Xiao walked into the room. Is everything settled? When he saw Man Yanjie's miserable appearance and the uncontrollable blood flowing from his crotch, he immediately understood and asked. Not yet. This idiot said he would ask his brother to deal with us. His brother has a very powerful backing. Xiao Hongqian spread his hands and said helplessly. Oh? A powerful backer? How powerful? Does his brother have someone behind him? Which? Big boss? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Humph. Here comes another fool who doesn't know how to live or die. Are you going to die? With them too? My brother's boss is the #1 young warrior in the Imperial Capital. Chang Wanyan. He has the Chu family's eldest daughter, Chu Wanyan, backing him up. Are you scared now? Man Yanjie said viciously. He couldn't wait to see Yi Xiao and the others trembling and pleading expressions of fear. Oh. Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. I know Chang Wanyan. He's a junior at Jinqing University, ranked 5th in his grade, and is the best warrior in the school. He has extremely strong combat power. That's right, Boss Chang is so powerful that you guys can't mess with him. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me. When Boss Chang comes, I can consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, you will surely die. When Man Yanjie heard that Yi Xiao knew how powerful Chang Wanyan was, he became even more arrogant and his whole body was shaking wildly. I don't know if it was because of the pain or the excitement. Then let's wait for him to come. I'm also quite curious about this young genius. I wonder how extraordinary and brilliant he is. Yi Xiao said with a smile, crossing his legs on the sofa. Humph. You're really courting death. When Boss Chang arrives, you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Your end will be a luxurious ICU suite. Man Yanjie said with a grin. I've never been in the ICU in my life, and I want to experience it. Yi Xiao picked up the teapot beside him and poured a cup of tea. Zhang Rou and others on the side smiled. Hong Yi really likes to joke. You. Man Yanjie looked unhappy. You blind man, don't you know what's good for you? Man Yanjie became even angrier. Yi Xiao raised his hand and smashed a cup of hot tea on his head. Man Yanjie's head was immediately bleeding, and he was burned and grimaced, howling. I advise you to shut up and wait for your backers to come, otherwise I won't be so lenient when I take action. Yi Xiao poured another cup of tea and said lightly. Man Yanjie immediately lowered his head and remained silent. But the occasional upward glance could reveal how angry and resentful he was. At this moment, he was forcing himself to suppress his anger, but he secretly swore in his heart that when his elder brother came, he would make these people pay with blood. Su Hao comforted Chengyu, while Zhang Rou and the others found a place to sit down and do their own things. Bai Ruoyu even started watching short videos. 5 ways to promote secondary development are. What should I do if my boyfriend thinks my breasts are too small? What if I don't have the height of a queen? Then I'll work hard to be a white silk loli. What kind of magic can increase breast size? Could you please turn off the sound? Jiang Ro said, rolling her eyes. Watching these stupid videos all day long, what are you doing? He. Sorry, Jiang Ro. Bai Ruoyu giggled and scratched his head awkwardly. At that moment, the door to the hotel was opened. The leader kicked it away, and then a group of people followed in. Brother! Are you there? The young man in the lead had a rather tough look, with 3 beards on his face. He didn't look like a student, but rather an adult in his 30s. At this moment, a strange look appeared on Yi Zhao's face. Wasn't this person the follower who had always been following Chang Wanyan when he suppressed Chang Wanyan in the void God realm? Because this person has a very distinctive appearance, Yi Zhao still has an impression of him. Brother! What's wrong with you, brother? Seeing Man Yanjie lying miserably on the ground, he rushed forward to help him up. Brother! Brother, you're finally here. Man Yanjie complained to him with tears and snot. Brother! Those guys, they are bullying your brother. He pointed at Yi Zhao and others. Who dare to bully my brother? Stand up right here. He looked up. A figure sitting with legs crossed on the sofa not far away came into view. G.A. His expression froze instantly. Only then did he see clearly the figures sitting around him. Xiao Hongchen, Jiang Ro, Bai Ruoyu. And there is the man who is like a god in his heart, Hong Yi. The man suddenly shuddered and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, he felt that his legs were weak and he couldn't stand up at all. Brother! What's wrong with you? Noticing his brother's strange behavior, Man Yanjie frowned and asked. Year. Nianjie. Tell me again, who hit you? The man's voice was trembling. He was obviously not injured, but his face looked extremely pale, and cold sweat was dripping down his face. That's them. And that idiot with the red blindfold. He said he's never been in the ICU before. And wants to experience it. Bro! Hurry up and do it. Destroy him. Man Yanjie said angrily. The man began to tremble with fear. Not only him, but also the brothers he brought with him lowered their heads and trembled all over. The atmosphere became very strange for a while. Man Yanjie finally noticed something was wrong and frowned. Brother! What's wrong? Why are you so pale? And brothers! What happened to you all? Nianjie. His brother held Man Yanjie's shoulder with one hand. Tell me how I've treated you these past few years. Okay. You're my brother. There's no need to say anything. Yes. Brother has been so good to you, isn't it time for you to repay me? Man Yanjie's brother wiped the cold sweat from his face and said. That's what I said. Brother, why are you sweating so much? Man Yanjie looked puzzled. Don't worry about that. I'm learning a skill that makes me sweat like crazy. Nianjie. Now it's your turn to help me. Do you understand? Yeah. How can I help your brother? But let's beat up these bastards first. Brother. My balls are broken and it hurts so much now. Why don't you take me to the hospital first? If Man Yanjie wasn't a professional himself, he would have fainted from the pain long ago and wouldn't have been able to have a good conversation with his brother here. There's no rush. We'll talk about it later. Nianjie. What I need your help with is more important. This matter is. Can you let me break your other 4 limbs? He asked seriously. Of course you can. Brother. We are related to each other. We are brothers. An elder brother is like a father. Of course you can. It's just a matter of breaking my limbs. Wait, what did you say? Man Yanjie was originally patting his chest to make a promise, but at this moment he suddenly reacted. Maybe it was because the constant pain slowed down his reflexes. Break my limbs? Bro, are you kidding me? However, his brother shook his head seriously. Yanjie, I'm not kidding you, I'm serious. A hint of fear finally appeared on Man Yanjie's face. 4. Why bro? Did I do something wrong? Man Yan's body trembled slightly again. Nianjie. I don't want to either. But if you don't go to the ICU, then all of us brothers will have to go to the ICU. If none of us brothers want to go to the ICU, then we can only force you to sacrifice. After all, the person you offended. He sent Boss Chang and Miss Chu Wanyan of the Chu family to the ICU. He looked at Ji Xiao with a trembling voice, his face filled with deep fear. He would never forget the day when the man was surrounded by their group. Just when everyone was ridiculing him and even wanted to destroy him. He just raised his hand, and suddenly the sky and the earth changed color. The shadow of a silver sword emerged from the depths of the clouds, and the divine power that judged the heaven and earth was like the resurrection of a god. Even a boss as powerful as him, Chang Wanyan, couldn't help but tremble all over. Under that pressure, he fell to his knees in fear and broke off with Chu Wanyan. He didn't dare to complain even when his arms were crippled. Moreover, this man is now one of the top 10 students in Jinshin University, the only one who holds 2 identities by himself. The 2 great geniuses brought by the principal are no match for him. He is definitely the most terrifying man in Jinshin University. Barely one of them. My younger brother actually provoked such an existence, so I can only bear the pain and let him go. It's your fault for offending someone you shouldn't have. Brother. I can't let these brothers in. The club stay in the ICU with you. Boss Chang is still in the ICU, and the club needs us to support it. So, we can't get into trouble, brother. Please understand, this is the only way I can. Ask for his forgiveness. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand like lightning and clasped it on his shoulder with his hand in the shape of an eagle's claw. No. Brother. Don't cripple me. I'm your biological brother. Brother. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a young man, a college student. Do we really need to be afraid of him? My Ma family has a level 6 professional in charge. Brother, we don't need to be afraid of him. Ma Ninja clutched his elder brother's clothes with tears and snot, begging. Brother. You don't understand. My Ma family is indeed not bad. Level 6 professionals are not bad either. But he Hong Ye. His teacher is Dexia's Jianshan. How can our Ma family compare to Jianshan? Even if everyone in the family and their dogs were twisted into a hemp rope, they wouldn't be enough to cut through Jianshan.